Oh, what's up, Phil Mo Mike? What's up, Bay Area? It is Joe Spadoni, but no Joe Shasky. He is out in Hawaii this week. We got Nick Friedell in studio all week, baby. Let's go. Cousin Nick. You know him. You love him. And if you don't know him, you'll learn to love him. Because you can watch him on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube, all powered by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low-rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. Might be the earliest I've done a read. I know Sam likes that. How you doing this morning, Nick? I've noticed a trend here these last couple days. So, you know, it's like when you start school, you start a new semester, I'm going to get there early, right? I'm going to get there on time. It's like, you know, it gets there like 5:10, you know, first day, Monday. Yesterday, 5:15-ish, 5:20. Today, 5:30. Tomorrow, I'm assuming 5:45. And then maybe he'll show up on Friday. We'll see him at the start of the show.
Friday, I'm going to go full Bonte and show up at 5:59.
Whoa, Bonte, I didn't say that.
That's way early.
Whoa, Bonte. Hey, I didn't say that. I didn't say that.
Although, in fairness to me, on Wednesday, so now we're 3 days in, I get down to the security desk, and they're looking at me like, who are you? And I'm showing my ID, and they're like, all right, hang on. I'm texting you guys like, well, we might have a problem here. Can somebody get down here? So I was a little more delayed than usual.
And I heard nice guy Stephen Langford let you in the building. So that was nice of him. Our KCBS's formerly of 95.7 The Game in the pregame show, Stephen Langford. But good morning to all of you just getting off work, getting ready for work. Happy hump day to all of you. You're halfway through the week. For a lot of you, it's kind of like your Tuesday, right? You had Monday off, but we've been here locked and loaded all week long, talking about the All-Star game, talking about this upcoming rest of the season for the Golden State Warriors. We haven't even really touched the 49ers. What's going to go on there? It's officially draft season. As soon as the Super Bowl ends, I'm already in draft mode. Hell, if my team's season ended like the Niners did, they didn't even make the playoffs, I'm already in draft mode. You know, you hear the da-na-na-na, na-na-na-na-na. Think of Mel Kiper, Todd McShay, Todd, all of that, Nick. I love the draft. So we're going to get into, not really a draft per se, but some of the not off the field, but, you know, off the, you know, the moves that need to be made for the 49ers, and particularly Deebo Samuel, Brock Purdy. Are they trying to re-sign George Kittle? According to reports, they are. They're reconstructing contracts, Fred Warner. So there's a lot to get into with the 49ers. And just taking your pulse, because you've been away for a little bit. You have your ear on all things NFL. And I like to get an outsider's perspective on certain things when it comes to the Bay Area squads. I know you're very tapped in with the Dubs. You've known Steve Kerr, Draymond. You know all these players. And by the way, as we're talking about the Dubs, let's get right into it, because as soon as I walk in this morning, I couldn't do the show call last night. Young Benjamin was having a meltdown. I guess he left his jacket at school.
Oh, that'll do it.
Hey, yeah, he was.
That'll do it.
He's freaked out.
Whether you're 4 or 41, if you leave your jacket somewhere and you can't find it and don't remember where it is, that will cause panic.
We knew where it was. It was at school, which is literally 2 blocks down the street from where he lives. And it's like, let's go get it. He wanted to literally leave the house and go get it. I was like, it's closed. It's like, no, someone's going to steal it. I was like, no one is stealing your Mandalorian Baby Yoda jacket. I promise. Although it's a pretty sweet jacket, so I get why he's a little upset.
Say, as soon as you said that,
I'd be a little nervous about that too, actually.
So I wasn't there for the show call because I was dealing with that. His mom ended up calming him down. Everything was great. Dad wasn't very good at the calming down part. I was like, it's all going to be okay. Why are you yelling at me? I'm not yelling. It's okay. But I walk in this morning and Sam, all of a sudden he's like, oh, KD back to the Warriors? I was like, what? We just did this a few weeks ago. They're not getting, Kevin Durant's not coming back here, guys. You got Jimmy Butler, you got Steph, you got Draymond Green. Can we leave it all alone? Please, for the love of God.
Spadoni, you can never leave it alone with Kevin Durant and the Warriors and the Bay.
Yes, we can.
No.
How it ended is how it ended, Nick.
It's never how it ended.
Oh, my God.
KD and the Warriors, it's like the breakup that you have where you're like, I don't know if this is actually it. Well, she called me the other night and we're still talking, and you just don't know. You never know if the end is really the end.
I know it's the end because I saw how it ended here. And it ended with the fan base, not half of them, but a solid amount of fans being like, all right, yeah, kick rocks, get out of here, KD. You didn't want to be here. You didn't re-sign that whole season. You were there in those scrums. How many questions do you have to take out every single game about his future? Every single game, because obviously the regular season no one really cared about because they knew they were going to be in the finals anyways. But every single question, you're going to be here next year? You're going to be here next year? Draymond was annoyed by it. He spoke about it. There's that whole relationship between them, Joe Lacob, Steve Kerr, all of it. I have a very hard time. And why we're talking about that this morning, and I'll find the sound. Let me know when you put that sound on there, Carter, with Malika Andrews and Kevin Durant talking, because that was where it stemmed from. I guess Malika Andrews over the weekend, either on NBA TV or obviously she's on ESPN, was doing some sit-downs with some of the players, as you do an All-Star weekend, right? And they were talking about, Draymond Green and Steve Kerr and the rumors of the last couple of weeks. And he was saying, hey, I just didn't want to get traded midseason. And I think fair enough. And listen, I'm rambling on. I got the sound here. Just listen to Kevin Durant on with Malika Andrews over the weekend. And does this tell you that he's going to come back to the Warriors?
I wanted to read you this quote from Steve Kerr. He said, I don't blame Kevin one bit for not wanting to rerun things here. He took so much for you're jumping on the bandwagon, and then he's the finals MVP 2 years in a row, and he still gets criticized. Why would he want to face all that BS again? What do you think of that?
People talk crazy about me all the time, that's not the reason why I didn't want to come back. I just didn't want to get traded midway through the season. There was nothing against my time with the Warriors, or I heard because I don't like Draymond. At the end of the day, I just didn't want to move, and I wanted to see it through with my team in Phoenix and see what we could do the rest of the season. So I'm glad I'm still there.
I don't believe a word of what he just said. I'm just going to say it right. I do not believe a word of what he just said. I think he wanted to save face. I don't think he wanted to ruffle any feathers in the Bay Area. I think he's still loved here. He mentioned over the weekend he has a lot of love for the Bay. The Bay has a lot of love for him. I think he wants to keep it that way. I don't think he wants to come back here, and that was a nice way of him for saying that and protecting the Warriors in this case.
Spadoni, I was clear about this before the trade deadline. I want to be as clear as I can be post-deadline going into this summer and beyond. I still absolutely believe that a reconciliation is possible, that a reunion with KD and Steph and Kerr, and we'll see what happens with Draymond over the next year or two. I think it can happen still because the respect is there. The respect has always been there. Kevin knows what this place and especially this basketball system is all about, and he knows how much easier things get for him and every single other person who takes the floor with Steph Curry. So I absolutely believe, despite all the things that we heard the last couple weeks, despite how it all ended, and you and I were both here when that whole thing finally unraveled, it was pretty ugly at times that last season. But Kevin is at the final stage of his career, at least over the next, let's say, 3, 4, 5 years, however much longer he wants to play. And I think he realizes that if you could go anywhere and still have a legitimate chance, because that's all any older player is looking for at this point, to go win, there are far, far worse places to be than out here on this Warriors team.
Speaking of the Warriors, Nick, it is a Warriors Wednesday brought to you by Friedman's Appliance. Come see their full selection of in-stock luxury appliances and live working vignettes. Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill today. Love me some Friedman's Appliance. You haven't been there, Nick? It's very cool. A lot of cool appliances. These live working vignettes, they got it's almost like a demo of how the kitchen's going to work before you install it in your house. It's very cool. They got the ovens. They got a spit roast. Like Sam and I were broadcasting there last year. They had this, literally the entire show. They just had this chicken on a spit, slow roasting right in front of us. We couldn't really eat it because it was just there, but it was tempting us the entire time. But they were baking cookies. It was great. Pleasant Hill, Freeman's Appliance. You got to go check it out, Nick Friedell.
Spadoni, one day when I grow up and I start buying appliances, I'm going to call you and we're going to go take a walk through.
Me, you, and Jim Cozumore, okay? Cozy more.
What up, Coz?
He's in Tennessee, but you still hear him in Friedman's Appliance commercials all the time. Love me some Jim Cozumore. And he's loving all the hockey stuff that's going on over this past week. And why wouldn't you? Apparently, as we were talking yesterday, the Tkachuk brothers, they're looking like they're good to go for tomorrow's gold medal game against Canada. All right, thumbs up. But going back to the Warriors and going back to Kevin Durant, as you were just saying, listen, I'll freely admit, Nick, you're more tapped into the NBA circles. You have a lot more sources. You are linked to a lot of these people. You have a lot of friends over at ESPN that are plugged in as well. My gut, I go with these things, And listen, you're not saying it's going to happen. You're saying it could and that we shouldn't pour hot water on it, or cold water, I should say. Hot water, I guess. But cold water on this bonfire that is Kevin Durant. And I do think his time in Phoenix is coming to an end. I think him being a part of trade talks, I think that really ruffled his feather. A guy that's, as we know, is sensitive. Not saying sensitive is the wrong thing, but, he's on Twitter a lot. He hears everything. He's very self-aware.
Very aware.
Yeah. Again, we were talking about everyone's self-aware these days in our generation, millennials. We're very self-aware people.
I'd also add this, Spadoni, as far as Kevin goes, in my experience, there is nobody who knows about the league more who's in it. That dude legitimately watches games.
Yeah.
He knows who does what night to night. He sees the box scores. He takes an interest in the younger players. It's not to say that other guys don't. It is to say that somebody of his stature, night to night in the NBA, knows exactly what's going on. So Kevin always gets a hard time from people who say, oh, he spends all his time on Twitter and he's trying to follow what's going on in social media too much. He does what he does. That's his choice. What I would tell anybody who wants to knock Kevin Durant's knowledge,
no,
you got to be kidding me.
One of the all-timers.
This guy knows the NBA inside and out. And what's impressive is he's one of the all-time great players that we've ever seen, and he still chooses to spend part of his time following what's happening day to day.
Speaking of another guy that knows the NBA inside and out, Howard Beck going to be joining us at 9:20, courtesy of The Ringer and obviously courtesy of the River Islands guest line. Isn't time for you to discover the islands, River Islands in Lathrop. Howard Beck, 9:20. We'll ask him about Kevin Durant and if he's closing the door on the Warriors in the future, or could he be on the move this summer? It's looking more and more like that. Again, I'd be shocked if he stayed at this point in Phoenix. That just looks like an absolute dumpster fire. Devin Booker, there was talks before the season started. Houston was sniffing around there. What's going on with him? He's still relatively young. But if I'm Devin Booker, I'm all of a sudden looking, I was like, do I want to stay here?
No.
For the future? No, you don't.
No.
You don't. Which is crazy considering, just a few years ago, they were in the finals. Like, it felt like they were right there. Obviously, you had Chris Paul, you had Devin Booker, you had Mikal Bridges. Like, it was a different team, obviously. Monty Williams, who is even a head coach in the league still, he's not, right? He's even on Stellan's staff. I don't even know.
I think he's working for his son's high school team.
Look at that. Good for him. And I like Monty Williams, but it just goes to show, and they had Frank Vogel. Now they have, championship head coach Frank Vogel. Now they have another one, Mike Budenholzer, but it's not working. No. Nothing's working there. Ishbia wanted to double down on this team. He's the new owner, taking over for Sarver. It hasn't worked. And they need to start trading some of these players, and they need to start getting some draft picks back because I don't think they have any of their own, do they, going forward?
What's interesting now, as Kevin's career path continues, that whole mess in Brooklyn, I sat there and watched up close and personal, and when they made that trade, when they sent Kevin to the Suns, all those picks from Phoenix went to Brooklyn.
Mm-hmm.
What Phoenix now needs, and they're not going to get the same return on because this is a few years later, Kevin, as great as he is, isn't the same player he was.
Diminished.
Even at the end of that Brooklyn tenure. Yeah. But it's like those two teams have traded places. Brooklyn has now made all these different moves, but they've got a boatload of picks. Phoenix doesn't have that many assets, is probably going to have to move Kevin at some point in the near future, and they're going to have to get some kind of return back. All of that is fascinating on an NBA level, but locally, what I am so interested in now pushing all of this forward is if you're the Warriors, what does happen this summer? What move? You and I have talked about it all week. What move is out there? I mean, Sam is hyping up Kevin coming back here. Maybe, but there's got to be something that can get the Warriors to a higher point than whatever we see from them over the next few months of this season.
Call me crazy, and not a lot of people are going to agree with this, but I would much rather pay Jonathan Kuminga, a 22-year-old, not knowing what he's going to be in the future, but just taking a chance on him, than bringing back Kevin Durant. And that might be a hot take for some. If you disagree, 888-957-9570. I don't think it's as cut and dry as that, obviously. And maybe we can get a capologist on, Sam. I don't know if we can reach out to anyone, a Bobby Marks. But I'm very curious to see if that could work. Could Steph, Jimmy, KD, and Draymond, that feels like a little rich, but can that all work together? The finances, I'm not sure. Again, I'm already off the Kevin Durant back to the Warriors, but like I'm all in on the Jimmy Butler era now. Jimmy Butler, Steph, we'll see with Kuminga, who hopefully comes back this week. They play the Kings on Friday. Draymond Green's going to be a part of it. And we'll see where this thing ends, because there's a part of me that feels like, let's say they do go on a run. Let's go to the Western. We were talking about yesterday. What if they go on like a Lakers of a couple of years ago run, Western Conference Finals? Do I feel like I'm a Kevin Durant? Do I need Kevin Durant at that point? Now, how does it look, right? Do you get swept by the Nuggets and then you get humbled a little bit? It's like, oh man, maybe we are still a step down from the actual contenders. So it all depends on how it looks. I'm just fascinated still about this guy can't get out of our brains. Kevin Durant, we can't quit them. It's like Brokeback Mountain. I wish I could learn how to quit you. All right, Nick? You didn't think you were getting that reference at 6:22 a.m., but you did.
It is the ultimate breakup that's never fully broken up. And I feel like that can resonate for a lot of people out there listening to us, because there is a human part to this. They had unbelievable success. There was unbelievable love at times.
Sure.
There was the happiness.
Are they friends with benefits at this point? Is that what we're calling this? Is that what you come on? Like this isn't, come on.
It's like Ross and Rachel. They're just on a break.
Yeah, please. Please. You're a Friends guy, aren't you?
Well, nah. I mean, I'm a Jennifer Aniston guy.
Well, there you go. Brad Pitt fumbling that bag. Shout out 2002 or whatever that happened.
Right. But I really, truly, forget all the other cliches. I think there's enough respect between Kevin and the Warriors, specifically Steph and Kerr and Draymond, to think that it could work again. The thing that intrigues me from what you said, though, Spadoni, is do you think, from what you've seen, that you'd rather just flatly have Kuminga than try to reacquire Kevin in the future?
Yes, and I'm going to tell you why on the other side, because we're up against it. 888-957-9570. Dub Nation, you can't quit him, apparently. Kevin Durant, even after the Jimmy Butler acquisition, are you still in on Kevin Durant coming back to the Warriors? 888-957-9570. He spoke with Malika Andrews. He said it was not about going back to the Warriors. He has no problems, apparently, going back to the Warriors, according to that soundbite. We'll play it again on the other side. He said he didn't want to get traded midseason, and he had some hard feelings, obviously, with the Phoenix Suns and owner Matt Ishbia. So we'll continue this conversation on the other side again. Plus, Howard Beck at 9:20 covers the NBA for The Ringer. Can't wait for that, as this segment is brought to you by the Bayview Restaurant and Lounge at the end of the Tides in Bodega Bay. The Bayview Restaurant is delighted to announce the return of their popular Winemaker Dinner Series. 5 evenings of exquisite wines from the best local vintners, expertly paired with a delicious 4-course menu. Reserve your spot today at intothetides.com.
Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, there's Steve. I know what you did there, Carter. You didn't have it potted up in time. I know. It happens. It's okay. You're crushing it. Carter's doing a hell of a job here. It's the biggest adjustment when you're working on the board. As I say, good morning to all of you who are just getting off work and ready for work. It's Spadoni. It's Nick Friedell in for Joe Shasky all week long in studio. We're talking about Warriors, Kevin Durant. Now, are we not closing the door on Kevin Durant coming back to the Bay? No, Nick Friedell says don't close it quite yet. There is still a possibility, but getting back to being a producer, being on the board, there's a lot of things there's a lot of dots, cross the T's, dot the I's, whatever you want to call it. But we always get blamed for everything back there, and I'm not going to blame Carter for a lot of stuff. Okay, I got blamed a lot back there, and I'm not going to do it to my producer. Yeah, I'm not going to do that. Sam, I'm not going to blame you.
I think I got blamed a lot, actually.
Yeah, I'm not going to blame you though for anything. Sam,
if you heard Bonte and Shasky, love man, what's going on?
Third look too. So
it's okay. I'm not going to blame you guys. All right, you guys are fighting through some adversity, getting up this early in the morning. As it is, I appreciate both of you, and I appreciate all of you listening right now. Because if you are listening on the Odyssey app, Nick Friedell, you're going to be listening for the next hour. Because you know what? That would qualify you for the Slam Dunk in Vegas contest. Check this out. Someone's going to win travel and accommodations for 4 to Las Vegas and $20,000. So a winner and 3 guests, Las Vegas, $20,000. Sound good? You'll be staying at Circa.
Sounds awesome.
Sounds amazing. I want to do that right now. The premier sports viewing destination in downtown Las Vegas. Circa also has the biggest March Hoops party at Stadium Swim. It's this giant swimming pool. Everyone's hanging out. Everyone's lounging. They're all looking sexy. The mankinis, the bikinis. You got the big screens there watching your Syracuse.
Not this year.
Maybe the NIT. Maybe not even that. Not even the NIT. No. Oh, well, that's too bad. Well,
it's rough.
But it's still the ultimate viewing experience for the first 2 rounds of the college basketball championship. Winning is easy. Again, as I mentioned, just download the free Odyssey app, log in, and listen each day for a minimum of 1 hour for your daily entry. And again, this is a national contest. Download the Odyssey app now, and you might be headed to Vegas in March with $20,000. I can use $20,000. It'd be great. I'll say this, though. As we're talking about Kevin Durant and his, potential return or trade, I don't see a situation where Steph, Jimmy, Draymond, and KD are all on the same roster, though.
Why not?
Is that even feasibly possible? Can you even do that with the salaries? I'm just looking at Kevin Durant right now as I pull up the spot track. Nick, he's on a current 4-year, $194 million contract. He's making 51. He's making 54 next year. So he's signed through next year, and then he's an unrestricted free agent. So it'd basically be a 1-year deal you're signing him to. Okay.
And if you're Mike Dunleavy, Spadone, I would think that if you're going to, in fairy tale land that we're in right now, if you're going to try to acquire Kevin, you're going to want him to come to an extension much the same way you did with Jimmy.
Sure.
The interesting part to this is they've just signed Jimmy to this extension. So not only in theory, literally, they could flip Jimmy. Now, whether that was for Kevin or somebody else, we'll see. But you absolutely could. That's why you signed the extension. He's in place for 2 more years after this one. So that's where it gets interesting, not just with the Kuminga thing and what would Phoenix want and how many assets would the Warriors have to give up. As far as the salary cap slots go, that would be a pretty easy flip if that's a decision and a path they decided to go down.
I think the easy answer here, and listen, I'm not going to answer for you, but I'm going to ask the question. I think I know what you're going to say, but would you rather have Jimmy Butler or Kevin Durant going forward if you're the Warriors? This is a question we asked a couple weeks ago, and Shasky poo-pooed because he was all in on Kevin Durant, and Jimmy Butler felt like it was a pipe dream then because he said he didn't want to sign the extension, and you didn't want to go to the Warriors, you wanted to go to the Suns. That was the conversation a couple weeks ago. And then I was like, wait, well, Jimmy's actually taken a team to the finals twice. Kevin Durant hasn't been able to do that as the best player on his team. So, I get it. Jimmy's been playing in the East. It's different.
Wait a minute. What do you mean, Kevin? He did it here as the best player on this team?
Different. Come on.
I agree, but
outside of Steph, post Warriors,
okay,
he has not been able to do that. Post being one of the greatest teams of all time and not being on the Thunder team with 2 Hall of Famers in Russell Westbrook and 2 other MVPs and James Harden, he has not been able to take a team to the finals. Got close. If his foot was on the line, he would have gone to the Eastern Conference Finals over in Brooklyn. Lost to the Bucks, obviously. Who knows? Things could have changed there. But his big feet. So sorry. So his foot was on the line. But I feel like I'd rather have Jimmy Butler on this team, which is crazy to say because we know what Kevin Durant means. I'd rather have Jimmy Butler than Kevin Durant at this point. I would.
I mean,
is that insane?
Insane is too strong. I have followed Jimmy from the beginning of his career, and obviously I've been with Kevin in a few different stops now.
Yeah.
Spadoni, I think that Kevin is still just a little bit better. As great as Jimmy is, if I'm Mike Dunleavy and I'm sitting there looking at my roster and I'm going, all right, how do I continue to improve? Do I have a legitimate chance to get Kevin? Yeah, because here's the difference. Jimmy is a Hall of Famer, and he's always hit a different level in the postseason, especially in the last few years. Kevin Durant is one of the all-time greats in the history of basketball. So while the fit seems to work very well with Jimmy, and who knows how the next few months play out, but you would think he'd get even more comfortable a year into his tenure. For me, that choice would be pretty simple still. Give me Kevin Durant. Let me see if I can recreate the magic, and then the Warriors would go from there.
I hear you, but I can't unsee what I've seen with Kevin Durant with the Suns, and maybe that's very difficult for me. They've just been so god-awful. Like, they just have not been a good team with him there. I can't not get that image out of my head. Who was it? The Nuggets just absolutely obliterating them in Game 5 or 6 in Phoenix a couple years ago. Our old producer Nash was there in attendance.
President of the Ishbia fan club.
Yeah, I don't know anymore. I don't know. Maybe he's trying to, I won't get into that. But I do love our Nasher. But I can't get that out of my, why hasn't it worked in Phoenix if he's their best player and you have Devin Booker there too? Why hasn't it worked? Is it just the rest of the team's not good? Is that it? Is it as simple as that? Is it the coaching? If he's supposed to be top 15, borderline top 10 player in the history of the league, and you said all those nice things, that there's levels to this, that Jimmy's a Hall of Famer, but there's levels to even Hall of Fame. I've been more impressed with what Jimmy Butler did within these last 4 or 5 years than what Kevin Durant's done easily. I think just basing it off that, Jimmy's been the better player. Is that too simple? Am I simplifying it too much?
I don't think so. In Spadoni, I understand where you're coming from. Jimmy has been very, very good. What I would also throw out for consideration here is Jimmy, for as great as he's looked early, and I think we all agree he's going to be better because he's still not even in good shape after it just kind of sat for a month. The difference is I'd be worried much more so about Jimmy's knees moving ahead over the next couple of years. And it's not to say that Kevin hadn't had injury issues of his own, the Achilles, he's got stuff that's piled up.
He's got size, though, baked in, which helps because, as we've seen with LeBron, who's even older, too, and has some wear and tear, when you're that big, it still helps being 40 or in your late 30s.
Who's stopping Kevin Durant still?
No.
Kevin defensively isn't the same player as he might have been a few years ago because age is starting to catch up. But he's 7 feet tall and can shoot over anybody he wants anytime. I think, like it has with Jimmy Butler, Kevin coming back to the Bay, Joe Spadoni would revitalize him. What's happened here is he's shuffled from Brooklyn. That was a disaster at the end. All right, I'm going to go to Phoenix and win a title. The Suns aren't very good. Well, there's always a home. And there's always a feel of it can happen here because we've all seen it happen here. And this is where, one more time, the respect and relationship between Steph and Kevin becomes so crucial because they know, as all-time greats, when they look at one another on the floor, one of them's going to figure it out, and the other one's going to create the space they need to make things work night after night.
What's coming up in the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. You're hearing it from Cousin Nick. Kevin Durant. Hey, if you have the opportunity to go get him this summer, you go get him. I'm saying I'm sticking with Jimmy Buckets. Is there a way you get both of them? Sure, but for the sake of argument, and I think it ultimately would come down to this, would you rather have Jimmy Butler going forward or Kevin Durant on this team? And we have a YouTube poll up right now. Search 95.7 The Game on YouTube, and we'll give out what the rating is on the other side. So I want to get a lot of votes in. 888-957-9570. Rather have Jimmy for the foreseeable future, the next 2 years, or did have Kevin Durant on this team still? 888-957-9570. Hey, we're 3-1 in the Jimmy era, people. Relax, all right? Good vibes. I'm not letting you come in here, Nick, and ruin these good vibes, all right? Jimmy is a warrior. James Butler III, number 10. Crazy. All right?
Jimmy Butler is a warrior with Steph and Draymond.
He's our guy. I'm not going to let you take him away from us, all right?
Hey, I've seen some of my old friends in the organization drip me over the last couple days.
Me. Oh, you can't call for your own drips, by the way. That's a no-go.
But literally, Spadoni, they've liked him. I mean, they've liked how not only what he's done on the floor, they're winning, cool. They've just enjoyed being around him. And I think for Jimmy, the way it ended, again, because it always ends the same way in all these places, the change of scenery and the change of seeing different personalities day to day has been helpful early on.
That's Nick Friedell. I'm Joe Spadoni. We're going to pick this up on the other side. 888-957-9570 as the morning roast rolls on 95.7 The Game.
Rose with Joe Spadoni and Joe Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
Jonathan Kuminga.
I miss JK. He needs to come back. He's not reevaluated this week. Hopefully the ankle is progressing and we will see him sooner rather than later. It's Nick Friedell in studio all week long. Joe Shasky is in Hawaii. He'll be back sometime next week. But in the meantime, we are enjoying you lovely people at 888-957-9570. Justin in Oakland, I see you. We'll get to you in a second. We've been talking about Kevin Durant. And he said this over the weekend, which perked up a lot of ears in this studio in particular. I hadn't even seen it. There was also just so much happening this weekend in the All-Star game that I kind of just wanted to look away and check out half the time. I didn't want to see anything when it came to it. There was a lot. But this also took place over the weekend. Kevin Durant sitting down with Malika Andrews of ESPN, responding to Steve Kerr's comments on not coming back to the Dubs.
I wanted to read you this quote from Steve Kerr. He said, I don't blame Kevin one bit for not wanting to rerun things here. He took so much for you're jumping on the bandwagon, and then he's the finals MVP 2 years in a row, and he still gets criticized. Why would he want to face all that BS again? What do you think of that?
People talk crazy about me all the time, that's not the reason why I didn't want to come back. I just didn't want to get traded midway through the season. There was nothing against my time with the Warriors, or I heard because I don't like Draymond. At the end of the day, I just didn't want to move, and I wanted to see it through with my team in Phoenix and see what we could do the rest of the season. So I'm glad I'm still there.
So not closing the door on a reunion potentially with the Dubs. I'm saying I'm happy with Jimmy. I'm out on Kevin Durant going forward. Jimmy Butler, I'm waving the Jimmy flag now. I love Jimmy. I'm all in on the Jimmy Butler experience the next few seasons. They're 3-1. Could it blow up in their face in these next couple months, and then you revisit the trade talks maybe this summer, Nick, as you alluded to? Maybe, but I think this is going to be a good thing for the team. I like Jimmy Butler's mindset. He's going to be the 1B to Steph's 1A, or maybe it switches off during the playoffs when playoff Jimmy gets activated. You say what to Kevin Durant in his future in the league starting this summer, because I don't think the Suns are making the playoffs or play-ins.
Spadoni, that's where I think the conversation about Kevin should start, because I don't believe that he's going to stay in Phoenix. Whether he ends up coming back to the Bay, wherever he ends up next, Kevin at this stage has only ever talked about winning titles. He thought it was going to happen when he left Brooklyn to go to Phoenix. It hasn't happened. It's deteriorated pretty quickly. I think for somebody who is at this stage in his career, he knows he's got to get somewhere else. I just don't know, and there are so many layers to any reunion with Kevin Durant and the name recognition and what he accomplished in his 3 short years here. I don't know, as we even look forward, do the Warriors have the assets that Phoenix would want, assuming that a trade could potentially happen this summer?
When you talk to the league circles, if you will, Jonathan Kuminga, his name pops up. Where are they from the highest grade to the lowest? Is he somewhere in the middle? Is he a fringe all-star maybe guy? What are you hearing from Jonathan Kuminga as a trade piece?
It feels like the people who really like Kuminga, Spadoni, think that he could ultimately be an all-star down the line. The issue, and you and I have gone through so much of this week already, is that you have to believe that there are several more steps in the progression for Kuminga if you believe, if you're the Warriors, that you're going to give him the next big contract that he wants. If you're another team who's saying, all right, we want to acquire this guy, we think it can really happen. It's kind of in the eye of the beholder. And Kuminga to this point has been a really solid player at times, but the word that's attached to Jonathan Kuminga so much, and we heard Frank Isola say it yesterday, flashes. Jonathan Kuminga is a league leader in flashes.
Potential.
Yeah. We see it. We see that it is within him. What we don't see is the consistency that you would like to see for a guy who the Warriors need to be, maybe not the next face of the team, certainly, but a piece of a team that can legitimately contend for a title.
Brought to you by Golden State, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit goldenstatelumber.com. Howard Beck, 920, joining us out of the Ringer, covers the NBA. He has covered the NBA for a very long time. Bay Area guy as well. Love me some Howard Beck, 920, joining us on the River Islands guest line. In the meantime, let's go out to the lines. Justin's in Oakland, and he wants to join in the conversation. What's up, Justin? You're almost Spadoni and Friedell.
Good morning, guys, and thank you for taking my call. Hey, Jimmy is a dog, man. Playing alongside Draymond on the same team is bad news for the other side. But let's be real here. The Warriors' first target was KD. KD waited out. When the rumor came out, KD could have shut it down. But KD waited out because he wanted to come over. Why did he wait it out? Okay, he waited out till the end to see what it's going to take. It's not Draymond, unfortunately, for you, KD. They're not moving Draymond. So at the end, he shut it down and he said, no, KD doesn't want to deal with Draymond anymore. Nor many superstars don't want to deal with Draymond. Draymond, as long as he's with the Warriors, the Warriors going to be a hard destination, not a attractive destination for a lot of superstars. It's going to be hard to land a superstar to the Warrior Nation as long as Draymond's still around. He ran that pool out of the window. He ran out KD 2 times, not once, twice. Why would anybody want to deal with that guy? He's a dog. You love him on your team, but he's not a good teammate. It's time to move on from Draymond, guys. If the Warriors looking to land a superstar in the future, they would have to deal with Draymond. It's as simple as that. We saw it. KD wanted to come over. He said no toward the end. If he wanted to shut it down when the rumor came out, he would have done that earlier. But he thought maybe Draymond was involved in that trade, and toward the end he found out it wasn't. And he said no.
That's Justin in Oakland. He's passionate about that.
Talking to me.
I'll say this. I think Kevin Durant did say no because it felt like they were at the finish line and all they needed was him to sign off on it. And then he's like, "No, I'm good." So, Justin, we know that Kevin Durant was one of the reasons why that trade was not consummated, because Jimmy Butler would have been his son. Kevin Durant would have been a Warrior at that point. Now, was Draymond Green part of those deals? I'm not sure. There was leaked, obviously Matt Ishbia, Michigan State guy, Suns owner, governor, and then, Draymond Green, obviously Michigan State alum. They had a relationship, I guess. But listen, ultimately, this summer we're going to find out just what Kevin Durant really wants, and if he wanted to come back, and if he does want to come back to the Warriors, I think they could make it happen. Now, the Draymond Green thing is interesting to me still in all of this, and we're going to get to Draymond because he also says some stuff over the weekend.
That should be a daily segment on the station. What didn't he say? Draymond says some stuff.
There you go.
Because every day, the content machine that is
absolutely incredible
can just fire away with the next take.
Shot you talking to me.
All of them.
The Bay does not understand how lucky it is not only to have Draymond playing still at the level that he's at and having won 4 titles and built that organization with Steph and Clay and Kerr. The interest that guy generates, specifically good and bad, right. And it's not just great for people in our business. It is great to draw the conversation out about this team all the time.
Well, you know what? Let's just get right into it. Why not? And we can continue the Kevin Durant discussion, Jimmy Butler, 888-957-9570, all things being equal going forward. If you have the opportunity to get Kevin Durant in the future, would you do it, or you want to stick with Jimmy Butler? We have a YouTube pull up right now. Search 95.7 The Game on YouTube. Like, subscribe, all of that, all brought to you by First Norcal Credit Union. Draymond Green talking with Candace Parker over the weekend, who was one of the coaches of the Rising Stars who took place in that 14 tournament. Draymond Green talking about the head coaching position of the Golden State Warriors.
There is no way that I could coach ever in the history of everything. It'd be like Draymond coaching. Like there's
wow, you can't coach. What does that mean? I've already been offered to go to State Warriors.
I didn't say that you couldn't be. I didn't think you would suck. I just don't think that you would enjoy it. You would not be able to coach. Your patience, our patience is. Thank you. Thank you very much.
I got a little.
How would you know with that? It's true.
Sorry,
Draymond, you think you'd be a good coach?
I think I could be a good coach.
Okay.
But I don't want to be.
So if you missed it and all that.
How do you not follow up on that?
Let me play it one more time. Catch what he said about him coaching the Warriors?
There's no way that I could coach ever in the history of everything. It'd be like Draymond coaching. Like there's
Wow, you can't coach me. That mean.
I've already been offered to go to State Warriors.
I didn't say that you couldn't be. I didn't think you.
Right there. I've already been offered the Golden State Warriors head coaching job when I'm done.
And you've got to believe that could only come from one person, all the way at the top.
Joey Lightyears?
Joey Lightyears.
That's what they call me at the station now.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. Not Shasky, it's me.
You're just light years ahead of everybody else.
Some are saying that.
The future's so bright, you got to wear sunglasses walking around this place.
I'm 31 years old. I'm the Dalton Connect. I'm the rising star. What can I say?
Well, let's hope they don't move you to Charlotte and then bring you back.
Well, I'll come back. Well, they realized they made a mistake, and that's why they bring me back.
That's right.
That's why.
That's right.
But that's crazy. Draymond Green as the Warriors' next head coach after he wraps it up.
I'll tell you what's crazier for me. I actually believe him.
Oh, God.
Not only do I believe him, but if he's going to say that on national TV, I've got to believe that conversation has taken place at some point already.
Oh, it has. And I'll have the sound for you right now as you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app. It is also a Warriors Wednesday, Nick Friedell. Again, brought to you by Freedman's Appliance. Nick's going to be checking out in Pleasant Hill with those live working vignettes. Full selection of in-stock luxury appliances as well. Again, visit Freedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill today. This was what, last year, Sam? Thumbs up, thumbs up. Yeah, last year.
Yeah, this was from last May on the Point Game podcast with John Wall.
And this is Draymond Green detailing a conversation he had with Joe Lacob about his future after being a player of the Golden State Warriors.
I'm honored, man, with the conversations that I've had with Joe Lacob over the years, and him saying to me, like, yo, when you're done, I could see you one day coaching this team when Steve's done. Like, I could see you working with this team. Like, I would love to see that. That means the world to me, because that means the man that owned the organization that I play for is watching me play basketball and saying, this guy can one day coach my team. This, again, big business. These assets are not small, man. Like, if you're gonna trust somebody to coach your team, that's not small. That's not a small thing. That's a big deal. And so to know that you have that type of support, and like the owner of the organization that I play for is watching me and saying he can one day coach this, or man, Steve Kerr is my coach. The guy who's been coaching this organization for the last 11 years, 10 years is Steve Kerr. He's a Hall of Fame coach. You're watching him and saying, I think that can one day be Draymond. That's insanity to me. And so I'm very thankful that people look at me in that light. But as I am in year 12 of my career, I say right now, and everything changes as time goes on, so I would never say never. But where I stand right now in year 12 of my career, headed into year 13, I'm not sure I want to be on a basketball schedule.
Okay. So he's had this conversation with the owner. The owner loves him, obviously. He's a made man, future Hall of Famer. Joe loves Steph. He loves Draymond, clearly. And it's been widely documented. Joe Lacob's gone on these airwaves in studio here with Bonte and Shasky in the past, and he's talked about the negotiations with Draymond and Draymond driving to his house to get a deal done. He said that on air here. Draymond drove to his house to get that contract done a couple years ago after that title. Or not after the title, but after they get bounced by the Lakers, that is. And, they got the deal done. Everyone was happy. Everyone was go lucky. And, fast forward to now, it's been a rocky road with Draymond Green, to put it lightly. And definitely
very lightly. Definitely
suspended. Punched Jordan Poole in the face. It's all been documented. He's gotten a bunch of texts this year. He's been in and out of the lineup. He's been hurt. It's been very tumultuous. You're a writer. That's a good word to use.
Good job.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Catholic school, that's all we did was grammar and English. That's all I could do was write an essay. Not good at math, not good at science. I could write though. Draymond Green, the coach. First, when I say that to you, what do you say to me? Head coach of the Golden State Warriors, Draymond Green.
I absolutely believe it could happen, and I think he would be a very good coach. What scares me if you're a Warriors fan or if you're Joe Lacob and you're within the organization. Let's say a few more years go by, Steph retires, Steve says, I'm done. I'm done on coaching. I'm good. I've had my fill. And this potentially started to gain some more traction.
I'm out.
What would scare me is that Draymond, for I think as great of a coach as he could be, if that's the path he decided to go to in the future, it would depend on his temperament night to night with his players. We see the intensity on the floor. We've seen the blow-ups. I think the best way to put it, as you said, Spadoni, is well documented. We know what it is. Draymond pisses a lot of people off, a lot of his opponents, a lot of people in the Warriors organization at times, but they know what he is, and he's proven to be a winner many times over. It would depend on his temperament day after day, year after year. The thing that would scare me in this scenario is, does he burn the players out over time with the messaging that comes across? But the messaging Draymond would have as a player is probably a lot different than the messaging you'd have to have as a coach. Guy's going to the Hall of Fame. He's going to end up being in the league for probably 15 years, if not more. There are a lot of different parts to it, but with Kevin Durant, and because he talked about it over the weekend as well, I believe, I think there are a lot of people in the league that figure if that is something that he chooses, and there's always been so much hype around Draymond, the analyst, I think we all agree that the opinions are great. He would fit into that role too. But if he went into coaching, I actually think he would be very good.
888-957-9570. When he's done as a player, when Draymond Green hangs it up as a player, do you want him as head coach of the Golden State Warriors? Simple as that. 888-957-9570. Not right now. We're not doing player coach Draymond, although, again.
Now that would be fun.
The content machine.
Hey, Kevin, come back to the Warriors. Steve's going to go out a couple years earlier than maybe we thought, and you're going to have a new coach. Who's that? Draymond.
Well, remember all the jokes that happened when J.J. Redick became the Lakers head coach. I can't wait for the podcast after every game, right? Can't wait for that. Can we have a J.J. Redick, Draymond Green coaches podcast while they're head coach of the NBA? Why not? Hashtag new media. Remember that? Hashtag new media.
Oh, a lot of new media.
Yeah. Sounds like your media.
On a serious note, though, about the Draymond stuff, I think it's important to point out when you go through that Warriors locker room through the years, Steph is Steph. He is, for what I've seen in my experience covering the league, he is the most beloved player by everyone else, by opponents, by teammates, by coaches. They know exactly what he has brought to the league. They appreciate the way he carries himself. What I would tell you, though, is that Warriors teammates, Draymond's messaging and the path he had to take to get to this point always resonated a little bit more because Draymond was a second-round pick. Draymond was a guy who wasn't supposed to be much of anything.
He was a tweener.
Exactly. He's a tweener. What's he going to play? Yeah. He can't really shoot consistently, especially from the outside. There were all these reasons why it wasn't going to work with Draymond or for Draymond out here in this league. He carved out a niche for himself. He knew what he wanted to become. He had that will and vision that it takes to be successful in the NBA, and he did it night after night. So I think the messages he would have to a team, whether it's the Warriors or some other team.
We'll keep it with the Warriors, though.
Yeah, okay.
Let's keep it with the Warriors.
I was going to say Michigan State when Izzo goes, if we're really going down the lane here.
You know, Draymond coaching all those 18 and 19-year-old college kids.
Oh, my gosh.
Imagine Draymond sitting in a living room and turning to mom and be like, yeah, I'll take care of your kid. Don't worry.
Oh, man. But Sam, I actually think he would.
You think he'd be charming?
Draymond can turn it on.
Yeah.
When Draymond needs to turn it on, he knows exactly what this is all about. But Spadoni, the real takeaway here is all of the younger players who come into that Warriors room, they look at Steph like seemingly the rest of the world does. Oh my gosh, it's Steph Curry. Whoa. When they see Draymond, of course they respect and appreciate what he's done, but they view him differently because he is viewed as the second-round guy who made it out of nothing in the NBA.
Yeah.
Not some heavy pedigree where everybody thought he came into the league and was going to be fantastic. He's carved his own way, and I think that would resonate for a lot of players who would end up playing for him.
888-957-9570. Draymond Green, the next head coach of the Golden State Warriors after he hangs it up. Are you in on that, Dub Nation? Draymond Green, the head coach of your Golden State Warriors. 888-957-9570. Let's squeeze in Miguel and Hayward because he has some thoughts on it. Miguel, what's up, man? You're on with Spadoni and Friedell. You want Draymond as head coach of the Warriors?
Oh, man, I love it, man. Good morning, you guys. Yeah, I love it. When he decides to retire, I would love Draymond Green to be the coach for the Warriors. And I feel like the only three players that he would know in that roster will be Kuminga, Moody, Post. And I believe that the three players would love to have Draymond Green as a coach, having that voice in there. Because, if you look at Draymond Green playing basketball right now, he's teaching these young cats how to play ball. So, I would love the Warriors to make him the coach for the future. But right now, it's about us getting that 5th championship ring. And that's all I got to say. Thank you, guys. I appreciate it.
That's Miguel and Hayward. Hey, he'd love it. He thinks the young guys would love it. I'm not so sure about that. If I'm Jonathan Kuminga and I'm Moses Moody and I'm some of these young guys, Brandon Pajemski, and Draymond Green, who was my teammate for a long time, yelling at me on the court, yelling at me on the bench, and now he's going to be my coach, and now he's going to put me in a position to where I could, he's controlling my minutes now. It's going to be very interesting.
Well, Spadone, come on now. You say Draymond yelling at me as my coach. Well, he's been yelling at everybody for years. So,
but he can control the minutes now, Nick.
Yeah.
He can control the minutes now.
But I just mean in the personality and temperament, not much is going to change. I would actually think, and this is crazy
to even calm down a little bit?
I think he would tone it down.
Yeah.
I think the Draymond that we see on the floor as a player, and again, in Dreamland here in this scenario, Draymond as a coach, those are two different people because he knows, having been in the league so long, that you can't just ride guys at 100 miles an hour every single night as a coach or your message is going to burn out.
What's coming up in the game is brought to you by Frontier Ford. We're going to pick up more of this conversation on the other side. Jimmy in Dublin, I see you. 888-957-9570. You want Draymond Green as the next coach after Steve Kerr hangs it up? Do you want Draymond Green to be the head coach of the Golden State Warriors? Frontier Ford is bringing you huge savings, huge discounts on the new 2025 F-150 and every Mach-E, which now comes with the Ford Power Promise, including a free Ford Charge Station Pro installation. Don't miss out. Visit Frontier Ford on Stevens Creek Boulevard in Santa Clara or frontierford.com. As always, Nick Friedell in studio all week. Shasky out in Hawaii, enjoying himself, enjoying his time. Love seeing the lovely Michelle and baby LJ having some fun. He was golfing yesterday. It looked beautiful. Happy for Joe. All right. It's funny. We were just talking about the Valkyries and the WNBA just off air just a second ago. And we're talking about Draymond Green being a head coach, potentially of the Golden State Warriors. And if you're joining us, you're probably thinking like, oh, weird, you know? Oh, is Nick's camera not working? It happens, Nick. It's all right. You got to, come on, technology, guys. Let's. You're not guru over there, Nick. You need to be able to fix your camera, okay? There you go.
I'm back, baby.
Right. As I was getting at, #squirrel, Draymond Green being a head coach of the Golden State Warriors after it's all done. This is what he talked about over the weekend. He kind of was talked over by Candace Parker and whoever else was on that panel for TNT. But he did say he's been offered the job of being the Golden State Warriors head coach after he wraps it up.
There is no way that I could coach ever in the history of everything. It'd be like Draymond coaching. Like there's
wow, you can't coach. What does that mean?
I've already been offered the Golden State Warriors head coaching job.
I didn't say that you couldn't be. I didn't think you would suck.
Well, real quick, Candace Parker is absolutely just doing the drive-by on him. I don't think he'd be a good head coach. What do you think about that, first and foremost? You cringed like 3 times when I played that, by the way, when she said that.
Because it's been out there. We played the clip, like people have acknowledged the feeling is, at least. You never know until it actually happens. Draymond probably would be a good head coach. And the thing that kills me, Spadoni, is how does no one, and this drives me insane about so much of this business in general, but so many people are not good listeners here. They just want to fire off their points on television. Draymond literally said...
Active listening is what we call that.
Active listening. Yes. Draymond says, in the moment, I've been offered the head coaching position for the Golden State Warriors. How does nobody say, oh, really?
Well, who was on that? Because it's a lot of former players. They're not traditional to... Somewhat of their defense, they're not traditional journalists, right? So they're not coached or they're not looking for things like that. They're up there, shooting the breeze, and just, ribbing each other. But if you're the actual host, who was it, Lefko? I don't know. You got to follow up on that, being like, or you got to have a producer in your ear saying, yo, Draymond just said he was going to be the next head coach of the Warriors.
That's right.
So yes, to your point, you got to follow up.
Jalen Rose, we heard him there for a second too. I mean, he heard it, but somebody's got to take it from hearing it to the next part.
And now we're talking about it. Draymond Green, you in or out on him being the next head coach of the Golden State Warriors when he hangs it up? 888-957-9570. Before I get to Jimmy and Oreo Cookie, 2 of our loyal listeners, I did want to just ask, like, if you were to poll, GMs around the league and say, like, give us like the top 5 players that you think are playing right now that would be like really good head coaches going forward, or just you could see them being a coach in the NBA going forward. You think Draymond's showing up on like all of those, like every single one of those surveys?
Yeah, I do. I think for as insane as Draymond can drive players, I was going to say people around the league, but teammates too.
Fan bases. He drives everyone nuts. Let's be honest.
He can.
We love him.
He's an equal opportunist in that regard. I think people can separate that there is a difference between Draymond, the player, and sometimes the crazy man out there on the floor, and Draymond, the potential coach. His knowledge of the game and his ability to take an interest in younger players, Spadoni, is really pretty impressive. And what I go back to is, and where I started to realize it even more, was that year 4 years ago now, Aaron Baines falls on Steph. Steph breaks his hand.
Aaron Baines, I forgot about him.
When I would go into that Warriors locker room, because this is pre-COVID, and you talk to the Omari Spellmans, and you talk to Ty Bowman, Eric Paschall.
Oh, my God.
Jacob Evans. I mean,
Jacob Evans is on a roster somewhere. Legit, I saw him. I swear to God. Look it up. Continue.
But what an era, one. But 2, when you talk to them, they would tell you how much of an impact Draymond was having being that leader. Because remember, the other part of that was fascinating about that team, there's always an interesting story somewhere. Steph wasn't even around. He wasn't even around that group. Draymond was the guy every night who had to be out there with the rest of those younger guys. He was the guy who was coming to the podium every night as the face and the spokesperson of the team besides Steve Kerr, because that was the role Steph has played for this group for years and years. But you talk to those guys and they would tell you how much they respected what he was trying to do, not only for the team, but for them day to day.
And I remember him, as you were saying, him being a part of draft night, right? After they would win a title or compete for one. He'd want to be in the war room. He'd want to be with Bob Myers, checking in with Joe Lacob, Kirk Lacob, everyone. He wanted to be tapped in with that stuff. And as a fan, I would appreciate that. This is a guy that truly cares about the organization. He wants to be a Warrior for life. That means a lot to him. He wants to be in one stop. And not that he has the right, but I do think if you're Joe Lacob, it's not the worst idea. This is a guy whose his IQ is respected league-wide. No one's going to question the IQ of Draymond Green when it comes to the X's and the O's. We're not talking about the off-the-court antics or on-the-court antics in this case. We're talking about just seeing the court and seeing the vision. He's one of the best in the business. Whether that's if he was a second-round pick, first-round pick, it doesn't matter. I would say it's him, it's LeBron, but the thing with Draymond makes him so unique, and why I do think he would be a good head coach, is the defensive prowess, the defensive side of the ball. There's levels to it. Luka, everyone says, has one of the highest IQs in the league. He's a very smart player. Mm-hmm. Doesn't do anything on defense. He just doesn't. Let's just keep it a buck.
He never has.
He never has. He's never been asked to, and that's not his thing.
Well, he's probably been asked to.
Well, the Mavs definitely asked him to do it.
They asked him to. Now, whether or not he actually fulfilled any of those requests and wishes.
That's a good point. That's a good point. But as I drop my phone, I think that we do need to be a little I know everyone's instant reaction is probably oh, God, Draymond, can we just focus on the games? Can we just I keep hearing Draymond over the weekend. And listen, he's part of the media. He likes to talk. He has his own podcast. You're going to hear from him. It's NBA season right now, right? NFL.
All I hear right now, Spadoni, is you go get this podcast.
Exactly,
Trevor.
Right? Yeah,
you go get this podcast.
Again, hashtag new media. That's what they do, right? Him and Baron Davis. I just think we need to take a step back and say it's not that crazy to say Draymond Green, the head coach, could be a possibility 5 years down the line. It's not a crazy thing to say. Now, is Jimmy in Dublin, Nick? Is he in on the potential Draymond head coaching experience in Golden State? What's up, Jim? You're on with Spadoni and Friedell.
Hey, good morning. How you guys doing?
Doing great.
Great.
It's a beautiful day in the Bay.
All right. Okay. Yeah, I think I heard Nick say that the fan base will be able to separate Draymond Green, the player, with Draymond Green, the coach. But the question is, can Draymond separate Draymond Green, the player, with the coach? Because me personally, I played basketball overseas. I was a very passionate on the court player. Nowhere near as crazy as Draymond at all, right? But now I'm doing some coaching. I'm coaching younger kids, and it will take you there, man. A lot of those calls and stuff, it will take you there. Now, Draymond, I just don't see him being level-headed enough at any point if he's affiliated with basketball, whether he's playing or coaching. Now, being an analyst, that's different. You just debate. There's not nothing crazy, no real, going to blows. But I can see him with the wrong players on his team. He would have to have some, I would say maybe some vets. With these younger guys, a lot of guys can't take them. I mean, like I said, the guy ran Durant out of town, really. And other stuff with his tactics. But I feel like he will probably need some vets that are kind of like say somebody like Jimmy Butler. I can see them guys maybe being able to coexist. But these young guys, especially like a lot of these softer guys, I don't see it happening. You guys have a good one.
Jimmy, it's a good point. And I actually
It's a really good perspective from Jimmy, too.
No, it really is. And I actually thought about it like this. Again, maybe we're thinking about it. And listen, it's very early, and I'm not reporting anything here. I don't have any sources. But Joe Lacob does own the Valkyries, the WNBA team. Getting his feet wet into the coaching. So
Can you imagine a summer intern coaching job with Draymond? Oh, man.
Current head coach of the Valkyries, Natalie Nakase, friend of the show, friend of the program, friend of the station. We love Natalie. I'm not saying Draymond's taking her job. I'm not saying that at all. But A guy that's been labeled that was also a tough player. I'm not saying Draymond's a dirty player, but this guy I'm referencing had a lot of success as a WNBA head coach. Bill Laimbeer.
That's where you get some pushback from the rest of the NBA, Spadoni. You're not saying Draymond's a dirty player.
I'm not saying he's a dirty player, all right? I'm saying he plays with
If only there were one or two examples for us to look through here.
I think he plays with an aggression and an edge. I don't view him like, do you view him the same as Bill Laimbeer? There's levels to this, is what I'm saying.
Absolutely.
Because I was comparing him to Bill Laimbeer, who was he played on the edge, was a dirty player with those Bad Boys Pistons, who coached in the WNBA and was successful and won titles. Could Draymond go into that arena? Is what I'm saying.
But I understand
Joe
completely.
Lacob's the owner of the Valkyries. You see where I'm trying to connect the dots.
I get where you're going, and it does make sense, Spadoni.
Okay.
What I would tell you is that the polls that you were asking about, like if you went and polled all the NBA players, and you said,
I'm sure.
Could Draymond be a good coach? Yes, I think the answer would be overwhelmingly pretty much yes. But if you went and polled the same NBA players and you said, who's the dirtiest player in the league? Draymond is going to be high up on that list too.
I'm trying to find it because they have those polls every single year, right? About like the dirtiest players currently. I know the NFL always releases them, or the Athletic has them. If we could find that poll about who's like the MVP, who's the dirty, like if we can find that, please, 888-957-9570. In the meantime, we got some people on hold that want to get in on this Draymond head coach talk. Nick Friedell, let's get in on him. Oreo Cookie's out in Oakland. He wants to join the conversation. What's up, Oreo? You're on the Morning Roast.
Hey, what's up, fellas? Hey, Nick, man, you've been good this week, man, but did you get in the Shasky stash, man? You guys are tripping today. Draymond as a coach? No way. I heard you guys earlier say that he's a smart dude and IQ is good and all that, and I get that. But we also were talking about how he needs to change and all that. And when have you guys seen any evidence that this guy is going to change at all? Right now, he's just a player. You going to give him the keys to your franchise? No way. As soon as the first foul is called, you better get out of the way because he's about to get thrown out. You guys know that. But before I do leave, I did come up with something I want to share with you guys. It goes like this. 95.7 is the lick. 2 Joes in the morning is the click. Let me.
Oh no, Oreo!
Sure. Keep going.
Mom spaghetti. Oh no.
All right, here we go. 95.7 is the lick. 2 Joes in the morning is the click. Can't get enough of this roasters. West Side, baby. Oreo cookie.
Well, it wasn't your best story. I'm going to keep it a buck, but we appreciate you calling in. I don't know if I hope he was saying click, by the way.
I heard click.
Okay, thank you. That's
the K is important.
I'm not.
The K is important,
that was
everybody.
Very important, people.
The most important K in Morning Roast history.
I was very nervous for a second there.
I don't know if that's a free.
I looked over at Spadoni and I'm going,
I was looking at the control room.
Okay.
Oreo has some really good ones.
I don't know if that's a freestyle nominee, unfortunately.
That's not. It's okay. It might be one of the moments of the year.
Respect Oreo for coming on the air and trying, though.
He tried his best.
Absolutely.
Right? That's all. It's what Mom always said. He's like, hey, you tried your best, Tony. That's all anyone could ask of you. Thanks, Mom. I'm trying to find I found the players poll. Like who would you give like a ref's grade? How would you grade Adam Silver? How'd you get? I can't find the dirty players. Who do you think is a dirty player? No. Who's your favorite current non-NBA athlete? Everyone said Lamar Jackson, pretty much. Caitlin Clark, another one. Again, I think Draymond could be a good head coach. He plays on an edge, and he'd have to separate being a player and a coach, but the good ones are able to do that. And I think if he had some time away for a little bit, let's say he's in the booth, let's say he's in TNT, the pre and post, I think he'd benefit from that. Like there's another guy that was on TNT. Kenny Smith was always linked, I feel like, to be a head coach, right? Obviously a guy that was a head coach that went back.
And then a GM.
And then a GM. That was, he was a guy.
Happened as much.
Steve Kerr obviously took that route as well. He started out with the front office, then he went to TNT and called games for Turner. A guy that was on our station yesterday, though, a guy that is well respected around the league and who is part of broadcast now is Stan Van Gundy. And Stan Van was asked yesterday on Willard and Dibbs, courtesy of the River Islands guest line, on the challenges of Draymond being a good head coach?
He's got as good a background as you could possibly have simply going through a playing career. But being a leader as a player is wholly different from being a leader as a coach. The relationships are different. The requirements of the job are different. And I think Draymond would probably have as good a chance as anyone from making the jump from player to head coach. But it's not an easy thing. It's not an easy thing for anybody. And I think it may be harder, quite honestly, to do it with the same team you've just played for than like J.J. Redick going to the L.A. Lakers.
That's an interesting one. Like if JJ's doing it in here, I mean, listen, say what you will about him as a broadcaster, if you liked him on First Take or Get Up or like, I never viewed JJ as this elite, like basketball IQ guy when he was he was a spot up 3-point shooter. Like I viewed him the same way I view Kyle Korver is how I view JJ Redick. Now, the way he was able to break it down on First Take, I was like, okay, this guy knows what he's doing.
The podcast helped get JJ Redick the Lakers coaching job.
Well, it did, absolutely. Period. He did a podcast with LeBron James. Like, that cannot be...
But even before, like, that's what started to open up people's eyes. That's what opened up LeBron's eyes.
The old man in the three.
The old man in the... He did that.
Yeah.
And then LeBron comes in and is like, hey, you know, this guy sounds like he knows what he's talking about. I'm sure they'd met years prior playing in the league.
They're trying to get Danny Hurley, right? That failed. That didn't work out. And it looked like Danny Hurley was using them for leverage, obviously, with UConn. No. I'll say this, JJ Redick in a better spot right now with the Lakers than Dan Hurley is with the UConn Huskies. I'm just saying right now. Are we going to argue that? Just saying.
No.
Yeah.
But the key with all of it is that podcast allowed for JJ to be viewed in a different form from a different perspective. The part that's intriguing to me, Spadoni, is Draymond has been so open about the fact that he enjoys being a family man. You know, he got married, he's got the kids, he's bringing DJ up to the podium. You know, he enjoys that part. So we're trying to figure out, all right, can the Warriors win one more title? What happens in the future? Draymond saying, I got offered the job at some point already. Great. But what I would be interested in is a few years down the line, whenever Draymond walks away from the game, does he want or need those few years to be a dad full time? Because the one thing I can speak from experience on is that basketball life, the travel, the grind of 6, 7, 8 months a year, it's insane. Yeah. It's insane for players, coaches, and people say, oh, well, they're making millions and millions. I got it. I understand. I understand where people listening will say that's why they're getting paid all the money that they're getting paid. My only point to somebody that would push back is to say that doesn't take away from that life is insane.
Well, we have a lot of examples of that, not just to your point, the player's perspective, but the front office. Bob Myers was burnt out. Like Bob,
yeah.
It was a lot on him, and he said he wanted to be there. I want to drop my kids off at school every day. I want to be a part of them. Now he's obviously with ESPN. He's traveling occasionally, but he's not at the same level of being with a Joe Lacob, being with a Steve Kerr, being around that team constantly. It's very taxing. Hell, I mean, the most famous example of how much of a sacrifice it is, look at Tom Brady. Look at Tom Brady and him wanting to continue to play. He sacrificed his marriage, quite frankly. We all saw it. It all played out in the media, TMZ, whatever. They sacrificed that. He sacrificed that because he loved the game so much. He wanted to continue to do it. There's a lot that comes with that. Was that right or wrong? That's not for me to say. That was his choice.
Right.
But if you're Draymond Green, that's something you're also going to have to think of, as you're saying, being a family man. By the way, Stan Van Gundy, I do love me some Stan Van Gundy. And if you've missed any of that interview yesterday, it was really good. He joined Willard and Dibbs, courtesy of the River Islands guest line. Find it on YouTube, find it on the Odyssey app. Stan Van, I love him in the booth. A lot of Warriors fans don't like him. They think he's like anti-Warriors for some reason. I don't think that's the case at all. I think that's every fan base, by the way.
Every fan base thinks that somebody's coming after
Joe Buck hates my team. No, Joe Buck does not hate your team. All right. Well, he hated the Giants because the Cardinals. Like, no, he doesn't hate your team. All right. By the way, Joe Buck back doing baseball broadcasts for ESPN. He's going to be on part of opening day. I'm very excited about that. Joe Girardi, he's going to be doing it with.
And an analyst for the Brewers. They had 1-1.
I don't know who else that. Well, yeah,
I'm not sure either. But
Schneider, Shayer, someone like that.
There was a balance there.
There you go. Speaking of balance, let's go out to Filmo. Mike,
Filmo.
Part of the voices
Hell
of the
yes.
show intro. Filmo. What's up, bro? You're on with Spadoni and Friedell.
So with y'all, man, Friedell was popping, Spadoni was Gucci. Yeah, the C is definitely important. That was funny as hell. But you guys made some points that I kind of wanted to get to because I feel like I have mentioned that if Draymond was the coach, he should actually go to the female ranks, just like a la Bill Laimbeer. I think it'll soften them up a little bit. And Nick, you also made a point, or before I get into that, to your last point, when it comes to the X's and O's and stuff like that, and maybe like the motivation, I could see Draymond being a good coach. In regards to, how sometimes the best players aren't the best coaches. Like you said, Nick, he's a second-round pick. But I think Draymond I don't think he would be with the grind of being an NBA coach. I could also see him going into the front office, maybe Joe Lacob taking him into the front office, showing him how hard or difficult trades are, and then becoming a coach. Because I think Stan also said, I don't think he should be coaching the same players he was playing with. So that's just my 2 cents. But I don't think I don't think he would be with the grind, Nick. I totally agree.
That's Filmo Mike. Appreciate the call, Filmo. 888-957-9570. You in or out on Draymond Green, the head coach? It could be for the Warriors. It could be, we're talking about, maybe the Valkyries, maybe a WNBA franchise down the road. We know Draymond loves ball, and he loves the X's and O's, and he loves breaking it all down. He has some hot takes. Listen,
Draymond has some hot takes.
Well, did you watch him?
Really?
Did you watch him during the NFL playoffs? Saying the Chiefs were going to be one and done. That's what he said too.
Draymond is the epitome of a current player. Draymond's a walking hot take.
He loves Jaden Daniels, by the way. I think he thought the Commanders were going to win the whole thing at one point too.
Hey, him and Kevin are on the same page on
Kevin,
something.
there you go. That was his way of actually trying to coax Kevin. Kevin, I'm actually a Commanders fan now. Jaden Daniels is my guy.
Just
we're
the
tight.
two best friends watching football.
Right? Hey, we need to get your thoughts on some of the NFL action that took place at some point this morning too. And hey, we still got a couple days here. We're only on a Wednesday. We haven't even touched the NFL.
Spadone.
We haven't even touched the 49ers. And Matt Barrows joined the station yesterday. Jason Galkinfora, Myles Garrett. He's out there, Niner fans. You want to go get him? There's a lot to get into as the countdown for the draft is in a couple months here. Let's go to Uncle Gene. He has some thoughts on Draymond Green, the head coach. What's up, Uncle Gene? You're on the Morning Roast.
Morning, fellas. Hey, first of all, Nick, hey, welcome. I really enjoy your commentary. I've enjoyed it for years and hope to see more of you on the show. So,
Uncle Gene, thanks, man.
Sure. Filmo Mike pretty much covered everything I was going to say. No, I think Draymond has an excellent chance to be a good, if not a great coach. In fact, as Filmo says, I could see him in the front office one day. Listen, some of the best coaches, as you all know, are guys that have had to work hard to learn the game over the years. All right. And nobody's had to work harder than Draymond. So, he loves the game. He loves the team. He loves the organization. Being up in somebody's face in the heat of the moment on the court is one thing. Being up in somebody's face, let's say a player that's just simply not doing what he's supposed to is quite another. So, but I do agree. I'm not sure he'd want to take on the grind. So I'm not sure he'd really want to do it, but if he wanted to, I think he'd commit to it just like he has everything else. And I think he'd be successful.
That's Gene in Oakland. Appreciate it. 888-957-9570. Draymond Green, the head coach. Is there anyone else in the league? And then, listen, we're keeping on Draymond. We're keeping Warriors specific. Anyone else, Nick, that you view? Because you said a name off air that I didn't view. That actually took me aback a little bit. You gave a name that you actually think would be a good head coach when he hangs it up. And he's a current player right now in the league. Who was that?
Spadone, you know who I think would be a really good NBA coach? Kyrie Irving.
Oh.
Truly. And in so many ways, there is such a parallel between the Draymond conversation. Why is Draymond so popular in the locker room? It's because all these young guys respect the journey that he's taken to get to this point. Uncle Gene and Filmo just hit on the same thing. These are guys in NBA locker rooms who have come from all kinds of different backgrounds, and they see, in Draymond's case, a second-round pick who found his way. Kyrie is different in this case. Kyrie was always the guy, dating back to his brief moment in time at Duke. He got hurt. He goes out, goes to the Cavs, and you're like, this guy's unbelievable on the floor when he's healthy. We know the issues he's had at various stops, again, like Draymond, well documented. I can't stress this part, though, enough, Spadoni. When you talk to not only his teammates, the younger generation, the older generation in Brooklyn, they didn't like all the distractions sometimes.
Sure, that's very kind of the way of putting it.
The younger guys, though, they respect the hell out of Kyrie. Also, when you start talking to guys around the league, who do they enjoy watching play? Kyrie Irving, Steph Curry. I think there's always that feel of LeBron is the greatest of the era, but they don't speak in the same terms. Watching Kyrie,
it's different. Like, I'm not 6'9", I'm not LeBron James.
Exactly.
I'm not. I could be 6'2" or 6'3" and do.
LeBron is a one of one, but it takes me back very quickly to every time I would ask Kevin Durant, is Luka one of one?
Yeah.
Is Giannis? And he looks at me after some game somewhere. He's like, Nick, I'm not doing this with you after every night. And I started laughing. But as far as Kyrie goes, I know people focus on, especially in Brooklyn, how that whole experience went, and it certainly ended badly at the end. What I would tell you is Kyrie knows the game. He's invested in trying to get the game to a different place, but he connects with younger teammates over and over. And count me in the group that if that is something he decided to do in the future, I think he would be very, very good at. Same idea. He's got the temperament going up and down the sidelines. He's got the patience to put in the work with the younger guys. I think it would be a fit. But again, and this goes back to the Draymond conversation as well, we're talking about Kyrie and Draymond, who are multi-millionaires. You'd think they have enough money for 5 lifetimes if
hundreds of millions of dollars.
Hundreds of millions for both guys, and they've earned it because that's what the market says they are worth as basketball players. But Kyrie, like Draymond, is a family man. He's always bringing his kids up to the podium. He's talking about how much he enjoys that part of this. So there are a lot of different reasons why both guys, they could retire and be like, I'm done with all this. But like Draymond, I think Kyrie genuinely loves the game, and I think he would be a guy in the future that if a team wanted a great, he's going to the Hall of Fame too, although in the NBA it seems like everybody goes to the
basketball Hall of Fame.
Yeah, right.
Everyone's in.
Everybody goes, but Kyrie's a Hall of Famer who I think would be a really good coach.
And he's a legitimate, there's levels to Hall of Fame. We were having the fake argument off air. If I swear to God, if Eli Manning is first ballot, I'm going to be pissed because there is a difference between being a first ballot, being, third, fourth, a senior committee one. There's levels to the Hall of Fame, but the Basketball Hall of Fame, there's even levels within there. Like Kyrie's a 9-time All-Star. He's an NBA champion, a Rookie of the Year. He's got it all. He's amazing. He's one of the best players of his generation. Was he a top 75? I don't think he was an NBA top 75 team, but he's one of those borderline guys where you started to think about it's like it was him. There was Clay that was on the outside looking. I know Dwight Howard was one of them.
That is the biggest joke of that whole thing. Yeah. I know out here there was so much hype around Clay's.
No, but Dwight not being
Dwight not being on that team and Anthony Davis being on that team.
I know.
Oh my gosh. People just completely slept on Dwight Howard in Orlando. He was unbelievable. And then he bounced around and I think there were a lot of people that are like, oh, man, he can't stay in one place. The teams don't like him as much. No.
He was 5-time All-NBA first team. That means you're one of the 5 best players in the league.
Dwight not being on that All-75 team was a complete joke.
It was a joke. I totally agree with you there. And I get it. That turned into more of a personal thing. Again, when you talk about the Hall of Fame, we'll get back into the coaching. But Same reason T.O. wasn't first ballot is because some media members didn't like him, even though he's one of the three greatest wide receivers in the history of the sport. It's him, Jerry Rice, and Randy Moss. Pick your poison there. Jerry, obviously friend of the station. I'm going to say Jerry Rice is the GOAT. But, hey, if you want to say T.O., you want to say Randy Moss, I don't have a problem with it. Him not being first ballot, absolute crime. Speaking of coaching, though, and you made a good point there when you're talking about being able to connect with young people, I think is just such an underrated aspect. We talk about the X's and O's all the time. What do you think of the greatest coaches of the last 2 decades in any sport, right? Who do you think of? Bill Belichick, one of them, right? Bill Belichick, Greg Popovich, Phil Jackson. Hell, Steve Kerr. I'd throw Steve Kerr in there, absolutely. Bruce Bochy, right? You'd go him, Joe Torre, even more than 2 decades, but sure, right? You'd go some of those guys. Abilities to connect with young people can be different. And I don't think that you would go there. So let's pick Steve Kerr. I wouldn't say that's Steve Kerr's strongest suit, like his ability to connect to younger guys. I think they respect him. I just think he's had such a veteran-laden team since he arrived that he hasn't had to rely on young people. Now, he had some down years where I think he had to learn about himself and how he can coach a little bit more with guys like Jordan Poole. Hell, we mentioned Jacob Evans. You mentioned all the players, right? Eric Pascal's of the world.
All the throwbacks.
He got thrown into a firestorm there because of all the injuries that took place with Steph, with Clay, Draymond missing time. Like, he had to kind of, take his lumps there, if you will. And I think he was better for it. I think what he was able to do with a guy like Andrew Wiggins, who was, again, a veteran player, but he helped reinvent a guy like Wiggins when he came over here. I think we're seeing it with Jonathan Kuminga now. And, their relationship has been kind of rocky. It's been documented. Jonathan Kuminga, his crew, voicing his frustrations at times. Moses Moody being a good soldier, not having a lot of playing time, then having a lot of playing time, and finally getting consistent minutes. Brandon Podziemski last year. I think Steve Kerr, these last 2 years, as we're talking about head coaching and what makes a great head coach, his ability to connect to the young guys these last couple seasons has really helped this team, I think, and is going to help this team going forward because they need to rely on Moody more. They're going to need to rely on Jonathan Kuminga.
Have to.
Quentin Post, are we going to give Quentin Post credit for that? Like, he's looked pretty good and serviceable at times. Trace Jackson Davis, at times, has looked pretty good. And again, we're seeing it with Brandon Podziemski here recently after coming off a pretty strong rookie season, him picking up where he left off. Give Steve Kerr credit when we can, man, because we like to crush the guy here around. I don't know if you know that, Nick. We love to crush Steve Kerr in these airwaves.
I've heard that a few times. I would say, Spadoni, when even my friends have asked me, what do you think it takes to be a pro coach, a successful pro coach? The first thing I always think of is ego management. You have to have the ability to manage the egos in whatever room that you are the leader of. Again, if you're asking me, do I think Draymond would be good at this? I absolutely do. And the reason why is because Draymond certainly has a big ego.
Oh, yeah. Well, but that's another thing real quick. I don't want to cut you off. Coaches, they have the ultimate ego. You don't think Bill Belichick had the ego or you don't think Pat Riley, again, right, as a coach and as an executive, Greg Popovich, help all these guys have, like Phil Jackson, are you kidding me? Like, we call him the Zen Master. Oh, he's a happy-go-lucky. He'll get after you too. He has a tremendous ego. Some of the great. So you have to your point.
You have to be able to read the room and adjust in time. And for all the people that always call in, because I still listen on the Odyssey app.
Thank you.
When I can, to the conversation out here. Spadoni, what Kerr is, I've always thought is very good at, forget the X's and O's for a second. He sees what's happening and he tries to adjust on the fly and try to form these human connections. And your players have to know that you have their back all the time. And that is a very strong suit from my experience covering these Warriors teams with Kerr, because he realizes that these guys have to know that he's there for them on a human level. Why do I think Draymond would be good at this job? Because I think Draymond very much, if he is going to invest his time and energy into a player, would absolutely have the respect in the room, and all those players would know that he has their back. That is crucial if you want to have success as an NBA coach.
888-957-9570 is the number. It's Spadoni, it's Friedell, Nick Friedell in studio all week long for Joe Shasky, who is out in Hawaii. Don't worry, Shasky will be back next week. He's hanging loose, he's chilling, he's boogie boarding. I'm actually trying to picture Joe Shasky on a boogie board or like a skim board right now. And I'm having a hard time. I can't.
Michelle! Michelle! What am I doing, Michelle?
I'm just picturing him just trying to relax on a beach, and I still can't do that. You think how much sunblock is that guy wearing right now? He's definitely got the sun hat. Doesn't
you
he?
lost me at picturing him trying to relax.
Right? Him trying to relax. That's a good point. SPF 3000 and him trying to relax in general is hard to picture, right? He was golfing yesterday. He posted on his story. I was like, you know what? That's relaxing for him. Out on the golf course, get some putts in. He'll be fine, right? Frank Isola yesterday, and do we have time? We can tease it on the other side. Frank Isola had some interesting thoughts yesterday in regard to one Steph Curry, who I want to join in on this conversation. Not that I think Steph is going to be a head coach or anything like that, but coaching a guy like Steph and what Steve Kerr's been able to do, and a player like Steph that we're not going to see again, and the selflessness of him is something I want to tap into, because there was a lot of talk, Nick, about Steph not being selfish enough. When all these trade talks are happening, it's like, no, Steph, you need to put your hand on the table. You need to speak through the media like LeBron does, like Jimmy did, or Kevin Durant. You need to be more like that. So I want to get into that on the other side with you as well. But in the meantime, it's time for the injury report. Kata. Oh, I got up on him right there. Yeah. You were relaxing way too much.
It's time for the injury report. That really hurts. Brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
Oh, another spring day in Scottsdale. Another Giant dealing with a bad back. I thought it was a bad luck. No, this is a bad back, which is also bad luck for the orange in black. You like that? Today, it is Tyler Fitzgerald, who is dealing with some lower back spasms. The good news is that the back spasms are not considered serious, and it is early enough in the spring where the Giants can ease up on the workload for Fitz. The Giants are confident that these back issues will not longer linger. Do you have to let it linger? Shout out the Cranberries. Into the regular season. The injury report was brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 4 years. What's coming up in the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. Howard Beck, 920, covers the NBA for The Ringer. He is tapped in on all things NBA. Ask his thoughts on the Warriors, Jimmy Butler, if he thinks Draymond Green would be a good head coach in the league. Also, he had an interesting, little tidbit yesterday from an executive he talked to in the NBA saying Ja Morant is a name to keep your eye on this summer in regards to trade talks. Who else could be potentially traded? Kevin Durant? Should Warriors fans be back interested on KD to the Bay? We'll discuss on the Morning Roast. Oh, it certainly is. Hey, we just heard that guy, Filmo Mike. He called in last segment. He had his thoughts on what we've been talking about this morning. We've been talking about a lot of the Warriors this morning as Nick Friedell joins us in studio. Joe Shasky is in Hawaii. And good morning to all you lovely people just getting off work, getting ready for work, getting ready for school, whatever you're doing, going on vacation. I don't know what you're doing, but we appreciate you stopping by here, whether it's on the Odyssey app, whether it's on Twitch, Twitter, or YouTube. We are streaming on all those platforms. And it's brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low-rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. We got Carter in the back. We got Sam Lemon holding it down. And Jimmy Butler is still a Golden State Warrior, folks. Yeah, that happened. I know it's weird to wake up still, Nick, and it's just like, yeah, Jimmy Butler's a Warrior. Wow, dude. Luka Doncic is playing tonight against the Charlotte Hornets. The only game that's happening tonight in the NBA, Hornets-Lakers, appointment television. But it's the only thing on, so we're all probably going to be watching it. Is that a national televised game, too? Is it ESPN?
I actually don't think it is, but Spadoni, very quickly on the Luka part, I was reading an article from Sports Business Journal from the Nielsen numbers.
Oh.
You know how many people tuned into that first Luka game? Remember, ESPN switched their whole schedule. Originally, it was like a Pacers Saturday
afternoon Pacers
and then
game.
Luka didn't play and LeBron didn't play.
It was the Austin Reeves game.
Then you go to Monday, Luka's debut, what became his debut at Crypto. You know how many people watched?
Like, are we going ratings or like millions?
Yeah.
5 million.
2.
Oh.
But for the NBA, that's good.
That's good. Okay. I thought it was going to blow me out of the water there, but that's a lot. Yeah.
Well, what's sad is for the NBA in the last couple of years, 2 million is very, very good for a national TV game. So that was really intriguing in that people always the last couple of years are on NBA ratings. That Luka number on its own helped push everything back towards a normal level.
Absolutely. And thank you for reminding me, Sam. This is the rescheduled game because of the Palisades fire down in LA. They were scheduled to play, obviously. Head coach of the Lakers, JJ Redick, lost his house. A lot of people were affected by that, and we're still thinking of all those that were affected by that. Steve Kerr, obviously, losing his childhood home. So they are rescheduling that tonight. But hey, League Pass. So if you got League Pass, you got, you're streaming, you'll find it. Luka and LeBron and LaMelo, is he going to play or is he going to be hurt? I don't know. We'll see. Is LiAngelo going to perform? Is he going to be there? Did you see LiAngelo performance over the weekend? Did you see it, Carter?
He was there.
Stop it.
He was there out there on the floor, and I thought it was cool because there's his brother Lonzo.
Yeah.
And they had that moment.
Was LeVar there?
LeVar is everywhere still, I think.
I might swerve in that corner. Whoa. Hold on tight because we can tell it.
Come on. Let's go.
And I heard that she wanna show. Whoa.
It's very gay. It's catchy. I don't care what it is. Early 2000s, Nelly vibes, all right? Hey, I was like 9 or 10 during that time, all right, Nick? It was fun. Were you in college during that time?
Not yet.
Okay, not yet.
Still
right.
high school.
Okay, right.
Come on now. Don't make me older than I already am, Spadoni. Come on now.
Just got to poke the bear a little bit, right? I got just a little bit, just a little nudge. Hey, we have a lot of talk about championships here in the Bay. The last kind of 48, 72 hours, last few weeks, this has been kind of ramping up a little bit. First, it was this when Jimmy Butler was doing his physical and getting signed as a Golden State Warrior, getting traded from the Heat to the Warriors. This is Jimmy, either his selfie video, Instagram, whatever it is, saying what's up to Dub Nation. This is what he had to say.
Yo, Dub Nation, Jimmy Butler here, just touched down, do this physical. Super excited, ready to win, ready to work, ready to put on a show for y'all. Let's get it. Championship coming soon.
All right, that's what he had to say there. And then we had Draymond Green talking about a championship. Do we have that on my board, Carter? We'll put it back on there. Draymond Green guaranteeing a champion. Didn't say this year, as you referenced yesterday, but basically saying we're going to win a championship over the weekend. So we got Jimmy Butler saying championship coming soon. We got Draymond Green saying championship coming soon. We got Steph, excited about it. He was a little more like, it was Draymond being Draymond, but we'll see. They're excited about it. Should Warriors fans be as excited about it? And if that's the case, if they're going to say championship mindset, like if I'm a fan at this point, and if I'm a Warriors fan, hey, you can't go one and done. Like that's not going to cut it. You can't be playing game and bust like last year and get blown out in Sacramento. I don't think you could go in a first round series loss. I don't think it's going to cut it. Like that would be disappointing too. What would satisfy a Warriors fan's hunger currently outside of winning the actual title? Because if that happens, it'd be great. But is it making it to the second round? Is it a second round series, Nick Friedell? Is it making the Western Conference Finals? What would satisfy a Warriors fan's hunger currently? Because their players are talking about winning a championship.
I think the ceiling for this group now is the same as I thought it was to start the season, Mr. Spadoni, which was in the beginning, I thought, all right, they could get on a little bit of a roll towards the end of the year, get into the first round, get the right matchup, win a series. So the ceiling to start the year, second round. Now you get Jimmy and you find a rhythm over the next 27 or so games. And hopefully if you're the Warriors, you stay out of that play-in mess because you never know exactly what can happen. But
they're 0-3, by the way, in the play-in tournament.
I just don't think that this team can get any further than the second round.
Second round. But you would view that as a success for you.
Absolutely, because and why don't you play the Draymond, what he said?
I got it.
As we put into context why I feel like I do about whatever happens at the end of the year.
I think, we were kind of headed in the wrong direction, thinking we figured it out and never figuring it out this year, throughout the course of this year. And since he's been here, we've walked into every game thinking and believing that we're going to win that game. And that goes a long way in this league. When you walk in the game like, we're probably going to lose this game, it's not good. And so he's brought back that belief, and I think we're going to win the championship.
Say that one more time so that everybody here can
say that with your chest.
I didn't hear you. My earpiece.
Because they added Jimmy Butler the third. So what did you say?
81?
I'm sorry. I said I think we're going to win a championship, but I lied. We are going to win the championship.
Wow. The reason I think it's crucial to play that in the moment, Spadoni, is because Draymond did not say we're going to win a championship this year. What Jimmy's acquisition brought to this team and to the area again is hope. Jimmy Butler is hope. Jimmy Butler is a bet on the Warriors culture, much the same way Andrew Wiggins was when he was acquired, and people like me sat there and said, I saw Wiggins in Minnesota. I don't think he can be consistent enough every night to be the player that this team needs behind Steph. I was wrong. Andrew Wiggins was the second best player on the bonus title team. Draymond is now saying, we can win another title. I say all of that to tell you that I think the Warriors' best chance to win that fifth ring that Draymond's talking about is going to be next season because you can even out the roster with whatever else you need. Plus, we spent part of this morning saying, could a reunion with Kevin happen? I still believe it could. The ramifications would be huge, but there are so many different pieces to figure out. I just think going into this summer, going into the trade deadline a year from now, there's got to be one more big move that Mike Dunleavy and that staff can make. So you get Jimmy in place, then you find whomever the next player may be, and next year, going into the playoffs, I think the Warriors could have a legitimate chance, even though everybody's pretty old now.
Yes, I was going to say another year older.
But this year, if you said, what is a success? Why do you feel good about whatever could come in the future for this group? If they get to the second round and give whatever team that is a real push, I think that is a very good year, especially where it was headed prior to the Jimmy move.
Do you think Draymond believes himself when he says we're going to win a championship? Do you think he actually believes that, or was that TNT, I'm on television, I got to say something? Because there's part of me that wants to believe that he believes it. If I'm a fan, like, hey, this guy's won 4 titles. He know what it takes to get it. He's seen championship teams and rosters. Like, he thinks this team can win a title. You know what? Maybe I should start believing this team as a title contender. Or do you feel like that was just shtick? That was him saying just to say that? Because Steph seemed to, like, when Steph responded to it, he's like, yeah, I saw Draymond, yeah. Steph seemed to kind of poo-poo it a little bit, where he's just like, I'm not touching that. Like, and I get it. Steph's, he's a higher profile guy. He has to watch what he says carefully because he's going to get picked apart way more if he said we're guaranteeing a championship. Be like, oh, Steph said that? Oh, well, now we got, he just
the
doesn't say those
Warriors
things.
fans racing to Vegas and every other sports book all over the world going,
Exactly.
Our guy says that it's going to happen.
Exactly. The babyface assassin said it. I'm all in. I'm going to Vegas with $20K for the slam dunk contest. Putting it all on Steph for the MVP. That's what I'm doing. Money time! But do you think that was Draymond having like legitimate belief in this team? And as you said, you don't think it's this year. You think he was interpreting that going forward. You believe he believes that?
I believe Draymond thinks they can pull it together one more time.
Okay.
Yes. I also believe, having sat on those stages with the TV cameras rolling, Spadoni, sometimes you get rolling, and then you're like, oh, all right, let me just, because he kind of soft played it at first, and then he went all the way in. Knowing Draymond and what he says, though, sometimes, and trying to decipher exactly what he means, I absolutely believe he thinks they can make one more run at this thing. The Jimmy move has revitalized not only the organization, but Steph and Draymond. And I think that's a part that doesn't get discussed as much. Those guys have been around the league long enough to know if you don't have the horses in the playoffs, you're not going to win. Period. It's not going to happen. Jimmy is that guy. He's proven to be that guy many times over now. And you put him in this situation and you give yourself a chance.
Speaking of Jimmy Butler, what's Jimmy up to during this All-Star game? Because he's not an All-Star player this year. Wasn't voted, didn't play enough. He was hurt. He was indefinitely suspended. Jimmy Butler's in Dubai, I guess.
Unbelievable.
Nick Friedell. And he joined.
Unbelievable.
He joined, what was it? Virgin Radio? Like Virgin Airlines when that was a thing, right? That's what he was doing, I guess. He's in Dubai hanging out. Carter's freaking out. He's like, he doesn't like the time difference. Is Jimmy going to be tired when he comes back over to play the Sacramento Kings? I think Jimmy's a big boy. He's got his coffee. He'll be just fine. But Jimmy was talking the last couple days and said he's very happy to be on the Warriors.
My pocket's going to feel it from the taxes, but, the taxes were great in Miami. But I'm so happy over there. Organization's top notch. Obviously, I get to play with Steph, so I'm a fan of him just like 99.9% of the world. And a chance of winning the championship. What more can you ask for? And Draymond's on the team. Me and Draymond get along quite well. Yeah. Play a lot of dominoes.
Yeah, fun. It feels like. I feel like he's fun as well.
Oh, he's the best. And you don't realize how great he is until you actually get on his team and how smart and how he'll do anything to win. And I respect that the most out of anything. It's all about winning all the time with that dude. I'm learning.
He's learning. And again, that was from Saturday. I guess he was in Dubai with a radio show or a podcast over there.
Unbelievable.
So
the guy's in Dubai.
Yep, that makes sense though. Jimmy, I could see him being in Dubai, hanging out in the desert, just chilling.
That doesn't make sense in the middle of the season, Spadoni. I don't care how insane Jimmy is.
He's on a break. Well, he's not allowed to. You can go on vacation if you wanted to, Nick.
Hey, I go on plenty of vacations.
Yeah, go to Dubai, right?
I might think about going to Dubai. I'm not going to Dubai in the middle of my work season for 5 days.
What's the difference between a guy going to Cabo and a guy going to Dubai? It's just a couple hours.
A couple hours.
15 different time zones.
That's all right. Come on.
A couple hours. That's like, a 14-hour flight?
Yeah, but you have...
What time do you think it is in Dubai
hold on. Have you seen those United Emirates commercials? Those are really swanky planes, man. Although...
Well, knowing Jimmy,
given everything that's happening with air travel right now...
rented out his own private jet for that whole experience.
Well, that's true. Exactly. So then what's the problem?
I don't see a problem. I think
you do. I think you're judging him.
It's not the first time I've judged Jimmy Butler. Let me tell you something. I just can't believe that even Jimmy gets out of there, hops on the flight, and is like, you know what, guys? You know where we need to go for 5 days? Dubai. Although now I'm laughing because the fastest I've ever seen a pro team get dressed and get out of somewhere was when the Warriors were playing in Phoenix, and I feel like it was either the Super Bowl or the All-Star break. The game ends in Phoenix. I don't even know if Draymond showered. Draymond and DeMarcus Cousins are sprinting out of that arena to get on the private jet to go to Vegas and enjoy themselves for a night or two.
Wow.
Unbelievable. And the idea that, all right, the break hits again. Oh, where are you guys going? Cabo. I'm going to the beach. I might go home, see some family. Jimmy hops on some jet and goes to Dubai. Unbelievable.
Of all the places, and hey, real quick, Sam, what is the time difference over there? What time is it right now?
It's 12 hours.
12 hours?
So it's 8:18 here. It's 8:18 in the evening over there.
That's not bad. I thought it was going to be
not bad.
I thought it was gonna be like 16 hours or something. No, he's fine. It's not like Australia. It could be worse.
It could be worse.
It's like literally the opposite side of the planet. Oh, that's not bad.
Yeah, that's not bad. Hey, look.
You guys complain way too much. I don't want to travel with any of you. You guys would be the worst complaining about everything.
But don't. Anybody who's worried about Jimmy not being ready, that dude will be ready.
Exactly. Come on.
He'll be ready. It is true Jimmy Butler fashion to squeeze in as much as he can, which also means, hey, I'm not in the All-Star game.
I will say this.
We go to Dubai.
I will say this because we have a guy that actually is 6'7", right, Carter? You're listed as?
6'8".
6'8". So, and Jimmy's what, 6'7", so he's an inch shorter. But the hair probably gets him to 6'8". But imagine if you were on, and what's the flight time? Give me a flight time from San Francisco to Dubai if you can.
Forever.
It's probably going to be like 16 hours or something, right?
Oh.
I did a direct Rome to LA. That was like 13 and a half hours once. I didn't mind it. They had some good movies there. That was back in like 2011. They had a lot of really good Oscar run there. I want to say they had The Social Network. They had True Grit. A lot of good stuff that year. Notwithstanding, Carter, 16-hour flight. Have you been on one before, and how excruciating is it if you are that tall? Because I'm only 5'11". I can't speak to that.
I have been on a 16-hour flight, and it is just awful. But I sit in the emergency exit row because I can't physically touch my butt to the seat.
And Jimmy's in first class. Have you flown first class?
I'm sure he's in, but I'm sure that he's on a private jet. I mean, he makes $51 million.
We'll see. Maybe Virgin sponsored it and they flew him out there. I don't know. I don't know. The leg room is what I'm getting at here, too. These guys are fine. They're professionals. So I do, and we're talking about all this, by the way, and there's that doc happening right now on Netflix. The what is it called?
Court of Gold.
Court of Gold. There we go. It's chronicling, the Olympic team in Paris in this summer, and we're all going to break down all the content because we're all seeing it on social. We're seeing all the different clips. And
Steph's the greatest human being that Steve's ever seen. Everyone loves Stephen Curry. Hey,
Stan Van Gundy talked about it yesterday on Willard and Dibs. He's the greatest human. Maybe he'd come teach classes about how to just be a good guy. I don't know if Steph is just like, hey, just don't be a jerk, right? But all this and Jimmy Butler, the Jimmy Butler experience in Golden State, and they're 3-1, and I can't wait to see what happens, Nick, these next couple months. I can't wait. Like, can you imagine if this team didn't make a move? How depressing these airwaves would be right now. But you know what we'd be talking about? The end is near. It's over.
No, you know what you'd be saying, Spadoni? The end is here. Because it would, if they didn't make that move, it would have been over. I sat there at the Magic game just before they made this deal at Chase. That place was dead. And what was sad about it is everybody out here in the Bay, you're so used to Steph putting on a show, getting everybody excited, getting everybody revved up about what's going on. Steph was playing. And the game just wasn't very interesting. It got a little better towards the end. But out of all those games for all those years that I went to, not only in Oracle that last year when I lived out in Oakland, but when I came over the bridge and I was going to all those Warriors games at Chase, to see a game, and most games in the middle of the year in an NBA season, they don't have, the intensity meter's not running real hot.
No.
Spadoni, to see a Steph game at Chase out here that just didn't have a lot of juice to it, that was really something. So I think not just Joe Lacob and Mike Dunleavy, I think the whole fan base has energy again. You put the air back into the balloon and people went, there's a reason to listen every night. There's a reason to lock into the day-to-day proceedings again. One more time, though, this team is better now with Jimmy Butler, for certain. I think they're going to be even better going into next year because they have the ability to make one more big move if they so desire.
I think that big move is going to be re-signing Jonathan Kuminga. Could it be something else? 888-957-9570. Frank Isola, Frankie Ice, who joined us yesterday, covers the league for ESPN and SiriusXM NBA Radio. Frankie Ice on if the Warriors can make a title run.
I just don't know if they have enough size. That to me is the biggest issue with the Golden State Warriors. And, the road that they would have to take to get to a finals is more difficult. I don't think it's impossible. I just don't think it's probable. Again, I do think they got better with the addition of Jimmy Butler, but it seems like every night in the Western Conference, you never get a night off. There's so many darn good teams. I know the Warriors still have to come east. I know they still have a trip where they play both. They'll be in New York for a while where they play both New York teams. So the schedule, to me, doesn't help them. I do think they can make a run. I don't have the faith in the team to win a championship, though.
And I'm not saying championship here, but I can talk myself into this team being a Western Conference Finals contender. I think I could talk myself into that. Listen, you have to have breaks. Any championship run has breaks. Whether you're the Philadelphia Eagles, whether you're the Boston Celtics, it doesn't matter. Every single championship team, the Warriors in the past, when they won in 2022, they had a lot of breaks. That doesn't take anything away from their title. I think all teams have breaks along the way. So if things broke their way, again, first round series against, the Grizzlies. And can they beat the Grizzlies? Sure. And I think that would, fuel to the fire to the, report or, the executive that said maybe John Morant can get traded this summer. Absolutely. If he loses to the first round against the Dubs, that would fuel that fire. But I'm with Frank in the size thing, but also part of me wants to say, they didn't really have size when they won it in 2022, did they? Not really. Kevon Looney?
He's always the guy.
Right, but we still got Kevon. Trace Jackson Davis is an undersized, kind of big. Quentin Post, he's 7. He's a true 7-footer, but I wouldn't consider him some ball stopper in the middle of the lane. He's not going to be an Anthony Davis, a shot blocker. He's got some size. He can use it occasionally. And I'm not sure if there's a guy out there in the West. Again, Anthony Davis was this team's kryptonite. Is he even going to play the rest of the season? I don't even know. Alperen Şengün, is he keeping up at night? No. Right?
There are two.
Jared Jackson? Okay.
Right.
Right?
There are two parts to this, Spadoni. One, any team that sees the Warriors is going to be like, uh-oh.
Yes.
You don't want to see Steph and Jimmy offensively late in games. They are proven commodities at the highest level. Steph just rolled through that gold medal game and hit all those insane shots. He is the guy that gives everybody else around him confidence more so than probably any other player in the league right now. The thing that worries me specific to this season, as far as can the Warriors win a title or make noise in the playoffs. Make a run. The defense just has not been there consistently. And if you're trying to make some kind of run where you put game after game together in a series and you find the rhythm that any great team has to find in the biggest of games, there's nothing that I've seen from the Warriors to this point that would lead me to believe that the defense is going to hold to a point where you go, okay, now I see it. Now it's all coming together. And that is especially without Andrew Wiggins up on the perimeter.
I want to pick this up on the other side because I do think the addition of Jimmy Butler as well as Draymond Green on the court, Steph, you know what he's going to give you defensively. He's going to try. He's never been a great defender. But Jonathan Kuminga coming back and what he can provide defensively, I want to get into because I think that could change how we view this team going forward. It's Spadoni, it's Friedell, and that's what's coming up in the game, brought to you by Chilton Auto Body.
95.7 The Game.
Thanks, Steve. People still listen to Drake? Is that still a thing? I guess he threw like DeMar DeRozan's jersey. Like off the state, like who's been taking more L's this year than one Drake? Can you provide me one?
I can't give you an L on a larger scale than the Super Bowl.
Wow.
That whole, because the whole performance was a big shout out.
It was a big,
not in the best way.
It was a big bleep you in front of everyone, and everyone was celebrating it.
Well,
too.
in front of everyone, usually in front of everyone, there were 70,000 people at a football stadium. No. This was everyone.
This is America. Yes, absolutely. That's the voice of Nick Friedell in studio all week long. Joe Shasky is in Hawaii. Spadoni and Friedell. We got about another hour and a half before handing it off to Steiny and Goo, but we got a lot to get into still. We got Walk It Back Wednesday at 9 o'clock. We've got Howard Beck at 9:20, covers the NBA for The Ringer. Get his thoughts on all things NBA, the All-Star Game, Jimmy Butler, Luka Doncic. Lakers are playing tonight against the Hornets, so we do have some NBA action tonight as they play a rescheduled game from earlier in the season. We've been talking about Draymond Green being a head coach, Kevin Durant coming back to work. We've been talking about it all. And we were talking about Jimmy Butler and this Warriors team and their lack of size and it being a potential problem for them, trying to win a title either this season or next season, quite frankly, because I don't know if there's a true big man that they can go get after that's going to change everything. Like that was the thing with the Lakers when they made that other trade. And it's ironic they're playing the Charlotte Hornets tonight because the trade was rescinded between these two teams just last week when they try to get Mark Williams, who's a young center, very promising, huge size, guy's a beast. Problem is, can't stay healthy. The medicals scared the Lakers, and they said no. So the guy that was in the trade for that, along with a pick, was Dalton Knecht. Well, Dalton Knecht's back in a Lakers uniform. They got their pick back, and Mark Williams is out in limbo, I guess, with the Charlotte Hornets, whatever they're going to do there. I think he wants to try to get bought out. There's some contentiousness there. So we'll see. But size for this Warriors team, I just don't view it like everyone else does because I feel like we do that a lot as a media, whether Frank does it, whether it's people at the stations Anthony Davis is there and the Warriors, they just don't match up. Well, Anthony Davis isn't there against the Lakers anymore. And he's been hurt. And I don't know if he's going to be there for the Mavericks. And, we went down the list of teams I don't fear. Like the Warriors aren't going to fear the Thunder necessarily. Should they? Maybe. But I think given how they've played against them this year, there's not a lot of fear there. There's not fear against the Memphis Grizzlies. Is there fear against the Nuggets? I think there's a reasonable amount of fear. If you're a Warriors fan, it's like,
Yo Kitch.
Yeah, they've won a title too. That's another thing in this. They've actually won it.
Absolutely.
And there is a levels to this where like there's that mental edge. I think the Warriors still go with the mental edge over a lot of these teams. Like I think they have a mental edge against the Thunder. I think they have a mental edge against the Grizzlies, the Rockets, Clippers. Maybe. I don't know what am I getting from Kawhi? I don't know. Ty Lue's won a title. James Harden. I don't know what to make of the Clippers. I really don't. The Timberwolves. Yeah, they were in the conference finals last year, but they've kind of taken a step back. They were in all the Kevin Durant talks for a little bit. Maybe that's a team we should be talking about, maybe trying to go get KD, obviously new ownership with Alex Rodriguez. The Kings are the Kings. They're 5-5 in their last 10. They started hot with Doug Christie. We'll see. The Mavericks, we've already mentioned it. So I say all that to say this. Western Conference, quite frankly, is wide open. Wide open. So maybe, Nick Friedell, this is the year you want to go all in and you get Jimmy Butler, and maybe you could talk yourself into them reaching a finals or a conference finals this season as opposed to next, because maybe the West gets even better after this summer. You don't seem to think so. You think the Warriors can make a jump, a big jump potentially from this year to next year in the Western Conference.
The reason why Spadoni is because I believe that Mike Dunleavy and his staff will find one more piece. Now, there is always going to be so much focus on KD because of his history in the Bay with this team. But the Warriors, whether it's KD or otherwise, still have assets. They still have a bunch of picks. They still have Kuminga. We'll see what happens there. So I think they have enough in theory to go one more time back to the well and say, all right, let's figure out who wants to be here. The part that we have not got into as much, which I think is important in the context of next summer coming up and whatever move may happen. Joe Spadoni, if you are a person who is looking at how the Warriors are coming together now and you see Steph Curry, who is still Maybe he's not playing to the level he was last year, but he's still Steph Curry.
Still very good.
Draymond, still motivated. When he's motivated, he can be the best defender in the league. And now you have an absolutely motivated Jimmy Butler who got all the money and the respect that comes with that and wants to show Miami and every other place, hey, I'm still the man. You guys shouldn't have just let me go without that last contract extension. You've got 3 complete alphas who believe, and now I'm sitting here laughing thinking of my Chicago days, because if you'll recall, the major NBA fans out there, Jimmy Butler was on his own without Derrick Rose. They were kind of passing the keys to him for the franchise. They paired him with Gar Forman, the GM at the time, said they want to get younger and more athletic. And who did they pair him with? Dwayne Wade and Rajon Rondo.
Was Pau Gasol there for a little bit too?
He was there, but not for that iteration.
Okay, not that iteration. All right. Kirk Heinrich, was he still there?
They were called.
Kirk Heinrich.
They were Rondo dubs them, which is funny.
There you go.
The 3 alphas. But the true 3 alphas, as I'm talking myself through this, the 3 alphas are Jimmy Butler, Steph Curry, and Draymond Green. Those 3 are the 3 alphas that the Bulls and any other team never were going to be.
I'm going to be completely honest. I completely forgot that Rajon Rondo was a Chicago Bull.
Well, I think most of the people in Chicago would love to completely forget that happened. Because if you'll recall, and now we're getting deep in the Bulls weeds, but Rondo, Jimmy and Wade, after a game, and this is, it's 8 years ago now, they absolutely ripped the younger guys on this team. They don't call anybody out by name, but they say the younger guys got to want it more, blah, blah, blah. The next day, Rondo on Instagram, hilariously, absolutely shreds Jimmy and Wade for calling out the younger guys and saying that's not leadership. And then what's even funnier moving forward is all those guys on that team, and this ties back into Jimmy, they all say, we love Jimmy because we respect how much he works, but they have this players meeting where there were some coaches in there as well, and it turns out every young guy gets up and starts ripping on Wade because they're saying, you're telling us to work and you never work at all. So, because he wasn't really practicing at that stage of his career. This is the pull as far as the Warriors are concerned moving forward. Not only are they the 3 alphas where somebody should start making those T-shirts right now, the key for the Warriors is they have the belief internally, and now they've got everybody's attention outside of their own organizational bubble. So you're going to have the guys, and Kevin, of course, is the best example of this, but any older guy who wants to go ring chasing or wants to pair off on a team that has a legitimate chance, you're going to get their attention going forward because they know with those 3 guys, you're always going to have some kind of chance to make a move when it matters the most.
It's interesting you say that because I'm not so sure how much of a destination it is with Jimmy Butler and Draymond Green. I know they're respected as players on the court around the league, and you got Stephen Curry there, which has been widely documented. It's very difficult to play with Stephen Curry. Ask Dennis Schroeder. He's on line 1. Ask a lot of these guys that flamed out with the Warriors that just it didn't work playing alongside Steph because it's a different system. It demands a lot out of you as a player, as a passer, both ways. You got to play both ways. Ron Adams still a part of this organization. So I am curious to see who they can attract this summer because I do think there's other places that, quite frankly, I'd rather go to in the West. I think I'd rather play on a younger up-and-coming team like the Thunder. I think I'd rather play for maybe the Houston Rockets if I'm a Devin Booker, right? I think I'd rather play maybe for the Denver Nuggets.
Spadoni, you'd rather live in Oklahoma City
if I can win a title. Like you're saying, you're saying ring chasing. Yeah. It doesn't matter where I'm living if I'm ring chasing, right?
I understand. I'm just saying.
And no, I would not want to live in Oklahoma. Well, but yes, I've grown up in Northern California my entire life.
Perfect example. Like, would you rather live in New York or Oklahoma City? New York 300 times over, but they gave him a boatload of money over the summer, and now he's there. The issue for me, for veterans, on top of, hey, San Francisco is a nicer place to be, is if you're OKC, you have Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, who it seems is on his way to his first MVP. He's awesome. But OKC in the biggest games has never done it before. They are a young team that has to learn on the fly how to win. The Warriors have done it 4 times over. They have Steph. They have Draymond. Now they have the guy who's never been there, who is going to absolutely give everything because he knows, like we're discussing, this is his last best chance.
Yeah.
This is it for Jimmy Butler. The next couple of years, if he wants to really win a ring, I know he does, this is the moment in time to make it happen. So I think that there is going to be a fear factor. You were saying, should the Warriors fear the Thunder? Well, of course, they play defense. They have the MVP. Maybe. They're awesome and they're deep. But the Warriors have something that the Thunder don't have, and that is playoff experience at the highest level. And that's where I think there's a real advantage if they do see each other, especially moving ahead to next year, if they can find one more piece, because the Thunder don't want to see Steph Curry. They're human. They don't want to see that guy in the big games. But now the difference, Spadoni, is it's not just Steph. Steph doesn't have it going that night. Yeah. Steph is drawn double and triple teams sometimes. You have another option. And in that regard, it reminds me a lot of the KD experience out here. And, of course, Clay was a different player at that time. People are kind of forgetting Clay. It didn't end well. Clay was awesome. Yeah. Awesome. It's just not the same. What you can do with KD, you can do with Jimmy, in that if Steph doesn't have it going, you hand the other person the ball and you say, get to the rim, get to the line, or make the big shot. And both of those guys can do it.
We got Walk It Back Wednesday coming up here in 15 minutes. So walk back some of maybe some of the takes that we maybe got a little overzealous on in the next 15 minutes. We'll do a Walk It Back Wednesday, and Howard Beck, 920 NBA Insider for The Ringer. I have to chuckle just a little bit because this time last year, we were having similar conversations because the Thunder were obviously, they were going to be the 1 seed as well. And, you know, the amount of times we took calls saying, yeah, you know, if they could just sneak in, hey, the amount of times they could sneak in, you know what, this team could make a run. I don't fear anyone in the West. The Warriors can still, they still thought they could win a title which seems laughable last year. Like, I have it, Sam. This was literally Shasky and Bonte after a win.
Oh. Well, there's the answer.
Hold on.
Oh, they thought they could.
As we're saying out loud, Shasky and I, that we both believe this team could make a deep run to the playoffs.
Absolutely. That was after a blowout win against the Milwaukee Bucks, and they talked themselves into making a deep run in the playoffs, which seems laughable considering they got absolutely destroyed in a play-in game against the Sacramento Kings without Malik Monk or Kevin Huerter.
I thought you were going to tell me fans were calling in, but what I didn't realize is I'm sure they were.
Well, they are also fans.
I was going to say the two biggest fans were sitting there going, oh, yeah, we can make it happen. Spadoni, as we have gone through the week, and certainly as we've gone through the day, what I think is so funny is Draymond every year thinks they're going to win. Every year. When they moved to Chase, let me take you back in time a few years. The year they go from Oracle to Chase, Media Day hits, and I say to Draymond, who at this point does not have Kevin anymore. He's gone. He went to Brooklyn. Does not have Clay because that was the first knee injury. I say, Draymond, do you think that this team can still win a title this year? And he goes, do we still have Steph? I say, yeah. Do we still have me? Are we going to get Clay back? Oh, yeah. So the belief has always been there for Draymond. It's why he's so beloved by, I'd say, most teammates.
Right.
Certainly there are exceptions, but he always thinks they're going to do it. And Spadoni, as we've heard many times, he said again on Sunday, he thinks they're going to do it again because, of course, he does.
And this is what he had to say going back a couple days ago.
I think, we were kind of headed in the wrong direction, thinking we figured it out and never figuring it out this year, throughout the course of this year. And since he's been here, we've walked into every game thinking and believing that we're going to win that game. And that goes a long way in this league. When you walk in the game like, man, we probably going to lose this game, it's not good. And so he's brought back that belief, and I think we're going to win the championship.
Say that one more time so that everybody here can
say that with your chest.
I didn't hear you. My earpiece.
Because they added Jimmy Butler to third. So what did you say?
81?
I'm sorry. I said I think we're going to win a championship, but I lied. We are going to win the championship.
Wow. All right. Draymond Green, we're going to win the championship. Is it going to come this year? Well, I can make the argument that this might be the best time to try to do it. Are you going to beat any team that comes out of the East? Are you going to beat the Boston Celtics? Right now, if the Warriors had to play a Boston Celtics in a 7-game series, yeah, I'm probably taking Boston. They're going to be heavy favorites.
You're probably taking Boston Spadoni.
I was actually
I need an intervention with you if it's a probably.
Real quick, I was not that impressed with that Boston Celtics championship run last year. I do not think they were one of the
Why not?
I just don't think they were a great team. I think the rest of I don't love their brand of basketball. I think they chuck a lot of threes. I think there were some blowouts. I think the Mavericks, what Luka was able to do, a hurt Luka, a hurt Kyrie, I thought it was admirable. But I think they had a cupcake schedule in the East, and they capitalized on a team that was injured in the Dallas Mavericks. I don't think we're going to look back and say, wow, this is one of the greatest teams in the history of the sport. The 2024, Boston Celtics, they're fine. And I was in on this for the whole time. Jaylen Brown's their best player. I know Jason Tatum gets all the run. Jaylen Brown, when push comes to shove, is their best player. And outside of him and Tatum,
you don't think it's Tatum? I think it's still Tatum.
I don't. I think Jaylen Brown, when push comes to shove, he becomes their best players in the biggest moments, in the biggest games. He always does. And Jason Tatum, again, in a big moment, what did he do last year for the Olympics? He couldn't even get on the court. Couldn't even get on the court if he's supposed to be the best player in the league. Couldn't even get on the court with old man LeBron, Kevin Durant, old man Stephen Curry. Couldn't even get out there for a touch. Yeah, exactly. The Avengers. And this guy's the new iteration, right? The Avengers was good. Right now we have all this new Disney, all the new stuff that's happening. It's horrible.
Mr. Spadoni, I'll take your point to a different direction in that.
Please.
Tatum, I think, is the best player on that team. But whether you agree or disagree, the problem for the league on a broader standpoint is that people don't really follow or connect with Tatum.
No.
He does not draw the casual fan in. We still don't know that much about him. We know he's got a cool son that gets to sit at all these different games Deuce, and that's nice. But his personality has never come across in that people want to follow what's going on. So, is he a great player? Could they be better? Who knows?
I don't fear that team. I'm just saying.
But that's that's a perfect segue. If you're a Warriors fan and you've seen what's happened the last week or two with Jimmy since the move, and you've seen Steph and Draymond get revitalized, now over the weekend, you see Draymond, hey, we're going to win a title. Hey, all this stuff is happening. As a Warriors fan, who do you fear? Who do you see out there that is coming around in the next 2 or 3 months that is just flat better than this Warriors group? Because as I look at the West, I think Boston's clearly above, but as I look at the West, there are 2 teams, if I were a Warriors fan, that would scare the hell out of me. It's OKC, although I have said many times they haven't done it before, and it's Denver because of Jokic. And Murray looks like he's finally found his own rhythm.
And they got a lot of size.
They've got a lot of size. But if you're a Warriors fan, what else do you think is out there?
It used to be the Lakers, but they don't have Anthony Davis anymore.
Right.
So, and we don't know what Luka and LeBron is. They've only played 2 games together, and they're both against the Utah Jazz, who stink. One was an impressive one. The other one wasn't impressive. So
they lost one.
Exactly. So it's a mix. They're 500. So, it's so interesting to watch this team now and how we're covering it just from a couple weeks ago till now. And Jimmy Butler being able to infuse this. Jimmy Butler, of all people, has infused optimism within Dub Nation. He went from a couple weeks saying, oh, I'm not going to sign an extension. Oh, you're going to sign an extension now. Yeah. He was always going to.
It was always the money.
Always the money.
Always the money.
It's funny you say that because this was him again on Saturday in Dubai talking with
Unbelievable.
This is him saying how happy he is with the Warriors. And what's the first thing he says? The money.
my pocket's going to feel it from the taxes, but, the taxes were great in Miami. But I'm so happy over there. Organization's top notch. Obviously, I get to play with Steph, so I'm a fan of him just like 99.9% of the world. And, a chance of winning the championship. What more can you ask for? And Draymond's on the team. Me and Draymond get along quite well. Yeah. Play a lot of dominoes.
Yeah, fun. It feels like, I feel like he's fun as well.
Oh, he's the best. And you don't realize how great he is until you actually get on his team and how smart and how he'll do anything to win. And I respect that the most out of anything. It's all about winning all the time with that dude. I'm learning.
He's learning. Again, Jimmy Butler, that was last Saturday. The first thing he says, how's things going? The taxes. Got to have that in there immediately.
Yeah, Florida to California, that does hurt. I know that from experience.
Yes.
We're not exactly in the same pay bracket.
No,
but Spadoni, what killed me about that clip is Steph. Oh my gosh, I love Steph. The whole world loves Steph, and Draymond's on the team. Okay, and Draymond's there too.
Do you think we were overblowing, and I don't know if you heard this nickname before. Have we even told him what the nickname is of the dynamic duo that is Jimmy Butler and Draymond Green?
I'm not sure.
It's the Suspendables. That's what we're calling them. That was ChatGPT came up with that. Shout out Carter for getting that. So the Suspendables, we haven't seen anything that would warrant a suspension going forward between them. Do you think those guys, we were overrating the amount of combustibility that could have been a part of those two butting heads, or is it still something that's in your back pocket saying these guys can go at it on the court at any given moment and there could be some fireworks?
I never believed they wouldn't get along. Spadoni, what I think people forgot about in the context of Jimmy potentially going to the Warriors was Jimmy and Draymond played together in the Olympics. They were there in Rio. How many different times through the years have we heard of guys on different teams coming together for that team and building up a relationship of their own? I mean, look back to the LeBron, Bosh, Wade pair up in Miami. Everybody looks back to that Olympic stretch in 2008, the Redeem team, and everybody says, well, that's where it started. That's where they started talking about it. If Draymond didn't want Jimmy on this team and didn't think Jimmy Butler, for all his flaws and his greatness, could work on this team, guess who wouldn't be on this team? Jimmy Butler.
Right.
So anybody, when I would listen to the station in the lead up to Jimmy getting moved here, who would say, oh, Jimmy and Draymond, they're going to fight. It's going to be bad. They're too combustible, especially together. I never bought that, because I always thought they'd find a way to make it work. Now, are some of the things that we've seen early, are they sustainable for the long haul of the next 2-3 years? We'll see. But very early on, how many different times can we hear Steve Kerr, Steph Curry, Draymond come out and say, hey, Jimmy, we love him. I mean, it is so obvious when you watch those games that they love playing with Jimmy Butler. They love what he does. Steph even said it's the yin and yang. They trust him. And Jimmy, who has always been searching for trust from teammates in the past, knows that he's got 2 Hall of Famers, and he knows that he's got a team full of guys who are ready to put in the work.
I like that as a question. Have the Warriors earned your trust again, Dub Nation? Do you trust this team going forward? Jimmy Butler, Draymond Green, Stephen Curry, and Steve Kerr at the helm there. Do you trust in this team again? Because I do think there was a lack of trust when it came to the fan base and the front office and making moves, whether it was Mike Dunleavy, whether it was Steve Kerr and his coaching ability, whether it was Moses Moody, Jonathan Kuminga. I think there was a big lack of trust. And now, they're 4 games in, there's 3-1. Do they still have to earn that for you, or are you already fully bought back in? What is your trust level at with this team? 888-957-9570. We got Walk It Back Wednesday here in a couple minutes. Howard Beck at 9:20 covers the NBA for The Ringer. Stan Van Gundy, who I respect his basketball acumen tremendously, obviously coached in the finals with Orlando way back when, Coach Dwight Howard, who we were just mentioning. That didn't end well. Talking about combustibility factors with head coaches and players. That was one of the examples.
Sipping on Diet Coke.
Orlando, right? That's
Orlando, baby.
There you go. Stan Van on yesterday on what he thought about the Butler trade to Golden State.
Well, look, I mean, it's a great move up, and I think Mike Dunleavy did an outstanding job making that move without giving up any of their young players. So I think everybody in San Francisco's got the right to be excited. Do I think it makes them a contender with Oklahoma City, Memphis, the Lakers, Houston? No, I don't. But it's a step up, and they certainly, I think, would have a chance to get into playoffs and win a series.
You mentioned a team right there that I'm way more skeptical because the media, and I get it, he's a sexy name. I got to see it with Luka and the Lakers and LeBron still. Like, I'm not buying this, that they're instant title contenders.
Thank you, Spadoni.
I don't understand. I don't understand why. Like, is it just because the names? Is that really it? Because we've seen it time and time again. The names
it's always it.
Like,
that's always it.
But they had Anthony Davis, who's like one healthy top 10 player, and LeBron, who's been a top 10 player forever now. And they still couldn't get out of the first round and got swept against the Nuggets or went 5 games against them. Like,
Anthony Davis, for as great as he's been at times when he's been healthy, is not a bold-faced name like Luka.
True. But he's a champion. I give him that, though. He's won a title.
He's won a title, but he's not Luka.
Sure.
When you go by one name, when it's LeBron and Luka, of course people are going to get a little more hyped up.
Luka.
I am not buying all the people who said, all right, well, they made this move for Luka. They are an instant title contender. That my boy, Dave McMenamin, I texted him drip me. Okay, so Dave.
I don't like when you say drip me. Go ahead.
It's a work in progress.
Please.
It's a work in progress. Okay. I text Dave the other night because we're going back and forth on, I can't believe LeBron is sitting out. He means too much to the All-Star game in general and to the league. Just stand there and throw a few passes and then get out. I mean, when you're thinking about this, Spadoni, he writes back, all right, I think he understood to a point, but he's like, he feels like the Lakers have a legitimate chance for a championship. I don't see that. Not this year.
No,
it's not
move.
That they made some wrong move.
No.
But if you're trying to win a title right now, you wouldn't make this move because you'd say, I want Anthony Davis. Right. I want to see how this goes. Did the Lakers make the right move for the long run? Of course they did. But anybody who sat there and went, oh, well, title? Hell no.
It made it interesting when they did acquire Mark Williams. It's like, okay, they got a big man now.
Exactly. They know what they needed, and they're trying to fill in the gap.
Right. So I was like, okay, maybe if in a given series, maybe if, again, there's so many what ifs because all these guys have to stay healthy. 40-year-old LeBron, Luka coming off a calf, not in shape. Mark Williams, who physical specimen, who's great, always hurt. Like, yeah, I got to believe it to see it, right? And that didn't work out. And now they have Jackson Hayes. They're relying on him, and God love Jackson Hayes. He's not Anthony Davis. He's not Mark Williams. He can do some nice things. He's going to get some lobs from Luka and LeBron because they're great at passing the ball. But defensively, it's just not going to cut it. He's going to get abused against Jokic, Şengün's, Zubac of the world. Like, those guys that have...
That guy's good.
He's very good. He's very good. Underrated still, but it's just because that Houston team, there's so many names, right? There's so many names he gets lost in the shuffle there. He's one of the older guys on a team full of young guys. Here, real quick, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app. Nick Friedell, as you know, it is a Warriors Wednesday, brought to you by Freedman's Appliance. Come see their full selection of in-stock luxury appliances and live working vignettes. Visit Freedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill today. Are we ready for some Walk It Back Wednesday? Are we ready for that? Thumbs up? Let's do it.
Oh, my goodness, Bonte.
We have a lot of takes on the morning roast.
I will be shocked if Trey Lance is a starting at quarterback in week number 1.
Some are better than others.
I'm going to be real with you. I've seen a lot of quarterbacks play for the 49ers. Undeniable talent.
And we get a bit carried away with a take.
He asked you about the presence.
Oh, my God. The
when he steps in the huddle, there's a different swagger to this offense.
Sometimes we have to walk it back.
Poor Jimmy Garoppolo. I'm not going to say poor because he's got a lot of money. He's got a lot of cake. He's got the J's.
It is a Walk It Back Wednesday on the Morning Roast.
Thank you. I love that. Yeah, I walk it out. The funniest part about that for me is poor Jimmy Garoppolo. Has that phrase been uttered in that guy's life ever? Look at him first and foremost. Poor Jimmy Garoppolo. Please. The guy's he's living in Los Angeles as a backup quarterback, looking like that with hundreds of $1 million, Nick Friedell. Come on, man. Come on, poor Jimmy.
The backup quarterback part of it is even funnier now because the backup quarterback, I would think that guy could do whatever the hell he wants.
Anything he wants, right?
Okay, I'm the break in case of emergency.
Exactly.
Wow.
Which was actually surprising that Stafford didn't really get hurt this year because he never saw Jimmy.
He hung in there.
Yeah, he never saw Jimmy at all. Now Stafford, I guess there's rumors like, should the Giants be interested in him? I guess very odd. The Giants, are the Raiders interested in him? Are there's Aaron Rodgers going to go to the Rams now? I was like, and NFL's on crack already. It's ridiculous. Some of the things that the hypotheticals after the Super Bowl ends. But walk it back Wednesday, Nick. Is there a take recently? Or all time, actually, you're the guest here. Is there a take that you have that you would like to walk back? I'm not giving you the Andrew Wiggins one.
Well, that's the one immediately.
No, I'm not giving that. No, you've said that too many times.
It'd be a great time to walk back bonus title.
Oh, the bonus title. Yeah,
I don't want to walk that back.
What if they win another one? It's the double bonus is where we're going?
2 shots.
Oh, my.
2 shots.
For Syracuse.
2 shots. Look, Spadoni, every time I feel like I can hear Bonte and Shasky in my ears anytime Andrew Wiggins' name is mentioned. Those two. Apologize to Andrew Wiggins. You must repent for your hot take. Apologize. Andrew Wiggins was awesome. I was wrong. I watched him all those years in Minnesota. I always thought the talent was there. I never thought he could put it all together. He did till the end of time. Second best player on that title team.
I mean, he put it all together for a span of 6 months, and he hasn't replicated that. So really, you could
I know, but they won. They won.
They won. That's fine.
It's the ultimate trump card always.
Always.
If you win and you help a team win a title, that's what it is. But I have a different take. I want to walk back. It was not when I was in the Bay. But I have thought about it a lot, especially in the last few years. It was at my old station, ESPN 1000 in Chicago.
Oh.
And I said at the time, and this is about 10 years ago, that nothing was ever going to top the NFL. The NFL is king. People care about it the most. I thought the NBA could push it. Could push the point where you thought, all right, it's really catching on day to day. People are really in tune to the game. Mr. Spadoni, the worst take of my entire radio career was that.
Oh, no.
Because it's not close anymore. It's why I've told you many times throughout the week, I love coming back to the Bay for a lot of reasons, but it's one of the few places in the country anymore where the NBA has such a hold on people's interests. Yeah. And it's because of Steph, and it's because of the Warriors and what they've accomplished. But if I could pull back one take, it is that the NBA was going to push the NFL and really close the gap between 1 and 2. What's happened 10 years later is that gap, especially between those two leagues, is wider than it's ever been.
It's incredible, and we're waiting for that pendulum to swing back, right, to the NBA. I just don't think it ever is. I think we're just so obsessed with football. Everyone keeps saying, it's oversaturated.
Gambling.
The gambling aspect of it. And let's be quite frank, the second most consumed sport's not even the NBA. It's college football. That's the league.
Absolutely.
We're calling it a league, or an entity. It's the NCAA. They're dominating, man. In the college football playoff, I know there was a lot of blowouts. That was a great success. That was a tremendous success. And Carter, I know you got some, Sam, you got some real quick. Mine, I got to walk this back. I hear you laughing through the glass, by the way. There's a problem in the studio where I can hear everything that happens. You heard it yesterday with the sales that had their meeting.
Oh, yeah.
Nick was wondering, am I hearing voices? I was like, yeah.
Am I losing my mind even more because I keep waking up at 4 a.m.? I mean, what's going on?
I think Cam Ward's going to be a bust. I don't like what he had to say. I thought Cam Ward was going to be a lock. Sam's not going to like this one. I just heard Cam Ward say...
Send you up for a walk back later on.
Sure.
Double walk back.
I don't like that Cam Ward went full Josh Rosen, and then he says, quote, if you don't draft me, that's your fault. I'll remember. Just shut up. You're going to get drafted in the top 10. Stop. You don't need to say that. And I actually have respect for Shador Sanders, who everyone wants to say is this big diva because he's the son of Deion. I almost said Devon Sanders. That's funny because it's Devon.
I was with you.
Thank you. Not Devon Dudley. Shout out Tables, Ladders, and Chairs, WWE, the Dudley Boys. Going throwback there. But Shador was saying, hey, man, if I just get drafted in the first, hey, if you pass on me, that's fine. I'm a first-round quarterback. I'm not going to hold that against anyone that didn't draft me. I'm going to go all in on the team that I love. That is a mature response. Cam Ward, I'm out, Carter.
Shut up.
You love the Dave Fleming shut up drop.
I'm going to walk back and take I had about 12 years ago.
Oh, my God.
Hell yeah, Carter.
He had to go that far back to find
He's been marinated on it for a while.
I still think about it, so this is my chance to repent. I don't know if you guys remember Thomas Robinson from Kansas. I thought he was going to be a stud when he came into the league. Now he plays in Taipei. And he was a stud at Kansas, All-American, drafted 5th overall to the Kings, and just totally flopped. Didn't make it very long in the league.
Oh, my God. I'm looking at this guy real quick, Sam. This guy's Wikipedia. Sacramento, Houston, Portland, Philadelphia, Brooklyn, L.A., Kim Key, Beikong, Maine, Sichuan, back to Kim Key.
Back to Kim Key.
I don't know how to pronounce this one, but conjugate.
Nailed it.
Thought he'd be a stud.
Seoul, Samsung, Thunder, the Piratas de Quebradillas, Real Esteli, Grises de Humachao, Capitanes de Arecibo. Like, there's,
You're
Brazil?
just making up names at this point.
No, it keeps going. There's like 10 more.
First of all, Carter, I do remember him. I thought when he came out that he would have an impact somewhere. He hasn't. Spadoni, I would just caution having watched so many dudes go from the NBA to all these different places. It is so difficult to become a pro basketball player anywhere. So anybody who thought, all right,
I'm not laughing at him. It's just the
I know you're not.
Of the amount
I know
of
you're not.
teams
But I know the people listening are like, oh, this guy's a bust. He played in 100 different places.
Hey.
If you get to the level where somebody's paying you to play pro basketball somewhere, even if you have the hype and you didn't make it in the NBA, it still says something that he hung on this long in all these places we've never heard before because he wanted to make a living and he clearly loved the game on some level.
And he's still playing it. He's
still going.
You travel from Asia to South America to Turkey and to the Middle East. Like, you clearly have a love for the game and desire to play. And I'm never going to knock someone for that. Absolutely. Sam, what are you walking back?
Yeah, I want to walk back any and all enthusiasm I'll ever have for going to NBA All-Star fan events. You guys remember on Friday I closed out the show saying, I'm kind of excited for the NBA Fan Fest. Yeah, that was setting myself up for massive disappointment. You just go there, everyone and their brother's there, so it's massive packed crowd. And usually these fan fests are like a great chance to just kind of like celebrate the game. You got free stuff, you got little events and stuff that kind of like enjoy there. But no, this was... Let's just see all the sponsorships that the NBA has right now and, stand in line for an hour, shoot a ball, and get a Michelob Ultra. Like, no, I'm so out on that. All the people there, it was cool. I ran into Josh and Matthew there. Shout out those guys in San Jose. But, no, it was just too many people, too many lines, and the merchandise there wasn't that great. Just an all-around NBA crossover event. So, NHL All-Star Fan Fest, great time. MLB All-Star Fan Fest, great time. NBA crossover Fan Fest, yeah, that's a no for me, dog.
Pizza when you should have French fried. You're gonna have a bad time. Am I right? South Park reference. It's a deep cut.
It was a big French fry when I should have been
instead of French fries. I love French fries.
Well, it's a skiing metaphor. You have to watch the episode.
You ever been skiing, Nick?
Yeah, you ever been?
Have I ever been skiing? You're talking to somebody who smashed their tibia and fibula at the same time because their boot didn't come off in Breckenridge. Smashed.
So you should have gone snowboarding instead. Snowboarding. Much safer.
Yeah.
Come on, Nick.
Drip.
What's coming up on the game is brought to you by the San Francisco International Airport. We're going to ask Howard Beck of The Ringer next if he could walk back any take. I'm going to open it with that. Hey, Howard, what's the one take you want to walk back? It's a Walking Back Wednesday. It's Spadoni. It's Friedell. One more segment on the Morning Roast. Thank you, Tim. Tim Rowe will be on our airwaves again on Friday calling the game when the Warriors are back in action against the Sacramento Kings. Jimmy Butler's in Dubai, or is he back from Dubai? We'll see. Our friend Anthony Slater covers the team for The Athletic and also our 95.7 The Game Warriors Insider. I guess he's in Mexico. He's hanging out, chilling, relaxing. Good for him. We'll have him on Friday as well. We'll have Bonte Hill on Friday as he joins us every single Friday at 9 o'clock. Bonte Hill with cousin Nick Friedell, who's in again for Joe Shasky, who's out in Hawaii all week and for a few days next week. And Shasky will be back. He needs to relax, though. He needs to chill. He needs to go surf, go eat some seafood, play some golf. He's loving it. All right. You'll also love this. The Slam Dunk in Vegas contest is going on. Check this out. Someone's going to win travel and accommodations for 4. So that's a winner and 3 guests to Las Vegas plus $20,000. That's right, $20,000. You'll be staying at Circa, the premier sports viewing destination in downtown Las Vegas. Circa has always been one of the best when it comes to all that viewing, and they have Stadium Swim, the biggest March Hoops party.
So cool.
It's a big pool, guys. You're in Vegas. Come on. Get that tan working, Nick. All right?
Always, my man.
Goo does put in work at the Circa. That is a fact. It's the ultimate viewing experience also for the first 2 rounds of the college basketball championship. Syracuse will not be there. Winning is easy. Just download the free Odyssey app now. Log in and listen each day for a minimum of 1 hour for your daily entry. This is a national contest. Download the Odyssey app now, and you might be headed to Vegas in March with $20,000. Was that mean? I'm sorry.
I mean, you're fitting in like every one of all my friends that follow any kind of hoops.
I just forgot. I thought Jim Boeheim was still there, and you guys are usually like a lock if Boeheim's around, right? And
well, not at the end. I love Coach Boeheim, but it's the worst.
No one was caught picking his nose more in 4K than one Jim Boeheim. That's a fact.
Please tell me my man Howard is there.
Howard would agree with me.
Conversation.
Howard Beck, NBA insider for The Ringer, obviously has been covering the league at a very high level for a very long time. One of ours here in the Bay Area. We love him. And he joins us on the River Islands guest line. All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands, and Lathrop? Joe Spadoni, Nick Friedell on the Morning Roast. Howard, before we get to you, we have this thing on Wednesdays called a Walk It Back Wednesday. So whatever take you had, it could be a sports take, it could be another take if you want it to be. Any take, like a freezing cold take that you've had that you want to share with the class here as we say good morning to you?
Good morning, guys, and good morning especially to Nick. I miss you, man. I haven't seen you in a while.
It's been too long, my man.
Too long. Let me know when you're in Brooklyn. Takes I'd like to walk back. You know what? If you put this out on social media, I'm sure there would be an absolute flood of responses from people who have a bunch of takes that I may or may not have made that I should take back, but I'm not going to volunteer any off the top of my head, or actually can't remember any. But I have no doubt I've gotten 1,000 things wrong in the last 2 weeks alone.
Absolutely. Did you listen, as we pivot back to the actual games and actual league and All-Star Weekend, you know, we've beaten it over ad nauseum, the national media, everyone just crushing just the product itself. Like the All-Star game for the city of San Francisco and the Bay Area, I thought was great just to represent the city. I think shined very well this past week, and that's one of the positives. The city and the Bay Area at large, which, as we all know, likes to get beaten down nationally a lot here. And we got the Super Bowl coming next year. We got World Cup at Levi Stadium. So I thought that was a success. What did you make of the product, though, on television, or if you were there in person, of All-Star Weekend, Howard?
So it's interesting because over the last couple of days, as I've responded to this, especially, like on social media, it's clear to me that a lot of the backlash to All-Star Weekend has to do with the production, with some pacing issues, with, just a variety of things in terms of the overall presentation. But I was there and in the arena, so I have no idea what it sounded like. I don't know how much Kevin Hart overload people were, exposed to, for instance. But in the arena and in the city itself, to me, it was a typical All-Star Weekend, right? People are going to gripe about all the events and how this is not what it used to be, because it's true. And, there's kind of this, I always call All-Star Weekend just chaotic. There's just so much going on and so many people. But it's like a happy chaos. I thought the city showed out well and everything else. I will say, and it's hard to remember from year to year, but there were a lot of empty seats Saturday night, and more so than I seem to recall seeing in prior years. less so on Sunday for the All-Star game or the tournament, whatever we want to call it. But there were a shocking number of empty seats in the lower bowl Saturday night. I don't think that was a great look, but that's not even a reflection on the Bay Area. Like this is about the league. The league, this thing should sell out easily. And it's all their corporate partners and business people coming in for these things. So that's not a reflection on the Warriors or Bay Area sports fans, but it is an issue for the league if people don't want to be at one of your signature events of the year. I will just say, I know I'm in the minority in this. I think the All-Star tournament is an improvement over the absolute just abomination that the All-Star game had become in recent years. And if it wasn't perfect, fine. I think they should build off of it. I think having target scores and this little mini tournament format, which had much better pacing to it and at least a semblance of defense and competitiveness to it, was a huge improvement over the last several years of a 48-minute, 3-hour slog of guys just screwing around.
Oh, Howard, I have missed hearing the context you can put all this in, but as we look forward now to the final push in the regular season, all those seats in Chase should be filled on Sunday because it's Andre Iguodala's retirement day, but it's also Jimmy's home debut. As you look at what he's done so far with this group and Steph and Draymond, what do you believe the ceiling is this year for this Warriors team with Jimmy Butler?
Whew, boy, that's a big one. Well, first of all, being big, happy reunion, Nick Friedell and Jimmy Butler back together again.
No. I'm out of here before that reunion takes place.
Stick around.
Howard, I've seen the movie so many times. I don't need to see it again for at least a little while.
All right. Well, it seemed like a good idea. Look, I think the early returns speak for themselves, right? Like, it's looked pretty good. I've been, again, I think I'm in the minority in this one too. I was bullish on this. I was actually talking about Jimmy to the Warriors like even a year ago because I thought like they just needed some sort of infusion of energy and attitude and defense and all the stuff that Jimmy can bring, and he brings other things too, of course, and that's the risk that the Warriors are taking. I think in the near term, you don't expect you're going to turn into a contender overnight necessarily. He's 35, and you got to figure out the fit along the way. But you're trying to give yourself a chance to be contenders again in what's left of Steph's late prime, whatever we want to call this stage of his career. So it's the right move to make. And I think the bigger investment is what happens the next 2 seasons. But yeah, you hope to get a boost in the near term also. What's their ceiling? Like before the trade, they weren't even guaranteed to make the playoffs. Now, I will say absolutely they're making the playoffs. I think they could even get to the 6th seed and get the guaranteed spot instead of having to go through the play-in. Could they not, if they get to 6, could they knock out the 3? It depends on who the 3 is. If the 3 is the Rockets, I think every veteran team looks forward to playing the Rockets in the first round. I don't think anybody fears Houston. The Grizzlies, young team, not a ton of postseason experience. Maybe they're vulnerable. I don't think the Lakers are going to last in that spot or in the top tier. I think the Lakers are going to sink. But if I were the Warriors, I'd look forward to playing the Lakers too. Like I don't think a Luka LeBron team without any size and any defense around them is going to go too far. Not to disrespect either of those guys, they're great, but the Lakers are a little wonky post trade and have a lot more work to do. I think the Warriors can win a round. Can they get to the conference finals? Maybe. Can they beat the Thunder? I don't think so. I don't think anybody will, but the Warriors have a fighting chance of having an interesting spring.
Talking to Howard Beck here on the River Islands guest line, Spadoni and Friedell Morning Roast. Howard Beck, NBA insider for The Ringer. And Howard, we were just talking about that. The Lakers make that huge trade, and obviously they dominate headlines because it's Luka and LeBron. Everyone wants to talk about how legitimate of a contender they are. Not a lot of defense going to be played between those two guys, one being 40 years old and Luka just historically never playing defense. You got Austin Reeves as starter there, Hachimura, obviously, and then you're going to be relying on Jackson Hayes. But could you make the argument this, 2-month stretch, these next couple months and making this playoff push, could this be their best opportunity in the next couple seasons to this current stretch to make a run to the NBA Finals?
For the Lakers?
No, for the Warriors, because it just does feel like the West is kind of, like I say, wide open because the Thunder are very good. They just haven't done it yet. So if I'm like a Warriors fan and I'm looking at all this, it's like, Yeah, I like my chances potentially against the Thunder because I know I have championship pedigree with Steph, with Kerr, with Draymond, and a guy that's been to 2 championships as a best player, and Jimmy Butler now.
Yeah, I mean, listen, you got to squint a little bit to see it, but is there a path? Sure. I mean, Denver is, kind of revived. Jamal Murray's revived, and Denver's starting to look, as dominant as they were a couple of years ago again. So the Nuggets are a factor here. The Thunder are obviously a factor here as the best team in the regular season for the last couple seasons in the West. But yeah, I mean, it's fair to point out that the Thunder have not done it before, that they're young, that their postseason experience is pretty scant. And I do think, as I look at the playoff brackets every year, I'm always looking for, here's the young team that's going up against the veteran team. How much does the veteran experience matter, right? It's kind of an article of faith in the NBA, and I do think it matters. I think it's a real thing. And when you're going up against guys with as much experience as Steph, Draymond, and Jimmy Butler, that could be a deciding factor. On talent alone and just, the spryness of this young team in Oklahoma, I don't expect that the Warriors are going to knock them out, but maybe somebody else knocks them out along the way somehow. And that's the thing, the playoffs don't always go to script. Injuries happen, weird, turns of events happen, a controversial call happens. You just want to be in a position where you have a chance that if things break your way a little bit, there's every year there's a little bit of luck helping somebody get from one round to the next or even get to the finals. And, people were quick to point out, if you recall a few years ago when the Warriors made their last run in 2022, how many breaks went their way because of injuries to other teams. That's just the league. That's just what happens. And, maybe they catch a break or two this time through too. I don't think they'll be favored to go to the finals, but do they have a chance? I don't think it's insane.
Howard, let's stay in the Western Conference for a second. You created some headlines on the Real Ones podcast with Roger Bell and my man Logan Murdoch when you relayed that at least one NBA executive said the name to keep an eye on moving forward is Ja Morant as far as a potential deal in the future goes. How likely do you think it is that Ja would potentially get moved in Memphis?
I'm not going to get you guys fined from the FCC for the words that I want to use about Legion Hoops and all the rest of these stupid aggregators. I'm not going to get you fined. I'm not going to use the F-bombs that I want to use.
We have a dump button, Howard, but thank you for saying that.
All right.
We appreciate it. Yeah.
Just consider it implied that I have already invoked the word you can't invoke with reference to Legion Hoops and all the rest of these stupid aggregators who are just leeching off of society and should go away. Listen, to their credit-ish, they did put my entire quote, which had a ton of context, but of course, by the time that spins through a couple of cycles, all it is, an NBA reporter says Ja Morant could be traded. All it was, and I should know better than to say these things out loud on a microphone because I know it's going to spin out of control, but I hate that this happens. In February before the trade deadline, or maybe it was right after the Luka trade, and I was talking to a bunch of people about the Luka trade specifically, ramifications, what would happen next, what this might mean for other superstar trades. And in this league, especially in this era of this league, we are always, and the executives across the league are always thinking about who's next. And teams are plotting all the time. The Miami Heat and the Brooklyn Nets for sure have their eyes on Giannis right now, and they're not the only ones. I'm sure Dallas does too. Teams are and the Warriors probably too. Teams are constantly looking who's discontented or may be soon. Which team has hit a wall and is going to have to pivot. And that's just the way the league goes. And those guys talk about it. So then they gossip it to us, and then we talk about it. And then stupid Legion Hoops goes and, spins it out there and turns it into something 1,000 times bigger than it actually is. I don't know how realistic it is that Ja Morant gets traded this summer, but an executive with another team told me, by the way, keep an eye on him. This is just one to think about. And I thought, oh, okay. And then, I dumbly blurted it out on a live podcast at the Punchline last Saturday.
Howard Beck joining us here on the River Islands Guest Line, NBA Insider for The Ringer. I'm with you on the aggregators. Unfortunately,
Howard, I love the description.
Well, yes,
that's perfect.
The producer and me coming from being the production level, there's part of me where it's just like, yeah, I had a quote from Howard Beck or Nick Friedell and it got picked up and all the views. But then there's also a part of me was like, yeah, well, if I was in his position, I get turned into a horse's ass. I totally feel where you're coming from. But to your point, you had all the different things that, laid out the possibilities of why it could happen. And one of the reasons is, hey, if the Grizzlies get bounced in the first round, it's like, you got to start thinking about Ja, as the future face of that team. Is like, where are they going to go? Where does he want to go? He's actually been pretty quiet. I saw his tweet over the weekend. He's like, hey, maybe I'll participate in the dunk contest. Like, wow, that's the first time I heard of John Morant outside of a highlight on ESPN. So he's been, to his credit, being out of the spotlight, and good for him. Yeah. A guy that has been back into the spotlight, and a guy that we're talking about a lot, and a team that we're talking about a lot in more of a negative way, the Phoenix Suns and Kevin Durant. Howard, Nick and I have been talking, and is there a possibility? I think there is a strong possibility, I should say, that Kevin Durant gets traded this summer, given his now kind of feels fractured relationship with owner Matt Ishbia. Maybe that's a little strong, but it feels like he wants to go. Could there be a potential Golden State reunion, Howard, with Kevin Durant? I know we talked about it a couple weeks ago. Ended up Jimmy coming here. Could they still revisit those talks, though, this summer? I
don't think so. There's every reason to believe that the Suns badly need to pivot. Like they've made a bunch of catastrophic mistakes along the way here under Matt Ishbia. They've been, mortgage their entire future. And then the way to get back out of that is to spin off Kevin Durant, try to get some draft capital back, maybe even spin off Devin Booker for that matter. Don't aggregate that either, people. But I do think that the Suns need to change direction. Like this was a bad idea at the time, and it's clearly not playing out the way they wanted to. They may not even make the playoffs. But Kevin Durant back to the Warriors, if it was going to happen, it would have happened a week and a half ago or 2 weeks ago, whatever it was. He knew that was on the table, and he made it clear he wasn't interested, and that's it. I don't expect that he's going to change his mind. I think he feels like this is a closed chapter. He's been there, done that. There were reasons why he left, and I just don't think there's any chance of him returning. And you're not going to do it. You're not going to trade for him if he doesn't want to be here. Right. So, I don't know where he lands then. There are some other teams that I think make sense, but I don't think it's the Warriors.
Hey, Howard, we appreciate the time this morning, man. Really good stuff. You're doing a hell of a job over at The Ringer. I love reading all of your stuff. I love whenever you're on a podcast. You've been crushing it. Appreciate the time this morning, man.
Appreciate it, fellas. Nick, see you soon somewhere, I hope.
You got it, my man.
There he goes.
Thanks for coming on.
That's Howard Beck, NBA Insider for The Ringer. Does a hell of a job. And he just had an article recently, diving into, Nick, NBA expansion, right? And whether that's a good thing or not for the league. And, we've been kind of like reading the tea leaves. People have been talking. We talked about it yesterday. Are the Mavericks, after this Luka trade, are they going to be prime? The Adelson family owning it? Are they going to go to, and they're heavy hitters in Vegas? Are the tea leaves there, Dallas to Vegas? I do think it's more likely that we have a team move than adding another team, right? This has been.
You do.
I do think that because I think Vegas is primed to be that next big. I know the Raiders are there and that they haven't been good. Trust me. I cover the team very closely. They have not been good in Vegas, but business has been booming, Nick. The NFL in Vegas, they love a team being there. They are going to be cachet, all the stars. Can you imagine Shedeur Sanders being there? They're going to have eyeballs constantly. They're going to get a Major League Baseball team there. We'll see, right? Well, they're in Sacramento right now. It's been very well documented. You've been following along the A's, that whole mess of a situation, John Fisher and co. And we'll see if they eventually make the move from Sacramento to Las Vegas. I do think NBA is heading there. They already have WNBA. They have NHL. I look at a franchise like the Pelicans, like New Orleans. What are we doing? It just feels like that is
it's never caught on there.
It's just Chris Paul, gone, Hall of Famer. Anthony Davis, gone, Hall of Famer. Zion Williamson didn't work out, and they traded everything to get all the different pieces. Not a Hall of Famer, but Hall of Fame talent potentially.
Yes.
Not working there though. It just has never caught on. It's a college town.
It's a party town.
It's a party town, but college football and the Saints. Like, that's it. That's what they do down there. So I look at a team like that. And then obviously the Mavericks, as I've referenced, but do you think NBA expansion is coming, or do you follow along like I think they might have some moves coming up here?
I have always felt that Vegas and Seattle were on the way. And why do I think that? Because of everything that's been said and discussed behind the scenes for years. This isn't new. It always felt like those were the two teams. Spadoni, it's interesting, especially coming off Howard's column that he has at The Ringer. Is it actually good for the league if you add two more instead of the movement? I don't think it is, because I don't think the talent level, as high as it is in the league, can withstand two more brand new, fresh teams. There aren't enough stars to go around. For as solid as the NBA still is, as referenced by, or as backed up, I should say, by the $76 billion in TV money they have coming in the next 11 years with all these new TV deals, this is still a star-driven league. There just are not enough stars to go around. I don't believe that a move is imminent. Usually with any pro sports organization, you've got the rumors that build up over time. Well, maybe it's this team, maybe it's that team. We heard it with the A's for so long. Where are they going to head? You really haven't heard that too much in the NBA, I don't feel like. My first option, if we were moving teams, would be New Orleans. I've been down there plenty of times. It just does not feel like that city.
Smoothie King's not hitting down there? Smoothie King Arena?
It doesn't feel like that city has ever fully embraced that group. But if we were betting right now, you're betting that you would see a move first. I'm betting that Vegas and Seattle are coming one way or another. I think it will be expansion. I don't think that's in the best interest of the league, but as we have gone through time and time again, year after year after year, what is this all about, Mr. Spadoni? Money.
Always about the money.
Always about the cash.
Money. There you go. Shout out Bone Thugs and Harmony. Howard Beck, who just joined us, that's all we're talking about. Howard Beck, NBA insider for The Ringer, had a great article. Go catch up on The Ringer in regards to the NBA expansion. And Howard Beck obviously just joining us there. If you missed any of that interview, download the Odyssey app, or you can find it on YouTube. All of our interviews are posted there. So like and subscribe. We would greatly appreciate it. So Howard said something there I thought was interesting. Hey, he could squint and see this Warriors team make the finals maybe. He could squint and see it. That's not nothing. Howard's been doing this for a very long time, Nick. He could squint and see it. Hey, and like we've been saying, there needs to be a lot of breaks. Listen, the Thunder are very good. I get very leery of really good young regular season teams. But it rarely happens where they go and win the whole thing. Rarely. You see it with the Oklahoma City Thunder, a different iteration of them when it was KD, Russ, James Harden, right? Serge Ibaka, all those guys. And what happened? They got to the finals and got humbled against one of the greatest teams ever in the Miami Heat, obviously, with Bosh, Dwayne Wade, LeBron James, Mario Chalmers, and them boys, as Stephen A. likes to say. So I have a very hard time buying them. I know we have to add them into the conversation of championships. Does anyone really think the Oklahoma City Thunder are going to win the title this year? Does anyone would you put money on that? No. Carter's shaking his head. I don't think Sam is. I don't think I am. I would not feel great winning my slam dunk in Vegas contest with my $20,000. Yeah, my three guests can have, I guess, a couple thousand. But I want my $20,000. I'm not putting it on the Oklahoma City Thunder to win the title. I'm not.
Take your $20K, put it on the Boston Celtics, and just keep it moving. That is who I think will end up coming out of all of the mess that is the postseason at times. I'm not believing that the Cavs can do it in a lot of ways, Spadoni, because of the same reasons that I don't believe OKC maybe not can get to the finals. But there is a huge difference, as we all know out here, between getting to the finals and actually winning the finals.
Which team? That's actually an interesting question. We got a couple minutes here left. If you had to bet on one of those teams making the finals, you're saying it would be the Thunder over the Cavs, just given the Boston Celtics and your respect for them in the Eastern Conference.
Completely. Okay. On top of the fact that with the Thunder defensively have been very, very good. But I like Donovan Mitchell. I think he's a really nice player. He's not Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. What shocks me for the league is that they haven't been able to sell Shai Gilgeous-Alexander more, because not only is he awesome, people just don't know a lot about him. They don't know who he is off the floor. They don't really know what makes him tick, aside from that awful AT&T commercial that he did with Chet Holmgren.
Dare I say he's kind of got some Andrew Wiggins vibes about him, like just as like his presence about him. It's very no nonsense. He's very just nonchalant.
Like say very Canadian.
Well, I was getting there. Not to bash Canada, as USA. We're rooting for against them over Canada tomorrow in the gold medal game. Is it a gold medal game? Is that what we're calling it? They're winning a gold medal tomorrow?
The Four Nations Face-Off Championship.
Okay,
I don't think it's a gold medal.
There's
game.
no gold medals involved. Excuse me.
There might as well be.
The title game.
Their tariffs are on the line. That's what's going on.
Tariffs, yeah, please. Yeah.
There we go, Mr. Loveman.
There we go. Let's get into the nitty-gritty of geopolitical warfare. Let's go, baby. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander at the center of it. But I kind of like him to an Andrew Wiggins, where he's just sort of like the personality's not there. But I'm not telling him that he has to have a personality, right? Like he doesn't have to like go out there, like just be who you are, and that's fine. But that's up to the league to, like showcase these guys. Like, does Trevor Lawrence have a personality for the No, seriously, does Trevor Lawrence have a personality with the Jacksonville Jaguars?
No.
Oh, he's got pretty hair. He's got pretty hair.
No.
But I see him on commercials. I saw him during the Super Bowl commercial. I see they showcase this guy, and he's like a mediocre quarterback right now.
Way.
Hair goes a long way. If he did a Head and Shoulders commercial with Troy Polamalu, maybe. But like, you see where I'm getting at.
Yes.
Like, is Joe Burrow a huge personality? He's got swag.
I think he has a personality, but it hasn't been shown to the masses yet in commercial form.
No, but they do such a good job of like, he's just so cool, right? Like he lets his play do the talking. And I feel like Shai does that too, but why doesn't it translate like Joe Burrow, like a Trevor Lawrence, like
that? Hey, Spadoni, that's a very fair point, because the key here is you'd say, oh, well, he's in Oklahoma City. Yeah. Okay, let's take the examples you just gave, though. Joe Burrow's in Cincinnati, and Trevor Lawrence is in Jacksonville.
Exactly.
Having spent way too much time in Jacksonville, I'm here to tell you.
No action in Jacksonville?
There's not so much going on. So, Oklahoma City gets a rough name in league circles, in large part because they replaced and got moved from Seattle, where so many people love to see what was going on. But
why did that happen real quick? That happened when I was like in high school. What was the reason behind that?
That happened because the Starbucks guy, Howard Schultz, sold the team to Clay Bennett and this group from Oklahoma City who initially, I guess, said, oh, yeah, we'll keep it here. And everybody was kind of like, I don't know. And then immediately gone.
How do you sell the NBA in a league on Oklahoma City? Like that pitch job had to have been amazing. How do you do that?
If I remember,
because Seattle's a much bigger market.
If I remember correctly, and now we're going way back, but I think that when Katrina hit, New Orleans played in Oklahoma City for at least a year, maybe two.
You're right.
And they showed the league, hey, we're going to fill this place up. We will support a team that comes here. And I would tell you, again, from my experience going down there, they love that team. And, of course, having Kevin Durant, James Harden, and Russell Westbrook doesn't hurt much, but they actually really support that team. There's a genuine connection there. But, and this ties all back into Howard's piece about expansion, that can only last so long if the product is not good and the team is not run well. So you can have all this hype around new teams, and certainly Seattle has more than earned the right to have another team of their own, but I don't see the outpouring for people saying, you know what we need more of? We need more NBA teams. Yeah. There's not a call for it. The call is the NBA wants to make a lot more money, and the way to do that is with the expansion fees and all the extra money that would come with adding two more teams to the fold.
888-957-9570. We got a couple minutes here left before Fast Five. It's been a lot of NBA talk the last 3 days, and rightfully so, just given what's going on within this region. We have the All-Star game. We have Jimmy Butler as a Golden State Warrior. Kevin Durant came to town. There's been so much. We just talked about the NBA at large, some of the talking points, the expansion. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander probably going to be the MVP. Is he really resonating, though, like a Josh Allen, like a Lamar Jackson? But again, it's more of a league problem at this point in the NFL, again, and just what they do. They just dominate headlines. They dominate everything when it comes to player promotion. And I don't know what the answer is to that, but it's going to be fascinating to see how everything breaks down in the coming years. As again, the NBA is trying. They're trying to fight back, and I know what they would love if the Golden State Warriors were a part of that championship conversation again. They would love for Stephen Curry to be a part of that. You know what else I would love, Carter? I love Fast Five. Oh, yes. It is time for our final thoughts of the show, brought to you by Xfinity. Nick Friedell. The next generation 10G network, only from Xfinity. The future starts right now. What are your final thoughts of the show, buddy?
My big takeaway even in the last 45 minutes here, Mr. Spadoni, is in listening to Howard, how much of there is a divide across the league on whether or not Kevin Durant could come back here to the Bay. I absolutely believe it's still possible.
He dismissed it immediately.
I think it could work, but there are lots of people, and Howard had the conversation with us that you can listen to again on the Odyssey app. But when you see the general split, that's interesting to me because so many people in the league know that it can work here with Kevin. We've seen it. But there are so many people that thought, all right, it's going to happen, and then it didn't, and now it's over. I seem to be in a little bit more of a minority at this point who says, well, it's never really over. I think it could still happen.
So you mean to tell me Nick Friedell is an optimist when it comes to good things for the Golden State Warriors? Hey, you heard it here first, baby. Always positive, Nick Friedell.
I call Katie's return the bonus return.
Yeah, the bonus return. It's my own love life where I've learned some hard life lessons, but one of those lessons is it's never really, really over until it's over all the way. I don't see it yet here with Kevin in the
You're going Sugar Ray when it's over. That's the time I fall in love again. How about that?
Boom.
Yeah, that's a Sugar Ray reference. Circa 2000.
Wow, what a pull on the fly by Mr. Spadoni.
Mark McGrath, baby. Sam Levin, what do you got?
What I got is I kind of got a bit of a problem in that I am just addicted to wanting guys to come to the Bay Area who I know it's probably not going to happen. Like the Kevin Durant stuff, I'm all in on it. I'm not going to hold my breath. I'm sure it's possible. I'm not going to hold my breath. Of course, there's Vladimir Guerrero Jr. I'm going to bang the drum for the Giants to make that happen. I'm a realist, though. It's probably not, but I'm still going to bang the drum. And on top of that, because, look, come on, man. Come on. Why do you have to go there?
It's just probably
don't take that cheap shot.
Hey, it looked perfect because
don't you put that evil on us, Joe
It's the same
Spadoni.
colors. Los Angeles Dodgers and Toronto Blues, same exact color scheme. It'd be perfect.
Well, yeah. Well, there's no. Don't go there. I'm not going to make another tariff joke.
You're upsetting Mr. Lubman.
It's his final thoughts. I apologize.
I know. Yeah, getting interrupted in my final thoughts. What else is new? And then I guess, I don't know, the third one would be Myles Garrett. I keep seeing that rumor popping up for the Niners, but like that's not going to happen either. So basically, it's just like I'm unrealistic in my expectations.
That's okay though. You know what? Always set the goals high. And it's always cautious optimism. That's what you need to have in life. Cautiously optimistic. So if you do get disappointed, it's not going to be too much of a disappointment because you baked it in the back of your mind. Cautious optimism is what I preach upon my children. So when they leave a jacket at school, you know, it's not the worst thing in the world. But
keep that jacket away from Carter, by the way.
Right there. Did you take my son's jacket? Is that what you're saying? You took the Mandalorian?
I would have taken it, for sure.
Carter, were you the bully in high school being that tall?
No, I was bullied.
You were not bullied in high school.
Before the growth spurt.
Stop.
No, you're right.
Stop it.
My final thought of the day is obviously this has been a pretty dry week as far as live sports go.
And weather-wise, too. It's not been raining.
Yeah, no, it has. But yesterday, about 24 hours ago, was the WSL Big Wave Tour in Nazaré. I'm a fan of pro surfing here and there, you know, like to check it out.
No, you sound, when you first called me because you had a report for your college class and you had to interview me, I thought I was talking to Kelly Slater with the voice. He has such a surfer bro tone to him. I thought he was laying out in front of Neptune's Kingdom at the Santa Cruz Beach Boardwalk watching the surf. That's what you sound like.
Was a compliment or not?
No, that's a compliment. No, it's a compliment because you sound so California, and I appreciate that. Now, people would think you were from L.A. because of your accent, but you say you're from San Francisco.
Yeah,
there you
go. Absolutely not from L.A. But shout out Nick Von Rupp for winning yesterday in Portugal. Like, what a performance. And if anyone's not ever seen the Nazare Toe Challenge, got to go watch it. It's much-watched TV.
More of a Mavericks guy myself. Again, shout out Half Moon Bay, Santa Cruz, Yeah, I know you frequent down there at times, Nick, right? Boardwalk?
Like once.
Once?
Once.
Did you go to a G League game? Is that why?
You know what's funny? I went to see a practice with the one and only Steph Curry when he practiced with the G League team in Santa Cruz, and then about 2 days later, the league shut down.
Wow.
So, what a moment in time.
What a moment in time, indeed. And that was Fast Five, brought to you by Xfinity. At home or on the go, you'll get the fastest internet to all of your devices. Steiny and Goo next, brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
Steiny and Guru.
Yeah.
On 95.7 The Game.
All righty, Guru back today. Happy to have him.
Right on.
How you doing, partner?
I'm all
What's
right.
going on?
Thank you and Evan for holding it down yesterday.
Absolutely. Absolutely. How you doing?
I'm all right.
Okay, good.
You asked. My youngest son turned 21 today.
Oh, congratulations.
And I know Evan's not here yet. He'll be here one day, Parentville. But, Stan, I guess it feels like it's my birthday when it's the kids' birthday. Like 21, my second one.
They grow up fast.
Yeah.
They really do. It's people, life can be bittersweet. It really can.
But he didn't die. It's his birthday.
Everything that's joyful, has a tinge of pain.
Yeah. Just a day to reflect today, man.
What is wrong with you?
My man. What did I miss yesterday? Because it's euphoria for me with the Warriors.
Okay.
Niners got $44 million to spend, I believe, was the free agency about to start, so they got some money on the credit card. And the Gigantes in spring training, Steiny.
Yeah. Okay. Here, let me catch up on yesterday, and then you can kind of jump in and keep the conversation going forward. All right, so I hear Draymond Green saying we're going to win a championship, right?
Wow.
I don't think they're going to win a championship. Right. I don't think they're going to win a championship, Goo. I just don't. I don't see it. But yesterday I started thinking, well, Draymond Green's not an idiot. He knows basketball.
Oh, man.
Maybe he sees something. So yesterday, I kind of allowed myself to say, I guess it is in the realm of possibility that they could make the playoffs and make a run. But I did do some research.
Okay. The lab.
I went to the lab last night and crunched a lot of numbers, and now I'm back to thinking it's a long shot. But listen, this is what I want to know. What is going on with the Golden State Warriors?
They've been reborn.
No, we're missing something, Goo. I don't get it.
No.
Hold on.
Right.
You can't have Jimmy Butler talking about when he wins a championship, he's going back to Dubai, which is where
Is that what he said?
Yeah, he was in Dubai for the All-Star break.
Jimmy.
We got Draymond Green saying title. Kirk Lacob last week is saying Steph's going to, thinking about 6 or 7. And Joe Lacob tells Bonte Hill of NBC Sports Bay Area that Steph Curry thinks he's going to win another title. And let's go. It's like, what are we... Here's a question. Can the Atlanta Hawks win a title?
No, they don't have Steph Curry, Draymond Green, or Jimmy Butler.
They have Trae Young, and they have the same record.
He's never won it.
They have the same record.
I'm telling you, Steiny, I get where you're coming from, but I don't even want to call them naysayer or haters that think Draymond Green is just talking. We lived it. Willard and I were talking about the answers not in the building. The answer's in the building now. And the last time Steph Curry and Draymond had a caliber of player like a Jimmy Butler, Steiny, it was Kevin Durant. And that culminated in 3 straight trips to the NBA Finals, back-to-back, almost three-peat. So to me, I predicted Western Conference Finals, and I'm a fan. That was euphoria. But if I could do this exercise with my partner and say outside of the birth certificate, Steiny, they got a bona fide dude who did it by himself. And when I say did it, not raised the O'Brien trophy, but he took his team to the promised land in regard to the finals in 2020 and 2023. Now you put him with Steph and Dre, the word I'm looking for, Steiny, and I've used it, the P word. The pedigree is back on the table now. But what scares me and the most daunting part of this task, if they were to pull this off, is where they're at in the standings.
Thank you.
But,
like what?
Yeah. But Steiny, each game, 29 left?
You haven't even made the playoffs yet.
Yeah, but the playoffs haven't started.
You guys are delusional.
No.
So what?
We see it now. There's a map quest. I use Waze. Waze is telling you there's a way to go, Steiny. Keep playing good basketball. And now, I don't think Steph would answer this question right now. We're not built to come back. Oh, that hurt me, Steiny. That was a knife to the gut. He wasn't lying. Draymond, everybody's excited. And I get why. That's all.
Well,
they control what it's going to end up and be.
I don't get why. I do not get why.
They got a big three now.
That's great, Goo. They're a 500 team. They're sitting in 10th place.
You were right. What if I told you that was pre-Butler? That's why. And no shot at Wiggins. We love him. You helped win in 2022. But that was the old team, old version.
If something seems too good to be true, it probably is.
I've heard that.
Okay. And this right now just seems so perfect. It just can't be this perfect.
The vibes are back.
Well, they're back before there's been any results. That's the other thing.
But from a basketball standpoint, and I know there's 8 million people that play on the Warriors, Steiny. When you hear, like right now, if I said, give me a better trio in the NBA than Dre, Jimmy, and Steph, and I know that's all for fantasy. Okay.
Tatum,
then if I say
Tatum, Brown, Drew Holiday.
Oh, but my point is
Luka, LeBron, and their third best player.
No, we got it. Reeves,
Kawhi, Harden, and Norm Powell.
And here's a Kane. My point is, come on,
Kane?
Yeah.
You have the nerve to talk about Canes with this team? That's the other thing.
You said Kawhi, but my point is, if we broke it down to duos, wherever you put the Warriors, they're back in the conversation. And I think that's why they're like Gregory Hines right now, tap dancing of joy of what's in front of them. I mean, Steiny, this is incredible.
Well, what's incredible is how they're talking. That's what's incredible to me, but the more I think about
Raphael Sadiq and Tony, it feels good.
Right, but I'm surprised at the way they're talking. Like, Draymond Green's talking about a title.
He is.
They're not even in the playoffs right now. And so there's a chance he could be talking about a title. And this team doesn't even go to the playoffs.
That's on the board.
So you're telling me, really, we don't know if this team's not going to make the playoffs or win the NBA championship. It's probably going to fall somewhere in between there. And my question is, well, after Draymond opens his mouth and says title, what if you lose in the first round? Does anybody care?
Oh, no, they got to deal with it. And right now, Steiny, I'm telling you, we would bring the Thunder. Shout out SGA. The bottom line is the standards are back. And Dre has upped them to the point of he's gone public. So now if something like that happened, oh, my gosh, it would be, hold on. What just happened here? Not only from the basketball standpoint, but everybody's yapping. But it ain't the fan. The guy on AbundantLifeWeightLoss.com with Dibs trying to lose some pounds. It's not me saying Western Conference Finals. It's the actual dudes. Good God Almighty.
Why are they saying all this now?
Because they feel it.
They feel what? They feel like they're going to win a title?
It's ways.
They have jumped. Like, seriously, they're not dumb guys. If they're sitting in third or fourth, I get it.
Yeah.
They're 10th.
But they were left for dead. We thought they weren't going. Like, we would have been like, real quick, Steiny, hey, if this version pre-trade didn't make the playoffs, we'd be like, yeah, it was bad. This thing's over. Just think about it.
And now you think it's automatic. Like,
I hope I'm not saying automatic. It's going to be hard.
Absolutely.
And I think the hardest part is getting to the qualify.
Okay.
Because I heard Kerr say, I would like the 6. I'd like to meet Halle Berry when I was single. But, it didn't happen.
I mean, here's the other thing about Draymond's comments. Do they really matter? Do they really matter? Like,
that's beautiful.
For example, when they don't win it, no harm, no foul. No harm, no foul.
But the expectations, I believe, are back, and they're not afraid of
it. Okay.
And that's why they went public.
You know what? Well, since they're talking about themselves as a championship team, then that's how I'll talk about them. And they're delusional.
Okay.
If they think they're a championship team, they're delusional.
Right now, I get you. But if we went back to my exercise study, I was thinking, if we win duo or trios in the league, and I know that doesn't mean playoffs or what have you, the Warriors got action.
I don't know that yet.
Yeah, I feel like they do, and I think they do.
Okay. Yeah. Well, they also have 27 more games.
Yes, they do. I
best
29.
Stay healthy.
Oh, my goodness.
And they need some help just to get in.
Yeah.
All right. I got a million questions for Warrior fans today to
that felt good.
To catch Guru up. 888-957-9570 is the number. What are these guys doing? Seriously, Warrior fans, what's Draymond doing? What's Jimmy Butler doing?
Up in the ante. Because they feel it.
They traded one guy for one guy, and now they're going to win a title. They got Jimmy Butler for Andrew Wiggins, and now they're going to win a title.
But stylistically, they traded for a closer.
Okay.
Who's getting his legs back.
Okay.
Who was in Dubai. God, I wish I could go there.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I
get you.
I don't even know if I'm ready to ask Warrior fans if they actually do think they can win a title, or why do you think these guys are saying it, or do you think they even believe it, or are they schnookering everybody just to have some fun and it doesn't matter?
What does that get them? You can watch Sanford and Son reruns for some fun.
Draymond Green on the mic, All-Star Weekend, talking. He said it. And I don't know.
Do I get
888-957-9570 is the number. Can
let us live, Sonny. Uncle Looney says, let us live.
No, you can live.
Goal, my brother.
You can live, but let's start talking realistically about how this is going to go from this point on and what they need to do to fulfill this dream.
Yeah.
What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. Warriors Wednesday is brought to you by Friedman's Appliance. Come see their full selection of in-stock luxury appliances and live working vignettes. Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill today. That segment also brought to you by MB Jesse.
Hi, this is Matt Jesse with MB Jesse Painting. Put your painting project in.
Pods can dunk.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty. I need help.
We all do. I got one question about yesterday's show.
Okay.
And Norm asked me, and I'm going to ask y'all. Did y'all argue?
No.
Not one time?
No, in fact.
It's amazing. Evan, you got to share with me your secret.
Hold on. In fact, no, I'll tell you exactly what.
Did you argue?
Somebody already commented on the text line. Evan caught me on a day where I was just processing what everybody was saying. And, you know, I didn't give myself a 10-minute cooling off period. And so I started asking myself, can they really do this? And, of course, I was like, I guess they can do it. I mean, I'll give them a 2% chance. But now Butler's yapping, and everybody's yapping. And how did we just jump the title again? Go ahead, Evan, answer his question.
I was just looking out for my guy.
No, maybe it's because I'm not as optimistic usually, and so he doesn't feel like he has to just combat everything that I say with a glass of water.
All right, there you go. Thank you, Evan. All right, yeah.
Oh, boy. 718, no one's talking championship besides Steiny. Oh, yeah? How about Jimmy Butler, fresh off a trip from Dubai?
My pocket's going to feel it from the taxes, but, you know, the taxes were great in Miami. But I'm so happy over there. Organization's top notch. Obviously, you know, I get to play with Steph, so I'm a fan of him just like 99.9% of the world. And, you know, a chance of winning the championship. What more can you ask for? And Draymond's on the team. Me and Draymond get along quite well. Yeah. Play a lot of dominoes.
Yeah, fun. It feels like, I feel like he's fun as well.
Oh, he's the best. And you don't realize how great he is until you actually get on his team and how smart and how he'll do anything to win. And I respect that the most out of anything. It's all about winning all the time with that dude. I'm learning.
All right.
Wow, there it is. I'm learning.
And he said when he wins a championship, he's going to bring his championship ring back to Dubai for everybody to see.
So they basically win my man Barbosa win championship.
I like this one.
Yeah.
I bet Evan gets a kick out of this from the 415. I'm all for positivity, but when a guy on Market Street tells me he's the king of England, I dismiss him. Draymond claiming the 2025 title, not much different.
That's pretty good.
Yeah. That is good. That is good. All right. Can I give you a dose of reality?
Right here, man.
Can't do it.
All everybody.
It won't change me, but go ahead.
All right. If I almost want to be
positive.
Adversarial to get reactions today. Because clearly, even though Curry, Butler, and Draymond Green have been in the league for a long time, clearly they don't know the league's history. Clearly they don't know anything about the past and about what gets it done. See, I'm trying to get under people's skin.
I can't wait to hear that.
The Golden State, I can't even say, do you realize that if they win it, something? Because go ahead. What they're attempting to do would probably be one of the most unbelievable stories of all time in sports. I mean, at least when they won it in 2022, they still went in as a third seed.
But they didn't get, but I'm going to say this to that. If somehow they pull this off, it would make more basketball sense than what 2022 did, how they did that. Stoney, to me, they got off to that great start, but to win it all without the likes of Kevin Durant and Jimmy Butler, that will always be the one I never saw coming. All I'm telling you guys right now is when you tell me Jimmy, Steph, and Dre, from a basketball standpoint, that makes sense. A deep run in the playoffs. But because this season's been so stinky previously, they got the margin of error is thin, man. That's all I got to say.
I'm starting to think they don't even have a margin for error.
Wait. So, Goo, you feel more confident that this team can win a title than on February 19th, 2022, that team could win a title?
Yes, because that team
30-9.
No doubt about it.
They were 41-14 at this point.
No, Evan, to your point. Now, hear you, Stoney. And again, this is not an indictment on Wiggins, but I'm a name recognition guy, and I just felt like as great as that season was shaping up to be, it would come to an end in the playoffs, and it didn't. This one now with the emergence and the acquisition of Jimmy Bucketsteiny, I just look at his resume, and again, the hard part of this is where they're at. But if they get in, then I would not come in here if it manifested in somehow them getting to the finals and winning it. From a basketball standpoint, I wouldn't be surprised. Now they're trying to do this on the fly.
If this team wins a title, it will be the most unique title in the last 50 years.
So you're putting it over 2022?
Oh, my God, yes. And here's why. When the playoffs start this year, Curry's going to be 37.
Ooh.
Draymond Green's going to be 35. And Jimmy Butler's going to be 35. That's their core, right? That's their core.
Wow.
See what I did last night?
That looks like Oppenheimer's
I'm holding
sheet.
it up to the screen.
Yeah.
This is what I did last night. I'm sick. I went through every NBA champion back to 1975.
Oh, man.
And there is no team that had a core anywhere close to as old as the Golden State Warriors. It's not even close.
What about the Spurs' last one?
Which one? Okay, I'll tell you. Spurs' last one.
Over the Heat.
Tony Parker was 31. Duncan was 37.
Okay.
Leonard was 22. Kawhi Leonard was 22. Right. And Ginobili was 36. Parker was probably the best player on that team at 31.
Okay.
But again, Tim Duncan was a center, and he was a role player then. He was almost not even in the core.
Well, yeah, our 22-year-old, again, I know you never liked it. The comp would be Kuminga.
And Kawhi's ahead of Kuminga. Boston, last year. Yeah, Tatum, 25, Brown, 27. Denver, Jokic, 27, Murray, 25, Gordon, 27, MP3, 24.
I got you.
Milwaukee, Giannis, 26, Middleton, 29, Holiday, 30. Toronto, Kawhi Leonard, 27, Siakam, 24, Lowry, 32, Ibaka, 29. The Warriors, in 2022, Curry was 33, Green was 31, Thompson was 31. Like, that's the...
Yeah, I got you.
That's the one.
I can't argue with that.
That's the one.
Right.
And even that team, Goo, had... Wiggins was 26 and Poole was 22.
I can't lose that. You're going to win. And I appreciate the lab work, Stoney. I can't, those are facts. Those are numbers. But what if you allowed me to do this? Just look at the state of the Western Conference.
And I disagree with people on this one, but go ahead.
And again, I'm not throwing rocks at any team, but right now we're looking at OKC, and rightfully so is the standard, but yet how much pedigree do they really have in regard to a deep playoff run? Then you look at the young Rockets, you look at Minnesota, all who have accumulated a better record than the Warriors, but if the Warriors earn it and get into a series, Stoney, I think that
series. They have to win 4 series.
Yeah.
Listen, here's the only point I'm going to make from the 650. This is what I agree with. And this is what... Can somebody explain to me why we've jumped to the finals already? 650 says, can we make the playoffs first?
I got it.
This is so premature.
Right. But the players are saying it.
Exactly. That's my point.
Not just me, not Radiohead.
So why are they saying it?
Because I believe they feel it. Stoney, I really do. And they want the smoke. And that's why the words came out of their mouth to let Dub Nation know, and maybe themselves, Stoney, maybe their teammates. Like they're looking around the league like, if we can get in, we got some major action. That's what I love about it. It's not just Guru saying it. I went third person. It's the guys that are on the court. And Jimmy Butler doesn't look old to me right now. He shouldn't. He's had ample rest. Steph Curry, who I thought, Stoney, when's the last time I mentioned this? Bilateral tendonitis, both knees. All of a sudden, Vamoose is gone. Like he looks like a spring chicken. And Dre, to say this, I've never said he half-asses it. But Stoney, I believe him saying it. We're going to get Dre, the Wolverine version of Dre. And he might say, Goo, I've been giving you that. But now it just looks better.
From the 510, Steiny, you know better than anyone. Thanks, Zucci. Sports sell two things, entertainment and hope. Steph's the entertainment, but there wasn't any hope this year. Now Jimmy's the hope. All right, I got you there.
There we go.
I got you. And the hope, and why isn't the hope let's make the playoffs?
Well, I think it is.
Well, apparently that one's already been checked off the box because the only way you win the finals is if you get into the playoffs. So clearly they check in a box. In the Warriors' mind, they're already in the playoffs. Check. In the Warriors' mind, they already won the first round. Check. Second round. Check. Western Conference Finals. Check. Finals. Check. What are we doing?
That all, to me, Steiny, falls under the umbrella of confidence. Now, it could be irrational confidence, but that's never hurt anybody, especially an athlete.
Jimmy Butler upon his arrival.
Yo, Dub Nation. Jimmy Butler here. Just touched down, do this physical. Super excited. Ready to win, ready to work, ready to put on a show for y'all. Let's get it. Championship coming soon.
Wow. From the 408, Steiny, I got to read this. I like this from Oreo Cookie.
All right.
Tell him this, Guru.
That's
some great work, Steiny, but history only tells us what has happened. Get this. Not what's going to happen. That's
That's just like the thing, future, past results don't guarantee future profit. No, they don't. But when you have a track record of something, you see how much of an outlier this would be. This would be such an this would be, you know what's funny? We had Rick Barry on last week.
Mm-hmm.
And you know what? Any old timers out there like me? Rick Barry has maintained. Rick Barry's maintained to this day that the Warriors championship in 75 was the most unforeseen championship of all time. Nobody gave them a chance. Nobody thought they could win. They went 48-34 in the regular season, but they ended up sweeping the Bullets. He said, there's never been a title that was more surprising than the Warriors. This would be more surprising. I really believe this would be more surprising because of where this team's been the last 2 years and how old their important players are.
Yeah, that's what they're fighting, Father Time. And we said he's got one defeat, right? And that's LeBron James. But, Steiner, we may be adding Steph Curry to that list if somehow they can pull this off. But, again, the basketball part of me is why I said last week I believe the Western Conference Finals are attainable. But the age and the fact that they're doing this in basically, 30, 35 games with Jimmy Butler, that's what it'll be, plus the playoffs if they get there. That's what'll be more surprising, Steiny, is they kind of did it on the fly. And you didn't ask me this, but I told you and Evan in the green room, driving in, and I this is not participation trophy-esque, but Steiny, I feel better about next year regardless of what happens this year. That's how drunk I am on what this move has meant for the immediate future. And I think that's why they kind of hit it out the park. It was Durant. Fans understood it was Durant. I wanted Durant. But are you telling me in a crazy world, you end up really getting Jimmy Buckets who stylistically may be a better fit than Durant?
All that's been noted. They played 4 games. And here's the other thing. And again, I'm just going to play a little devil's advocate. Miss me with the win over the Rockets as meaning something. They didn't even try to win that game, the Rockets. They started Aaron Holiday, okay?
You're mad at
They started Aaron Holloway.
They tried to win the game.
Jalen down.
How many minutes did Jalen Green play? 21.
Steiny, they came back from down 25.
Jock Landale helped them come back.
Being hurt is not the same as not trying.
Landale. My point is, you know, that win, yeah.
I feel a bet somewhere in here, but I got to pay you on the.
I bet you the Warriors don't win the title.
No, now that would be what Willard would be like. Who you walked into?
I'll bet you they don't make the Western Conference Finals. I have to stand on that, even if I don't want to. I have to.
It's got to be.
Yeah. Would you stay out of this?
No, because you keep doing this. I can't let you do it.
Yeah.
If you win, you get a drink. If they win the title,
Evan, I'm out.
Goo gets a 5-course dinner.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Yeah, it's got to be something, Stoney, to where if they were to get to the Western Conference Finals, I got like 8 dinners. Dude, but this is real though, man.
I'll tell you what. You know what? That's actually 888-957-9570. Let's go, Warrior fans. How far is this team going to go? Will you make a bet on it? Anybody want to bet me? Anybody want to bet me that the Warriors don't win a title?
Yeah, Dre and Jimmy would bet you right now. No, Steph might be in that mix.
You think they would?
When I saw Steph getting interviewed after the game Sunday, and he said he had heard immediately what his teammates said, Stoney, it wasn't like, oh, I got to go out with my drunk friend, trouble ahead. It was one of those where Steph looked at the camera to me. It was like, I would never say it, but because he said it, I do love it, and the basketball is going to let us know if we're right or wrong. This trade, in-season trade, man, has the ingredients to be one of the best in-season trades to help a team catapult.
It would be the greatest in-season trade of all time. It would have to be. It would have to be, right?
What about the Dantley one for the Bad Boy Pistons?
Well, that was they subbed out Dantley for Mark Aguirre.
Yeah.
And he was DePaul.
But they won the title that year, right?
But I don't think that was at the trade deadline. I think that was in the offseason. That's all. Because they went to the Eastern Conference Finals with Dantley, then they got Aguirre. So it's just,
yeah. Hey, Steiny, I got to tell you this. I'm watching you, and I've learned you more over this since the trade. You won't admit this, but I've been ready for battle, Rocky 8, Rocky 9 with you. You are excited. You just don't know it.
God.
But now that the players have kind of went in on the we're gonna win it. Now you're like, I got the stop sign. Too much is enough. But you are excited, and I think there's a lot of you
cloud nine
that thinks this could be a possibility.
Yeah, there's a sliver. I have a sliver of doubt about whether they can win it or not.
And are you going to call me crazy that the hard part of this is making the playoffs? I'm telling you, that's the hardest part.
No, it's not.
Yeah, to me it is. Where they're at and what they got to do.
Playoff games is the hard part.
I get that. That's always hard. But, Stoney, they've done it 4 times. And I think this euphoria has stemmed from Draymond thought they were dead. He didn't. We all did. They felt dead.
And now 4 games means they're alive. And here's
and Kuminga coming back whenever that day does happen. Because when the playoffs do come, he'll be back, Stoney.
I don't really put that into the equation.
I think, wow.
But no, let me be clear on the way
Evan,
I'm feeling.
For helping me not walk into that bed.
The way I'm feeling. Was skeptical of the trade, obviously. But they've won 3 of 4. And I've seen I was telling the boss this. I was like, this is unbelievable. And he's like, I know, it's unbelievable. And I said, do you realize that 2 weeks ago we had Warrior fans that were
trade staff?
Well, I'm just talking about giving up the season, and we're not going anywhere, and Mike Dunleavy's not doing his job, and if we don't make a move, we're going nowhere.
Facts.
And there was a lot of the fan base that thought that, and 2 weeks later now, we got players on the team saying we can win a championship. It is so dramatically different, the way people feel right now. That excites the hell out of me. I mean, I can't believe
it's changed everything.
I can't believe that we're going to be able to watch the last 27 games of this season, and there's going to be a lot at stake, and the Warriors have kind of backed themselves into a corner, but told everybody they're going to come out clawing, and it's going to be incredible.
Yeah, no doubt. And then you know what's going to be incredible? And you hate this, and I know it's not for today, is the future, the immediate future.
I disagree with that.
See, I'm already getting goosebumps just on that.
See, the one reason why I give them a chance this year is because Butler hasn't played, and all they got to do is make it to 27 regular season games. So Butler's feeling good. You load manage Curry and Draymond. Okay, this year, okay, you make a run, whatever. I look at next year as though, well, now you got to stay healthy all year long. And you got to do it the following year, too. Can I just...
Go ahead.
Don't.
Because I was just reading Austin and San Jose. Guru, this team has not done it before. Come on, man. I get that, Austin, but they haven't had the opportunity, Austin.
I just want to make sure. I'm not hating on this. I am just.
No, you're excited.
I can't. Dude, no, why do we
give it to me again, Evan?
Well,
I just don't understand the 0 to 100. 0 to 100.
I'm about to tell you. What happened when they went and got Kevin? Forget age.
I can't forget age. Right. I cannot forget age.
What about resume? He took Miami twice to the finals.
I said what I said.
2 years ago, bud. So when you get somebody of his caliber into what you have, I'm wondering why we're at the chalkboard and you're getting your answer of, oh, boy, this could be a big three. Oh, boy, this guy, when he was in Miami and didn't have Steph and Dre, got his team to the finals twice. Now you're mixing that concoction together.
Yeah. So, in other words, the Warriors have 27 games left.
Yeah. Dude, I don't like, man, okay, damn.
They have to push right now. They got to push.
I can see a 20-7 and 19-8 easy.
Okay, and then you go to the playoffs. Yeah. So you push the last 27 games. Now you're magically refreshed as the playoffs start.
Well, I got to say something.
Now you're 35, 35, and 37.
But it's not their
series.
I got you. But it's not their first rodeo. And also, the other caveat to this trade that has me just excited is they didn't have to give up their future. Steiny, there's Pods, there's Moody, there's Kuminga, there's TJD, there's Buddy Hield. They're not the big three. I keep focusing on. They're not doing it just by themselves, or it's a mandate that those three play 48 minutes a night. You got posts like. You got your other guys pulling on the rope, too.
He's a second-round pick, and we're talking about, we have a guy in our rotation who's played 11 games, and now he's a factor, and he's going to be a factor as this team wins it. But you know what? Butler, Draymond Green, and Steph, okay.
Give me another trio.
They've got, No, I will.
Okay, go ahead.
Gilgeous Alexander, Chet Holmgren, and Jalen Williams. That's two All-Stars.
Yeah, that's
and Chet Holmgren.
I got you.
Okay.
I would love to see that in the playoffs.
Murray, and pick the third guy, Gordon or Porter.
But
What I'm saying is, it's great for Butler and Draymond and Curry to think it. They got to drag along Podziemski, Post, Trace Jackson Davis, maybe Kuminga.
What's the difference? And these guys were great when they were here. Bielitsa, Otto Porter Jr. When those guys came in.
They're veterans. They were veterans.
But no, when they got acquired, Steiny, I don't think we're like, the Warriors are going to the finals. And again, the difference in that season is they started from game one.
Exactly.
But I still was like, wake me up when the playoffs come.
All right. Yeah. I see Caleb, Tom, and Dre.
Is it Draymond? Nah.
Well, it says we can win it from Dre, so maybe it is Draymond Green. Four games, and we're going to the finals. What's Draymond up to? What is he up to? He's got something up his sleeve. Download the free Odyssey app and check us out on YouTube and Twitch, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. That segment was also brought to you by the San Francisco International Airport.
Traveling in 2025? Start your journey right at SFO.
What's going on in the nation's capital, Sacramento?
It's the Guru Steiny show. Let's go.
All right, got my running mate back. And I'll tell you what, our three-man core is better than the Warriors' three-man core.
I said what I said.
Me, Guru, and Evan, forget about it.
Well, not at the Warriors World Tournament because only one of us is playing.
Yeah. From the 510, Steiny, you speak the truth.
Oh,
I hate myself for loving you. Shout out Joan Jett. You sure that's Joan Jett? That's a Dylan line from a song called Dirge.
Well, maybe that's why they're using it, because they know you love Dylan.
But no, he's saying it's from Joan Jett.
Oh.
You know, Dirge. I hate myself for loving you.
And say your boy stole some lyrics?
It showed. What's that?
Say your boy stole some lyrics?
No.
At a ghostwriter?
Nobody's stolen more lyrics. Nobody's had their lyrics stolen more than Bob Dylan. All right, here we go. Warriors, number 5. Order the rings.
Steiny, you're wrong, buddy.
I guess.
We're excited, man. Not just us, the players.
I can't wait.
Yeah?
God, I wish they played tonight.
I'm with you.
I wish they played tonight. Let's go to Caleb in Livermore. What's up, Caleb?
What's going on, fellas?
Hey.
Steiny, Evan, and All-Star Goose.
What's up, baby?
Hey, man, happy birthday to your son. You said he turned 21?
Yes, sir. I appreciate it, man.
There you go. Well, look, guys, the Warriors are going to win the NBA Finals because of who? Jonathan Kuminga. All right, I'm going to tell you why.
Not even going to play.
Steiny, what are you talking about?
Not going to play much. Go ahead.
What do you mean? He is going to play much. He's averaging almost 20 a game.
Yeah, but he's going to come off the bench, and Kerr's going to forget about him because he's going to lean on the veterans because the games are going to get important.
Steiny, did you have like a hangover over All-Star Weekend? What's going on, man?
This is him every day, Tell me about Kuminga.
Yeah.
Tell me about Kuminga.
What's going on with this guy?
Tell me about Kuminga.
Look, you got Steph and Jimmy as the two closers. You've got key role players in Pajemski, Moses Moody, who I know you love, Kevon Looney, and Buddy Hield. But the ultimate X factor is Jonathan Kuminga. Why? Because the Warriors don't have an athlete like that. And since Wiggins is gone now, he will be the guy, I believe, that will be tasked of guarding the best wing defenders on opposing teams night in and night out. Yes, Jimmy Butler can do it in stretches, but at 35 years old, Jimmy Butler can't do it for a 48-minute stretch. So when Kuminga comes back, he will be the main difference. And Steiny, you got to get more optimistic, man.
Hey, I got a question for you, Caleb. Seriously.
What's up?
No, it's not that I can't make the jump to title team right now. That's all. As a Jonathan Kuminga fan, do you have any concern with Steve Kerr's track record of leaning on the veterans when they're, making a title run, and that maybe Kuminga won't play as much as we all want him to play because Steve Kerr?
Well, look, you talked about the teams that had won finals in the past and how young they were. Well, it's different now. The Warriors' core is older. So
yeah, that's
Steve
true.
Kerr has no choice but to lean on younger players. He has no choice. And Jonathan Kuminga is a guy who's giving you, like I said, 15 to 20 a night. They're going to need that. They don't have a defensive ace. Jimmy can't do that at 35 no more consistently.
All right. Appreciate it, Caleb.
Yeah. And we haven't even seen that aspect of it, the Kuminga part.
Yeah. See, this is what, like he said, Steiny, you got to get more optimistic. I'm optimistic about the Warriors. I haven't jumped to they're going to win an NBA championship again.
But can't you understand why we all have, and the players?
You know what?
That's the question.
Can I be honest?
Yeah.
I don't quite understand how it, like...
Well, then you don't think Jimmy Butler is that guy, one of those guys?
Yes, I do. But that doesn't mean you just win a title.
Well, okay. Now I'm talking about getting there, Stoney.
But this idea that, once we get to, like, the playoffs are a grind.
And they did it in 2022.
Doesn't Jimmy Butler get hurt in the playoffs? Didn't he get hurt in the most recent playoffs?
I kind of just feel
Miami?
like, yeah, Stoney, but
he won't get hurt.
Yeah, he didn't play it all last year. But my point is, I feel like you could put that for young players. If an injury comes at the wrong time and that player's out for,
but they're less likely to get hurt.
Science is more than just that.
They're also not going to get load managed like the Warriors.
Well,
players
I'll tell you what,
are.
if we went through the archives and did our shows in that 2022 season, you probably still, and it would be valid, you could have had the same concerns going through the stretch run. And I know Curry was out and that helped him when it was all said and done. But the bottom line is we've seen in this league the wrong injury to the wrong somebody. Injuries don't discriminate. And it doesn't matter how old you are. If it comes at the wrong time, to that team, it could be Saran, a wrap.
I'm glad you brought up the 2022 team. Curry was 33, Green was 31, Thompson was 31. Then they had Wiggins at 26 and Poole at 22. My point is this. Curry 33, Green 31, and Thompson 31, when they won that title, was actually among the oldest cores to ever win it.
Right.
So, they've already done something that very few teams have done in terms of the age at which they've won their last title. But this is really pushing it, is all I'm saying. 888-957-9570 is the number. Let's go to Tom in Sonoma. Hey, Tom.
Hey, Steiny. Hey, Guru. Happy Wednesday, guys.
Back at you.
So, hey, Steiny, I'm kind of with you, man. Look, we haven't been able to beat. If we were to take the 6th slot, we can't beat the Lakers. We can't beat Denver. We can't beat the Grizzlies, and those teams are all one of the teams we're going to meet, man, in the first round. If we were the 6th slot, we are going to be in big trouble. I keep saying this over and over again till my face is blue. We need a big guy. Okay, right now we just signed Knox to a 10-day contract. We have 2 more slots to fill. Nobody's talking about the buyout market, and I don't even know if there's a big guy in the buyout market to buy. But if we don't get a big guy to carry us deep into this, and if you think Post can carry us, man, you're delusional, man. This is a rookie. I just don't see it. I'm with you, Steiny. And one other thing, Steiny, I hear you're a writer, man. Are you a writer?
Not really.
A writer?
Not really.
Tell the truth. He used to write.
I used to work for a newspaper. I used to write for a newspaper, yeah. Oh, I haven't hung up on it. I was just going to get started on my career, my journey.
Well, it didn't sound like it. You almost
hung up on him.
Well, I'm not a writer anymore.
You used to be a writer. Be proud of what you done. Got you an autographed jersey.
See, here's the kind of person I am.
I'm just telling you, get prepared, brother.
We'll see. For what? What should I get prepared for?
I don't want to say parade, but the euphoria that is on steroids, it's growing, and man. And it's coming from the Warriors locker room.
But, okay. This is the way I like to sport.
Yeah.
All right, the Warriors. Oh boy, they're not a 500 team, and they got off to a good start. Boy, they look a little flat.
Yeah.
Curry looks old, or older. Draymond. Okay. What do we? Your trade deadline. We're under 500. Okay, we get Jimmy Butler. Oh, huh. Well, we kind of didn't expect Butler.
Yeah.
But okay, he's here, and you played 4 games. And who'd we play? We played the Bucks without Giannis. Chicago, Milwaukee, Dallas, and then Houston.
Yeah.
Okay. They look different. They look better. They look more together. They look energized.
Yeah.
They look like they have played with a spark. I'll acknowledge all that. I just don't understand why it has to go to NBA Finals. Why can't it be like, you know what? I could see them making a run in the second half of the season. I can see them making a run, and could they get up to 6? I don't know. 6 might be tough. 7? I think they could get to 7. Hell, if they get to 7, they have 2 play-in games at home if they need them. And then once we get it, that's the way I like to, if the Warriors have a chance to win a title, let's see them win 12 of 13, and then you say, holy heck, then I'm going to be like, wow, could they? but not after 4 games.
Yeah. And they've won 3 of the 4. Short sample size, I get it. But, I mean, Steiny, what did you mean? Because I'm backtracking now, or anybody out there, when we kept saying it was obvious to everybody that was watching, even when they had Wiggins, that this Curry, let's just break it down to Curry real quick here. He needs a 1A or a 1B. We never went to the next step of what that would mean. We always just imagined how would that guy, be put on this team. We found out. So now Steph has a 1 or a 1A, wherever you want to slot Butler. So why are the possibilities that come attached to that not this team going on a run, not the closer who is Steph Curry re-energized because Jimmy Butler and his different style added to this mix now makes them more well-rounded, and on a good day, this team can go toe-to-toe or 15 with anybody.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union.
Like, that means something to me that they found a 1 or 1A to Curry.
They did. And they're 3-1, but anyway, here's the other thing. I'm not the only one that doesn't believe the Warriors.
Okay, right.
I mean, we had Frank Isola on yesterday. Listen to this,
Frank.
Q. Yeah. Listen. Well, we didn't. Morning show did. Hey, can the Warriors now make a title run? Frank, you're tapped into the NBA. You've been doing it for 40 years.
I just don't know if they have enough size. That to me is the biggest issue with the Golden State Warriors. And the road that they would have to take to get to a finals is more difficult. I don't think it's impossible. I just don't think it's probable. Again, I do think they got better with the addition of Jimmy Butler, but it seems like every night in the Western Conference you never get a night off. There's so many darn good teams. I know the Warriors still have to come east. I know they still have a trip where they play both. They'll be in New York for a while, where they play both New York teams. So the schedule, to me, doesn't help them. I do think they can make a run. I don't have the faith in the team to win the championship, though.
I kind of feel the same way. Like, I think that's like.
Well, listen, I know I'm in Fantasy Island. Shout out Tattoo Steiny the plane. If the season, we were to hit the reset button on the season,
okay,
and this team's coming out to shoot, couldn't you understand maybe a top 4 seed would be that wouldn't be too crazy? It's just you know what I mean? Like, if we can't do that, but if we did, Steiny, Memphis don't scare me now. Denver doesn't scare me. It's going to be a bear, and OKC in a series doesn't scare me.
Again.
You got to get there.
Again. That's the jump that I think is just
ridiculous.
Yes. Okay, it's ridiculous. Like, do I think they're going to win a title? No. In a month and a half, do I think they're going to win a title? Well, let me see what happens over the next month and a half.
React to new information.
Again, if they go 15-3, maybe I'm like, holy hell, they're really good. Somebody's going to have trouble beating them. But I'm not going to make that determination after 4 games against horse bleep teams.
Well, Houston's not a horse bleep team.
They didn't try to win the game.
Evan told you
they started Aaron Holiday.
They were down 24.
Exactly, because they didn't try to win the game, and then their Scribinis came in and played hard.
Well, shame on Houston.
Exactly.
If they did what you're saying they did. I don't believe they did.
Well, how come Şengün only played 25 minutes?
We'd have to get him.
What about Jalen Green didn't play a lot? I mean,
shame on him.
For God's sake, he had okay, great.
He's horrible against the Warriors.
No, great. You know what? You got to win against Jeff Green and Jock Landale.
Steiny, the Warriors got in at 3:30 a.m.
That is true.
I mean, they didn't get to the hotel until 4. You heard this.
And what you don't know is the Houston players were out even later than that. They were in Houston. Let's go to Dre in Oakland. What's up, Dre? How you doing, man?
What's going on, fellas? Appreciate you taking the call.
Yeah.
I actually called to apologize because I called in before when everybody was losing hope, and I said, I think they can still make a run. I lied. I have to correct it. They can absolutely win the championship now. And the only reason that it feels, it feels like a jump to you because you shouldn't have got off a 5. We all were on 5 where we were still teetering on the fence, and people were falling off, and they went down to a 2 and a 1. I never got off the 5, so it's not a jump to win the championship. I always knew we were a little tweak away. I didn't know it was the Jimmy Butler.
What do you mean? What do you mean the 5 and the 1 and the 2?
But between a scale between 1 and 10.
Okay.
Everybody was at 5. I don't know if we can. I don't know if we will.
Gotcha.
People started dropping off.
I got you.
I never fell off. I was but I have to apologize for being at 5, and now I'm going to correct it, and I'm going to say we're at a 10.
And you went vodka, absolute. He said absolutely, Steiny. Boy.
Thanks, Dre. Appreciate the call.
Yeah.
I mean, I hope Warrior fans understand that I'm excited.
Yeah,
I'm excited. I got to see it. That's all. I got to see it. I got to see how they play down the stretch. I want to see how they play against Sacramento.
And to the caller before the last caller that mentioned the Lakers, I was high on them. But, Snotty, that was when they had Anthony Davis. The Warriors see the Lakers, and I know right now it's not set up to match up with them. But no Anthony Davis, I just think if somehow the Lakers came across the Warriors' road, like that would help them. The Golden State Warriors. AD is no longer a Warrior.
If the Lakers came across the Warriors. Yeah,
the caller said, we have no size, but we've always been small. But at the end of the day, he had mentioned the Lakers. But Anthony Davis is no longer in the middle.
Well, let's talk about what's going to have to happen for this team to make a run. Everybody says they need a big man. But they actually have three-headed
monster.
I don't know if they're going to bring a big man in because they have 3 different kind of big men
all day.
And if you bring somebody else in here, I'm not saying they wouldn't be better than those 3 guys. It's possible, but
I'm with you.
Then like Post is gone or Trace Jackson Davis, not gone like off the team, but part of this magical run we're going to have, I would hope, would also mean that some of our young players help us in the postseason, and that they had a big role in the championship.
Yeah, I'm already looking at this run, Stoney, and I'm sure Dre and Jimmy, when they said this team is as is. I don't know. You're not going to get Kareem Abdul-Jabbar on the buyout market. You know what I'm saying? I would be shocked. But you're right. Post is still going to get some minutes. It'll fluctuate. And then you got Looney, Mr. Reliable, and TJD when he gets back in action.
Yeah, look.
Because each team presents a different problem. And we know Kerr will shock you with his lineups.
Yeah, it's fascinating to me. Fascinating.
But good. Fascinating's good.
Yeah, the Warriors aren't fascinating. The talk around the Warriors is fascinating.
Well, the season's fascinating now because every game is like a playoff game.
Now it is, for sure. Absolutely.
As far as the win-losses, that it's on and popping. Jump in. You're ready. You got your sunblock on and everything.
The one thing I was thinking is, and we can talk about this too, because I find this interesting. You're now more optimistic about next year.
Oh my gosh!
See, I'm not more optimistic or less optimistic about next year. Next year's next year. We'll see what happens. But this is what I mean. Draymond Green says we're going to win a title. They might not even make the playoffs. There is such a chasm between not making the playoffs and winning the finals. Like what would be successful? What would be a successful season right now for the Warriors?
I love it.
I'm serious.
I said before trade, just making the offs. I said that, not to play in the offs. Get a 7-game series. Now, Steiny, I'm up and I'm pushing my chips in. You got to win at least a series. You win at least a series with acquiring Jimmy Butler on the fly.
Okay.
And you win a 7-game series. I'm like, oh, watch out now. Next year when you get a training camp, you get more camaraderie and you just, you get more time for Jimmy to bond with the rest of the game.
Okay, so you don't if they lose in the second round, they shock somebody and then they lose.
Yeah.
You would come back and say, like, you wouldn't expect next year any drop off from our big 3.
No, I would be let's do this thing because now we get the whole 82.
Jimmy Butler can coast in the regular season.
Yeah. But it's worked for him up until getting suspended.
The 925 says they need a 5 or 4 spot for a solid chance. I would even put 6 in there. If they get to 6 and they avoid the play-in,
then
that's good news.
Yeah.
But if they have 2 home games, if they finish 7, I think that's okay too.
But right now, if you just doing it, Stoney, since we're doing, if you were to get 6 right now, you would have a matchup with Denver. That wouldn't be easy, but it ain't Denver from 2 years ago. Jokic is still phenomenal. Or that could be Houston, who's 2 games behind
And
them.
that's what it's going to come down to. They can't beat Denver. You think they can beat Denver?
I didn't think they could before Jimmy Butler, and they were the Warriors' kryptonite. But now with Butler, let's see. And Butler got to go toe-to-toe with them in the finals, although they lost when he was with Miami. But it definitely has changed.
The Warriors right now are a 10th seed. Draymond Green says they're going to win a championship, but they haven't even qualified for the playoffs. So let me throw this out there. What if they don't make the playoffs?
Oh,
then what? Then how do you feel about next year?
We got some problems.
No.
Yeah.
But they haven't played any games, and you're looking forward to next year, right? You said you feel better about next year.
No doubt. If that happens,
they don't make the playoffs,
then something is wrong, and we would figure it out. And I think there would be articles written or things we could see on the court that led to, that being the case. Something would really, not injury, Stoney, something would really have to go wrong in that locker room, and it would have to manifest or follow them on the court for that to happen, especially now that Phoenix looks like they might not even give the Warriors a scare for the 10th spot. I know it's early and they haven't been playing good basketball. I thought San Antonio was coming, but right now the Warriors are a game and a half up on Phoenix on the 10th.
What if
and
you
we're
do?
talking
What if you make the playoffs because you pushed, and then you get beat in the first round?
I'd be disappointed.
And then what? But what? How you feeling about next year?
We got all 82. I think that automatically tells us we're not going to be in the play-in. Those days are gone, and that's why I feel bright. I feel excited about the future. Is Jimmy Butler to me has symbolized this might be the last year if the Warriors don't get to 6, Donnie, of them messing with this cockamamie play-in stuff.
All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. What's a successful season after all this talk as we engage at the start of the second half of the season? And I think it's a great point about the next 2 years also. I mean, if they don't get it done, if they don't make the playoffs this year, I don't know how you go into the offseason feeling good about this team. And like the idea that that Draymond, Curry, and Butler aren't going to slip at all in the next 2 years is just mind-boggling to me, that we're just expecting these guys to continue to play at the level they've played at in the past. But that's optimism. I get it. All right. Warriors Wednesday is brought to you by Friedman's Appliance. Come see their full selection of in-stock luxury appliances and live working vignettes. Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill today.
Meanwhile, at Xfinity. Hey,
Yeah, Saul absolutely got a raw deal.
Definitely wasn't on my bingo card.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Steiny and Guru from the 415. 510. And you weren't here for this, Goo, and I feel bad about it. Yesterday, Steiny said he was hopeful, and today he's not. LOL.
Yep. Wow, man.
That's from Angel. You know, Angel, you're kind of right. You're kind of right.
Yep.
But I went to the lab. Angel.
And it's just funny how we all look at this.
I went to the lab and realized there's never been anything close to an NBA champion with this old of a core 3 players.
First time for everything.
37, 35, and 35.
Let's go, baby.
I'm trying to, Dallas. Oh, how about Dallas?
Yeah.
In 2011, Dirk. Well, Jason Kidd was 37.
Let's go.
Yeah. Was his role as important as Curry?
He had a major role.
Dirk was 32. Jason Terry, 33. Karan Butler, 30, and Marion, 32. That's considered a very old team, and
I'm giving you all that, man.
They're all in the low 30s.
But Steiny, there's a first time for everything. You've heard that.
But this is too.
Tell me,
it's just too much of a gap. It's too much has to go right.
Yeah.
Is the way I feel about it. Let's go to. But the question we're asking is. Now Draymond Green saying championship. What? It feels to me like the expectations have changed. So what's a successful year now for the Golden State Warriors? And this is, I think, what a lot of people are with. Where is it?
Steiny, can I just throw this to you?
Yeah, go ahead, hurry.
How old was Tom Brady when he won his Super Bowl, his last Super Bowl?
That's one guy.
He was almost 50. He was 43.
I've never heard of a more
Then he
irrelevant
won one at 41.
comparison. That's the most irrelevant comparison I've ever heard of.
Peyton Manning won at 39.
Yeah, well, another irrelevant.
Brady did it at 39.
Yeah. And how old was
Elway was 38.
How old was their line?
I knew you were going there. If you want to hate, you're going to hate. I'm not saying you're doing that.
Not
and if
hating.
you want to be, my boy Silk Basie,
yeah.
Jimmy Butler took those teams in the weak-ass East. Like, okay, but it's still a feat. He took an AC to the finals. Now the conference was weak. Like, what is Dib's line? When do we draw the line in the sand, man?
On what?
Just everything.
Well, like what?
Like the possibilities. The Warriors I think they can pull this off. I no longer am worried about Curry's bilateral knee tendonitis. He's fresh.
Wait till he goes 6 for 21. Then you'll be worried about it again.
No, Steiny.
No, you will. Success this year is wreaking havoc in the playoffs, according to the 707. Win a round or two.
Yeah, look at him.
I think that's...
Or 3.
I think, like, that, to me, would be something we can talk about. But talking about making a playoff run when you're not even in the playoffs... I got to see it. Let's go to Joe. Joe's in Walnut Creek. Hey, Joe.
So when we're talking, how you guys doing?
Hey.
Doing well, thank you.
When we're talking about, all right, good. Sorry, man, it's cutting out. So when you're talking about a championship of the Warriors right now, I kind of feel like it's a little bit like Jim Carrey, right? So you're saying there's a chance because even realistically to say they're going to win in the first round, Guru, then you better be at least the 5 seed, because as a 7 or an 8, you ain't going to do it. As a 6, you're not going to do it. And when you look at the standings and the matchups, they got to be a 5. So until they're a 5, I'm not even going to talk about championship or even winning the first series. And for that to happen,
that's
too
fair.
much has to fall into place.
That's fair.
You know what I mean? It's like, what would have to fall into place? I'll tell you, you'd have to have Kuminga have this career year, Moody light it up, Steve Kerr not putting midget ball, small lineups in, and there's just and 3 35-year-old guys not be injured. So all of that would have to fall into play to even think about a 5 seed. So, I mean, that realistically, if you make the playoffs, great. It's going to be fun, but I don't see them winning unless they can get up the standings.
All right.
Appreciate the call, Joe.
Yeah, Stoney, and I get that, and it's like I don't want to use my life as an example, but tell me what you think of this, Mr. Bad Analogy. The day before 2012, the contest came with 95-7 the game. But if in 2011 we were at the bar having dinner and I said, Steiny, I'm going to be on the radio, we all would have laughed and been like, dude, you ain't a spring chicken. You ain't going to Syracuse School of Broadcasting.
But all you had to do was apply to get into the contest.
But my point is nobody saw the contest.
The Warriors might not even have a contest.
But that's you never know. Nobody saw Jimmy Butler and that relationship going toxic.
No, nobody saw that.
Before this season started. Come on, man.
Going into this season, they knew Butler was going to be a problem.
The only reason we're back and people are excited is what transpired in Miami. You were the beneficiary of a bad relationship.
Right, but let's not act as though Jimmy Butler doesn't have a track record of being a malcontent at times.
And he's got a NBA Finals track record.
This is the most comparable team to the Warriors.
Give it to me.
In terms of age, is the 98 Bulls. The last year the Bulls won.
I like this.
Jordan was 34.
I like it.
Pippen was 32. Rodman was 36.
Yeah.
Don't forget they had Kukoc, who was a big part of that team, and he was 29. So, again, that's about as comparable as it gets. 34, 32, and 36 years old. But again, I think it's a big difference between 35, 35, and 37. But that's just me.
And I know people are driving around. Some, the Steinies of the world, are like, and my boy Silk Basie, because he thinks they have no chance. But Steiny.
Silk Basie?
You're poisoning him. He's turned into you on my vine. But listen, I get now, and I want to backtrack. I want to do something here, Carter. So this would stump 2022.
Oh,
just
my God,
because of the age.
Dude,
I'm giving you that.
No, because of the facts. The facts were that team was a third seed. The facts were that team won 53 games.
And they were a lot younger.
The facts were at one point in the season they were 41-14 at this point during that season. They're 500. This would be I wouldn't even this will make 2022 look like they were favorites. To my way of thinking, seriously.
Well, I get
to
that.
Come from seven.
Yeah, but Stoney, to be fair, the Jimmy impact, he wasn't even a factor of how they compiled this stinky record. Like, he's only played 4 games. You know what I mean? So I get it's not like he's been there the whole year and then they got off the mat. He's kind of, you know what I mean? It was, we got some help and let's go.
No, there's no doubt that he's changed the mindset of the Warriors and probably Warrior fans.
And players.
Yeah.
That's why we're talking about this.
That's true. It is. Stan Van Gundy was on with Willard and Dibbs.
Martinez' finest.
And can they win it all, Stan? You're a basketball person.
Yep.
Well, look, I mean, it's a great move up, and I think Mike Dunleavy did an outstanding job making that move without giving up any of their young players. So I think everybody in San Francisco's got the right to be excited. Do I think it makes them a contender with Oklahoma City, Memphis, the Lakers, Houston? No, I don't. But it's a step up, and they certainly, I think, would have a chance to get into the playoffs and win a series.
All right. And I would have roses. Wouldn't be happy. I'd come in mad, whoever sent them home. But again, I just hate to do this to your partner. And I know it's not the day, but that I feel like I now know why the Warriors, I won't dare say unwillingly gave Butler that 2-year extension, Steiny, because they feel like he has enough basketball left. Curry too.
They also
Dre for
had
that matter.
Otherwise, he wasn't going to come.
A little bit of that, but you know what I mean, man.
Let's go to Anthony in Brentwood.
Our man.
Hey, Ant, what's going on, man?
All right, almost afternoon. So I have maybe 2 things. One, and this is just kind of a personal thing, I really don't take much of what Draymond Green says seriously. I understand that he's been a contributor to the championships, but after he punched Poole, I really just had, like, it just changed my view of him and the way that he, the kind of leader that he is, I don't think is very productive. And so that's just my personal thing. So when he says stuff, I kind of shrug it off. I also believe that he was just saying things to kind of stir the pot. Now, I do believe that most folks, including myself and in that organization, believe that their chances have become greater to compete. But I do not believe that we are close to winning a championship. And I have two reasons before that. One, I don't think Steve Kerr really trusts the young talent. I believe that sometimes, like, he kind of prioritizes Podziemski over Pods, and, he prioritizes...
Podziemski over who? You said Podziemski over Pods. What'd you mean?
Podziemski over Moody.
Yeah. Okay.
Podziemski over Moody.
Gotcha.
Like, when you look at Podziemski, he jumps out on the screen, but Moody also does things. He's just not as, like, aggressive in his demeanor. So, like, Pods will look like he's a little bit more, more of an impactful player. But I think they're both really, really even. Yeah. And then you got, the stretch five. He's getting more run than TJD. But TJD, he's been somewhat impactful on the defensive end. And so I feel like what we need to do as just as a unit is kind of, I think Steve Kerr really needs to narrow down who he trusts and who he wants to move forward with. Once he gets that figured out, then I think next year we can really truly expect some things and expect them to make noise in the playoffs. Because right now we have our three, but the others is kind of a mixed bag. And I think that comes with Steve Kerr really figuring out who he can trust, who he wants to keep around, and then going out there in the free agent market and getting some quality guys on some lesser contracts and really putting a solid effort to go for next season. But I think this season we should just be working on kind of continuity and figuring out who's coming along with us on this ride.
Good stuff, Ant. Appreciate it, man. The two things here's, what strikes me as illogical? No. Maybe it is illogical. But think about this for a minute. The idea, we're talking about the idea
yes.
of a 10 seed. We're going to win the championship. You don't even know the matchups. You don't even know who you're going to have to play.
But now you're not afraid of anybody.
Please. Okay, you want Denver in the first round?
I'm not saying I want Denver, but I'm not afraid of Denver, Stoney.
It doesn't matter if you're afraid
Minnesota
or not.
exposed them last year. I don't know, and maybe they're back and they fix what hurt them.
Okay.
My thing is,
you're saying they can win a title. We don't even know
but
the
we looked at the field, and I'm dreaming of what if you got locked up with that pedigree word, the word that I keep I'm dying on that hill, Stoney. The playoffs are when they're going to be able to use it, right? That's when you're going to be up the big bottle. So I'm just telling you, I'm perplexed as to, you're right. They are what they are, 10th seed right now. But now that the trade is coming, you got the Joan Rivers, you got a whole new facelift, Stoney. This is not the team that accumulated this record for much of the time to be your traditional 10th seed.
But what? So
it's all
4 games has given people the confidence that they can beat anybody and go 4 rounds to win a title.
I got to be careful.
4 games.
All right, I got to be careful.
Okay.
It was just the fact that when the news was announced, a guy like Jimmy Butler, I'll put him in the category of Durant. I'm just doing that. I can. Stoney, the possibilities right then to me became endless. And it's more than just the 3-1, because we could poke holes in the 3-1. You're down 24 to the Bulls, but that was your first game with your new toy. But you still came back and won the game. You tricked the game off against Dallas. So it hasn't been they beat everybody by 30. The bottom line is it's go time now. But when it's really, really go time, I feel like the fact that you got a closer, that's what we know Jimmy Butler is. Will it work and translate with Steph and Dre? This team needed somebody.
Yeah.
And they needed, so we all saw it.
Right. And the guy they got. Okay.
They got him.
And now they can win it all. With one guy. One player.
Okay, this is it.
One player.
Are the Golden State Warriors better after the acquisition?
No doubt.
And that's it.
No doubt.
That right there is the premise of.
Let's do that then.
That's the tree.
Let's do that
Now
then.
the trunks are.
Right. Okay, let's do that. They're a 9 seed. They're better. Can they get to 6 to play the 3rd seed?
I think they can.
Okay, fine. Just don't go to NBA title right away.
Well, now you got to tell Draymond and Jimmy that.
I'm telling them. Because now they've wound up the fan base.
Yeah.
And that's the other thing. Nobody wants to play the Warriors. That doesn't mean anything. And that doesn't win you a series just because they don't want to play you or they're.
I'm gonna introduce on the fly, Evan, a new segment to you. Sit down time with Steiny.
Okay.
I think you are really, really underestimating the bump that they're going to get once Jonathan Kuminga is reevaluated.
I don't think Kuminga's
and whenever
a factor.
that day, Steiny, how can you say that?
Because he's not going to have.
He's talent and
his
going to
role is going to be much less than it was before he got the injury. He's now got 2 alphas. But he's got to play either with or be the number one when they're not on the court.
But can he? I'm not going to fight you on if it's bigger or lesser. My question is, can you master whatever his role's going to be?
Well, I'm not convinced they
I'm
can.
telling you, Steiny, he's going to be the first man off the bench if he's not starting. I'd like him to be starting. But see, I'm going there, and I feel like you're kind of ho-hum about, we're getting Kuminga back. But Steiny, this is your young stud. This is your young 22-year-old Kawhi. He's not as good as Kawhi was then. But my point is, now he's going to learn from Butler along with learning from Steph and Dre. Like, this has the ingredients
I hate when you
for.
do that.
I know you do.
I effing hate when you do that.
It's my new ha-ha. But Steiny,
you don't have the ha-ha.
Come on, get on board. Kuminga cannot be bad. They can they are going to be better, man.
Guru, you think he's going to start? He's not. And also, the second part of that is, I look at things realistically. I don't even know what his role's going to be with Steve Kerr.
But there's a need for his role.
For 4 years, we've had fans complaining about he doesn't play Kuminga. He relies on the veterans. Yeah. What do you think he's going to do as you climb the standings and as you start playing bigger and bigger and bigger games? And he's going to be looking at Kuminga. And I think I know Steve Kerr, he's going to be like, I just can't trust him right now.
So you're okay to that point.
I'm not saying that's going to happen, but I allow for it because that's been the track record for 4 years with Kuminga. And it was the track record all of this season. He started on the bench. Then he went back to the bench.
But you're omitting something. Kerr said we need Kuminga.
Well, they don't.
Curry said it.
As much
Draymond
now.
said it.
They don't. Now they don't.
Yeah, but you're not you're not too talented to where you can sit here, and I'm not saying you're doing it, and scoff and say you don't need Kuminga. I think there's more added is baby pressure on Kerr to what we know about Kuminga, Steiny, is his ass is talented. So, Kerr, you got to find a way to make it work now. Like, there's nothing bad about trying to incorporate Kuminga. And Steiny, I think his basketball will be the easiest basketball now ever. Because now, if you're right, he's been bumped down just a spot. Steiny, he can pick anybody up 94 feet. He's got those legs. Okay. He's got the birth certificate going his way. Like, I'm ultra excited about him.
You know what's funny? When I think of the Warriors, and yesterday I'm thinking about the Warriors. Could they even when I let my imagination run wild?
Yeah.
I don't factor in Kuminga.
Why?
Because I don't feel like he's going to be huge for this team.
Wow.
I just don't. I think his role is unknown. It is completely unknown. I don't
ask me who I think the Warriors' best perimeter defender is right now.
Who?
Kuminga.
Okay.
And you lost something.
And he's their worst help defender. You know what?
Okay, no doubt. I got you. But come on, Steiny.
And miss me with Kuminga's a good defender. It's like, stop it.
I got one for you.
Just because he can shadow a guy up the court doesn't mean that he can hound somebody for 48 minutes.
I love this point I'm about to make, Steiny. When you talk about a traditional big three, you're usually talking about three guys that could put the ball in the hole. the one beautiful thing about Draymond is he's a part of the big three, but Steiny, scoring is not his forte. My point is they're going to need Jonathan Kuminga's 16, 17, maybe on a given night, 23, 24 points. Like, it's almost perfect for him to come back and fit. Like, that part of the formula, to me, is not thrown off because Dre's not a point monster. They're still going to need other guys to help them get there. And somebody wrote this on the YouTube chat, I forget. Steiny, do you think the role players now are better than the ones in 2022? Because
Yes.
this person doesn't?
Absolutely.
So currently, the
2022 was better.
Oh, well.
Because at least you knew what to expect with those guys. They were veterans. They were solid. We got young players that have never played in the postseason. I don't even know how they're going to do. They might have some growing pains with it. Again, and please, I'm not devaluing Kuminga. I'm not even hating on Kuminga. I'm just pointing out to Warrior fans that we've been through this now for 4 years with Kuminga. And I need to see what his role is going to be coming back and whether Kerr's going to figure out a way to maximize it, because he's going to have to if they really do want to go anywhere.
Exactly.
But I don't just automatically think that's going to happen. Why? It might, but they still got to fit together as a team. They still got to find out the rotation.
Yeah.
They still got to figure out the minutes. I'm not convinced that Kerr's just going to start going to Kuminga. The other thing is, now how long's he been out?
It feels like 3 months.
I mean, he's got to be out for 6, so it's going to be like 2 months, right?
Yeah.
I mean, that's the other thing. He's going to need a little time to get back and adjusted.
Those are facts.
All right, 888-957-9570. I see people on hold. We will absolutely, positively get to you on the other side. I tell you what. Here's what I'm going to tease. Because it's not. I'm not hating. I just
look at my man.
I just don't see it right now. But I will say this: for all you people out there that think I never say I'm wrong about something, yeah, I'm surprised nobody's called me out on this one. Oh. I said something last week that was completely wrong, I think. Now that I'm looking at it,
I'm excited.
I'm looking. I said something last week, and now I look back and I'm saying, well, that's wrong. You were wrong about that, Steiny. Know it all? You think you know it all,
Watch the game
Steinmetz?
again, then,
You're
Steiny.
a punk. You don't know it all, Steiny. You made a big mistake last week. You're just lucky that nobody caught it, mouth. But I'm going to own up to it.
All right, wow.
I'm going to own up to it on the other side.
My man's growing.
Mm-hmm. All right. Don't go anywhere. I'll get you. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. That segment was brought to you by MB Jesse Painting.
Steiny, you're off, bro. Way
Hi,
off.
this is Matt Jesse with MB Jesse.
I tried to do it Sunday, and I just couldn't get it up.
And I think you smoking his eye.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
I'm going to let it go.
Wow.
Our Slam Dunk in Vegas contest, it is on, ladies and gentlemen. Check this out. Someone's going to win travel and accommodations for 4. That's a winner and 3 guests to Las Vegas and $20,000. That's right, $20,000. You'll be staying at Circa, the premium sports viewing destination in downtown Vegas. It also has the biggest March Hoops party at the Stadium Swim Club, which is just awesome. It's the ultimate viewing experience for the first 2 rounds of the College Basketball Championship. Winning's very easy. Here's all you got to do. Download the free Odyssey app, log in, and listen for at least an hour every day, and that gets you a daily entry into the contest. Download the free Odyssey app, log in, then listen each day for an hour, and boom, you're automatically registered. This is a national contest, so download that Odyssey app now, and you might be headed to Vegas with $20K. Mm-hmm.
That is Circa. Putting in work. We got to get back.
Couple things. Evan has just informed me that the Warriors have signed 2 players. Kevin Knox and Yuri Collins. They were both playing for Santa Cruz. Yuri Collins is a 6-foot guard, and Kevin Knox is 6'8".
I remember I thought he was going to be something with
definitely
the
a first-round pick back in the day. So no big man.
Well,
at least at this point,
we'll see.
Yeah.
But you still got Looney, TJD, and Post.
Yeah. Okay. Last week.
Oh, here we go.
Last week we were talking about, all the trades, this, that, and the other thing. And remember there was a little noise about Draymond Green. Could he be traded? Was he part of the Durant trade? If they could have pulled that off, I don't know. And I said something about Draymond and the Warriors. And you said something like, Steiny, you wouldn't do this, that. And I said, I think a big problem the Warriors have is as long as Draymond Green and Steph Curry are on the team, I don't think the dynamic can change because they're just too important and they've got 4 titles. And it's just always going to be about those 2. Mm-hmm. They're 2 most important players. Yeah, I think I was wrong. I think Jimmy Butler has changed the dynamic, even with those 2 guys on the team. And I can't quite put it into words, and it hasn't affected Draymond's confidence because it doesn't have to do with him talking so much at the All-Star game. But Jimmy does something to Draymond that I can't quite put my finger on it. I mean, Draymond's not scared of him or anything like that.
I got a word. When you're done, I'll give it to you.
But Draymond is like in a new role now. Not just on the court, but just as a presence, I feel like. Again, I know he was the big star of All-Star Weekend. He talked a lot, but like...
Forget the skills challenge.
I don't mean this is as a bad thing, but his impact is now reduced a little bit. Or what he did, he's just not as important as he was 2 weeks ago. He doesn't need to dominate, and I don't think he will dominate every conversation about the Golden State Warriors. There's something about Butler getting in there where Draymond
has come down a notch.
Yep, exactly.
What if I told you the word I'm looking for, or I'm going to use for your example, Steiny, is respect. Bullies respect bullies. And Draymond Green knows what he's done, the Jordan Poole or whoever, the KD, he can't do that with Jimmy. I mean, he can, but there'll be fireworks. And to me, I love that. I think Jimmy knows he's one of those dudes, Steiny, I dare you. And I dare you to treat me without respect because I'm not going for it. And in a crazy way, maybe that helps the whole team. So I hear what you're saying, but another caveat to this trade is you keep talking injuries or you bringing them up, but you think I'm lying with this. If you told me Dre got hurt and missed 10 games, I'm like, okay. And if you told me Curry got hit for 10 games, I'd be like, okay. Yeah. And if you told me Jimmy was out 10 games, I'd be like, okay. That's the surplus of talent that you have to where the ship can still move in the right direction. I hope that's not tested.
I don't know.
And that's why I'm all giddy like Josh when Kuminga comes back. Because we can all day to we're blue in the face. What's his role going to be? Bottom line is he's talented. Put him out there. And now they got young talent. I'm drunk on this, man. Beyonce,
I can tell.
Drunk on the Warriors.
I can tell.
I'm drunk.
I can tell.
How does he know to hit that button?
Because he's a great producer.
But that button had to be one of many. How did he find it so fast?
Because you do
the 30 for 30 on producers and board ops, I'm watching. Forget the host. I want to know the timing that Evan uses every day.
Stop biting your bottom lip.
Dude, but it's crazy. I'm driving and listening to radio all over the world like nobody's giving the producer credit for hitting that button.
Right, but
Evan, you're special, man.
It's because I have a problem.
Well, it's also because you do something to spur that particular button 18 times a show, so he's poised.
Nah, it's everybody's starting. It's incredible. But go ahead.
Let's go to Matt.
Gotta hand it to your instincts there.
Yeah, Matt. Let's go to Matt in Oakland.
That one too.
Hey, Matt, how you doing, man?
What's up, fellas? Great show. Steiny, I think you are devaluing what Jimmy Butler's impact is going to be on Kuminga. Kuminga can give you 30. Kuminga can give you 30 any night. And to watch, after watching Jimmy Butler these last 4 games, he's going into people's chests. And Kuminga is seeing that. He's going straight to people's chests every time. He's not shooting any threes. So that's going to rub off on Kuminga really well. And then, give Post some more minutes. I like that. I like that young fella. But blend it with TJD. Play all those big guys. But I think they got a good chance. I like it. I like it. I like what I'm seeing.
Appreciate it, Matt. And there may be a lot. There may be a lot I'm underestimating. And again, as it relates to Jonathan Kuminga, he's going to have a role when he gets healthy.
Oh, my God.
I just have no idea what the role's going to be and who he's going to play with and what they're going to ask of him.
But it's got to be, he's going to play with everybody at some point, you would think, especially if I want him out there closing. That's when we'll know it's really manifested into something.
And that's, you know what? And I got to see Steve Kerr do that.
Yeah. Because I will throw this to you about Curry. Got me thinking. And I can already hear what you're going to say. Steiny, TJD, I don't know why
he's
been
irrelevant. He's irrelevant. Why did he even bring up his initials?
He played this weekend.
Exactly.
He did. That's a great one. Did you need to just go, I'm just talking to Kerr, cold turkey with the young fella, or was there a way Post could have got some and you could have sprinkled some? Shout out E40 to TJD, but
who cares?
He's like a bump on a pickle right now.
Cares?
And Looney's done that. Then he's mastered being able, you call my number? I'm coming here. I'll give you all I got. But it is kind of like
they have 3 average centers. Put their names into a hat and pick one. No, none of them make a big.
Well, one can shoot threes.
Who makes the biggest difference? Like Post can make a difference.
Looney too. All depending on who we're playing.
Right. And TJD, I actually don't think TJD makes nearly the impact of those other 2 guys.
I'll tell you what, real quick, since we're doing it. First game 1 in a 7-game series. You're playing the Denver Nuggets. Who's starting for the Warriors if this is the I know, it's Looney. It's center.
This is Kevon Looney.
It's Looney. You can't feed those 2 young fellas to Jokic starting.
Well,
and maybe you
Draymond
can.
will cover Jokic. What?
Well,
Draymond will cover Jokic.
He don't like 5.
Oh, well.
He told us.
And he won't wear down in 4 playoff series playing the 5. Like, he'll just be, Oh, I know what I wanted to I don't want to
give it to me.
No, actually, let's go to Rich in Fremont. Hey, Rich, what's going on, buddy?
What's up, fellas? Thanks for taking my call. With Draymond Green, if you're a Warriors fan, there's things about him you just like. I like Draymond's passion. I like his energy. I like the fact that, he realized that in order to get to a goal, you have to set a goal. So when he says we're going to win a championship, it's like, okay, you said that, but we got to be realistic. I got to agree with Steiny here. Okay, 4 games doesn't, in my opinion, put you in the driver's seat for something that large of an achievement. Okay, 4 games. You know what it does? It gets you to a point where you turn a couple of corners. Okay, but you haven't done anything that would make us believe that the mountaintop is attainable, and the mountaintop is the NBA championship. So for him to say we're going to win the championship, it's like, I need to see a little more than just 4 games. Now, if you said 15 games and y'all was 12-3 in them 15 games, then I can say, okay, you know what? There's a possibility. And don't get me wrong, because in the 4 games, it don't mean it's not impossible. You know, a wise man once said that, hey, everything is impossible until it's done. And that was Mandela who said that. So in my opinion, yeah, it's possible. But guess what, brother? Y'all got a long way to go. And you better hope these other teams are just as hungry as you. Don't come near scrapping like you, because this is going to make it more difficult for you.
So, Rich, you're not drinking then,
I'm with Rich.
Rich is not drinking the Kool-Aid.
Yet. We're not drinking yet, right, Rich?
No.
Okay. All right, waiter will come back, or waitress. I'll say this to you all. Rich kind of hurt me, because, Steiny, this is bigger than 4 games.
Well,
if they were 2-2.
To you it is,
no,
but to other people it might not be.
Yeah, because I guess what I'm saying, Steiny, and I'm holding on. Shout out In Vogue, who we saw at Oracle. At Chase. Steiny, it's the endless possibilities, but that is rooted in their resumes. The Warriors winning 4, and Jimmy doing what he did with Miami, and you put those forces together, and you just feel like you think you have something. So to Rich's point, I hope I'm not coming across like 97% of my excitement and intoxication on this team is based on the 3-1. Steiny, I would still feel this way, and I thought it would be a little, 2-2, maybe 1-3, but I still would feel this way.
No,
so it's not
that's
just
not
the
true.
3-1.
I don't think that's true. If they lose to Houston and they're 2-2, I don't think we're talking. I mean it.
Steiny.
What?
If we want to be real, you blew a 24-point lead. Yeah, you won the game.
Well, it would have been a killer.
But they went on a run. Yeah, but you know how my mind works. I wouldn't have. That wasn't Picasso. God. You know what I'm saying? Come on now.
If they were 2-2 with Butler,
I still would be saying the same thing.
You wouldn't be saying we're going to the Western Conference Finals.
But being 2-2 is irrelevant. Being 2-2 is irrelevant because they're not.
Exactly.
No, so bringing it up like, well, will we be talking? Well, it doesn't matter because they're not. Like they're 3-1.
Right. But for the sake of the hypothetical, Goose saying if they were 2-2,
I'm just trying to sell.
He would still be as.
Yeah. Well, what if they were 4-0?
Well, maybe it'd be more.
No, I wouldn't. And that's how Rich, and maybe that's how I'm conveying it. I'm not trying to, that 3-1 is 98% of my excitement. It's bigger than that.
Well, right.
Evan's right. It's 3-1 for now. And,
it's been 4. It's been, right. I look at it as it's been 4 games, and they look different. They look better, but it's been 4 games. 888-957-9570 is the number. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM, and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. By the way, I want to address this from the 650. Why can't 2 people come together and just see eye to eye? Why does it have to be 2 hotheads who are always going to mix it up and create tension? That is not what I'm saying. That's not what I said about Draymond Green. I said the fact that Butler is in there, it's kind of, I feel like Draymond is just a little less, just a touch less important, just a touch less dominant, just a touch less, his presence.
Overbearing.
Exactly.
I think that could be a positive.
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
And if Dre is as smart as you say he is, or we know he is too, Steiny, just not to go down that road if they're thinking we're bringing up, what word am I looking for? The National Enquirer stuff and drama. Guys know who they can mess with and get away with it, and they can't.
Well,
Draymond knows Jimmy Butler is just like him, and I don't know why that excites me. Maybe that'll keep Dre in line.
Here's another hypothetical. But I like this one from the 408. If Draymond never said anything this weekend, if he didn't say what he said, would you still be this excited?
Now that hurts. I told you on our show, on our platform, I said Western Conference Finals.
Okay.
Before any of that jumped off.
All right.
So I was believing before. How about you?
What?
You're still the same. You hate they said it.
I don't hate it at all.
I know, it's radio hate, but like.
No, it isn't. I love this. Are you kidding?
Nah.
You think I wanted to see that horse bleep team play in the second half of the season?
Man, you're right there.
I thought it might be the best way to go, given what they were presented with, but they get Jimmy Butler. Things have changed. What do you think? I wanted to watch 27 games of this team fighting with Phoenix?
Laker didn't either. That's why they pulled the trigger.
Hell no.
And he was right, Stoney, when he texted the show. He texted you saying he wasn't mad. And I bet he ain't mad at all now.
Narrator. He was mad. Of course he was mad. Draymond said he was mad.
Well.
Let's go to Shamir. Hey, Shamir, how you doing?
Hey, guys. Steiny, I wanted to talk about, you saying one player can't make a difference. We had the perfect example of that last year with the Dallas Mavericks. They brought in Gafford. They were the 8th seed, 3 games above 500. After Gafford came in, they finished 21-9. Got all the way to the finals, and that's one player. So to think that with Steph Curry, who I would think is better than Luka Doncic, bringing in Jimmy Butler, who is a better player than Gafford, why can't the same thing happen?
Well, what I would tell you is the two men, or Doncic and Kyrie Irving, are the two big boys on that team, and they tinkered around the edge by getting Gafford, and it worked. But I consider that a tinker. Like, Jimmy Butler is now the most important or second most important player. I'm not saying one guy can't, but I'm saying you're telling me they're a 10th seed and now they get Butler and get rid of Wiggins and they're a championship team. That's all.
I think it's possible. It might be young guys, like you guys have been saying.
Yeah.
All right, guys.
Hey, Shamir, thanks for calling.
And I'll tell you what, Stoney, after blowing that game, because that's what they did against Dallas, they failed to win 3 in a row since November. That'll be knocked off the board here soon.
I'm sorry.
Yeah. The Warriors haven't won 3 in a row since November. And they had a chance when they blew the game against Dallas. But my point being, I bet my left arm, and nobody would take it, that they're about to run off 3 in a row here shortly.
They got to beat Sac.
Yeah, they do. And then they got to beat the team after that, and the team after that. There's no days off.
What will it take you to not be this excited?
An injury.
What would have to happen? What if they lose to Sac?
No.
Then what if they lose to Charlotte? What if they lose 3 in a row?
See, I'm being real. We'd have to see how it looks and what went into it.
They lose 3 in a row.
It would be ultra disappointing.
Yeah.
What if they win 3 in a row?
That's what Guru said. Well, that's why I countered Guru, because he said they're going to win 3 in a row. So I have to be the guy who says, well, what if they lose 3 in a row? It's like the Scorpion. That's just my nature.
Yeah, but I need you to put on your glass half full hat, Steiny.
Oh, boy.
Do you even have one?
It's extra small.
It's with the propeller hat?
Do I? What's the question again?
I think that answers it right there.
Boy, loud and clear, man. Not man.
How about this? Can we talk a little bit about basketball? The 925. 3 reasons why the championship is too far-fetched. Our 3-point shooting, our defense, and our role players.
That's it? Wow, man.
I mean, they can't. They're not a good 3-point shooting team, and I'm not sure that they can be.
Right. And I like the acquisition of Jimmy Butler because that's not his thing. I mean, he can do it, but he gives you a whole different, aspect to your offense, Donnie, and I love that.
Let's go to Tony in Oakland. Hey, Tony.
Hey, Steiny. I just wanted to speak to what you mentioned about the change in Draymond's attitude since Butler's come on board. And I totally agree. I've noticed that. And I was telling my husband, I said, there's an effect there. And, I got to this point where I was like, you know what? There are levels to many things in life. And so what has happened, I think, is that Draymond is no longer an alpha A or an alpha 1. He's an alpha 2 because I see Butler as definitely an alpha 1 or an alpha A. And I think Draymond, whether he's consciously aware of it or not, recognizes that and just knows he needs to be on his best behavior.
Yeah, Tony, I'm
Tony's
with you.
onto it.
And I don't know if it's, we're gonna boil it down to stuff like, well, Draymond's scared of. I'm not saying that at all. But the only way I'll say it is I didn't think the dynamic of the Warriors could change with Curry and Draymond on it because, one, Curry's too important as a player, and two, Draymond's too important as like the spokesman for this team or the heart and soul.
Yeah.
But Butler has done something to the dynamic, and he's done something to Draymond that I can't put my finger on.
And he may not. It might be natural.
I can't put my finger on it.
Well,
but I also think, like, what if just say the report was true that the Warriors had concerns about Butler's presence in the locker room. Let's say that Draymond and Steph said that to the organization. Let's just say that. And the organization comes up against the trade deadline, and they're like, we cannot do nothing. We cannot do nothing. We got to let's go get Butler. What about Steph? Listen, we got to get Butler because we don't have any other. Okay, so they get Butler. If Draymond were skeptical of Butler, but they still went and got him anyway and gave him, see, that's the other thing. The 2-year deal for Jimmy Butler has something to do with the dynamic. Like, Butler's not coming in here as a rental.
Yeah.
Butler's coming in here to be this team. Butler may be coming onto this team to be its best player for the next 2.5 years.
I love every part of it.
Draymond, what's it called? Stand down. Stand down,
or
Draymond.
There's another guy with
ain't in this one.
Okay. Or you are in this one. You had a badge, and you had the only badge. Now there's another guy coming with a badge. And he's going to be here 2 years for show. So now there's 2 guys with a badge, Donnie. There's 2 sheriffs in town.
But they're rusty. Those badges are rusty.
Rusty. I don't get the
They've been out in the rain for years and years and years. They've seen better days. They're old. Like a rusty star.
Yeah.
That's what the analogy I was.
Evan wasn't here when I ran down and I pat myself on the back. Brady won a Super Bowl at age 43, 41. Manning won one at 39.
And I told Goo.
John Elway at 38.
I don't think there could be
Tom
a more
Brady at 37.
Tom Brady won a title at 45. I can't think of anything more irrelevant.
Jim Plunkett, 36.
Okay.
Oh
I was just saying they wrote him off, Steiny. They didn't write back.
That is, wow.
Nobody ever wrote Brady off, but for the very end.
No, Stein, a lot of people. Before he went to Tampa,
That's my
were
point.
writing him off.
Right. Yeah. At the very end.
And he won a Super Bowl with a team that.
No, even after the 3 of 4 years, I think people were wondering if they were ever going to win it again. There was like almost a 10-year gap between Super Bowls.
Damn.
Well, then you know what? We are a crackpot society. We are. We're a bunch of crackpots out there. We doubted Tom Brady. How stupid can you be?
Well, you're talking to this own team.
I'm talking to you.
The Patriots.
I'm talking to you.
I just thought of my ceramic class back at James Logan when you said crackpot.
All right. I got some sound to play on the other side. I got to be able to find it. Are you interested in Durant?
Oh, my God.
He did a sit-down with Malik Andrews.
Yeah.
I'll say it again. Guru, you interested in Durant?
I am, but I also told you and Evan, I think he's getting a pass since he's left.
Oh.
Yep.
All right. We got, all right, 888-957-957. You know the number. You want to talk? Call then. Or just sit there like a bump on a pickle, as Guru likes to say. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. Warriors Wednesday is brought to you by Friedman's Appliance. Come see their full selection of in-stock luxury appliances in live working vignettes. Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill today. I got a big ass.
On Saturday.
Damn right I'm going to check you.
Yeah, Steiny.
Guru, you might be the most ungrateful fan of all time.
Now back to Steiny and Guru. Take it away, Steiny.
All right. Thank you, Steph. Appreciate it. By the way, this is why I'm not a real host. We got a great guest coming up at 1 o'clock, and this is the first time you're hearing about it.
Traditional.
I blew it. I should have been talking about this guy all day. Because you know who he is, Brian Geltzeiler, Sirius XM NBA Radio.
Darryl.
He's the man.
I love him.
He is one of our most informed guests, and he had a little bit of a controversial take.
I saw it.
And we're going to ask him about it. If you haven't heard, Geltzeiler basically said that, Curry's as responsible as LeBron or anybody for the awfulness of the All-Star game /weekend. So I'm
ready. That's our guy.
It is our guy. Yeah. So Geltzy will come up at 1, and obviously we're talking about the Jimmy Butler trade and how sustainable this is. And
where do you think he's at on
the Warriors are going?
Is he going to do one of? If you had to guess, what would BG say? They got a little action as opposed to last time we had him on because it was bleak then.
He's going to say, now it's only 4 games, but they do look better.
It's a wrap.
And
where's Priest?
Because they've got Steph Curry, you can never count him out.
Right.
And Jimmy's been the good Jimmy so far, but you got to be careful about what happens down.
Right out the gate, they get sacked Friday in sack. Sacramento.
And you know what's funny? Warrior fans just think you're going to roll.
No, I don't think.
It's funny. Sack was in a shambles, and now the Warriors are going, they're not really in a shambles. It's so funny, you guys.
I ain't heard Doug Christie's name in a while.
You guys are so funny.
He was for president.
You guys are funny out there. A week ago, Sack, they're done. Sack's done. Sack and Phoenix, they're done. Put a fork in them. Warriors play Sacramento on Friday. Hey, they're pretty good. Sack's pretty good. Don't overlook them. Don't overlook Sack.
You're special. Evan's looking at you like I look at you. Hey, just hashtag random, because I had some downtime yesterday. I saw, and don't know if you guys saw, TMC, Tim, Mitch, and Chris. They had their own 3-point contest. It was awesome at the Warrior practice facility. And little Daryl goes, Dad, Tim's not in the Hall of Fame. He's in the Hall of Fame, but his number's not retired with the Warriors. And I bring that up because Iggy's about to have his, I believe, on the 23rd. Are you shocked that Tim has been omitted? Tim Hardaway.
Let's hear from Tim Hardaway. He was on the morning show yesterday. This is an interesting one to me. Tim Hardaway, take a listen.
No one's approached me about that. And great to Iguodala. Congratulations. Well deserved. Happy for him. Very happy for him. And it's going to be another weekend of fun there in the Bay Area. But yeah, nobody, it's all right. Sometimes, you just got to wait. It's patience is a virtue, as I tell folks. If it happens, it happens. If it don't, it don't. But you know what? I still am grateful for the fans there and Golden State Warriors. Can't change nothing about what I did on the court and off the court for the city.
Wow, I love him, Steiny, and I'll just say this to that. We always talk about Steph, Clay, and Dre, but if 2/3 have, had that honor, or I guess I'm asking you, partner, what's taking so long? And I will say this, he didn't do it over Lacob's watch. That was a different regime.
I think it's a tough one. I really do. I'd have to give this one a lot of thought. And, does Andre Iguodala more deserve having his number retired than Tim Hardaway?
I would say no to that.
I think it's a tough one.
Yeah, I would say no to that. And I love what Andre has done for the Warriors, but
he was a finals MVP.
But Tim was a staple of one of the, again, it didn't culminate in a lot of playoff success, but you talk about run TMC, Steiny, and I know, and man, wow.
He only played for the Warriors 6 years.
Well, it also means that Jimmy Butler would have to change his number. Number 10 would be gone.
Wow. Number 11.
I mean, to me,
that's Clay.
To me, this is that age-old argument
Give
about
it to me,
would you
man.
rather be Robert Horry or Carmelo Anthony?
And I thought about that long and hard. You know me. I'm taking Melo just on my individual merits.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know, Warrior fans.
So you hadn't given it any thought that Tim kind of was out in the cold, number not retired up until
I just thought about it. I just thought about it. I thought, okay, Iguodala's getting his jersey retired. I get it. But
who was the better player?
I was like, okay, I got it.
Yeah.
I get it. Iguodala, they're going to do it.
Yeah.
But then when I just thought of Tim Hardaway and him saying, no, they haven't contacted me. I don't know what the answer is.
He averaged over 20 points 4 straight years for the Warriors, Stoddy. And if you ask me at the end of the day, I don't want to do this, but we will, who the better basketball player is, I would say Tim Hardaway in his prime.
Yeah, Iguodala was pretty good though. I gotta give him that.
But Tim answered it presidential like you just gotta wait.
He's mad.
It's coming. I would be.
He's PO'd.
Wouldn't you be?
No. Do I see him PO'd that my jersey isn't retired at Franklin and Marshall College?
Well, first off, you didn't go to the ceremony when they were trying to put your damn jersey in the rafters for your high school, so they probably got wind of that and said, this joker, so that's on you.
But anyway, I have no resentment.
Right.
It's all good.
Does Hardaway want his number retired in Miami too?
Well, that's a great point. That is a great point. He probably played longer in Miami than with the Warriors.
It was the same amount, but he had better teams and had better accolades in Miami.
Yeah. Evan, you make a great point using the facts, but you weren't here when Run TMC was clicking. And that was, they were big around here.
Well, they had a number retired from that group, right?
Mully.
Yeah.
Is Richmond's number retired?
Mitch only played here like 3 years, 3 or 4, so I could see why he's not. But I just think Hardaway's a tricky one as it relates to Iguodala. I don't, I'm not sitting here saying Iguodala shouldn't have his jersey retired and Tim Hardaway should. I'm thinking about it from as many angles as I can think about it, and I'm thinking about, it's a kind of a tough one.
Yeah. Any other player come to mind over the past that you would put up there that you hadn't heard?
I don't know. Let me real quick. I mean, Warrior fans know as much about this as anybody. Iguodala and Tim Hardaway. I mean, does anybody have a strong opinion that Timmy should be up there? All right, I'm sorry.
Any other Warrior player through the bad times that should be, didn't culminate in a long playoff burst and all that.
I apologize. They did have his number retired, the Heat.
Oh, so he's got it in Miami.
So he wants 2?
I mean, he
was a bad boy to me.
He was pretty good.
They played the Lakers in the All-Star year, Stoddy. Yeah, Magic.
I mean, anybody can jump in here if they want at 888-957-9570. Yeah, I think it's it's like, to me, it's a very good debate. And I think it's fair. And this is one of those where I don't care how you feel, I'm not going to say you're wrong. How about that?
Yeah.
Are you talking about another player?
I was thinking Spreewell.
His first team All-NBA.
Yeah, Evan and Grandy were supposed to have him on, but I was, or did you have him on?
We had him on.
We had Spreewell.
Yeah, remember that was the one I missed in the car. I'll handle my own mistakes. That was the one I missed in the car coming to support my guys. Spree! I was hoping I got there to,
This is whatever Spree, first team All-NBA. One of the years Jordan was retired.
What's that mean?
It means he wouldn't have been first team All-NBA if Jordan would not have taken 2 years off for baseball.
But that means he was better than a gazillion other guys. Come on. Spree was a bad boy.
He was fine.
Yeah. 15.
Here's the thing. And this is the essence of you and me. It kind of, you put me in a no-win situation.
How? That's what you try to do to me every day.
I'll tell you how. It's like, Spreewell was really good. A really good player. Resume's his resume. He went like it. But you come out of the gates like, Spreewell, he's unbelievable.
That's my favorite Warrior outside of Steph.
I'll tell you what, he should be in the Hall of Fame. Spreewell, I'll tell you what, and it's just like, he was good. Relax. He was good. Relax.
He was better than
Relax.
Play both sides of the court, Stoney.
He did. Nice player.
And had attitude.
Hall of Fame?
Nah.
Why not? The Knicks got to the finals with him.
Yeah. I said what I said.
I know you did. Yeah. This one's the one I want to hear.
Any day.
So, pausing for effect is
right. I missed you, man.
Quite effective at times. Timmy Hardaway knows Jimmy Butler pretty well because he's down in Miami.
Okay, all right.
You want to? Let's see.
This one I can't wait.
What does Timmy Hardaway think of Jimmy Butler?
I didn't agree with what he was doing. You're under contract. You're a baby. You're a crybaby because they said no to you. We used to get said no to us all the time, and we used to know how to take it. It is what it is. It's a question. You get a yes or a no. You might not like the question, but you can't deviate and mess up the team. They said no. We want to see you play more games. We don't want to be in the play-in games. If he played more games, They would have never been in the play-in games both years. Even though they went to the championship, they never would have been in the play-in games. That takes a lot out of you. They want to say, look, we want a week off. We want a week to prepare, and we need that week because we play hard each and every game, and we need to rest. He wasn't willing to do that. And I fault them for letting him get away with a bunch of stuff, too. You got nipping in the bud. When he went after Spoelstra, told Spoelstra he'd kick his butt at a timeout, and they had to take another timeout because Udonis Haslem was circling him around. That should have been like, yo, you getting 3 to 5 games. You don't talk to the coach like that. You don't disrespect the coach like that.
Wow.
If we were in a bar, I'd buy him around, Stoney. Damn, that sounded like an OG. That's what he is. That sounded like the basketball version of Suge Knight. And he's right. He is right. He went after Spoelstra, Stoney, and he said, and this is what I love about it, he was 50-50. He said that was on the team, too, for giving in.
Yeah, but I haven't heard anybody say that what Jimmy Butler did was okay.
No.
It seems like every NBA player is saying, that was BS.
Yeah, no doubt. What did Draymond say on his podcast? Say, Carmelo, you better be careful.
Well, he changed. You're
messing the money up. Yeah. They were talking about from him, though. You don't want to. Man, that was great right there and raw and uncut.
So, you asked me earlier, and this is big. You asked me earlier, you said, boy, you're excited for next year, right?
Yeah.
This year and next. I'm in. A lot of people are saying, if we, make the playoffs this year, next year we're going to be good. Next year. Well, I think Tim Hardaway just hit the nail on the head. And I've heard this from another guy. Jimmy doesn't play hard in the regular season.
That I got.
He just doesn't.
I celebrated real quick. I celebrated him being dragging that 8th team. Tim was like, you missing games is part of the reason.
Right.
Wow, man.
Right.
Wow.
So
that's heavy.
That's one of the reasons I'm a little that's one reason I'm not just saying, oh, next year's going to be great. Why? Well, because we'll have Butler, Draymond, and Steph. Okay, but Butler takes it easy during the regular season.
Well, he's paid, and I think now he's coming with a Carfax report to where you think, they're on to him.
He's got his contract, so now he's going to play really hard throughout the regular season. See, this is, I don't know how it's all going to play out, but this is kind of what I mean. Jimmy Butler wanted more money. He got more money.
Yep.
He now will live the NBA lifestyle the rest of this year and for the next 2 years. That's a fact. So, you know what I think his priority now is? Can I get another contract after this? Could I get another one? Well, the only way I can get another one is if I'm healthy when I'm a free agent in 2.5 years. Well, the only way I'm going to be healthy in 2.5 years is if I load manage the hell out of myself. That's what I'm most worried about with the Warriors.
Yeah. And like you said, Stoney, nobody will defend what he did. I didn't. I can't. But the bottom line is I just go back to children. I just think he knows the cards that he played, the whole deck that he played to get out of Miami. It's almost like you got a bullseye on your back here, to put your best foot forward, man. But if you told me next year, Stoney, barring injuries, we got 65 or 66 games from Jimmy Butler, sign me up.
Well, that would be the most games he's played in 7 years. 7 years. Something like that. Let me get this for
Uncle Looney also saying on the chat, Stoney, Butler's dad was sick and passed. That may have affected him. So if that did happen.
Last time Jimmy Butler played 65 games was in 2018-19. That was when the Warriors lost to the Raptors.
A year before he took them to the finals, 2020.
Yeah. No doubt about it. Hey, we're tying up some loose ends here from yesterday, Goo. So did you hear Draymond Green say the NBA's boring?
I did.
Draymond Green, All-Star Weekend, said the NBA is boring.
And an old G slam dunked him.
What's he doing? Like, why would he do that?
Because it's All-Star. What is he lying? We've talked about BG every interview. Everybody plays the same. BJ Armstrong, your buddy, who came on and joined us and said they're like robots. But, Stoney, should he have said it the day that he said it? It's like the best man going up to the groomsman, he gets the mic, and you say everything good about the groomsman. You don't go in on his flaws. Dre kind of picked the wrong spot to say the game was boring, I thought.
Oscar Robertson's one of the greatest players of all time.
The Big O.
He was asked about Dre.
He's got to respond. I can't wait for Dre's response.
Well, Dre doesn't know his basketball history, clearly. So, Oscar Robertson's a big boy.
Well, Draymond said so much, who cares what Draymond says? It doesn't mean anything. People, this is what I mean, one guy can say this, and one guy can say that. The game is what it is. People either like the game or they don't, and I think people enjoy the game, especially if their team can win. And you look at the basketball, it might be boring to him because if he's not passing the ball to Curry, what is he doing?
I agree. Triple single is
not to single that out because I think he knows how to play basketball, but he's passed his ball to Curry more than anyone I've ever seen in basketball. And so it means a lot. So, it might be boring to him at times because of what he's doing, maybe it is boring. When he's out there, he's not shooting a lot, he's not guarding a lot. So it's boring.
You could say what you want, Stoney. Draymond is a connoisseur. He knows the game and the history. That had to hurt. Because if I'm Dre, regardless, that had to hurt coming from a dude like that doesn't talk often.
No, he doesn't.
But Dre was telling the truth, Stoney, I believe. But that wasn't the Big O wasn't happening.
He's not like what Oscar Robertson's saying is he shouldn't be the messenger.
Man.
Because all he does is
pass to Curry.
He basically said, when all you do is pass to Curry, the game is boring.
And he also said, who cares what Draymond said? Who cares what Stoney says?
Now, let's go to JB. JB's in Virginia. Hey, JB, how you doing?
I'm doing fine, son. How you and Good doing, man?
All right, thanks. How you doing?
Oh, man, I'm doing fine. I know you guys stay busy, man. I listen to y'all guys every day, man. You have a good show, man. And I know other people want to talk, but I just want to bring a few points up if you don't mind. Real
yes,
quick.
Sir.
I just got to listen when you're talking a little about Draymond, and I agree with you whether you Stein or Goo. Draymond, I'm not knocking him, but what Draymond do, I can do. The only thing he do is bring the ball up the floor and give the ball to Steph. There's nothing wrong with 3-point shooters. Everybody caught on to them 3-point shooting games. You taking guys 7-foot shooting 3 points now. If all I'm going to do is take the ball out of bounds and bring it up the floor and look for Steph Curry all the time, there's no need of me being out there on the court. Because they got like you got a one-man game. And just about 5 men, on the court playing the other 5 men, unless you substitute. Okay? Then I'm going to get to another point real quick, which is about, which I'm sick or tired of hearing, about the John Kamingo, Paz, and some of the other guys. And, okay, then I heard a guy talking about a while ago about John Kamingo, and y'all can disagree, and I understand that. Talking about John Kamingo, but I promise you, if they get John Kamingo 30 to 35 minutes, I promise you, I would almost bet you $1,000 against $100. He would average 25 to 30 points a game. It might sound foolish to you, but he would. But if they have him coming off the bench like he's doing, there's no way in the world the boy can grow and add certain amount of points. I mean, that's just the way it goes. You get a man coming off the bench, he's not going to come in and give you no 25 to 30 points with maybe 15 to 18 to 20 minutes. But then everybody want to down when he go in and get 15, 18 minutes. Yeah, he can't play. He can't do this. He can't do that. That's a bunch of bulljive. I played high school ball and would have made college if I had it. And had one brother played college ball and graduated playing college ball, but didn't make go to pro. So those are the things I want to bring up. As far as these other guys, Pars, Looney, some of the other guys, them are the ones that can't halfway play. Pars can't play. Buddy Hill cannot play. Looney cannot play. Trace Jackson, you take him, he can't do anything but dunk, and he missed the ball half the time. But don't nobody want to bring up about stuff like that. So just enjoy your broadcast, and that's all I have to say.
Don't be a stranger, JV.
Thank you, JV. Appreciate it. I mean,
mind you, one of my uncles now, man. Yeah,
he's. I mean,
the 25 a game. I told you that. I think a lot of people would sign off on that. Now, are they winning? I don't know. But, Stoney, you gave him 30. If he were given 30 a night, I believe Jonathan could average 22 to 25 points a night.
But that's –
I guess what I'm telling you is, Stoney,
I want him to average whatever he can average and be great on a championship team.
Gotcha.
What's he look like on a championship team?
And he may be on one now.
Right, as a sixth man.
Yeah, no doubt.
So, look.
I guess my point was, Stoney, that takes a talent too. Even if you're somewhere, Joe Schmoes are not doing that. That's a nice number, 22 to 25 in the league. You got some talent.
What do you mean, points?
Yeah.
Well, that's he's never even, this is what we do. Oh, if Kuminga's there, he can get 22 to 25 points a game. He's never been close to that.
Yeah. But he's never really been handed 30 minutes.
But this is right. And the reason he hasn't been handed 30 is because he's not ready. Again, why do we jump to the Warriors are now a title team, and why do we jump to, well, Kuminga could average 25 a game? Well, why say that? Why say that?
Because you feel it.
Well, but he's never even come close to that.
He's projecting.
Exactly. But he's basing it on
30 minutes.
A pipe dream or something. I don't know.
Well, a lot of people feel like JK, real quick, he's been held back.
Yeah, I know. And that's why I can't stand when people are like, Steiny, why are you hating on Kuminga? It's like, I'm not the fan who's been complaining that Kuminga's been held back for 4 years. So don't try to tell me without seeing it that Kuminga's just going to get back in the starting lineup and play 30 minutes. We'll see. By the way, I'm going to turn the tables on you on the other side in a nice, friendly way. But I think I got something that's going to stump the goo. That would be a great game. Stump the goo. Oh boy, we got to go. Download the free Odyssey app and check us out on YouTube and Twitch. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union. That segment also brought to you by Safeway.
Head to Safeway this week for this amazing digital deal.
You just want to talk basketball, don't you?
I never drunk around my kids when they were looking.
This is Tim Roy, and you're listening to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Brian Geltzeiler coming up in 10 minutes, Sirius XM NBA Radio, and he had some interesting things to say about Steph Curry and the All-Star game and the All-Star weekend, and the fact that a lot of people are criticizing the way the weekend's gone the last few years, and Geltzeiler's saying that Steph Curry may have as much to do with it as anybody, including LeBron James. So we'll get Geltzy on at 1 o'clock. Also, you know what? I got to do a podcast today.
With Trevor?
Yeah.
Oh, man, you are a man of your word.
Yep, 5 o'clock.
Okay.
That's a bad time.
Why'd you agree to it?
Because it's his 100th show.
No,
So
the time. Why didn't you do something more comfortable and
because it's
for your
his 100th show, and I felt like I could do a good deed.
Oh, okay. Because ours was later.
What do you mean?
When I went on with him, we did it later. Like 7, 8 o'clock.
I mean, I could
push back.
No, 5. I could still,
Because people in the streets still talking about your last appearance on the Happy Hour podcast.
That was one of my finest.
Yeah, you were in the
There's
zone.
no doubt.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, here's what I want to get to. Don't forget Brian Geltzeiler. So sometimes you do something that I don't think you do it on purpose. Because deep down you're wonderful and you have a kind and a big heart. So Jimmy Butler. Now, Jimmy Butler's 35, and he just got paid $112 million over 2 years, 2 more years. So he's got this year, the next year, and the next year, and he's 35. Okay. All right, that's the way that one went. And you assume or promote that because he got that contract, he will put his best foot forward and he will play hard in the regular season. I'm here to tell you it doesn't work like that. And look at a guy like Paul George. And I get some of this is injury. Paul George played 35 out of 55 games this year. Do you think Paul George is busting his hump to come back and play for Philadelphia? I
love Paul George.
About the
I'm
money.
a big Paul George fan. But Steiny, we saw him hyperextend his knee early on. Again, he doesn't need me to save him, but I think Paul George has been hurt.
What about Kawhi Leonard?
That's just shout out Dr. Dre. It's just been chronic.
But what I'm saying is, 2 years ago he got a 3-year extension.
That was horrible.
But my point is like, under your theory, Kawhi Leonard should be doing everything within his power to play every single game and come back as soon as he can from injury. And it's like, that's not the way it works when you get older. That's not.
Yeah, but he had, I got them in different categories.
They're going to try to take advantage more of the situation, players.
But I feel like you're missing the love of basketball. Like Paul George wants to be on the court, I believe. And you could call me naive, Steiny, and maybe that's tainted. I really do believe that.
Right.
And I believe the Clippers, you didn't ask, should have gave him the contract and said, Kawhi, we'll see you later because of the Carfax report. But Kawhi Leonard is a total different beast than one of Jimmy Butler.
Would you say Kawhi Leonard's really motivated these days?
I think he's really chronically injured and has been motivated. And in playoff series where you think they got action, Steiny, he doesn't even look anything big happened. He's done. And it's been on repeat. So he is very different than Jimmy Butler, I believe, who hasn't had that tragic injury. That's too strong of a word.
And you know what?
Catastrophic.
But I could say, you know what? Maybe one reason he hasn't really had a big injury is because he doesn't play enough. He doesn't push himself enough. I mean, he's played 60 games a year. But what I'm getting at is, I think if Jimmy Butler next year like bangs his knee or something like that, like, he's not going to have extra incentive to come back as fast as possible because the Warriors gave him $55 million. I feel like it's the other way now with the older athletes. And that is when they get the big contract, it's actually the time to really slow it down so that you can last the rest of your contract. Like, this is what I mean. Like, and I'll say it, Bird and Magic, and like, they played until their wheels came off, and it was over.
Got you.
Like, it was over.
Kawhi is doing that.
Right. And I could say Jimmy Butler's done it. Like, Jimmy Butler has missed over 20 games for the last 6 years.
So, but what's the essence of that, Stoney? Because I'm saying basketball prejudice, because I feel like you're saying that towards all the older players, and you're kind of, you know what, they're gaming the system.
They are. I believe they are, and the owners are suckers.
And that's why I'm using the basketball
prejudice.
The
owners are suckers.
Look at Jonathan Kuminga, how long he's missed. He's 22 years old.
That's so different.
I'm just saying about injuries. They can happen to any and everybody at any time. But the guy,
Jimmy Butler has not missed 20 to 25 games a year because of injury.
Oh, right.
Like, he won't play through a nagging something or other. And, like, he was making huge money. He's been making huge money for a while.
So you're expecting it to happen.
And I've heard Tim Hardaway now say he doesn't play hard in the regular season. And I heard another writer say that he tends to coast during the regular season. That's all I'm saying.
Right. And I believe that's the easy fix. And he might say,
but why would, this is what I mean. Like, what do you mean it's an easy fix?
Because you're making it a problem that has not started yet. So why are you so fixed? But it's your nature. Hold on real quick. You're so fixated on something that has not happened. I'm asking you why. And when you're telling us that you feel like you know it's going to happen, then you got a preconceived notion about that person.
I'm using a track
and that's not
record.
Fair.
I'm using
but that means you got to throw it out. The record you care about, Stoney, with Jimmy Butler is the 2-year contract extension. And can you get him not to be that guy that he's been? That's all.
This is what I said.
Right.
And I'll stick by it. The fact is that Jimmy Butler, like, for you to say, well, Jimmy got his contract, so now he's motivated, he's going to play hard, and he is going to be the best Jimmy Butler he can be. Like, there's no proof of that either. Like, I wouldn't make that. Like, why are you making that assumption? Who else is like that?
It's not like that, Stoney.
Once you get that contract, it gives you the power to do whatever you want. It's not like they get the contract and then say, well, now I got to be on my best behavior.
But in a sense,
it's like
the
I got
Warriors
my contract, I got over on these guys again.
Well, no, because if you get the 2020 and 2023 Jimmy Butler on the hardwood, you would think that's going to have the Warriors playing deep into the postseason. But as far as Stoney, I guess what I'm saying is, what can we do with that until we see it? And obviously, we're not going to see it this year. Well, hopefully not, because there's only 27 games left. My point is, it's like a guy getting out of jail that served his time, and you just watching him and following him, saying, "Oh, he's going to go back because he's going to do something again." We don't know until it happens, though, Stoney.
Here's what I'm saying. I know he's been hurt.
Yeah.
Embiid got a monster contract. Was he on his best behavior? Like, did it motivate Joel Embiid?
His big ass shouldn't have been playing in the Olympics.
James Harden's big contract, did that motivate James Harden?
Well, I think he's playing well this year.
He's playing fine, but it's just like if you talk, like, Paul George played 74 games last year. Why? He was on the last year of his contract.
And
you know
what
he played before that? Exactly. Yeah. It did work. Yeah. It did. It absolutely worked.
I'm not defending that.
So have fun with Paul George the next 3 or 4 years is all I'm saying.
But luckily, he's not on our watch. But we got Jimmy Butler with some transgressions, but I'm being proactive.
And
like, you give me 65, 66 next year, Stoney, I'm all in.
That's fine, but like the assumption that Jimmy Butler is just going to have 2.5 great years here, and he's a new man, and he's going to push himself, and now during the regular season, Jimmy Butler is who Jimmy Butler is. He's gonna play 60 games a year.
But
probably.
I hear you. But don't you think forget me that the Warriors use my calculus to sign him?
I think they use the calculus of we've got to do something.
And that comes with the risk.
Yes. We got to do something. We have to.
And they did,
and it looks great. But you asked me why, like, you said you're more excited for next year. You're very excited, too, for next year. I'm actually more worried about next year because Jimmy's going to have to be here a whole season. Like, this is kind of a honeymoon period. And, again, I'm not saying he's going to start a fight or there's going to be turmoil or this team's going to implode. But let's see how Jimmy Butler plays over a full season and how many games he plays and what his whole act is really all about. Because you're right, we're getting the best of Jimmy Butler now, but I don't believe for a second like that just automatically lasts 2.5 years.
No, I hear you. And I'm going to ask you this question, Stoney, and I know whatever comes out of your mouth, you can't prove it. But if I ask you, do you think Jimmy Butler at this stage of his career loves the game of basketball? How would you answer?
Sure.
And that's
absolutely. Absolutely. So does Paul George.
Right.
But I don't think that you can love the game and still not be highly motivated. And you know what? Let me put it this way. You know what they like?
What?
The paycheck.
Well,
you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ, FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands in Lathrop? Let's get to it. Brian Geltzeiler, Sirius XM NBA Radio. He joins us frequently, and there's a reason for that because he's great. Hey, Brian, how you doing, man?
I'm good, guys. How we doing?
We're doing well. Should I start with the tough question or should I ease into it?
You can start however you want to start, and you guys know me. I don't really look at any question as a tough
There you go. PG. Now, our producer said that you tweeted something out that Steph Curry's as responsible as LeBron James for the poor All-Star games in recent past. Or you go ahead from there.
What I tweeted was this, okay? And I want to make sure there's the proper context attached to this because it got a little carried away. What I said was that essentially the tweet was when you look back at the standard bearers of the league, from Kareem to Bird and Magic to Jordan to the Kobe Duncan era, and then over to LeBron and by extension Curry and Durant, the standard bearers as the players are responsible, those standard bearers, of passing along a competitive mindset for the last 5 to 6 minutes of an All-Star game. And my point is that the LeBron, Curry, and Durant troika has dropped the ball. Period. The loss of culture in the All-Star game falls at the feet of those three people. Now, I will say this. Bay Area fans of Curry went crazy on me in my mentions on Twitter. Bananas on me. And I used an example, and that tweet, the example I used, got more traction than the initial tweet. Was what I talked about was two things. Number one, Steph Curry lying down on the ground, I believe it was 2019, in front of the basket to allow Giannis to dunk over him, was a bad moment. It was a very, very bad moment and set the wrong message. I will also say this, and I know people went crazy on me for this as well. I don't think it was a good look for Steph Curry with the All-Star game at the Chase Center in San Francisco to be sitting there courtside while Draymond Green, Moses Moody, and Buddy Hield represented the organization. And I know he had other corporate commitments and all that. He was there. Put on a uniform and take some shots. I know it was supposed to be a shooting contest between him and Sabrina Ionescu. I know that was canceled at the last minute. You know what? Put on a cape and come out and shoot three-pointers with everybody like they want to see you do. At one point or another, okay, can we stop making excuses for players? And I know Curry's accolades for what he's gotten, MVPs in the All-Star game, three-point shooting contest wins, all of that stuff. It doesn't substitute for competitive fire in the last 5 minutes of the game. You guys remember 2012? Kobe literally challenged LeBron to take a last shot and got on him and mocked him on the court because he didn't. Like, there's a competitive aspect to this that when you're a standard bearer of the league,
when you're LeBron James, okay, and you're considered largely one of the 2 or 3 best players to ever play the sport, when you're Steph Curry and you have 4 NBA championships, you're the greatest shooter ever to grace an NBA floor, when you're Kevin Durant with 2 titles and you've been a top 20 all-time player, you guys have to bring it then. And here's what I will point to why these guys are responsible, okay? Darius Garland, the all-star of the Cleveland Cavaliers, who, by the way, participated in a 3-point contest and participated in the skills challenge with Mitchell and Mobley, but participated in the 3-point contest, all right? Darius Garland told Frank Isola and Brian Scalabrine at our channel, Sirius XM NBA Radio, Frank flat out asked him, if LeBron goes hard, will you go hard? He said, it's not LeBron. If Curry goes hard, I'll go hard. These young guys that we want to bag on, okay, believe that the culture of the All-Star game is that they don't have to try the entire game. They can just have some fun and mess around, and we can make excuses for all the events they have over the course of the week with the corporate sponsors. You're taking the money from the corporate sponsors. You got to go to the events. And, oh, by the way, the league used to begin the Tuesday after the All-Star game. Now it doesn't begin until the Thursday after it. They give everybody a little bit of extra time off. Listen, we talk a lot about the deterioration of the All-Star game. It's at an all-time low. The NHL, okay, with what they put together, made the NBA look very bad this weekend. Very, very bad, because it was a much more show than game, and it wasn't a good show. And I think when you look at all those things combined, I got to place this at the heels of, really at the heels of the players. And you look at the 3 players that are charged with carrying this tradition forward, there is responsibility in being an all-time great. James, Curry, and Durant walked into that Olympic team and led a team to gold. And they were the 3 main guys there, the 3 guys down the stretch. Did a super job of all of that. The All-Star game, if it's going to matter in the NBA lexicon going forward, those 3 guys are the ones that have to turn around. And I think at this stage of their career, it may be a little too late.
Wow, my head's spinning, BG. That was a lot, and I got to follow up because the Bay Area, I'm proud of it. We threw a party. The Warriors threw a party, and it was great. But the product on the court, I was not a fan of. But, BG, I got to tell you this.
Darryl, you're correct. The Bay Area did a super job. This has nothing to do with the fans in the Bay Area, nothing to do with the corporate sponsors. It has to do with format and the fact that it's deteriorated so badly right now in terms of getting the players to try, that you had a really goofy, ridiculous format that was thrown forward to try to shame the players into trying.
BG, would you have a problem with me sitting on my couch, getting my popcorn ready? I didn't know what I was in store for, but I wanted to see the king. Not Martin Luther. He's not with us no more, but that's LeBron James. And for him to pull what I deem a power play and have the audacity to come out in street clothes when they're getting introduced, BG, what was that to you? Because I thought it was a power play, and look at me. I'm going to do it an hour before the game.
So, listen, I think his intention all weekend was to play. He didn't want to play in the end, okay? Listen, if you're the Lakers and there's anything remotely wrong with him and he's having any ache or pain, you don't want him to play either. You were voted a starter. How about come out, take the tip, let the people see you for a few minutes in your uniform and walk off? Is the game that rigorous? I mean, we're talking about guys not trying, right? You can come out and launch a 3. You can come out and let a guy go by you. Okay, and then get taken out of the game, but at least give the fans their moment to see. You're 40 years old. How many more opportunities are you going to have for this? But listen, he kind of doesn't care. It doesn't matter to him. He's more businessman than basketball player these days anyway, and that's not a negative. Listen, no one plays at 40 like he's played. I have nothing but the utmost respect for him as a basketball player and the utmost respect as a businessman. Okay, but he's not always a great teammate, and he's got a habit of taking the fans for granted. That's just the way he's been throughout the course of his career. So I'll say this. There's no outrage on my part, and there's no surprise on my part, because all of this is on brand. Okay? Again, an amazing, incredible player, a good family guy that's always reflected well on himself in the league, all right? His body is in tremendous shape at the age of 40. This is incredible what he's doing. But as a teammate, that's the one. Anthony Davis couldn't wait to be shipped away from him. That was the guy that ran to go play with him. Couldn't wait to be shipped away from him. He moves teammates around like chess pieces, and he takes the fans for granted. This is who he is. Nothing he did Sunday, Darryl, made me think any differently of him. He was exactly on brand.
Brian Geltzeiler joining us on 95.7 The Game, Sirius XM radio, and he came out hot.
Yeah, he
Bay
did.
Area.
Well, you did. What'd you say, Matt? You were going to ask a tough question first.
Yeah.
I was ready for it.
No, I think it's a fair. I think the overall sentiment is fair that the older guard is not taking it seriously enough. And the younger players have noticed that. But let's get off that for now. I want to go to Jimmy Butler. Warriors are 3-1 with him. The eye test tells you they look a little different. Draymond Green said they're going to win a title during All-Star Weekend. Joe Lacob said over the weekend that Steph Curry's told him he's got a 5th title in him. What are we doing here out in the Bay Area? We got a shot or what?
So it's very interesting. The week before the trade deadline, Stan Van Gundy, former NBA coach and a analyst for TNT, came on my radio program with me and Sam Mitchell, and I asked Stan about who actually would make a trade for Jimmy Butler, and he said, "Well, it's a limited market." He said, "However, whoever gets him has got about a year to a year and a half of fantastic play coming from him." And his whole thought process was, if you pay him and you give him an extension, he's going to give you everything he has. And he's just going to start to kind of give you less than everything he has at the time that he wants more money. And that's what he's going to use. But right now, this is honeymoon period. And the rest of the season will be honeymoon period. And from a basketball standpoint, Jimmy Butler gives the Warriors exactly what they need. We have talked for a while. I'm on with you guys regularly. We have talked for a while about the Warriors being too much of a jump shooting team. The Warriors' inability to get to the free throw line. Jimmy complements Steph's game very, very well. And in cases where you would normally maybe double Jimmy Butler as he gets deeper into the paint with the basketball, you can't really do that anymore because if you're playing Curry on the same side, you got to stay at home on Curry. Butler is going to free all of this up for everybody. And he's got enough of that kind of dog Draymond has in him. Like, those guys can connect on a level and go, at winning time, get the stops that you need to get. Like, listen, Butler at his best is a heck of a player. And I think the Warriors here, in a limited window, are going to get Butler at his best. My only question for the Warriors when Draymond starts to talk title, and I'm okay with hearing that. I mean, listen, if you're Draymond Green and you're Steph Curry and you're not there to win the title, what the hell are you doing, right? I mean, this is 4 championships in 10 years. This is who you guys are. Like, you should absolutely be there to win the title. My only worry is that, are you big enough? That's the problem, because you start to look at some teams you're going to have to go against. You look at that Denver front line, it's scary. You haven't seen a lot of Holmgren and Hartenstein together yet for the Thunder, but you're about to see it soon. So they're very big. And listen, if Dallas gets, God forbid they get everybody back, they're huge. So that's my one concern with the Warriors. You look at who you have to beat in these spots. Are they big enough? I don't know if they have enough quality size, but I will also say this. When Kuminga comes back, he's going to be a godsend, because the one other element they're missing is that uber athletic guy, and I think Jonathan Kuminga can absolutely be that. And Kuminga, with not having to be a lead guy and just kind of having what he gives you be extra and be gravy, and knowing that if he's not playing great, you have the luxury of sitting him down, that's the perfect scenario for Jonathan Kuminga 2025.
Man, BG, I agree wholeheartedly. And I was just telling Steiny in regard to Kuminga, whenever that day does come and he comes back, his role, I don't care. He's a talent. Steve Kerr's an accomplished coach. Make it work. But are you surprised at the compensation that the Warriors didn't have to give up to get Jimmy Butler? Because, BG, I thought after we talked to you last, it was going to take a king's ransom and kind of gut the roster in the future. But the fact that, easy for me to say, it was kind of minimal, I'm telling Steiny I'm excited about next year.
I would be excited about next year as well, Darryl. I agree. And listen, so I think the price was kind of somewhere in the middle. It wasn't a king's ransom. That was a valuable pick the Warriors gave up. It was. And I think you have to understand it's a good draft. I think it's a top 10 protected pick, and it's not going to fall in the top 10. So it was a valuable pick the Warriors gave up. It definitely was. So I don't think they got him for nothing, but I think it was a shrewd deal at the time. Because here's the point. You weren't getting Jimmy Butler for that last summer. And if you waited to try to do it this summer, the price tag would have been similar, maybe a little bit less but you just burned up another spring of Curry's career when he has the amount of springs he can contend in, you can count on one hand. So if you truly wanted to do this so Curry can have another chance to keep that window open, you had to do it now. And if you had to do it now, that's what it was going to cost you. So I look at Miami. In the situation Miami was in, I actually think they did pretty well. I think it's a valuable pick, and Miami was addition by subtraction. They needed to eliminate Butler from that organization. Even Butler not there was a distraction with all the trade talk every single day coming down the pike there. So I think Miami did well, and I think for Golden State, it was a great trade. I think this was one of those where both sides benefited from this kind of deal under this set of circumstances.
Brian Geltzeiler joining us on 95.7 The Game. You can hear him on Sirius XM NBA Radio. What's the best case scenario this year for the Warriors in your mind?
Listen, I think it's going to be hard to go to an NBA final, but I think if you scratch your way into a conference final, you had a really good year, and then you get an opportunity coming up this offseason to add a little bit of size. And it doesn't have to be Anthony Davis quality size, but it's got to be quality size that can be a two-way threat that you can play late in playoff games. And I just don't know that they have it right now. Listen, I like Trace Jackson-Davis. I don't know that you can put him on the floor in big spots in the playoffs. Quentin Post has showed you a little something. Is he as big that you're going to play in playoff spots? Probably not. So they're going to be stuck playing a whole lot of small ball, which is going to have, Kuminga at the 4, Butler at the 3, with Dre at the 5. That's hard. That's going to be, listen, you're athletic as hell, and offensively, you'll be able to score. I worry about what you do defensively inside against the likes of Jokic. Now, listen, no one stops Jokic. We understand that. But it's going to be really hard. If Anthony Davis comes back and finds his health for the Mavericks, you have a tough spot there. I will say this. It is an interesting matchup against OKC, because I think OKC will struggle a little bit with Butler's strength, and Curry, if he gets it going, everybody can struggle with him. Although we haven't seen that this year, we know this about Steph Curry. Even right now at the age of 36, him finding lightning in the bottle for 4 to 6 weeks, in terms of getting hot, can happen any time. So we're not ruling that out. I just think there's a lot that has to go right for the Warriors, and just, again, not big enough. But a conference final this year is a springboard maybe to make one last big title push next year.
Man, and I'm excited, and we all are out here. BG, I got to tell you this and share with you. There's some things in life I get consumed with, and I say, why? But I got to ask you this. One is, where's Jimmy Hoffa? 2 is, who shot and murdered Tupac? And the third one is, and I need your help, is why did Nico Harrison and the Dallas Mavericks trade Luka Doncic? I can't stop thinking about it, BG. Please help me out and explain to me what went into that decision.
First, I'll tell you this. Jimmy Hoffa is in the MetLife Stadium, underneath the MetLife Stadium parking lot. That was the old Giant Stadium when he was under one of the end zones. All right, so that's my understanding about where he is. The second question I can't help you with. But let's talk about number 3, Darryl, all right? Number 3, listen, Nico Harrison, Patrick Dumont, and the Adelson family had a belief that there were too many bad habits in Luka's life that he was not interested in changing to their liking. They had a decision to make on a $340 million extension that they did not feel comfortable giving him unless he was going to commit to changing these lifestyle habits. Luka had not given them any indication he wanted to change these lifestyle habits, but Luka also, I don't think he had a clear understanding of his changing of these lifestyle habits was directly attached to a contract extension and staying in Dallas. I don't think that connection was ever made for him. So that is why they did it. And listen, we know this now. It's been widely reported. There was a phone call made to John Horst and the Bucks about Giannis. No was said there. There was a phone call made to Tim Connolly and the Minnesota Timberwolves about Anthony Edwards. That's been widely reported as well. No was said there. And Nico Harrison, because let's think about it this way. The big criticism in Nico Harrison has been, why did he shop him, right? Why did he shop him? Well, he didn't shop him because guys, put on your GM hats for a minute. Darryl, you're a GM, right?
Yeah.
You get a phone call from Nico Harrison offering you Luka Doncic. What's your first question to him?
My first question is, how much can we get?
How about why? Yeah. Why? Right? Matt, am I wrong?
Yeah.
Why?
Yes.
Why are you calling me with a 25-year-old superstar that just carried your team to an NBA final asking what I would give you for it. Why? Okay? That's going to be the first question from everybody. Seems too good to be true. We've been taught in life it is. So he did not, once he goes with the why, now people are digging. We have found out pretty readily and pretty easily, okay, about what some of the lifestyle concerns that the Mavericks had with Luka. It's out there. It's out there in a lot of different forms. My point is, if it's a public shopping thing, now all of a sudden there's a problem. Here's the other criticism that's been levied on Nico Harrison. If you're going to deal him to the Lakers, why didn't you get everything from him? Wow. Why do they get to keep Dalton Connect and another unprotected draft pick? And this is a little bit of intel, but more theorizing. Now, we've heard a lot since the trade was made about the Nico Harrison Rob Pelinka relationship that played a big role. Nico Harrison, everything you hear about him and know about him is he keeps everything close to the vest, but once he starts to talk, he's an open book. And to my understanding, Nico Harrison was pretty upfront with Pelinka about some of Luka's issues. And Pelinka used it as some leverage. He didn't want it to come back at him. These guys plan on being in these jobs for very long times, and this is not the last time they're going to deal together. Now, the ironic part of that is I've also heard a little bit of intel that the Mavericks are a little turned off with the fact that maybe they didn't get all the information that they thought they should have gotten regarding the Anthony Davis abductor injury, which was pretty underplayed before the trade was made, and now the guy plays 2.5 outstanding quarters and goes out for a month. So that kind of thing cuts both ways. Listen, in the end, everybody was going to question Nico Harrison's decision-making on this, and Davis getting hurt and being out for a month in the first game he played for the Mavericks doesn't help Nico Harrison on any of this. It was a gutsy play to him and Patrick Dumont, their governor, and to the Adelson family, who's their money behind them. For all of them, this was I just want you to think about what I'm going to say to you guys. This trade was a less risky move than giving Luka 5 years and $340 million this summer. Yeah. That's what they thought of Luka's lifestyle habits. And we could say that they're wrong. And by the way, they're probably going to end up being wrong. But here's what I also will tell you guys about Luka. I've interviewed him 3 times in my career. Each of the 3 times, and I like him. And part of the reason I like him is I like the kind of person that he kind of is, which is a really cocky dude who actually lets you know without using a lot of words that he knows he's better than you. Like, that's just his nature. The Luka I've seen in public since this trade has been made, and certainly at the media availability the Lakers had, has looked really humble. Really. This whole thing caught him by surprise. And I think I have 2 things about this. Number one, I think it's humbled him enough in a way that starting next year, we're going to see a really well-conditioned Luka Doncic because he's a really competitive guy. Number 2, and this is a larger scale thing that I'm going to say, but keep in mind, Luka got traded in the middle of the night, never knew it was happening, never knew it was even on the table. This also could be the tipping point of player empowerment in the NBA as well.
Yeah, I think there's something going on, and maybe we'll be able to trace it back to that trade, but I don't disagree with you. Hey, Geltzy, as always, man, thank you so much. You're generous with your time. It's always
my pleasure. Sorry for going overtime, but you got me going. You asked some questions, and I love giving you guys everything I have.
Appreciate it, man. You're the best.
My pleasure, guys. Talk to you both soon. Take care.
All right, Brian Geltzy, Sirius XM NBA Radio, and he comes with heat.
Man, he does. From the outset, and again, Steiny, a long line of people that say the Warriors' size is an issue. But he's excited about Kuminga. Whenever that day does come, he comes back. Stein, I'm like, whatever role it is, it's got to help him. That's what there's no way it can't help. And then we could say that about Jimmy Butler, and we find out 20 games in. But, I mean, Steiny, that's why I'm getting drunk and asking for another cocktail of Warrior beverages. Okay, they're 3-1. And I told you, Rich and Fremont, it wasn't just solely about the 3-1, but they're not even really whole. Kuminga's coming back, and he should be, if not in the starting lineup, the first guy off the bench. And Steiny, he can spell either one of these 3 guys whenever. If he's out there with Jimmy Butler, learning how to do it in the post, he was already getting to the free throw line a little more. Like, man, we'll see.
For the 8 millionth
9 million.
It's not about can JK help, or what about when he comes back? I know exactly who he is as a player. All right? I know exactly what he can do. The only thing I'm saying is I got to see how Steve Kerr integrates him.
All right.
Because the issue with Kuminga, according to many fans, has been that the Warriors have dropped the ball on both his development and the fact that they think he should be playing more.
And I've said that to you.
So I am not assuming that Jonathan Kuminga is coming back and playing 30 minutes a night. And he might. Like, I'm not saying he won't or he can't or you guys are crazy. I'm saying Steve Kerr has never proven to anybody that he's willing to live with Kuminga and everything that comes with him, good and bad. He hasn't. So let's see how he integrates him this most recent time.
Yeah. And I'll say this to that. There are a lot of questions on the test, but I'm excited, Stoney, that I think I've studied long enough to where I'm going to come up with the right answer. And, yeah, I know it's a short sample size, but, you know, we got a nice one here from Jeremy Wong. Steiney's right. The best defender against JK has been Steve Kerr. You know, but let's just be honest here. Before he got hurt, Steiney, I thought we were seeing a real emergence and kind of not the keys, but some things were given to some chores, per se, to where, hey, look, you got something a lot of guys on this team don't have. Let's tap into it. And that's why that injury came at the worst time.
They gave him the keys because they were struggling and they needed something. They started out 12-3. He was kind of a part of it, but not a huge part of it. Then they started struggling. And I think when they started struggling, they looked at their team and said, you know what? We're not a championship team.
Right.
Let's get Kuminga out there more. The hell with it. He deserves it. We're probably not going to win a title, so let's get this kid out on the court. He's coming back to a completely different team, whether he knows it or not. He's coming back to a team, like they don't need him to play anything like he was playing before because they have Jimmy Butler to do that now. So Kuminga is going to have to figure out how, I think, to be really effective, even though his role is probably going to decrease from where it was before he got hurt.
Wow, I hope you're wrong. I don't think it's going to decrease. I think you never have enough talent. And, yeah, there'll be some growing pains. But at the end of the day, Stoney, if they think, and Draymond was sitting up there yapping, and he did, he was great, and he looked in the camera and told the world, we're going to win a championship, there is no doubt in my mind he had Jonathan Kuminga as part of doing his job to help him get there. Because let me tell you something, Stoney. If it's just Butler, Dre, and Steph, that's not what gets me excited. What gets me super duper excited is when you add Kuminga to that.
And all I'm saying is be cautious about that because Steve Kerr has never demonstrated that he's consistently ready to give Kuminga a significant role on this team. Maybe this time will be different.
Yeah.
All right, we got one more segment left. 888-957-9570. Got some leftover calls. We can get to those on the other side. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. Warriors Wednesday is brought to you by Friedman's Appliance. Come see their full selection of in-stock luxury appliances in live working vignettes. Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill today.
I woke up with a pep in my step, Stoney.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, crossover coming up in 10 minutes with Willard and Dibbs. Got a fun day today. Guru's back.
I missed you guys.
I'm sure.
Evan watched the whole doc of nobody telling this.
That is
how un-American are you? The Court of Gold on Netflix.
Did you get paid for that?
I had nothing to do last night.
But Evan, if you did, you still would have found time to watch it, right?
I'm going to be honest. That's why I watched the whole thing, because I knew that if I didn't, I would not start it again.
So you're never going to watch, huh?
Hell no.
Well, the American players weren't the stars. It was all about the international teams.
Wimby?
Oh, really?
Yeah, the Serbian
now we got a ball
squad
game.
was awesome. The French squad was great. I love learning about Team Canada.
Okay. Shay?
And I think also, Team Germany. Yeah.
I can't sit through 5 hours of interviews with Curry sitting down and they show a 3 and then they cut back to Durant and Durant says, boy, it's great to represent my country. And then they show a highlight of Durant. Well, just tell me it's not like that.
No, well, the last episode is for like the title game, but it's about the whole journey. Like I actually enjoyed learning more about Bam Adebayo and some of the, I don't know, like Tyrese Halliburton, some of the players that didn't get shine during the actual run. Like you don't hear from Curry that much. Durant, you do. You don't hear from LeBron.
I'm good. I'm excited, man.
It doesn't take much. You're excited about a documentary. I love it because I love documentaries. Let me make my last point about Kuminga. Even if I thought Kuminga was the future of the franchise, even if I thought Kuminga, the Warriors need to break Kuminga off a boatload of money, it doesn't change my singular thought of that's different than his role, what his role is going to be coming back. For example, think about this for a minute. So Kuminga goes out, right?
Yeah.
He goes out. Evan, I want you to hear this too because I'm going to bring you in.
Now listen to all 4 hours.
What happened? Like, just tell me what happened team-wide that maybe Kerr found while Kuminga's been hurt.
What he found?
Yeah, kind of what he said he kind of thinks of something. I'll tell you.
Moody at the 4.
Moody at the 4. He found Moody at the 4. How does that work? He's like
Kuminga at the 4.
Okay, well
on
then
his best day is greater than Moody at the 4.
Okay, well then Moody.
And I love me some Moody.
Then forget about Moody for a while because he doesn't want to play him at 2. That's all I'm saying. Like we know Kerr's a little reluctant to play him at 3 unless he has to. He loves him at 4, but Draymond wants to play 4 a lot. Draymond can go to 5, which means Kuminga can play 4. But Kerr just said he found a little something with Moody at 4. Now, I get it. If Kuminga's a bit better at 4 than Moody, you play Kuminga. But that's all I'm interested in seeing, how it all shakes out and how Steve Kerr is going to figure it out.
Yeah, we all are. And I think it's a good problem. So I don't think Moses Moody is going to go off into hibernation, Steiny. That's called coaching. Kerr's going to have to figure it out if it's at the 4 or somewhere else. But again, all I'm telling you is they're reloaded, they're rested, they're going to come out the gate. They got their new prize, Jimmy Butler. So far, so good. And now all we need is the car to pick up Jonathan Kuminga and keep chugging down the road.
The other thing is I am, like, it will have been 2 months.
Man, it's no doubt about that.
We've got to expect a ramp up for Jonathan Kuminga.
And you figure, what did you say, 29 games left?
27.
27, that should be more than enough.
Let's go to Leroy. Leroy's in Oakland. What's up, Leroy? Thanks for hanging in there, my man.
Hey, always Steiny. What's up, Goo?
Hey.
So real quick, Goo, I want you to remember a group name, and that's Fish in a Bird Cage. They have an album called Mentors, and this is where I'm going. Steve Kerr, you say he found something. I think he found the wrong thing, and I think he should be still searching. And if he still searches, here's what I hope he finds. That Draymond, Butler, and Curry are going to have to grow up and be mentors to Jonathan Kuminga. And this is what I'm so excited about seeing. If they can actually wrap their arms around him and go, come on, young fella, because I'm looking at Draymond and Curry and how they're all about the organization. They were saying, hey, you just don't bring pieces in here. We're concerned about the organization after we're gone. Well, if you're concerned about that, Curry and Draymond, you'll take Kuminga under your wing, teach him all that you have, and be a big brother, be a mentor. Don't get scared because the young fella is breathing down your back and getting ready to take your job, like you got scared when Jordan Poole was going to do it. Now, get the young fellas out of here. You didn't want to mentor them. It's time to grow up. And everything will work out fine. Kuminga will be better. Draymond will be better. Curry will be better. Butler will be better. But they're going to have to put their arms around this young fella and say, young fella, we trust you. We got you. We are here for you. Be mentors. And again, you guys, Fish in the Birdcage, Mentors album.
I like that.
Thanks, Leroy. Appreciate the call.
Yeah. And I feel like verbally they kind of did it at different junctures of this first half. Stoddy, we're just kind of, empower Jonathan like we need you. But you're right. That was pre-Jimmy.
You know
but
what?
you never have enough talent, man.
Like, I'm not saying, like, if I put myself in Kuminga's shoes, okay, I'm just going to be honest. I'm putting myself in Kuminga's shoes. I think I'm a pretty good player. This is my 4th year in the league.
Gotcha.
Like, get off me with mentoring. It's my 4th year in the league. I've been in this league 4 years. I don't need mentoring. I need playing time. Like, and I'm not saying he's a malcontent, but like, if I'm Jonathan Kuminga and I'm just hearing, well, Kuminga needs a mentor, I'd be like,
well, Draymond
been in the league 4 years.
Well,
let me
he
alone.
owned it, Steiny. We talked about off the court, the mentoring that Draymond didn't do, and they tried to work on it. I think it matters, and you're right. Nothing substitutes playing time more than, but man, I just think mentoring is not just on the court.
Well, and that's the other thing, and I know we got to go, but look, 2-3 years ago, we talked about a disconnect between the veteran players and the young players, and Leroy's absolutely right. Now they kind of double down on the older players by bringing Butler in. So they've got to be aware that they're kind of in that same spot with veterans and young players. And I'm with Leroy. I think it's up to the veterans to do a better job than they did 2 or 3 years ago.
And they may know
in
that.
terms of integrating the young guys. All right, that segment was brought to you by Chilton Auto Body.
Have you been in a car accident? Chilton Auto Body is 15 convenient Bay Area locations.
Steiny, you're off, bro. Way off.
You guys got to put some respect on my gambling.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, the crossover is brought to you by Abundant Life Weight Loss. They know the secret to losing up to a pound of fat every day. Go to AbundantLifeWeightLoss.com. Let's welcome in Willard and Dibbs. It is the crossover.
The guys.
How are you guys doing?
Let's go.
Awesome.
Let's go. I want to put some respect on your gambling. I do right now. I really do.
I know what you're going to say.
What do you think I'm going to say?
I know where it's going.
Congratulations for not making that bet with Steinmetz.
Well, actually, no. That's not because wait a minute. I didn't hear that. But no. Now, change the lead. What I missed?
I almost got him to bite on.
What was the
Warriors going to the finals?
The field?
No, I'm done with that.
Okay. Okay, wait. Just Warriors.
Yeah, winning it all, and then Evan helped me out, and I was like, you know what, you're Willard right now, Evan.
Yeah, take a breath.
I didn't do it.
Take a breath.
Take a breath. I said Western Conference Finals pre-trade. Now I'm like, if they got to the finals, Dibbs, the basketball part of it for me is there. And I wouldn't be as shocked as I was in 2022, even though they got up to that phenomenal start and all. But I was like, please. But now the basketball part of it, Jimmy Butler basically playing half a season, I could see it.
I can too, but I'd be more shocked because of what you just said. Like in 22, they were 41-14, and so Steph, he got hurt, and he coasted. That's
right.
They were able to coast, and if you look at what they did, the remainder of those 27 games, they stunk, but they rested. And so they got into the playoffs, and they were rested, and they had a younger supporting cast. You had Jordan Poole at
22.
Right?
And Wiggins, 26.
Right. And Jordan Poole was great, and Wiggins was amazing.
Amazing.
And I mean, now you're looking at, Kuminga, who's coming off an ankle, and he'll play maybe 20 games leading up to it. And you've got GP2 at 31, Kevon Looney at 47. And, I know he's not 47, but it seems like he is.
That's fine. Nobody blinked when you said it. Nobody blinked.
Right.
We heard the joke. We're just like, yep. That's our guy.
Right. It was meant as a joke, but nobody was like, oh, that's so funny. Because we all thought, man, is he 47?
Yeah, I think he is.
I do think that the run-up is going to be a lot harder than it was in 22.
Yeah.
Even though I said yesterday that there's a path.
Sure.
And there is a path. But
so you're
it's
out of, real quick, Willard, you're out of, because I know pre-trade, you're like, Guru, they're done. No, I was telling him he was about to go.
Okay.
So I'm throwing to you.
Oh.
Are you back into where, you just said it, I kind of could see a chance.
Well, I can see.
Pre-trade, you were like, they got nothing coming.
I can see a path, but if I wanted to put the over/under on playoff wins at 4.5, which would mean you would win one series, I'd take the under.
Wow.
I mean, that's the correct
if
bet
I was going
right
to
now.
bet,
If you're going to play the odds, that's the correct bet right now. They're
just
the
because of where they're at, right.
Yeah. Like, here's the way I look at it, because nobody in this building gets the fish hook in the mouth more than me. Captain Positive. I always tell me the Giants are going to lose the Dodgers this year. I'm like, we need to see it first. Like, I will go on this journey with all of you. But can we take a moment to laugh at ourselves? Please.
Go ahead. I do it daily.
Let's take a moment to crack up at ourselves. Look at this. I would argue that 2.5 weeks ago, definitely a majority of Warrior fans thought the idea of Jimmy Butler was a hellacious idea. A hellacious idea. A malcontent who's 35 years old. That's a stupid idea.
It was out there.
Then they get him, okay? Then we play four basketball games. That's what we've done. We played 4 basketball games. Then Draymond Green goes, I think we're going to win it all. And then Jimmy goes to Dubai and apparently tells people there that they're his favorite radio station and that he is also here to win a championship. And now we've got a poll on YouTube. Who would you rather have, Butler or Durant?
Who won?
Butler's winning.
Shocker.
Just laugh at us. Because we're ridiculous.
Yeah. And we got Steiny smiling.
We are, and I'm with you.
Yeah.
I am one of you. We are absurd.
But real quick, you and I said the answer was not in the building. It's in the building now.
Well, I mean.
How you feeling on that? It's in the building for me.
He might be the answer. I'm not.
It's better than not having an option.
They look better. Okay. I'm with you.
And we had Richard Fremont. He didn't call me out, Dibbs, but he kind of said, Guru, you're overreacting to 4 games, and I was just telling Willard, no, it's bigger than however many games they played. It's just the imagination running wild and the basketball part of it making sense to where I'd like to see Houston in a 7-game series. I love OKC. Hey, Denver a couple years ago was great, but if you're telling me now that moxie and pedigree could come back, if you could qualify in that series and use that stuff, I'm all in.
Who wins the pedigree battle between Denver and the Warriors?
But that's interesting. But the team that's won more, I would go with
I would
Steph.
say the team that's won most recent.
Well, that's your answer. Mine doesn't mean you're right, but who's done it the most?
Yeah.
Well, and being a big-time horse racing fan, pedigree does not necessarily mean that you're going to win. Yeah. Russell's been retired for years now, but, I do a lot of horse racing betting, and when you look at the pedigree and you look at the sire and you look at the sire, and you look at the dam and like, oh, boy, you're from Uncle Mo or Hardspun or Curlin. And I mean, good love for Curlin. Curlin was in his stable.
I'm over here lost.
And Curlin, he pumped out so many. And Tiz Now, he did his work. So if you look at any race now, you'll find a Curlin, you'll find an Uncle Mo, you'll find a Tiz Now. It doesn't mean that those horses that were from the pedigree are going to be any good.
Pedigree matters, but I think traditionally in the NBA, what matters most is who has the best player. So if Denver plays the Warriors, who has the best player?
Denver.
What if I said...
You shouldn't say anything but Denver.
What if I said the best player that's dependent on somebody getting him the ball... I'm reaching now, but you understand, Curry and Butler have the ball immediately. Yep. And the big man, you always can kind of make it a tad bit more. It's Jokic, but you can make it a tad bit more. He's got to depend on somebody to give it to him.
Or he can bring it up himself.
Yeah, the Warriors have great players, but Denver has, that's one thing that I do think if you want to go, the Warriors are not going to play Houston unless somehow they both come out of the first round.
I'm mad at that.
But if they were to play Houston, who's got the best player? Well, the Warriors do.
No doubt. Gotcha.
Right?
Yeah.
But if you play Denver, and does that matter? Historically, it does.
All right.
Historically, it does. So that's not the matchup I'd be looking for if I'm Golden State.
I mean, here's where I am. Yesterday, Draymond says what he says, and I'm thinking, there's no way, is there, Steiny? You can't be wrong a second time in the last 4 years. And so I was like, well, maybe. I give myself a little window. And today, I looked at some numbers of championship teams. I'm like,
and pull out the graph paper.
I'm like,
it's fantastic.
It's my favorite part of it, but you couldn't do it. I love it. I love it.
You felt it.
95-7 the game.
Dude, it's incredible.
95-7 the game had a day yesterday when you weren't here. I wish you were here. Matt Steinmetz was followed by Dan Dibley, and both of them were dreamers.
Wow.
For a day, both of them are
I missed it.
And then
but he's still in the zone.
Steiny went to sleep, and he woke up, and he's like, I hate myself. I can't believe
Goose coming in.
You hate yourself. Yeah. It's so funny.
But he's excited.
That's the thing.
Well, he did the homework, and he pulled out the graph paper.
Yep. I did.
And, I mean, the one example that you didn't mention on the air is Dallas in 2011, where their core was all in their 30s, and I know that this core is not quite as young as that core, but you had J. Kidd, you had Nowitzki.
32?
Yep.
Kidd was 37?
Yep.
Terry.
33?
Right.
Butler, 30. Caron Butler, remember him?
Yep.
And Sean Marion, 32.
Yeah.
That would be it.
Right?
No doubt.
I mean, and, this team is a little bit older in terms of a core, but I would argue that this core is better than that core. Dirk and J. Kidd, fine. And I'll give you Jimmy Butler and Steph. And then you can go down to Caron Butler versus Draymond. I'll take Draymond. And I think they also had Tyson Chandler on that team.
They might have.
Yeah. So as far as the far-reaching idea of it, yes, it's a long shot. And when you think about that win for Dallas over LeBron and Miami.
Oh, my gosh.
They had no business winning that. And the key guy you left out on your little sheet? J.J. Barea. JJ Barea in those finals.
He can hoop though.
If you want to watch those finals again, they had no answer for JJ Barea,
which is
the 25-year-old Puerto Rican.
And I still have no answer for how they had no answer for JJ Barea.
He was slippery like that,
dude. Super slippery.
What if Jonathan Kuminga becomes a core player though? Well, now as you list those ages off, you can add in a 22.
Well, that's wouldn't you do that? Like even like the Spurs.
I'm with you.
They wanted.
I don't know what it's going to look like.
No, I know there's always kind of a player like that.
Yeah.
Tim Duncan was 22 when he won for the first time.
I love it.
So I do think a championship team needs a guy like Kuminga, maybe two. Like a young players on the ascent who are energetic.
Yep.
Like most championship teams have a guy or two like that.
And there's
like
also
even Boston when they had Rondo, right? I mean,
for sure,
the Boston team and those guys weren't as old. And
but they weren't young pups. Yeah, they were OGs.
No, but Pearson, Garnett, and Allen. But Rondo was
32, 31, and 30 respectively. But they did have Rondo, and Kendrick Perkins was very young, and he was like,
yeah.
Well, the other dynamic here, and this is where
it's hard now.
This is where the dreamer part will come out, and this may make some people want to spit it out, but this is like things in sports don't ever happen until they do, and that's all the Warriors are really looking for. Like a 16 seed doesn't beat a 1 until one day.
Yep,
they do. Right?
Yes, UMBC.
And a jump shooting team never wins a championship.
You guys are the best.
Until a jump shooting team wins a championship. And now you can't stop jump shooting teams from winning championships.
They're all jump shooting teams.
Exactly. That's like the whole league.
That's a 9.
The whole league flipped off Charles Barkley and said, watch this.
We heard this morning. Somebody goes, Steiny, history only tells us what has happened, not what will. And that's what, speaking of will, you just kind of said that. Like,
so
okay.
Would you buy a stock without looking at what it's done in the past?
Oh, no.
Okay.
I don't even bet on a game until I look what the teams have done, like their last 10.
Yeah.
Like I want to know the flow of their story.
You're listening you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. The thing that kind of makes me chuckle, too, is we're talking about the Warriors winning the championship, and it's like, we don't even know who they're playing.
They got to get in.
They're not even in yet.
That's the hardest part of all this, I believe. We don't just getting in.
We don't know who they're playing. We don't know if they're going to qualify to win a championship.
Yeah.
But what if I did this? I said, let's get in the car and go to Reno and gamble.
Yeah.
And I'm a nerd.
Okay.
But this is what the trade has done to me. What if I said, who has the best trio in the league? And then if you said, let's not do trio, let's do tandems. If you go Butler and Steph, like the Warriors are back in it before. And if we go trio, Dre, Butler,
I heard you earlier.
Like that, I get goosebumps.
Steiny hit you with a 5-piece. Steiny hit you with 5 straight that were better.
Well,
it was a 10-9 round. Right. And if we're going to Reno, then we need to swing by and see Shaney Shane and Antelope.
Hey, what are the Warriors to win it all right now? Does anybody know?
It's pretty good.
65 to 1.
Oh, that's right. 65 to 1.
65 to 1.
That boy.
You bet.
So would I go to Reno?
No.
Bet $100 to win what, 6,500?
Correct.
Wow.
Nope, I'm not doing that. I'm taking the 100 and I'm going out to
there's low movement.
Skydive or something.
ESPN's now got them at plus 6,000.
Okay.
Now it's 60 to 1.
Yeah.
There you go.
I think they've been listening to Goo, and they're like, well, move that thing down a little bit.
But if I win trios,
give me one.
And if you give me 2 like he did, I was just doing it for effect.
He gave you 5.
No, 5 that were kind of, okay, we can sit here for an hour and be like, but my point is they're in the conversation
Tatum,
now.
Brown, and Holiday.
Okay, that's second to none. That's a great one.
Okay.
But my point is Dre,
LeBron,
Butler,
Luka,
and Curry.
And whoever was my favorite.
I didn't like that. But my point is they're in the conversation. Willard and Dibbs, the Warriors, wherever you have them. Before this trade, they weren't.
How about Kyrie and Anthony Davis?
But give me a third. I love Pippen. I mean, who was a Pippen? The kid, Christie.
Well, I thought we were officially going down to 2 now.
No, we could do 2 or 3. They're in the conversation, and that's the title of the jam. Even for the title, I think they're back in the conversation.
The title of the jam is this is not the WNBA knockoff spring league. You play 5-on-5,
right? You do.
So if you want to talk about 5-on-5. And Warriors, Butler and Green and Steph. Okay, who are your next 2?
Mine would be Looney and Kuminga, or it could be Looney and Post. Like
Kuminga hasn't played in 8 weeks, and
with healthy Dibs,
Pods, fun, playing great. TJD, unplayable. Buddy Hield, he can knock down a 3 when no one's guarding him on a Saturday. I mean, if you want to talk about like 5-on-5, then it gets to be a little bit more dicey for me. That's all.
Does this do anything for you?
Let me see.
I couldn't find an exact comp, but what I wanted to do was go to baseball and look at who is about plus 6,000 to win a championship.
Now, this is awesome.
Okay? So that we can get an idea of how in the box or out of the box our brains are right now. There is no team that is plus 6,000 or plus 6,500. However, there is a team that's plus 7,000. It's not that far off, right? This is a little bit longer odds. So how does this hit you? The Cincinnati Reds.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, that's plus $1 million.
That's what's just a touch.
But they don't have a Steph Curry. I hear you.
They got Ellie De La Cruz.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
So I'm like, I like to do that just because, like, our hearts are in this.
Yeah. But what if I told you the oldest quarterback won at 43 years old? Then he also won at 41. Peyton Manning won at 39.
Yeah, but
a
he was
Super
terrible.
Bowl.
He was awful low. He could barely even throw a ball.
And you're talking about 2 of the
Tom
5
Brady
best
again
quarterbacks
at 39.
ever. Yeah.
Elway at 36 and 37.
You want to know who's next behind the Reds in the MLB?
Pirates.
Nope.
Giants.
The San Francisco Giants.
I thought that was going to be the team.
So, like, how do y'all feel about that right now? If I said that, like, what do you think is a better bet right now? Warriors to win it all or the Giants to win it all?
The Warriors to win it all.
I mean, I agree.
Who are the Dodgers in the association? Boston?
Yep.
They jack threes with the best of them.
I don't think there is one. I don't think there is one.
But one of the things that's blowing me away is this assumption that once they get to the playoffs, they can roll. And I think it's going to be brutal in the playoffs. I look at the Giants and I'm like, can they get in as a wild card?
They could.
Maybe. And then, like, baseball's nature is you never know at that point.
Somebody is an unhittable pitcher.
Yeah.
And like,
Verlander.
There you go. He's already cussing out loud. But
wow.
Anyway, I don't know if you saw that clip. Elliot Ramos hit him about 450 feet today in live BP. And it's a great video clip because literally the second the bat hits the ball, Verlander just yells the F word.
Well, I got to see
loud as he possibly can.
Wow, that's a bomb.
Or something. He's
working on stuff.
Yeah, there you go, Stoney.
Yeah, apparently.
And they're working out the automatic balls.
They are in spring training games.
And there's talks that they're going to challenge strikes and I'm out then.
No, but do you know how quick it goes? You should watch a clip of it.
Okay, I don't.
Because they did it in the minors already. And if you let's say you get rung up on strikes by the blue, right? Angel Hernandez, who doesn't have a job anymore, but let's say if he was there, he rings you up and you're like, that ball was 2 inches inside.
Umpire's got to go take a walk.
No, you don't. You literally, the batter touches his helmet twice, boop, boop, and it goes up to a camera, bang, answer, inside the box or out. Right back to you. It's less than 5 seconds you get your answer. Wow. That's what it looks like.
2 taps on the helmet.
That's it. You tap the helmet, they look at the camera, in the box, out of the box, back to you.
You win, Dibs?
I mean, sure.
It's happening. There's toothpaste out of the tube now.
Exactly. I mean, we've gotten so far down the road where, like, the box, and Mark talked about this a lot about, like, I want the damn box off my screen, or I want the box to actually matter. And I do know that now with like automated strike zones, it's all going to be geared toward each individual batter. So each batter, when you stand in there, like in your stance, it's going to be your zone. So whenever
now that's dope.
Yeah. So like Altuve, he's a little guy, and when he gets in his stance, his zone is his zone. And Aaron Judge at 6'8", his zone will be his zone. And so everyone
now that's wow.
Everyone's zone will be individual, and so like your strike zone will be endemic to just you, and so that's cool.
Damn.
But sure, I mean, if it means that we talk less about umpires and referees and all the rest of it, I'm here for it.
Anyway, Warriors are winning the title.
There we go.
So,
sure, there you go.
Shout out Cincinnati Reds.
Cincinnati Reds also winning the title this year. It's going to be great.
Yeah.
So.
Go ahead.
No, I didn't have it.
No, I was psychoanalyzing my partner like, he doesn't even know he's lightweight excited. Like,
no, I am.
Because the playoffs have already started. Like, it's crazy. I believe them getting to the 6th spot is going to be harder than the playoffs.
Do you know
in a
what,
crazy way?
Do you know what the observation is for me in watching you guys and just listening to this conversation? Is that we've spent a better part of the year, Steiny, I think you at the front of the line, really being kind of upset at the state of the league.
Oh, yeah.
And then this trade deadline, first of all, it beat the Super Bowl.
I didn't know if I liked that
As far as build up that week, and maybe that's us in our echo chamber in the Bay Area where the Super Bowl was like the worst matchup we could have ever imagined. So maybe that's that. But I do think if you looked at social media or whatever, the NBA beat the Super Bowl that week. And then I think there's a little staying power to it. Like there's a little juice right now about NBA regular season basketball games that I haven't felt in a little while.
Well, mainly here with the trade, but
this game,
I'm a lifer.
Sacramento hosts the Warriors Friday night.
Oh, man. And that's got
popcorn, right? Right?
Yeah, it's like,
I
know it's not a must win, but you better win.
He's right.
I would say if you look at these next 10 games, it's a lot of games you should win on paper. So I don't need I don't need them to win Friday, but I need you to put a little streak together, probably pretty quick.
Because you haven't won 3 in a row since November.
See, here's what I want Warrior fans to know. I would rather they win a title, and I'm completely wrong about them from this point on, than they didn't make a move and finish 41-41. I'd rather be one of the for us, the station, the conversation.
Yeah.
It's just
no doubt.
It's been a 180. It's awesome.
It has been, but like what Mark just said and what you just said, I think speaks to the bigger issue with the association is the trade deadline has been bigger than any of the 55 games they've played.
It's been that way for a little while, though, don't you think?
No, but
free
this year more so.
And the offseason.
You just said it. The NBA trade deadline took the headlines from the Super Bowl because of trades.
Yeah.
Like, it's basically like a glorified
fantasy
NFL combine. Like, the NFL combine is a job fair, and it used to be a big thing. And like the NFL now, where, ooh, boy, free agency, it's a big thing, those 2 or 3 days, and that's what the NBA's become. The games are lesser than the actual trade deadline movement. And so, the Kings game, it's big. And
for the standings, too.
The next 5 or 6 games, it's big, but largely the trade deadline movement is going to be bigger than any of the 82 games they play.
If it were on national TV, and it's not, but if it were on national TV, would you watch the Lakers play Charlotte tonight? One of the top stories on the internet right now.
Yeah.
Well, you watch everything.
Yeah, okay, I got you.
Like the minutes restriction on Luka is off starting tonight. Would that grab your attention?
Yeah, I can't wait for that.
No. Be real. Be real.
No.
Okay, no. See, I would say yes.
Because Luka's in the New Jersey.
Luka at Charlotte.
It's not at Charlotte. It's in
LA. But seeing him play with LeBron.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, that's what I'm talking about. These trade deadline brought
Mark Williams revenge game.
It brought all these new.
Randy gave that to me.
Nobody even knew who he was before.
Randy, good job.
But there's these new dynamics to where I think there's a bunch of teams. The Warriors aren't the only one.
Exactly.
I'm really curious what they look like, and the Lakers are one of them.
And I think that's why you put in that trading deadline, Stoney, to add excitement, pit stop, and gas.
Yeah. Should be fun. I can't wait.
Stoney was in, but now he's out.
How long you stayed yesterday? Did you go OT on here?
I went to about 6 minutes.
Why you ask questions, Goo? You know that.
All right, well, you guys.
Oh, yeah.
In addition to anything, just this will be quick if you let me say it.
I mean,
in addition to what we're going to normally do with Warriors, and it's a big week for all of that.
Yeah.
Giant season preview. Will Clark in 15 minutes. Okay. Javi Lopez is on the show as well, and Willie Adames will be on our show on Friday.
Now that's in studio.
No.
Okay.
No.
He's in Arizona.
I'm trying to keep
spring training.
I'm trying to keep this.
He's not going to be in studio, but he will be on 95.7 The Game.
Well played.
Are they the smartest show in the Bay Area?
You guys are an intellectual feast for the smart sports fan in the Bay Area.
Wow.
You're pretty much the smartest guys on the radio.
I agree.
Good Lord, how big is your ego?
Are they the funniest show in the Bay Area?
Give it a laugh. Come on. You're a funny guy. Come on. Give me a laugh.
You are funny, dude.
Hit that S again.
Are they the coolest show in the Bay Area?
And no white boys. They cool.
That's what people are saying.
You guys are phenomenal.
This is one of the most perfect ways that I could end my day, getting a chance to talk to Mr. Mark and Dan, you know?
We'll let you be the judge.
Oh.
All I know is it's a couple of Bay Area boys talking sports.
I know nothing.
Thanks.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah. Let's go. Here we go. 888-957-9570 is the number. And, Jimmy Butler next up on the list in terms of an interesting comment. So we'll have that a little bit later on in the show for you. But we would love to take your calls, whether it's Warriors, Giants, whatever we're talking at that given moment. Since they came up, let me ask you this, and Will Clark is going to join us in 15 minutes. What constitutes a successful season for the Giants this year? And we put that out to you as well. 888-957-9570. That's the number. What constitutes a successful season for the Giants this year?
Just make the playoffs. That's all.
That's it.
Yep. I mean, make the playoffs. Win the division? No, that's not realistic. Like, host a playoff series? No, I don't think that's fair. Just make the playoffs. Be one of the, 3 or 4 wild card teams? 3 wild card teams?
I don't know.
I don't even know anymore.
No, I do.
I mean,
it's
baseball has become something where, if you can just be a little bit above 500, you have a chance. So just make the playoffs. That's all.
See, my answer is a little bit more abstract. And again, we'll take your phone calls right now. What constitutes a successful season for the San Francisco Giants? 888-957-9570. Will Clark in 15 minutes. My answer is not so much about the standings. It's not so much about the playoffs. It's not so much about their final record. Do you know what I have just had enough of when it comes to Giants baseball is this damn inferiority complex.
Wow.
Like, I am physically rejecting it. It is nauseating to me what has happened to us. What has happened to this fan base. And I'm not blaming us. I will blame the Giants largely. But to me, it is positively nauseating the way that this market, as large as it is, this team with the financial resources it has.
Well,
the financial resources it has.
They have it, but do they use it?
Not enough.
Okay.
No.
Yeah.
No, and that's part of what I'm getting at.
I get it.
The fact that this franchise with its history, its market standing, its fan base is literally going into seasons where its fans are looking at the framework of baseball and going, we have no chance. We have no chance. I hate that that's true in any market. I hate that like in NFL, Wisconsin and Jacksonville, Florida could meet in the Super Bowl someday. And it's realistic. Like, it's not a crazy thought. But not in baseball. So I know there have always been franchises like this that either claim small market or actually are small market and they feel like they don't have a chance. But we've arrived at a spot in baseball where almost all of the fan bases feel that way. And so what ends up happening is the conversations that we have around baseball have nothing to do with, like, who should be their first baseman this year? Or what happened in that game last night with that pitching change that the manager made in the 7th inning? The conversations get more into, is there a jersey that I would buy my kid? And the conversations get into, are you excited at all about spending money to go to a game? This is where we end up. It nauseates me.
Yeah.
It's not our fault. It's theirs. But that has to be their focus. It has got to go away. They have got to find a way to where the Dodgers are in town and people aren't like, I'm not going there to watch that display.
And watch all the Dodger fans show up. Yeah, because that's where we are. And I do think that it takes more time than just 1 year for you to shed that inferiority complex. And right now, you are inferior. So the complex of the fan base, I think, matches with what you are as a team because, we talked about it and you mentioned it during the crossover, like the odds to win the World Series right now, and the Giants are at 60-1, or, the Reds were 70-1, and the Giants are kind of in that same ballpark. And you look at the Giants roster, and the Giants roster is inferior. And you have an owner who wants to break even. And you have a new president of baseball ops who wants to do better, but it takes time. And your farm, you have one player in the top 100, according to MLB in their farm rankings, and that's Bryce Eldridge. And beyond that, you've got nothing. So your farm is weak. Your roster is mediocre. So in terms of inferiority, yes, you are inferior.
Right, but I don't even know if it's necessarily about that. Like, those are very fair baseball reasons. To me, this is more
ideology.
This is about confidence.
Yep.
It's about even what we were just talking about with the guys with the Warriors right now. Like, do you allow yourself to be a dreamer or not? And some people are built that way where it's like they always are. That's kind of me. Some people are built to where they never are. Some people are a little bit more like functional with it, where it's like, yes, I will hear, no, that's not realistic. I can't stand that there's ever a season where the Giants, before they even start, people are like, nah.
Yeah.
I hate it. That should never happen. That should never, ever, ever happen. I mean, let me ask you this, and to our listeners as well at 888-957-9570. Have they fixed the jersey problem? By the way, I hate that I can even just say the jersey problem, and you probably all know what I'm talking about.
Maybe.
But for those of you who don't know what I'm talking about, is this constant conversation, do the Giants have anyone where you'd go buy a jersey for your kid or for yourself?
Right. I mean, your kid turned 11 yesterday, which is prime jersey wearing age. And if he came to you and said, Dad, I want a Giants jersey, and you would have said, which one?
Yeah.
What do you want? And he would have said,
in this moment,
Logan Webb.
I wonder.
Chappie.
It might be Adamas.
Might be.
Which is, he's never taken it at bat as a Giant.
Exactly.
But there's some excitement because he knows who that is.
But that's my point to your question. Like right now, if you had a 10 or 12-year-old and they were like, you know what, the Giants this year, I want a jersey. Who do you want? You want Logan Webb? You want Chapman? You want Adamas? Do you want Bailey? You want Jung-Hoo Lee? What do you want?
Well, but I do think
those at least are options.
Yeah, like I see a better, or maybe, like they've got, it's interesting that we talk about, the farm system rankings, which they're not wrong. Bryce Eldridge is the only thing right now that's resonating, which is kind of frightening, by the way. There's a lot of people who've already decided the Giants have their first baseman for the next 10 years. The guy's never had a big league at bat.
Yep.
That's terrifying in and of itself. Also, though, there's kind of been a brick wall in terms of people coming out of there and creating excitement. On the other hand, I can sit here and pick up a Giants roster right now and go, wait a minute. How can you tell me that the farm system isn't producing anyone? Elliot Ramos just made the All-Star team. Hayden Birdsong busted his way into potentially a rotation when no one was even thinking about him. And Patrick Bailey is, halfway point last year, he was flirting with being a National League All-Star catcher. And then there's a list of others. Ryan Walker is going to be their closer this year. He has beaten out Camilo Doval. That's already done.
They're 4 days in. Yeah.
And there are people who, I don't know if Yaz is going to hold down right field, or might it be Matos or Grant McRae, or fingers flipping crossed, Marco Luciano.
That's funny.
And Tyler Fitzgerald is going, he came up last year and went, how about double-digit bombs as a middle infielder? Why don't you go take second base? I don't know how any of those things are going to play out this year.
Right.
My point is I think it's a hard argument to sit here and say the Giants farm system's not producing anyone.
Well,
they just did.
Sure, but if you wind up 81-81, and those are your guys who are actually regular players, and they all have okay years, did you really produce anything? You produce people who can play baseball, but if you don't make the playoffs, and if you again are mediocre, did you really produce anything in the farm? And that's the counter argument where, okay, Ryan Walker, closer, good, and Fitzgerald, sure, you hit 18 home runs and the team's not very good, and Matos and Ramos and all the rest of it, and Luciano, we've all been waiting for and holding our breath, and Patrick Bailey had apparently fitness issues last year, if you ask people close to the team. So if you want to go through all the rest of it, and yeah, Hayden Birdsong, good little 12 start to the career, but if all that nets another mediocre year, did you really produce anything?
Well, no, but I mean, we don't know that answer yet.
Exactly.
We don't know that answer yet.
Exactly.
I mean, I would be pretty surprised if every single name you just mentioned all played poorly this year.
Right, but I mean, it'd be fair to say that half of those guys will be like okay, and maybe a quarter of them would be good and a quarter of them would be bad. That's kind of the way that all breaks when you look at prospects.
I mean, maybe, yeah, but to a certain degree, we're not actually even talking about prospects anymore. Like the list that I just mentioned, they're all big leaguers.
They're here, yeah.
They're here.
Exactly.
And to a degree, had some sort of success last year. You know what I mean? I don't even know who the hell the starting right fielder is. I don't know who that is. Grant McCray, some of you may not know who that is, but he's an interesting player with a lot of speed and some surprising pop and maybe more confidence than I realized. I don't know if you heard what he said earlier today, but he sort of was like, man, the way I look at our outfield, if you stick me, Jung-Hoo, and Ramos out there, well, good luck hitting the ball into the gap.
Right.
We're chasing everything down. And this guy's like, I mean, he's acting like, dude, that's the outfield of the future here in Major League Baseball. And all of us are sitting here going, dude, collectively, that whole group has what? One season. I mean, Jung-Hoo had a quarter of a season. Ramos had 3/4 of a season. McCray barely even came up.
Quarter, yeah.
But who knows what we're going to see from them. Maybe he's right. Maybe he's got something.
Man, maybe Yaz becomes the DH, or McCray does, or who knows. But long way to go. It's only February, but you look at the roster and you look at what could be, and it's exciting right now in February.
This is a Warriors Wednesday. Jimmy Butler made some very interesting comments. We'll have that for you in a bit. Warrior Wednesday is brought to you by Freeman's Appliance. Come see their full selection of in-stock luxury appliances in live working vignettes. Visit Freeman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill today. Always here for your calls at 888-957-9570. What would constitute a successful season for the Giants to you? And, of course, one of their greats and very, very involved with the team, Will Clark, is going to join us next on Willard and Dibs.
The Floor Store is your Bay Area flooring authority. Selection, expertise, price, guaranteed installation. Visit floorstores.com.
Lawton Skilled Nurse.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
We're not going to waste any time here. We're going straight out to the River Islands guest line because my childhood idol's on the line.
Really?
Yeah, I've told him this when he comes on. I haven't had the chance to interview him many times, but I've told Will this but plenty of times before.
Yeah.
Number 22 as a kid, thought I did a pretty good Nuschler impression. Some people will know what that is. If you don't know, now you know.
Now you
know.
know.
That's the nickname for the look on his face. And took it to actually an embarrassing degree that when I would get over to second base, I would start trying to mimic exactly what he would do when he would get to a base. And my friends in high school were like, dude, that's weird. But whatever, he's with us now as we do our Giants season preview. Hey, Will, what's going on? Thanks so much for your time.
Gentlemen, how are y'all today?
We are doing
better now,
pretty
Will.
well. Yeah, pretty good. Pretty good having you on, man. And hope springs eternal. So it's that time of year. This is the question we've been asking our listeners. We'll ask it to you. What would you say is a successful year for the Giants this year?
You know what? I'm looking at the playoffs. The reason being because, everybody's talking about the Dodgers and how much money they spend, all that sort of stuff. But, the way the Giants have situated themselves, especially since Buster Posey took over, it's pretty amazing. I mean, you look at our pitching staff: Logan Webb, Robbie Ray, Justin Verlander, Jordan Hicks, and then Kyle Harrison. And then waiting in the wings is some of the younger guys: Landon Root, Hayden Birdsong, Tristan Beck, just to name a few. And, for me personally, if our pitching staff comes through, we should make the playoffs, and that should be our goal.
And when you look at the ballpark, Will, and considering the dimensions and, the division and everything else that the Dodgers have and that San Diego has, is that the best way to go about it with pitching and defense?
Definitely. That's what wins baseball games, believe it or not, is pitching and defense. Offense is going to come and go. Offense is going to struggle sometimes. But you should have the upper hand as far as pitching goes, and you should definitely be able to catch the ball. And, so if the San Francisco Giants do that this year, I envision some good things happening for the organization.
Well, you've certainly had some things to say about where this team was, the state of affairs under the past regime. Buster now takes over. For most of us, we haven't seen exactly what that means yet, but I bet you have a good idea of conceptually how that's going to change things behind the scenes. So what's your take? How's it going to be different?
My take on that is, Buster knows the history of the Giants, and he is definitely trying to bring that back without a shadow of a doubt. And so for me personally, when you walk in that clubhouse and, you see the Willie Mays pictures and the Gaylord Perrys and the Juan Marichals and all that, bringing back the history of the San Francisco Giants is really important. Buster embraces that. And I know Bob Melvin, being a former Giant as well, is embracing it. So, for me personally, the Giants fans expect to win. This organization has been turned around since the mid-'80s and has been a force in the NL West, and I see it happening again this year. So I'm actually really looking forward to the Giants playing the kind of baseball that I know they can.
And how much does that matter to you? And I'm thinking about you as a young player back in the 80s when you came to the Giants and you had, Willie McCovey around and, of course, Willie Mays still here and the Cha-Cha, Orlando Cepeda. When you're a younger player, how much does that legacy matter to you when you're trying to uphold the standard?
You're exactly correct. When you are a younger player, you knew who came before you, and you knew that the San Francisco Giants were based on a winning baseball team. And so for me personally, that was a big deal when I came on board in the mid-'80s. And, where we have been here in the last few years is not what the San Francisco faithful is used to. And so I want to get back to winning baseball. And, I think we've taken some big-time steps in the right direction. You look at Willie Adames on the left side of the infield with Matt Chapman, and I see a lot of potential of those two cornerstones of the team.
Will Clark with us here on Willard and Dibs, 95.7 The Game. Well, I was just talking a little bit earlier about this whole idea of looking at the season before it starts, and fans going, man, they got no chance against the Dodgers. Like, this thing's gotten kind of out of hand, and fans talking about how there's no player that they want to buy a jersey for their kids for. Like, does the fan base have a confidence problem right now in your mind?
You know what? I don't know whether it's a confidence problem, but, they haven't seen exactly what we would call, your typical Giants baseball the last few years. And, so whether it's a confidence problem or whether it's a problem just, hey, look, we need to get back to winning baseball. For me personally, that's what I'm envisioning for, this spring training is, Bob Melvin's got a bunch of choices he's got to make. He's got some bench requirements. Tyler Fitzgerald's going to be moving from shortstop to second base. And so he's got a lot of stuff that he needs to look at in order to figure out, what kind of product the San Francisco Giants going to put out on the field.
You were a first baseman, and I'm looking at your fielding log, and I think you only ever played first base. You didn't even do like a little stint at third or a little bit of DH, or you didn't pop out into right field. So you look at Bryce Eldridge as a first baseman, who is going to be the next big thing. For you as a legacy first baseman, maybe the second best in Giants history behind Willie Mack, how do you go about helping him without putting too much pressure on him?
First off, as far as, me not being able to go around the infield, it's a little tough when you're a left-handed first baseman. So, that was a little tough.
You play a little third? Come on, Will.
No, I didn't play no third. You gotta be kidding me. But, as far as Bryce Eldridge goes, and I've told a lot of people this, without a shadow of doubt, he is going to be a major leaguer. You can write that on the wall. Bryce Eldridge right now has only got less than a year up under his belt playing first base. And so, that's the thing that Bryce Eldridge is going to do right now is get a little bit more seasoning at first base and being able to move around, the diamond, know where he's going, know when he catches the ball, what base to look up to next, et cetera, et cetera. And so, I'm actually really looking forward to seeing Bryce Eldridge and what he does this year. But he is going to hit at first off, and he is going to be a major leaguer at second off.
Will, has the organization gotten you with him yet? Like, are you working directly with him?
Yes, I have been. I saw Bryce twice last year. I saw him in Richmond, and I also saw him take that back. I saw him 3 times. I saw him in Richmond. I saw him in Eugene, and then also and San Jose, and then I saw him in the fall league. So I saw Bryce quite a bit last year, and so my recommendations on Bryce are pretty well founded. And like I said, he will be a major leaguer. That's without a shadow of a doubt. And I want to see him just get a little bit better at playing the corner position.
Can you speak to the specifics that you see as to why you are so confident to say he will be a big leaguer?
Well, he's 19 years old. And, how many 19-year-olds coming out of high school, are fed a consistent, diet of 95, 96 mile-an-hour fastballs and able to turn them around on a regular basis. And that's kind of what Bryce is doing. And, he's making it look pretty easy. I mean, he hit at 3 different levels last year. Plus, like I said, he went to the fall league and did real well in the fall league. And, I'm really, really confident in, my assessment as to him being a major leaguer.
Is it easier now for a 19-year-old to come up and make a fast move? Because I'm looking at your own career, Will, and you were drafted at 18 and you went to Mississippi State and you played there and you did well. And then at 22, you made your splash. Is junior baseball and AAU now and all the rest of it make it easier for a 19-year-old to make more of a fast track?
There's a lot of different leagues you can play in now. And so, I think that, some of the younger kids now are getting way more advanced. But you also have to be taught the game. And, Bryce is a perfect example. He never played first base. And then now all of a sudden, he's trying to make his mark in pro ball as a first baseman and as a hitter. And one of the things that we talk about is when you are a hitter, you're going to have 0 for 4s, 0 for 5s, 0 for 3s, whatever. But you cannot have consistent failure on the defensive side of things. You have got to be able to play defense and stop the other team. And so, Bryce this year is going to get more seasoning at first base. And, if he keeps hitting, like I said, he will be a major leaguer.
Will Clark with us, Willard and Dibbs. Will, just recently, maybe even this morning, Rob Manfred was saying his biggest concern is competitive balance, but then he's repeatedly pointed out that the Dodgers have not broken any rules. All true, but what should be done? What, if anything, what's your take on the way the Dodgers have played this and the fact that nobody else seems to be doing the same?
Well, I look at the Dodgers right now, and it's almost like the George Steinbrenner era of the Yankees. He went out and did the same thing. He went out and spent the money and put on the field the best team money could buy. And, that's kind of what the Dodgers are doing. But, one of the beauties of Major League Baseball is you have to play a 162-game schedule. And there's a lot of things that can go right, and there's a lot of things that can go wrong when you start playing that many games. And so, for me personally, they're not doing anything out of the ordinary that hasn't been done in baseball before. And you still have to go out and play 162 games and win a division and get in the playoffs. And so that's what I'm talking about with the San Francisco Giants too, is, getting into the playoffs should be our goal, because we have not done that here in the last few years. And, I'm looking forward to what 2025 brings for the San Francisco Giants.
And when you look at this team going forward, it's only February, I know, but what makes you most excited about their chance to, over 162, last and thrive and be a team that can get into the playoffs and maybe make some noise?
Yeah, no, from looking at where we were last year, we were not that far out of playoff contention and stuff like that. And, we got one or two little setbacks during the middle part of the season that wound up putting us on the slide instead of, on the rise. And so for me personally, if we can get to that middle part of the season and be set up, real nice and be in position, baseball is about how you finish. It's not how you start. It's how you finish. And I think that the San Francisco Giants can do that.
Hey, Will, who would you like to see be the starting right fielder this year?
You know what? Mike Yastrzemski did a great job last year. He wound up, being a Gold Glove candidate. And so, I think that he's got the leading edge, but we also have, other outfielders coming up. Elliot Ramos, had a great year last year. Jung-Hoo Lee got hurt early in the season. And so I'm looking forward to seeing Jung-Hoo come out and have a full season as a San Francisco Giant. And other than that, we're gonna have a lot of people contribute to the Giants. We're gonna have a pretty solid lineup, and we may make a little shift here and there, but for the most part, we should be able to run out the same guys day in, day out.
I'm just looking at your numbers, Will, and I'm looking at a career hitting average of 303. And I'm thinking now, if you hit 303 this year, you might win the batting title. When you look at modern day baseball and thinking about your career, you had some thump for sure, but you also knew the value of the base hit. When you look at the modern day baseball game, do you kind of pine for the old days where a base hit actually was important?
I definitely pine for the old days. One of the things that I looked at last year was it took us till, middle of September, right around there, for somebody to hit the first 3-run homer of the San Francisco Giants in 2024. And so I, on the flip side of things, look at, some of my old hitting tapes, and it's, 2-run homer, 3-run homer, 3-run homer, 2-run homer. And so, I pine for the older days. I pine for guys who battle every at-bat and grind every at-bat instead of just saying, oh, hell with it, and I strike out, and I'm just going to go sit on the bench. That ought to be the last thing you do is strike out. I mean, you ought to just battle tooth and nail to, try to get a base hit, try to put a ball in play. When you start striking out as many times as is happening now, you don't put any pressure on the defense because you got a lot of guys walking back to the dugout because of the strikeouts. So, we need to find a way to put, pressure on the opposition, and that is putting the ball in play.
Will Clark with us here on Willard and Dibs. Will, as I said off the top, I grew up trying to mimic you on the baseball field. I'd like to know who you think did the best Will Clark impression during your career so that maybe I can try to take a shot at him.
That's a good one right there. I know that Kruger and those guys were messing with me about the Nuschler. You even said it in the little the pre-segment there. But the guys would always screw with you in the dugout, and it's part of it. I loved it. It's part of being a baseball player, and the guys in the clubhouse laughed and giggled, cut up, but at the same time, when it was time to go to work, they went to work, and those are the kind of guys I love playing with on an everyday basis.
I'm sure you've told the story, but for our listeners who don't know what the Nuschler thing is, your middle name, like where does that come from? How was that decided as your name?
It's a family name thing. Down south, a lot of people use, family members' names, and Nuschler was my grandmother's maiden name. And so, that's how that came into being. Me personally, I didn't mind it. I thought it was pretty cool. You want to know the truth? Having nicknames, because everybody in baseball has nicknames.
Like Will the Thrill.
Right.
Yes, they do.
Yeah. I mean, as cool as Nuschler is, and 284 career home runs is also cool. You know that you have the most home runs you ever hit was against Nolan Ryan.
Yes, I do know that. I'm the career leader in homers off of Nolan Ryan. He doesn't like me too much.
That's pretty awesome.
Including the second pitch that anyone ever threw you in the bigs.
Yep.
Yeah. That was one of the good ones right there.
It's one of the good ones.
I love it.
Yeah, you want
to write a script as to how to start your major league career. Usually, when you hear, well, he took Nolan Ryan deep on the third pitch he ever saw as a pro. That's usually a good way to start.
Will you share real quick with the audience what you said? It was Jeff Leonard who was on deck, right?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, and what was that kind of, because wasn't he, if I remember correctly, he's kind of razzing you a little bit, doing the rookie hazing thing, like you ain't nothing till you get your first home run, and then 2 pitches in, you've homered off Nolan Ryan, and then what'd you say to him as you walked back by?
No, he asked me what pitch it was. I said fastball away, and that was one of the things back then, rookies, and you can say whatever you want about hazing or whatever, but there was hazing back then. And you just had to suck it up as a rookie. And so, Hackman was one of my tormentors, but there were several others as well.
That's so good.
Will, great stuff, man. Thank you so much for coming on.
It is my pleasure, guys. And I hope you guys have a great day. And, stay with those San Francisco Giants. We're going to get this thing right.
No doubt, man. Yeah. Same to you, Will. Thanks so much.
Awesome.
All right, guys. Y'all have a great day.
All right, you too. There you go.
Will Clark.
That's the noosh right there.
Dude.
That's Will the Thrill. And
swinging a home run. And I'm just looking at it, and I just punched up his numbers, and he had, more than almost 300 career home runs, and the most home runs he ever hit was off of Nolan Ryan.
Nolan Ryan, yeah. First pitch was a curveball, buckled him a little bit because he's like, why the hell's Nolan Ryan throwing me a first pitch curveball?
Right.
And then the first fastball that he ever saw from Nolan Ryan, he hit over the center field tank at the Astrodome.
Night.
Yeah, exactly. And by the way, I do think he said some things to Jeff Leonard on the way back to the dugout.
Right.
Something along the lines of, there's your first hit, your first home run. That'll be about enough out of you. It was something along those lines.
Yeah. It just, I mean.
Oh, it's good.
It's a career that I think should be Hall of Fame worthy, but it's like close but no cigar.
Yeah, he's just shy. He's
just shy. But when you look at the numbers, quote unquote, that people are doing and putting up now and making the Hall of Fame.
No doubt.
Because he had almost 22 career hits and almost 300 career home runs.
And
so,
and it was so early in his career, but his performance in the 1989 playoffs alone, like in terms of players who elevate when the games get bigger, right? Like Bonds for years had to duck the whole man, you're great, and then you stink in the playoffs. Well, Will was the opposite. First time he went to the playoffs, he had the most epic series I've still to this day ever watched an individual have in a playoff series with what he did against the Cubs in the National League Championship Series. Bananas.
Exactly.
Absolutely bananas.
Yeah.
So great stuff. By the way, and again, taking your phone calls on this, what would constitute a successful season to you for the Giants this year? Fossey in the East Bay on Willard and Dibbs. Hey, Fossey, what's going on?
Yeah, what's up, boys? Thanks for having me on.
Yeah.
Great conversation with Will. I like his the legend being on here.
No doubt.
But look, I hate to disagree with him and his opinion of this year, but to me, a successful season is going to be 500 team. There's a lot of question marks on the team. Right field, first base, second base, and catcher too. I mean, Bailey's great defensively, but his bat wasn't swinging really too well last year. But you know what? A successful season to me is going to be 500 for this team. I mean, it's Buster Posey's first year. We all love him, and we know he's trying. He got Willie Adames here, but we need to ramp up that rotation pitching-wise. Get a few players in here along the way, and you know what? We'll see what the future holds for this team. Thanks for having me on, boys.
Yeah,
Cheers.
Fossey, thanks.
Yeah.
I mean, the marketing department loves your answer. For me, that's too low of a bar. 500 teams, by the way, this is just a sports thing. 500 teams drive you nuts. Look at the Warriors right now. Have you been driven nuts?
Yeah.
Kind of.
And the Giants last year were 80 and 82.
Right.
So they were one fluky win away from being just that. That's not good enough.
No, 500 only feels good if you're like one of these rebuilding for the future type of all of our players are 23 sort of a thing. If you're out there with multi-gajillion-dollar left side of the infield and 42-year-old Justin Verlander is going to be one of your starters, 500 will drive you nuts. I'm telling you, that's not going to feel good. If they don't get to 85 wins this year, it's going to feel awful.
Yeah.
That's the way I feel. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. 888-957-9570, the number. Javi Lopez is going to join us in 20 minutes on our Giants season preview. Then we'll get to some of the Jimmy Butler stuff. But would love to hear from you. Have they fixed the jersey problem? Let's get into that a little bit coming up next. Look at the roster now. Any jerseys that you want? 888-957-9570. It's Willard and Dibbs.
And Dan Dibley here to talk about Fremont Bank, which is a family-owned bank with the family-owned feel, and you know it's been my bank.
Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Now, back to Willard and Dibs.
Absolute pleasure. Willard and Dibs, y'all take it easy. Have a good one. Enjoy the game tonight.
On 95.7 The Game.
Look at these voices. That's Hunter Pence. We just had Will Clark on.
Man.
Javi Lopez about to rock this joint. And Willie Adames is coming on Friday.
I love it. I mean, I'm here for it. And I'm excited.
I'm a Giants fan.
Exactly. I thought you would have played Go Dodgers.
Go Dodgers.
Exactly.
Yeah, well,
and it's funny because on the drive in today, I was like, Grandy's he's out to get me. So, we're going to have Will Clark on and Adames and, Javi, and through it all, Go Dodgers.
Well, you are 0 for 1. My God, you told Will Clark that he never played third base. When the hell have you ever seen a left-handed person ever play third base in the history of the world?
I also said he never DH'd and he never played outfield.
Which I'm pretty sure he did DH when he went to the Texas Rangers. But
Look it up.
He never had a day as DH. Ever? Ever? I'm asking you. Ever?
You're so quick to point out me pointing out that he never played third. And yeah, Will, play some short. What's wrong with you? Can you pick it? Can you pick it?
He was pretty nice to say it the way he did. Has a left-handed human ever played any of those positions in the history of ever, unless we're talking about 5-year-olds when they're out there playing for the first time?
He DH'd 33 times in his career.
Which is not him playing the field.
Take a lap.
Exactly.
Take a lap.
I talked about him playing the field.
You just said to me that I was wrong in saying that I'm sure he's DH'd with Texas.
You were quick to point out that I mentioned that he never played third.
Right, because left-handers don't play third.
But he also never played the outfield, and that's the point.
But he's not an outfielder.
Well, who is?
Marco Luciano.
Right. Is Lamont Wade Jr. an outfielder?
He has been out there before.
Right, but is he an outfielder?
Not by trade.
And is Marco Luciano an outfielder?
But you're
not.
You're bringing up non-comps of Will Clark. Will Clark was a phenomenal first baseman. He was an all-star level first baseman. And you didn't bring up necessarily the outfield. You brought up third base.
He won 1 Gold Glove.
He never caught either.
He was a good hitter.
Why didn't they have him catch?
They should have. I mean,
that was a weird. Just say it. It's funny. That was a weird thing to say.
Wasn't that weird?
It was.
Just because you're over there fanboying about, I can't wait to ask him about my imitation of his stance.
That's a fair retort. But just own it. Like, that's a weird thing to say to a left-handed human being. Why didn't you play third?
I'd like to hear the full question before I own it.
It's a weird thing to say. It just is. It's funny. It's very funny.
I love how you deflect.
I'm not deflecting. How am I deflecting?
You're deflecting off of your, Will, I used to imitate you in the mirror.
I'm not deflecting at all.
Tell me about Nuschler.
Like, literally, YouTube.
I want to name my first kid Nuschler.
I didn't, but I do now. But anyway.
Next time.
Looking
kid.
back on it, it wouldn't
next
have been.
kid.
Anyway, there won't be another one. I mean, like, the text line in YouTube, you had a lot of comments in there. They're like, Will Clark, third base?
That's fine.
What are we doing?
I'll wear it.
That's all I'm saying. It was just funny. It's not a big deal.
You're making it a big deal.
No, I'm making it.
You're making it a big deal.
I'm just having fun with it because it was funny. It was a very out of, no pun intended, left field comment. I've never heard someone.
I'd like to hear the question in full before I can.
Hear the question, Grandy? It might take a minute.
Give me a sec.
Yeah, Grandy's doing work. Any jerseys out there that Mila wants from the Giants?
Right.
No, what do you mean right?
She's 2.
I understand that.
They don't make jerseys for 2-year-olds.
Not true. Oh, God, they totally make baby clothing.
Baby clothing.
And toddler clothing.
I don't know if they make baby jerseys.
For sure they do.
And she's, okay.
Yeah. Ella had one when she was 3. I bought it for her.
Right.
A little black Giants jersey. Yeah.
With a number on the back and a name?
I think so. I don't remember who it was at this point.
Right.
She's turning 16 next week.
So that must have been 09? Man.
She was born in 09.
Right. So
she was born in 09,
12. Might have been a Timmy.
Might have
been. Could have been a Buster Posey.
Championship jersey.
Could have been. Yeah.
Mad bum.
Yeah, the answer is no. There's no jersey that she actually really wants. Her new thing is golf. We play golf on the street. And for her, what golf is she takes a golf ball and she throws it up our little mini hill, and then
watches it roll back down.
Yes, and I have a hybrid, an old beat-up Titleist hybrid, and then I hit the golf ball up the hill again, and she runs after it, and it goes through her legs in Luciano-like fashion. So maybe she wants a Luciano jersey because she catches like he does.
That man caught a stray for no reason. No, but here's what I mean by that.
I mean, he's always the only thing he can catch right now is a stray.
It's a 4.
Grandy? Yeah.
No,
yeah.
Well, he's busy now.
Grinding.
He's trying to find. He's trying to.
You don't have to look for it anymore.
Request.
I'm the idiot.
Do you want to hear it?
Yes.
It's like 45 seconds long, so buckle up. Here we go.
My question was not 45 seconds.
Well, you also have to get Will's answer to your question.
Okay, go ahead.
Here we go.
You were a first baseman, and I'm looking at your fielding log, and I think you only ever played first base. You didn't even do like a little stint at third or a little bit of DH, or you didn't pop out into right field. So you look at Bryce Eldridge as a first baseman, who is going to be the next big thing. For you as a legacy first baseman, maybe the second best in Giants history behind Willie Mack, how do you go about helping him without putting too much pressure on him?
You
can stop it. It's a bad question.
Me
not
going. Being able to go around the infield, it's a little tough when you're a left-handed first baseman. So, that was a little tough.
You can play a little third? Come on, Will.
No, I didn't play no third. You gotta be kidding me.
It's a bad question. It should have been more about the outfield, and really the question was the pressure of him following you and Willie McCovey at first base. That really was the upshot of what I was trying to ask.
It's fine. It's not even that. It's just funny. Like, I'm imagining Will Clark charging a bunt, and I'm like, he would strain an oblique if he tried to throw somebody out. It would be hilarious.
You could do it.
Not really. You'd have to hike the ball through his legs.
Yeah.
I mean, you're allowed to, but anyway, it's just funny. You can laugh at yourself. It's okay.
No, I won't laugh at myself because when you have those moments, for me, it's not funny. It's more about getting better.
No, there's nothing bad about it. It was just funny.
You think Draymond ever laughs at himself?
Yeah.
Yeah, not in public. Yeah, not on the court. I don't think he ever throws a pass away and goes, "Ha, that was so great." No. And I'm kind of cut from the same cloth. Okay. I'm going to work on it, and I'll make sure that doesn't happen again. Okay. Yeah, now that you pointed it out in front of everyone and the YouTube audience.
No one noticed till I said anything.
No, they did. They all did. They did, and you did, and you laughing in the moment. That just makes me want to sharpen myself a little bit more. That's good.
It was fun. Lighten up. It was fun.
Yeah.
Okay.
It was fun. It was hilarious.
Yeah, it was. It was. Anyway, I think that the jersey situation to start the year is a little bit better. I do. There's a cool factor to some of the players that they didn't have before.
And I wonder who that is.
Ramos, Adames is there's a cool factor there. A
little bit.
And in a different sort of a way, Jung-Hoo Lee.
Yep. Jung-Hoo Lee last year I saw a bunch of jerseys.
A lot of jerseys, absolutely. And then if you want to get, I don't know, I'm sort of painting with a broad brush here, but if you want to be more traditional about it in terms of the career achievement of a Webb or a Verlander or a Matt Chapman, it's better. It's better. I'm not saying it's all the way there, but it's better.
Is Verlander wearing 35? Do we know?
He is.
He is. Okay.
Yeah, Brandon Crawford got all involved in the conversation and in the end kind of told him he wanted him to wear it.
Oh, wow.
And so he is. Yeah, he released a whole statement about it. Wow. Handled it like a champ. Why does that make you smile?
Well, he had to release a statement.
He didn't have to, but he did.
So I want him to wear 35.
I think that was to make sure that fans didn't sort of see Justin as, dude, you just walked in here and took 35.
I get that.
You released the statement so that the fans are like, Brandon's cool with it. They don't want that question out there of I wonder what Brandon thinks about this.
Fair.
Right?
Fair. Yeah. It's good. I mean, it's good, but it kind of speaks to me about, Brandon Crawford, if you were, I don't know, Clay, no one's going to wear 11 and no one's going to wear Iguodala's number 9. And so if you're Crawford and you had this great career as a Giant, then I'd be more protective of my number.
Well, I don't know that the Giants will ever retire Brandon Crawford's number, but if they did, it comes kind of down the road. And because it's too soon. You know what I mean? It's like look at Iguodala. How many years did it take to get to this point where they're going to retire the jersey?
Yeah.
How long? And I'm asking. Like, I don't even remember.
Well, he played in 22, so it's only been 3.
He played in 22?
Didn't he also win 4 titles? Yeah.
He did? Was Iguodala still on that roster? He wasn't playing nearly as big of a role. He was? Yeah?
Yeah, he played the following year, too.
Okay.
Only 8 games that following year.
Yeah.
So it's been 2-3 years.
Yeah.
Same thing with Brandon.
Yeah.
Although different. I don't know that.
It's different. Yeah.
Like,
it's different.
Not a World Series MVP.
And the Giants don't really retire numbers like the Warriors do.
They just did Will's last year.
Right. Last year.
Yeah.
So, and Will left the Giants in 93.
Long time ago. Yeah.
So you're talking about 31 years later. No more 22 for the Giants.
Javi Lopez is going to join us next. The Jimmy Butler comments, if you haven't heard them, are coming up around the bend. It is a Warriors Wednesday, brought to you by Freeman's Appliance. Come see their full selection of in-stock luxury appliances in live working vignettes. Visit Freeman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill today. And we're sponsored by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water, 888-957-9570. The number is Willard and Dibbs.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different? We always bottle our Alpine Spring Water less than 1.5 miles from the spring source, and all our bottles are made with 50% recycled plastic from our own recycling plants. Crystal Geyser, bottled at the spring source.
Hey, it's Willard for Underdog Fantasy. Basketball season, we're heading into the final stretch here, and by the way, it's back tonight. Got a little makeup game between the Lakers and the Hornets. You can get in on the action on one of the leading sports apps out there, Underdog Fantasy. I'm having a blast with it. It's very easy to play their pick'em game, and you can end up really cashing in. All you got to do is choose whether a player is going to go higher or lower on one of their stats. It can be points, rebounds, assists. You can combine them. That's what I'm doing, for instance, tonight with Miles Bridges. I'm going to give you that one. 31.5 points, rebounds, and assists. Let's go higher on Miles Bridges in this game in LA tonight. Play with as little as $1. And if you get everything right, you can win up to 1,000 times your money. Download the Underdog app. Sign up now. Use the promo code Willard, and you'll unlock a special offer of up to $1,000 in bonus cash when you make your first deposit. Again, the promo code to use is Willard. You must be 18 or over and present in a state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms apply, void in Colorado. If you're concerned with your play, call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit ncpgambling.org. In Arizona, call 1-800-NEXT-STEP or text NEXT-STEP to 53342. In New York, call the 24/7 HOPE line at 1-877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY.
Warriors Wednesday brought to you by Valley Heating, Cooling, Electrical, and Solar. A Lennox Premier dealer, locally and family owned, and the home of old-fashioned service for all your
Now, back to Willard and Dibs.
I tell you what, this was one of the most perfect ways to end this sunny, glorious day, getting a chance to talk to Mr. Mark and Dan. You know what I'm saying? It was pretty cool.
On 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, Giants season preview continues. We've already had one former great who put the uniform on in Will Clark, and now joining us on the River Islands guest line is yet another involved in many a championship with the Giants, none other than Javi Lopez. Javi, what's going on?
Hey, thanks for having me. I'm not a whole lot right now in Georgia, just a nice little Canada Clipper coming through, keeping things cold down here. But beyond that, things are good.
Okay, we'll take it. We actually had some water fall out of the sky this morning in the Bay Area too. So, and you know us out here, that might as well have been a hurricane.
I always need that, that's for sure.
Yeah, exactly. All right, so let's take a look at these guys. What do you think is going to be, based on what you can see at least, the biggest difference between the last regime and this regime this year?
Well, I do think it's going to be a little bit returning to what Buster knew as a Giant, coming up as a Giant, drafted as a Giant, where it was just a lot of familiarity around, especially in spring training with some bodies. Now, of course, the Hall of Famers aren't around like they were when he was in camp, but you're still going to get guys like Will Clark, JT Snow, even Barry Bonds, I'm sure, is going to get down there. And I think that was always a part of the things with San Francisco, that mystique of just being able to go to spring training and have Willie Mays sit in the clubhouse, and you can sit down and have a great conversation and see him and just be in awe of that guy's presence. And I think there's a little bit of that coming back to the Giants. Like, he just wants some people around that have been in the fight, that have gone through these things and kind of understand what it is to play for that city, what it is to wear the orange and black. And I think that there's going to be pretty much a message of unity, and how we're going to get places together would be my idea of what kind of sell he had going with the team. So it's going to be something like that. Like, it's not so much about how you spend it monetarily; it's how you spend it with the guys in the room. And I think that's what he's really going to harpen back to. And I'm excited to see what that looks like here with the game starting in a week or so.
And with that, how important is it to have an OG or an older player as the president of baseball ops there to help younger players?
I think it matters a lot, to be honest with you. Even spring training, when you're there, it's such a long time to kind of sit around. I mean, I know they get in and out when you get down to it. It's you start at 9-ish, and most of the guys are done about 12 or 1 o'clock. But during that time, there's a good amount of downtime, and it's nice to be able to have conversations with people that are not on the coaching staff all the time, that are not necessarily people that are going to be making decisions, personnel decisions. And it's nice to have that opportunity to go out there. And for me, it was great just because when I hit it, it was the right time with those Hall of Famers being around, and with those guys that, for me, Will Clark is a guy that I always watched growing up. I was a left-handed swinging first baseman, and I always kind of just appreciated his style and his game. And I think when you can have those conversations and have more people kind of maybe understand the positions that you're in, and when you want to feel vulnerable and ask a question, that you're asking a question of the person that's gone through that fight. Now, some people have been more successful than others, but I think that's why Buster also broke up the groups that are coming in. Not everyone that's coming in had it wasn't linear, their career. They had a little bit of obstacles to get through, and they were able to do that. And I think all those things will pay off. I mean, I think they're all value adds, and I think Buster's done a nice job of lining that up.
Javi Lopez joining us here on the River Islands guest line on Willard and Dibs, 95.7 The Game. Javi, here's something we've been tossing around with our listeners, and I wonder how you would answer it. How would you measure a successful season for the Giants this year?
Yeah, that's a great question. I think when you look at it on paper, you're looking at kind of the same roster you had last year. And so what does that look like, right? Last year you looked at it, and that was fourth place in the NL West, and that's a very competitive division. And, of course, if you want to say you can make a run at the Dodgers at the top, that'd be fantastic, right? But you can't predict that. A lot of things have to go right to make that happen. But I think for the Giants, there is still an opportunity even last year they had an opportunity to get into the postseason. Towards the end of the second half, it kind of got away from them. But it's a division that can crank out 3 playoff teams easy if they all kind of go where they're projected to go. And I think with the Giants, they're looking up. There's an opportunity when you look at their one-run games and the way they played the games last year. There's a couple, like every team is going to want some back. But I think they got to stay away from those bigger losing streaks. And I think when that happens, when you have a stable starting 5, and I think that is where Verlander's really going to pay off, and Webby has continued to kind of just grow and blossom as a leader. But, a lot's going to fall on Robbie Ray. I mean, that's an interesting one for me. I love his ability. I love his strikeout rate. I love what he's been able to do. He's won a Cy Young. He's done it before. But that's a key factor for me, and to see what kind of bounce back year you can get from Harrison. I mean, a lot of young guys in the pitching staff, not only in the rotation, but in the bullpen. But as far as your pitching's concerned, it's pretty locked in, which is a nice way to go into camp, knowing that you go into a series and you've got an opportunity to run 3 guys that can win you a ball game. I mean, that's a nice feeling to have. And it's just maybe making that turn. I could see a mid to upper 80s wins. Now, what does that put you in your division? We don't know. But, the Arizona Diamondbacks made great additions, and the Dodgers, of course, have done the same, and the Padres are still the Padres. They had the Dodgers on the brink last year. So you're definitely looking up, but I don't know what that really looks like. I would like to say that they're, battling for maybe one of those top spots in the West, but definitely battling for a playoff position would be a great 2025 outcome.
And is that the blueprint, Javi, in terms of what the Giants have to do, which is pitching and defense? Is that the best way for them to counteract what else is going on in the NL West?
I think that's the only way you can kind of look at it, to be honest with you. That's why I do think I'm anxious to get down to camp. I will be down there at the beginning of March, but the emphasis during the offseason when Buster took control was pitching and defense, getting back to the fundamentals. And he was really preaching fundamentals, not only at a big league level, but the minor league level. So it does make me wonder what kind of work they're putting in defensively. How many extra ground balls are they taking in the infield? It's nice to know that you have a solid left side of the infield and Adames and Chapman there. Right side, you got Fitzgerald, who's one of the better athletes I've ever seen, being able to just play second base, and he's definitely capable of doing that. Lamont, from everything I'm hearing so far, healthy legs, and that's the most important thing for any athlete. But the outfield situation, you're going to go with a young guy as your 4th, most likely. They didn't bring any 6-year free agent guys to make a run at the outfield positions, at least off the bench. So you're going to ask for Grant McCray to do something. You're going to check in on Luciano, see if he's going to be able to adapt to a corner spot in the outfield, give Ramos another look. So that's where I'm interested to see just how athletic they were able to become on the defensive side, because you're going to have to pitch and play defense. That's the recipe for that ballpark. But when you play in the West, like we talked about, those teams had some significant upgrades, and you're going to have that pitching and defense keep you in a ball game. So hopefully you can come up with a timely hit and get a victory out of it.
Javi Lopez is with us here on Willard and Dibbs in our Giants season preview. Javi, what's the right way for them to handle Bryce Eldridge this year?
Yeah, to see a kid at 19 years old be in his first big league camp is it's just amazing for me to just see that as a fan, let alone a guy that's put on the uniform. But to see a guy at 19 years old kind of fly through the system last year, get a taste of AAA, go down to the fall league, hit a little bit, and then finally shut it down. I don't even know if I bet you it wasn't probably till past Christmas time that he was able to finally just sit back and understand what happened. But I do think probably, if I was running this, let's probably get him some at-bats early in camp, kind of settle his nerves. And then you kind of want to see him just really hang out with the big league guys and kind of hopefully digging in and asking questions and getting into some BP groups with Lamont Wade Jr. or Yastrzemski if they're keeping the lefties together, or if you're working out with the infielders and maybe get Chappie and Adames and just kind of listen in and really ask those questions as to what it takes to get to this level, because he's going to play at this level, and it could be as soon as this year. And I wouldn't be surprised if that is what happens. But I think when you have a young prospect like that, get the at-bats early for him and kind of just try to get him settled in. And if he lasts through the first couple rounds, as they start sending guys down to minor league camp, great. But if not, I think you kind of slow play him as of right now, just because he is 19 years old. That's a lot to put on his shoulders. But that being said, I've never met the man, so I'm actually excited to actually, be able to have a conversation and see, because I hear nothing but great things about him, maturity level wise, and I think it's something that the Giants fans should be excited about.
Yeah, no doubt. And if you're Lamont and Wilmer and you see that he's coming, how much pressure does that put on you at first base, knowing that this guy is, trying to come and take your spot?
Well, I'd like to think that iron sharpens iron, right? You want to, if you're one of the dudes that you want to be out there and get the reps, then you're going to go out there and do the job, and it's not going to make them work any harder. I think these are both two quality individuals, great at bats. Wilmer, besides last year, he just had nagging injuries and he couldn't bounce back. But the year before, he was probably the best offensive threat that the Giants had. And when you look at Lamont Wade Jr., he's an on-base machine. He's able to do that, and if he gets his legs back and he's got that, then he's going to bring power as well. And we know that he can hit the long ball, and I think the Giants are looking forward to that. But I mean, these are all great bats, and I think I don't think they need any other motivation to get better and get the playing time. But if it takes a 19-year-old to push you, then so be it. But I think those guys are both great professionals when it comes to this game, and it's bats that like you mentioned, maybe they do lock it in a little bit more, but that's only to the Giants' benefit if that's the case.
Javi, I don't know who the starting right fielder is. I don't know if you know who the starting right fielder is, but if I asked you, who would you be most excited to learn is the starting right fielder once we get going a couple months into the season? And I gave you the names Yaz, McRae, Matos, Luciano. Who do you want to see go get that job?
I'd like to see, I think Yaz, the way he plays right field, defensively just gives him a leg up. Plus, he's a veteran. I think that would be the obvious choice. He's got the slow heartbeat, both defensively and offensively. Who I really want to see as an intriguing piece is Ramos for me. Excuse me. Ramos hit. He's always had the bat to ball skills. I think it was just everyone preaches that is so important, and he shows flashes of it. He shows the flashes of it, but then the confidence level, you can kind of just see it on his shoulder. Like when things are going great, he's high-fiving. This guy was one of the best players for a month in the big leagues. He was able to do the things. I just want to see consistency out of him, because if he's right, he can hit the ball into the gaps. He can run a little bit, and I think that is an intriguing piece. He had a great winter ball. He hit over 300. He hit double-digit homers, and that's a great springboard going into spring training, that when you have that in your back pocket just a couple months ago, you're dominating winter ball. I think that's so intriguing for me, because he's still such a young talent, and I think as you're seeing the Giants shift to this younger wave, that this is one of the guys that they really are wanting to lean on looking in the future.
When you look at 162 games, and there's been some speculation about Patrick Bailey and his ability to be in shape and make it the whole season, what's that like for a pitcher or a player to try to make it through 6 months and 162? And what does Patrick Bailey need to do to be that guy who can actually play 130 or more games?
Yeah, I will speak on the reliever side. 162 is a bunch of games. Now, I know my workload differed as my career went on, and then towards the end with the Giants, for sure, I was more of a lefty specialist, so the workload was less in a sense of innings, but higher in a sense of the volume of games pitched. So you do have to understand the recovery process. You do have to understand the preparation process, and I think that's where you want to lean on some of these veteran guys to try to help you with that. I think when you look at Patrick Bailey, I don't know, to be honest with you, who he's been able to have in his circle to kind of teach him the way, because Buster had went right into ownership and he kind of got out of it. Patrick Bailey was with Joey Bart, and you had Stephen Vogt, you had some older catchers. The Giants have had those throughout the year, and you had Kirk Casale, and I think they can offer some great advice now. Whether Patrick had those conversations, I don't know, but I think when you look at him and you look at the way he came into camp last year, he came in heavier because he knew he was going to burn off a lot of that weight. Catching every day, you're losing tons of water weight. But I think when you look at what he was able to do in the first half, you know that the talent's there. I mean, this guy was a fringy all-star pick for a little while, and then the second half really got away from him. So I think when you look at what he wants to do, it's continue to cultivate those conversations with the pitching staff, because he needs to be on the same page. Runs will be at a premium. Hopefully they're not. Hopefully they bang and they're winning by 10 runs. But just from covering the Giants and playing as a Giant, those games are very few and far between where you're just smashing and beating out these other teams. So it's going to come down to pitching. The defense has been there for him, right? He's a catch and throw guy, but he's able to make things like if he can get going offensively, that gives you a switch hitting threat towards probably the middle of your order, I'd say, maybe even down a few spots. And I think that's where it's going to come down to, is that he just needs to have consistency. And what that takes is really the repetitions, both in the training room and in the weight room, and all the things, taking care of your body, eating the right things. And those are all, that's easy for me to say because I'm not a catcher, but, watching Buster do it for so long, it's a grind. You have to have an outlet, but I feel that the kid is still a kid. I still call him a kid. I mean, I still think there's so much upside. It's just going to be Patrick Bailey having those conversations with some veterans. And Murphy's a veteran, and they brought in Max Stassi, and they have a couple others in there that you can have those conversations with. And I hope that those guys pour into him, because he's a key piece to these Giants.
Good on you, Javi. Here we go, man. Season's about to get going. I know we'll be talking to you a lot more, which we're looking forward to. Thanks so much, man.
Hey, anytime. I appreciate you having me, and enjoy the Bay. I'm excited.
We'll see you soon. All right, there he is.
Yep. Javi
Lopez right here, our Giants season preview. And just kind of circling back to what I said off of the top of the show, this is no fan's fault. It's not my fault, not your fault, nobody's fault. It's the Giants' fault. But, this is one place I'm sort of putting my focus this year, because I am so turned off by this idea. And you heard, we asked Javi there. I asked Will Clark if he thought that the Giants fans had a confidence problem. And he was kind of like, I don't know how to speak for the fans, but the bottom line is whether it's the Dodger thing or whether it's even just been the style of roster construction and play that the Giants have put out there, it kills me that so many people, if you're not into baseball or if you're predicting that they're not going to be good, that's all fine. But it kills me that so many people just look at it right now as a fait accompli. There's no chance. This just is not where is kind of that preseason competitive fight that I feel like any fan should have is really hard for us to access right now.
And I think that if you want to access it, it's a bit of a leap, because you look at the Vegas total and it's at 80.5. So Vegas is telling you that they're going to be just like last year, 80 and 82, 81 and 81. And if you look at the roster and you look at bright spots and other things that could be good, if you want to do the best case, worst case scenario, and I do this every year with every team, and best case, Jung-Hoo comes back healthy and he is what we thought that he was. Your left side of the infield is great. Patrick Bailey is in shape. First base is serviceable until Eldridge gets here, and you have enough thump in the outfield, and your pitching staff is as good as advertised. 91 wins, 91 and 71. I think that's possible, but the worst case scenario is Bryce is not ready. First base continues to be a quagmire. You have a couple of pitching injuries. Pat Bailey plays like he did the last 2 months of the year, and I just looked at his numbers. His OPS,
it was unbelievable.
His OPS in August and September was 429. That's his OPS.
Right.
And he had one home run, and he was tired, and Mike Krukow said that he was out of shape and all the rest of it. So if you want to look at best case, worst case, 91, 75. Like, where do they fall in between?
Yeah.
I think it's easier to think about them being like they were last year, which is, in the mix, kind of.
Yuck.
I don't want that,
Yuck.
Mark. I'm with you.
Yuck.
I'm a Giants fan.
I'm telling you, 500 teams will make you absolutely want to punch a TV. That's what they'll do.
Yep.
And here's a comp to the Warriors. And Grandy brought this up before the show, and I think it's a fair thing. Like, we're looking right now, all of a sudden the Warriors are going to win it all. Why? So it was Jimmy Butler.
Yep.
Jimmy Butler's here. So, like, well, okay, so they played 4 games. So do you actually have a rational take as to why?
No.
Right. Okay, so same thing here. Are the Giants better this year? Well, yeah. Why? Because Buster's running it. Well, what the hell does that even mean? Like, Buster wears a suit now to work. That probably sometimes a hoodie.
Right.
But like that's Buster not getting any home runs this year. So he sort of asked that question of like, if there's any newfound optimism, is it actually based on baseball moves that have been made? Or is it the anybody but Farhan dynamic?
Yeah.
That is, at minimum, in play.
It's in play.
It's definitely in play for some
people. Well, I do
people.
think that emotionally it's a lift. And I want to, quote my 81-year-old father-in-law who talked a lot about Farhan and, the fact that, when they got rid of him, they cut off the head of the snake was his takeaway. And it's like, okay, so you cut off the head of the snake. Now what do we have? We got a bunch of snake skin and a slithering snake that needs a head.
I mean, you're like, we got rid of Farhan, and Flores and Wade are still platooning at first base.
Right.
They're still there.
Yeah.
Yaz is still in right field.
And your lineup is still woefully, insufficient to what the Dodgers have. And I know that's on paper.
Yeah, and everybody is when compared to the Dodgers. I don't know if Ramos plays like he did last year, if Jung-Hoo Lee, who I actually don't even think is going to lead off, he may actually bat third. We'll see. But, I mean, if he's a player that he sort of looked like he might be, there's a bunch of ifs. But the Giants might actually have a middle of the order.
No doubt.
For the first time in 3 years.
With Adames and Chapman.
Yes.
And
correct.
I mean.
Correct.
Ramos.
Ramos.
Right.
Yeah.
Sure. And I do like Jung-Hoo Lee leading off, but, we have a long way to go until opening day. But I do think that this is the time where you can be hopeful. And if we talk about a path for the Warriors, for me, the path with the Giants has to do with the starting pitching.
Well, it almost always does. Yeah,
right. But
I agree with
if
that.
Verlander can turn back time and then the other guys can actually pitch well and be healthy, Robbie Ray, and you heard Javi Lopez talk about that.
He's a big one.
If he can make 32 starts and be Robbie Ray,
then
we got action.
Yeah, then you're cooking.
Yes.
Yeah, we're brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. Speaking of Jimmy Butler, if you did not hear what he said in Dubai, apparently this man really gets about the country, around the world, in fact. If you did not hear what he said in Dubai, you're going to want to hear this. We'll get your reaction to it at 888-957-9570 on Willard and Dibs.
Right now at Verizon, you can get one.
Back to Willard and Dibs.
It's a great question.
Wow, that's a great question. That's a great question.
That's a great question.
And that's a great question.
On 95.7 The Game.
Well, now I'm hot.
What happened?
I got another one. Javi Lopez. It's a great question. It's 2 days in a row.
Yeah. You were due.
Yep.
And it's good.
And now we're paying it off.
Yeah, and
we're going to see if I can get Steve Kerr to say it tomorrow.
The only questions I'm asking are stupid ones. And like tomorrow, hey, Steve, did you ever play center in the CYO? Stupid Dibley. I need to raise my game. I'll admit it. I got my hand up to the scorer's table. That one's on me. No, you don't. No, you don't.
No, you don't. No, you don't.
That would be funny if you asked Steve Kerr if he's ever played center
and
before.
Just play that again. Play the no, you don't again.
No, you don't. No, you don't.
So when I have my low moments, and yes, today with the Will Clark.
That was not a low moment.
When I have moments that maybe aren't at my best.
This is a
What does my partner do?
Laugh.
Grandy?
Yeah.
Yeah, you laugh.
That was a total misrepresentation.
No, you don't. No, you don't.
Hey, Will, did you ever play third base?
This is a complete misrepresentation sensation. That was not a low moment for you. You literally led him down the road to water and he drank. You said it was complete because people don't know.
Will or Steve?
Kerr. You're like, now, Steve, and you were all sarcastic.
Dude, Steve, I got your back.
You know that I got your back. You led him to that. It was very funny. I will not apologize for laughing on this show.
No one has been a bigger defender of Steve Kerr than yours truly. Okay?
That's a bunch of balls.
And we could talk about what just took place during the break as a great example of who's got Steve's back.
Well, I tell you, exactly.
You're welcome.
Exactly.
Steve, I got you, Steve.
Tune in tomorrow for the last question that Dan Dibley will ever ask in his radio career.
Yeah. Well,
might want to run that one by the editors, buddy.
If I win the lottery tonight or tomorrow, that's going to get asked. It won't.
The reason it came up,
Steve.
And we are
you don't. No, you don't.
We're going to do our complete, and I don't want to call it mid-season because we're way past the midpoint.
Right.
We're just going to completely dive in to the stretch run of the Golden State Warriors all day tomorrow. And that's going to include Steve Kerr. It's going to include Bob Fitzgerald. It's going to include Chris Broussard, who we haven't gotten a chance to talk to in a while. So from the floor to the ceiling, we got that tomorrow.
To the window, to the wall.
To the wall, yeah. And one of the things that we've been talking about, I was already excited to dive in on this, but I really want to dive in as much as possible tonight before we talk to Steve tomorrow, is to check out portions as much as I can of this Court of Gold documentary that just landed this week on Netflix. And it is about the Team USA's gold medal victory in the Olympics. And there's a clip that's running around online right now. And we have no issue sharing it with you right now because I had told you about it earlier, but I didn't have the direct quote. And then it just came across our feed again. It is unbelievable. They've got the guys all mic'd up. So you get a mic'd up moment after Steph wins that gold medal and he's coming off the court and he and Steve Kerr embrace. There's a hug there and it's as loud as can be, but they're mic'd up. So you get the mic'd up what Steve Kerr whispers into Steph Curry's ear as that gold medal had been achieved. And he literally says to him, essentially, and I'm going to paraphrase just a little bit, but it's, oh my God, I am so bleeping lucky to be a part of your life. And then they almost kind of like there's an exchange and he's about to walk away and he re-embraces again. And he goes, you're the finest human being I've ever met in my entire life. And I mean that. Steve Kerr says that to Steph Curry in France.
Yep.
Wow.
Yeah, wow.
I mean, these two people, and all the people Steve Kerr has encountered and met through the years. Like, that was what he said to Steph Curry.
And what's cool is before he brings it back in, Steph just says, thanks, coach. And it's a heartfelt, like, thank you, coach. Like,
thanks.
Yeah. And in that moment, Steph had just not only saved the team and saved the gold, but saved Steve Kerr from a certain amount of criticism, because if you're the USA basketball team, you win gold. And when you don't win gold, it's an absolute outrage. And, when you don't win gold, it's either because 1972, you get cheated by Russian refs, or it's I guess it would have been 96 or 00 when we went back to not having the dream team, and then we had to bring out the redeem team.
Yep.
And then even since then, the world has caught up to us. And you watch these Olympics, and, everyone wants to remember Steph and talk about, if Steph can play like he did in the Olympics, then we're going to be fine. Well, Steph had 2 good games in the Olympics. If you watched all the Olympics, he wasn't very good until he got to the semis. And then in the finals, if you watch him against South Sudan, where the U.S. barely won a game that was like a 1 or 2 point game, he was bad. They all were bad.
Yep.
And I'm sure this will show up in the doc.
Yeah, no doubt. So we're going to
6
dive
episodes,
in on
by the way.
I'm still struck, though, and this is relevant to the conversation we're having now. And you Warrior fans, 888-957-9570, let's start talking this out. Because I was struck over the summer that even today, and I know this isn't a perfect comp because a lot of stars were playing for different countries, and this is just one little tournament, and it's not an 82-game schedule and all of that. But very, very struck that in the midst of everything going on at age 37 and at age 40, because I'm going to put LeBron in this too. Yes, they're still the faces of the NBA, but guess what else they are? They are still, to this day, when on the court with all of the other greats of the game, they're the alphas. They're the dogs. When we got to the end of that game against France, Kevin Durant was open, and LeBron James was open, and Steph Curry was not. And they went to Steph. They went to Steph Curry up against a double team when 2 of the best 15 players who have ever lived were standing open on the other side of the court. And what did Steph do? He decided to break those 2 defenders down and have a falling away well behind the 3-point line shot that went in so he could do the longest night-night that he's ever done before. That's relevant to the Golden State Warriors now, I think. Because if we're really going to do this, if we're all going to dream together, Jimmy Butler's here, and now the Warriors are supposedly contenders again. Well, if that's true, then you better also believe that Steph Curry is still one of the very best players in the game. And it's easy to say, well, of course he is, Mark. No. I mean right now. Right now. Like, do you believe that Steph Curry, this moment, is a top 3 player in the NBA?
Well, I mean, top 3, no.
No?
No.
Who would you pick, by the way?
I would take Jokic.
Jokic is going to be the first name that comes
Giannis.
up.
I would take Shai Gilgeous-Alexander.
Interesting.
And, like, even if you want to just forget the top whatever, can Steph be a player who can take over a game? Yes, he can.
Yes.
And LeBron can, and KD can, and Shea can, and Edwards can, and, I mean, even Ja can. Like, all these players, if you want to look at, can X player take over a game? Can Jason Tatum take over a game? Of course he can. And if he doesn't, well, they got Jalen, and they've got, Porzingis, and they've got Holiday, and they've got other guys who can help in case that player can't take over a game. My only question is, can Steph do it often enough in a series to where they can actually get that done? And that's where the Jimmy Butler signing makes it a little bit easier, because if Steph has a game where he's not going to take it over, and if you look at his game log this year, it's a thing where he has a great game and maybe another great game and then another game that's okay and another game that's maybe not great. He's not doing it as often as he used to do it, and that's fine. He's almost 37. He'll be 37 in a matter of a couple of weeks. And so can he still do it? Yes, but he can't do it night in and night out anymore.
Well, here's the thing, though. I think sometimes we do fall into the trap of when I say, best player in the league, we're going to immediately go, at least to some degree, to stats. And like Giannis, for example, you brought up his name, and I bet a lot of people would if I said, okay, give me the top 3 players in the NBA. And Giannis's name is going to come up. But how are we doing with Giannis in the playoffs recently? How are we doing? How's it going?
Yeah, not great.
Not good. Not good. And how's his health going? How's his team doing? They're very mediocre.
Yeah, it's the regular season.
It is, but they're very unimpressive now for an extended period of time. And I'm not here to bleep on Giannis. That's not what I'm doing right now. My point is that I don't think who's the best or who's having the most impact always lies in stats and shooting percentages and things like that. I think of it more about, like, what does a defense do when that person crosses half court? And I can tell you this from watching a lot of NBA. There's a number of players this year who really, of course, gather that focus of a defense, but there's nobody. I mean, I guess maybe Jokic, but nobody is more the center focus of the defense than Steph Curry is. And I know part of that is because they have
lot of it. Yeah,
part of it is because they have not really given another option to the defense. I understand that. But my point is I do think that Steph is higher up on this list than we think, because he is still dominating the brains of opposing defenses at the highest of levels.
And I do think a lot of that, though, is because they haven't had anybody else to help him out offensively. So if you're a defense and you're facing a Jimmy Butler-less Golden State Warriors and Kuminga's not playing, then you're thinking, okay, all right, Wiggins, we dare you to go out there and shoot the ball 27 times and score 40. You won't. And then Kevon, GP2, TJD, Draymond. We could name all the names, and I'm not trying to shade these people, but without Jimmy Butler, the Warriors are easy to guard when you don't have another option. And so if you're guarding the Warriors and you've got Steph and no Jimmy Butler, it's like, okay, we're going to double him all day, and we're going to make all the rest of these guys beat us, and they most likely won't unless somebody goes on a full-on heater, especially without Kuminga.
But even with Jimmy on the court, and Jimmy has talked about this already, even with him on the court, I still think if you rank this based on how obsessed is the defense with that one guy, I do think Steph is still top 3. I absolutely do. I think it's Steph, I think it's Jokic, and I think it's probably LeBron. I look at a guy like Jason Tatum. His stats are way better than Steph Curry's in terms of scoring and all that stuff. But if I'm battling Boston, the problem I have is the way that they surround the court with unbelievable three-point shooters.
Everybody.
And the ball just flies around, and somebody's going to get a really good look. And that person's going to have a really good shot at knocking it down. You know what I mean? Like someone like Derek White, is just a thorn in people's side.
And Porzingis, and you've got Jaylen Brown, and you've got Holiday, and you've got a whole cadre of other people. So this, for me, becomes a little bit like the quarterback discussion. Like, is Brock Purdy a top 5 quarterback? Well, when he's got a lot of talent around him, yes. And when he doesn't, he's not. And so Steph Curry by himself, is he still a top 3 player in the association individually? Well, yeah. But if you're going against Steph Curry and you don't have any other help, then he becomes much more guardable. And I'm just looking at his 4 games since they've had Jimmy Butler. They're 3-1, and he is a positive in the plus minus. His shots are down. His percentages are up. His efficiency is up because now he doesn't have to do all the heavy lifting anymore.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low-rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. All right, we're going to go to the calls here in just a sec. 888-957-9570. We had referenced a few times what Jimmy Butler said in Dubai. This is from Virgin Radio in Dubai. Okay, check this out now. I think there are a few things to take from this conversation with Jimmy Butler.
My pocket's going to feel it from the taxes, but, the taxes were great in Miami. But I'm so happy over there. Organization's top notch. Obviously, I get to play with Steph, so I'm a fan of him just like 99.9% of the world. And, a chance of winning the championship. What more can you ask for? And Draymond's on the team. Me and Draymond get along quite well. Play a lot of dominoes.
Yeah, fun. It feels like, I feel like he's fun as well.
Oh, he's the best. And you don't realize how great he is until you actually get on his team and how smart and how he'll do anything to win. And I respect that the most out of anything. It's all about winning all the time with that dude. I'm learning.
Okay, so that's Jimmy Butler on Virgin Radio in Dubai, and I have a few observations. The first one that comes up, and I totally understand the honeymoon period, but the first one that comes up, remember what we were all told about Jimmy Butler for weeks leading up to the trade deadline? We had malcontent, okay? We had a report. Jimmy Butler refuses to sign an extension with the Warriors. We had a report that Steph Curry and Steve Kerr were both very concerned about his locker room fit. And then we get this 40-second clip. And I swear to you, it sounds to me like Jimmy Butler's never been happier in his life. I know, 2 weeks. I get it. But at the same time, I don't see how some of those reports that we got 2 weeks ago fit with this. There's no way that all of this was true. And I believe that when you're truly happy in your surroundings, my God, you can move mountains. And he needs to. This is a mountain.
Yeah.
This is a big mountain. But if I'm going to believe in anything this year with the Golden State Warriors, it starts with that. It starts with that level of contentment with the people who are playing.
But we've heard from many people that this is what he does. And our very own cousin Nick Friedell, who is joining Joe Spadoni in the morning all week. Don't miss the morning roast with Spadoni and Friedell. He told us that this is what Jimmy does. Early on in his stint, he's going to be very happy and everything's both hunky and dory. And there's no problem. And right now you're 3-1 through 4 games and there's no real issue. So, of course, he's going to be like this. And I'm not trying to be a dismisser or be skeptical about the future because maybe this is the right fit for Jimmy. He's got a high IQ guy in Draymond and a competitor in Draymond who matches him, and he's got one of the best players in the history of the game who helps make him better. So perhaps this situation is going to be different and better than any other one, but we do know that when Jimmy goes to a new team, this is normally the arc of what happens. It's super blissful, it's great, it's wonderful, and then you get to a point where things aren't necessarily as good.
Yeah, I mean, that has been his history some of the time, not all of the time. But at minimum, like this report, Jimmy Butler refuses to sign an extension with the Warriors. Well,
yeah.
No.
Well, until they give him $112 million.
Wrong.
Right.
Well, I mean, that's what the extension was always going to be.
I don't know if that's the case.
I mean, it was, you know what I mean? Like, in other words, whatever the window is for Jimmy Butler, it's somewhere in that neighborhood. That's like doing the Brock Purdy thing now. Is it going to be 60?
You're going to give him $35 million a year, Mark.
I don't know. I don't know if it's going to be 60. It's going to be 58. I don't know. It doesn't matter. It's going to be big. It's going to be a big, old, stinking contract. Same thing for Jimmy. If anybody's going to give it to him, it's going to be big. Right?
Right. Then why would he say he didn't want to sign an extension with the Warriors?
I don't believe that he did.
Right. Well, that was the report.
Right.
So wherever that came from, and we are conditioned to believe reports that come out.
Right. Except for reports are often agents trying to twist things a certain way. I have no doubt that Jimmy did want to go to Phoenix. I'm sure he did. And so that report probably was messaging to the Miami Heat, like, don't you trade me to Golden State. we're not doing that. And so you're letting Golden State know. Don't acquire me.
Right.
I'm not assigning anything. And then, of course, you get to a point where it's like, well, Phoenix is off the table.
Yeah, you got one option.
Yeah.
And it's Golden State.
So, yes, I will sign an extension with Golden
State.
For
$112 million.
Yeah,
so,
exactly right.
And that's fine. And I do think that is a big part of why he won't be disgruntled, because I think, and I don't know Jimmy Butler, I've never talked to him myself, but for me, this whole thing with Miami was about money. Miami is a winning organization, the Heat culture, and it's a structure where you have maybe the second longest tenured coach in the association behind Popovich. So it's a culture that has been used to winning, and you've been able to win there, and you butt heads with Pat Riley over money. So once it became clear you could get your money here, now it's easy to be like, okay, I got 2.5 years with Draymond, who's a fighter and a winner, and Steph Curry, who's one of the best ever. So it's a little bit easier now to be happy in your situation.
I acknowledge for sure. And there's more to say on that clip. We'll get back to it in a second. Want to go to the phones. Larry and Lafayette on Willard and Dibs. Hi, Larry. Thanks for calling.
Well, thanks for taking the call. I think you guys are right on track with what I'm feeling. I do think Jimmy Butler is seeing things as peachy and keen to go along with hunky and dory.
Thank you.
And I am very worried. I'm very worried that he'll turn in a year or two. But it's a short-term experiment. He is going to help Steph get a little less attention on D. And I agree, by the way, Steph he's a multi-generational talent. We haven't had anybody close since Rick Barry, and I would argue that Steph is even better. And I put him top 3 all time. So I don't see Bron as being as good because he's not bringing his teammates along anymore the way he used to. And, Luka, we know he's got his defensive limitations. I don't think there are many people I would choose for the next 2 years to captain my team other than Steph Curry.
Hey, Larry, can I ask you a question?
Top 3 all time, Larry?
Oh.
I mean,
it's not crazy.
It's crazy.
It's not. It's
top
really
3
not.
all time.
I mean, he's like
that's bananas.
You can do anything you want with the whole top 3, top 6, top 10. Like, he is absolutely. First of all, there's no doubt he's top 10. So to me, if someone's top 10, if you want to make him your top 3, like most people will have Michael and LeBron and then pick a third. You can make the case if you want.
I can pick 7, and then he might be in that group of 7. And maybe it's because I'm a little bit older and I've seen, basketball going back to the early days of, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar and Magic and Wilt and all the rest of it.
I don't want to paint with a broad brush and judge here, but Larry does not sound to be 20 years old. Larry, how old are you?
He's 61.
I am 72 years old.
Yeah, there you go.
I've watched everybody.
He's seen a minute.
Yeah. Here's the deal. Only Steph Curry changed the game. Although I should say that Kareem changed the game. There was a time when the NBA outlawed dunking. Okay, but Steph
and that was actually Wilt Chamberlain who made them outlaw dunking, but go ahead.
Well, it was a little bit of it. Was all at the same time because Wilt was dunking for quite a while in the NBA until we had too many guys doing it. And, but I actually, I'm just happy that we got one, that somebody came in and gave us 12 years of excellence and promised us in 2009 they were going to finish this or figure this out on a tweet and then went and did it. And that's why I put him up as high as I do, because he came from nothing at this franchise. LeBron has moved around and cherry-picked his teams. Even Kevin Durant, since the Warriors, has moved around to 2 or 3 super teams, and they just haven't worked out. Steph has found a way to win every time he's been presented with a team that can come close.
Larry, thanks. Really appreciate the call. I was, those lists. I mean, like, it just becomes kind of what inspires you. And I don't think it's crazy at all to think about the fact that, like, Steph Curry has inspired enough people to start putting him on top 5 lists. I don't think that's crazy. I really don't.
Yeah, I mean, you can put him wherever you want to put him. And, I think if you go outside the market and you go to, people who've been watching the association for a long time, I don't think that you would have a lot of people putting him in the top 5.
Where do you see, like, I've watched a lot of clips of this Court of Gold. Where do you see what some of the players say about Steph Curry? I mean, you're
some of his teammates
and opponents. Like, I mean,
Nick, other 24-year-olds.
No, like Nick Batum, for example.
Oh yeah,
like he sounds like, forget Michael and LeBron.
Right,
Steph. That's the best player who's ever lived.
I'm watching the final 4 minutes of the gold medal game.
Yeah.
And, Nick, you're going to think that because he put one in your eye.
He sure did.
And he stuck one to Yabusele. Because you know what? If you can score on Yabusele, then you got to be top 3 all time.
I'm not going to let you diminish this. Warrior Wednesday.
Just watch the game.
It's brought to you by Freedman's Appliance. Come see their full selection of in-stock luxury appliances and live working vignettes. Visit Freeman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill today. All right, there's more to say, though, about the Jimmy Butler thing. First of all, I completely disagree that this guy's going to go sideways. I have less than zero concern about Jimmy becoming a malcontent. That's number one. But number two, the fact that since his arrival, he now becomes the second Warrior star to already start talking about a championship. How does that land with your Warrior fans? It's a little quick. 888-957-9570. We will take your Warrior calls starting now on Willard and Dibs.
And it's Dan Dibley here to talk about my weight loss journey, which is now coming up on a year, and it's great, and it works.
iPhone 16 Pro.
Dub Nation, it's Steve Kerr. You're listening to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Coach, we'll talk to you tomorrow.
Yeah, can't wait.
5 o'clock, Lucas, is that right? Is that what we're doing? Steve Kerr, 5 o'clock tomorrow.
Fresh off the golf course.
Right. We'll ask him.
Yeah. Although he's probably back by tomorrow, right?
I would think he's back now. Or tonight at some point. Practice tomorrow.
Tomorrow, yeah.
Right. They might have practice today, for all I know.
Maybe. They should.
Know. I mean, got a game here in 48 hours.
Yeah, good point. I mean, is Jimmy Butler back from Dubai? We know he was live in Dubai.
No, he was not live.
He was on the Silly podcast or whatever it was.
Yes, I don't think that happened. I mean, maybe he went out there for the All-Star break. I don't know. Maybe. I don't know when that was recorded. He was there. It was not like over the phone. So I don't know when he recorded it.
Well, if you are...
It obviously was somewhat recent. It was since he joined the Warriors, so maybe he did go out there for last week. It must have been. I don't know.
And if you're Jimmy Butler and you have as much money as Jimmy probably does, I don't know his finances by rote.
They're good.
Probably.
Yeah,
when you're
good.
Making that kind of money and you have a game that ends, you can just jump on a private.
For sure.
And be in Dubai and spend, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and Monday. And you could Dubai it up. You could Dubai your way there and, sleep on the plane on your way back and be ready to go.
Yeah. But I do, I would think that Golden State Warriors personnel are back in the Bay tonight. That'd be my guess.
Okay. With a game Friday.
Yeah. Okay. Right? Maybe we're going to get a game coming up. Hey, can I throw these randomness? Quotes from the internet.
Please.
Well, we should almost do this every day. Quotes from the internet.
I like it.
I just want to throw some things at you that I like. Because we sit here during the breaks and I'm scrolling and I see stuff that's interesting that I want to throw at you. Paul George, quote, he's talking about the Lakers. I think it's going to work. Thank God the Mark Williams bleep didn't go through. Good luck in the West. It's going to be a nightmare when you play the Lakers, end quote.
Wow. I mean, how badly do you want to go across town and be a Laker, Paul? Like, how thirsty are you?
Well, I mean, that was actually a rumor years ago that he was going to be. He was the biggest #future Laker.
Yeah.
Laker fans were like, oh, and he grew up in L.A. And then it finally got to the point where it was like, actually, he grew up a Clipper fan. And then he played for the Clippers. And now he is on the Joel Embiid plan of playing some Sixers games.
Right.
Yeah.
Didn't he grow up in Palmdale?
Something like, yeah, like down southeast of LA, but Southern California.
If you ever get a chance, and we should reach out to this man, Kerry Keating, friend of the station, friend of the program. Ask Kerry sometime about recruiting Paul George. I believe Kerry was an assistant at Pepperdine at the time, and he tells a great story. I can't remember if it's on the air or just off the air about the recruitment of Paul George to Pepperdine and how he wound up in Fresno State. Fascinating story.
I mean, but if I listen to this, are we sleeping on that team when it comes to handicapping the Western Conference?
I'm not. I think that they're very dangerous. And we talked about it yesterday. If the Warriors do make it into the offs, as we like to call it, shout out Guru in the offs, I don't want to face OKC or Denver or the Lakers. I'd rather face Memphis, Houston, even the Clippers because,
I think I'd rather face Oklahoma City than the Lakers.
Interesting. Yeah.
I really do.
Well, and we talked yesterday about, who are the most unguardable players for the Warriors when you get into the playoffs, and LeBron is very tough for everyone.
So's Luka.
Luka has been a problem. So if you want to list, the top 5 most unguardable guys in the West, I think you'd say Shea would be one of them. And you could put Jokic, even though Draymond has been not a Jokic stopper, but he's been a Jokic slower.
Well, Jokic is he's Jokic.
He is.
This is an unguardable human being.
Correct. So you would go Shea, Jokic, LeBron, and Luka would be 4 of the top 5, and Steph might be the other one.
For a moment, I thought the Lakers might be an easier matchup for the Warriors because Anthony Davis was always the guy that the Warriors had a hard time with.
Yeah.
But he guards himself by leaving in the second quarter of too many basketball games.
That's true. That's a good way to put it.
All right, before we get back to the Jimmy thing, this is baseball related. I just saw Jeff Passan say this. And I just, bless you, Jeff. Thank you. And baseball, wake up. This is the problem. Too many people are talking about what the Dodgers have done and sounding like they're whining and complaining. The Dodgers, they got all the money. And I keep saying, like, what you're actually mad about is either that your team's not doing it, or you're mad at baseball for leaving the door open for a team to do this. I'm not mad at the Dodgers, but there's no way around this dynamic. You can sit here, Dodger fan, till you're blue in the face, talking about how it's legal, they did it, it's within the rules. Sure, not the point. Listen to Passan. This is the point, I think. Quote, what the Dodgers are doing is within the constraints of the collective bargaining agreement. But it's really the feeling of not being able to compete that's harming these teams and harming fan bases more than anything, end quote.
Yeah,
that's what I want everyone to understand. Does not matter if what the Dodgers are doing is legal or cool or awesome or fair. It doesn't matter. The bottom line is you have left your fan bases across the country going, well, it's February, and that's the end of that. You can't do that.
Well, they've been doing it now for the better part of, 50 years for most fan bases. The reason why it's now a thing is because it's affecting big market fan bases like the one we have here, the Giants, where now you're a Giants fan and you're thinking, geez, we can't compete with that. And in the past, that feeling was left for Tampa, Minnesota, Detroit, Kansas City, and all of the other small market teams, Seattle and Oakland. Oakland's not small market, they're just small-minded, but you get the point. Good all line. The teams that refuse to spend or can't spend, they've all felt this forever. But now that it's affecting markets like ours, number 5 or number 6 market in the country, now it's a real thing.
The bottom line for me is this, and I'll disagree sort of with the way Will Clark said it earlier on our show. And if you missed the Will Clark interview, it was really fun, really good. Odyssey app, YouTube, check it out. But Will said it reminds me of the old Steinbrenner Yankee days. And so someone's been doing this off and on for a really long time in baseball. And I thought to myself, that's a little different. It's a little different. This is different than just, there's a big bad spender on the block. That's not what this is. It's the deferred payments. Like the salaries that the Dodgers are handing out, do understand, even they wouldn't be able to do it if they were actually paying guys their salaries this year. But they're not. They're not. They're taking out loans. They're paying people their contracts in the year 2052. That's what's different. And they've done it repeatedly. They've got in upwards of 7, 8, 9 players now on massive deferred payments that now total over $1 billion. And so that's the issue. We're not talking about, they're flexing their muscle. We're talking about the ability to bring in players and not pay them until they're 68 years old. That's the problem.
Yeah, agreed.
And this is the result. And I hope Major League Baseball hears it. Doesn't matter if it's fair or cool or whatever. The fan bases for other teams think this sucks, and that's going to affect your bottom line because they don't think their team has a chance, and that's going to make them go to the ballpark less.
Exactly, especially when you get to May and June, and you've got the Dodgers who are going to be 40-11, and the Yankees the same. And I just was struck by what Will said about the Steinbrenner Yankees, and I just went back to 1985, 40 years ago, and the total salary, and forget the numbers. For me, it's about the relativity where the Braves paid, their total payroll was $14.8 million. That was the top payroll in baseball, which now might get you a middle reliever, but that's not the point here. The difference between the number 1 payroll team and the number 30 payroll team, or 28 at the time, it was about 3 times. So Atlanta was 3 times greater than Seattle in terms of overall payroll. And this past year, the Mets paid $321 million, and last was Miami. They were 7.5 times bigger than Miami. So the numbers aren't the point, it's the disparity. And this year, the Dodgers, if you actually looked at what their real payroll would be, like you're saying, if they had to actually pay...
If you had to pay it.
If you had to actually pay it, the difference between them and the 32nd team would be about 8 or 9 times in a terms of disparity. And so that's where you get a lot of fans saying, well, what are we doing? Like, what's the point if you are Miami or Detroit or Kansas City or Tampa or Pittsburgh or all these other teams, Sacramento? It's hard for me to say that, but they're no longer Oakland. We don't want you, John Fisher.
Oh, my God.
You can go ahead and let the door hit you with a good Lord split you.
By the way, they're not even going to do that. They're not even going to do a, hey, how you doing to Sacramento. They're just the Athletics.
I thought they were going to be the Sacramento Athletics.
I don't think so.
Or I think some outlets were going to refer to them as such.
Outlets, but I don't think, you will not see that on their jersey.
Yeah.
They're just the Athletics.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which, and now they're finally spending because they left Oakland. I mean, I don't even want to open up that can.
It's so offensive.
The bigger point for me in what you're saying is the disparity.
Yeah.
So you've got 3 or 4 teams now that are going to spend more than $350 million on payroll, and you've got 5 or 6 teams that won't even sniff $100 million. And so those teams that won't pay for players, unless you hit on like 8 low-paid prospects, you've got no chance.
Yeah, it's brutal. It's absolutely brutal.
Stupid.
All right, back to Jimmy Butler and 888-957-9570. Okay, we talked about his happiness that you can hear in this quote, but let's rock this thing again so you can hear the other part of it. Again, this is from Virgin Radio in Dubai, Jimmy Butler.
My pocket's going to feel it from the taxes, but, the taxes were great in Miami. But I'm so happy over there. Organization's top notch. Obviously, I get to play with Steph, so I'm a fan of him just like 99.9% of the world. And, a chance of winning the championship. What more can you ask for? And Draymond's on the team. Me and Draymond get along quite well. Yeah. Play a lot of dominoes.
Yeah, fun. It feels like, I feel like he's fun as well.
Oh, he's the best. And you don't realize how great he is until you actually get on his team and how smart and how he'll do anything to win. And I respect that the most out of anything. It's all about winning all the time with that dude. I'm learning.
Okay. I love this. And but I also laugh at it at the same time. We've learned since LeBron James has come to the league that the way to do this is to pair up, see if you can even get 3, right? Whether that's LeBron and Wade and Bosh, or if it's going to be Garnett and Pierce and Ray Allen and whatever. If it's going to be Durant coming to the Warriors, for the first time in some time, it feels like Steph Curry has paired up. He's paired up with another true NBA 1 offensive dog. And so that's great. Yes, they've both had their 35th birthday, so we can tuck that into the conversation, but this whole thing is fascinating to me. They've played 4 games. 4 basketball games.
Yep.
Okay?
3-1.
We have, in 4 games, 2 references by star players to championships in very, very public formats already after 4 basketball games. I'm not mad at it. I'm not here to say that it's not possible or that there's not an avenue or all of these things. But I am here to say that this has to be on some level the honeymoon talking, right? And I do wonder, Warrior fans, how this grabs you, because we have gone from 2 weeks ago where my sort of straw poll is that most Warrior fans, self-included, were kind of down on this being the trade. Jimmy Butler, like a little bit down on it. Then he showed up, and everybody's playing very nice, and then you win a couple basketball games, and predictably, that gets a little bit more positive. But is it me, or have we gotten to the word championship a little quick? A little quick.
No, way too quick. Way too quick. You're the 10 seed. So right now, if the season ended today, which it doesn't, and I get that, but you'd have to win a play-in game to be the 8 seed
and
to go to OKC. Yeah. And so you'd have to beat them in a best of 7. And okay, fine. You do the first part of that, which is win 2 play-in games. And this organization has never won even 1 play-in game. I believe they are 0-3 in their history in play-in games, but Jimmy wasn't a part of that. So you're the 8 seed. Good job. You go to OKC. They are 25-3 at home this year. So you have to go to OKC and be one of the 3 teams that actually win a game in OKC. And I think the Warriors might be one of them. Didn't they win in OKC earlier this year?
I think they did.
But you have to go there and you have to beat OKC 4 out of 7 times. Okay, you do that, and you become one of the few 8 seeds to ever knock off a number 1. Now go beat either Memphis or Denver, and then go beat either the Lakers or Houston, and then go beat Boston. That's a big ask.
November 10th, they won by 11 at Oklahoma City. That was the game in which Chet Holmgren got hurt.
Yep.
And it moved the Warriors' record to 8-2 on the young season.
Okay. Since then, they've gone 20-25.
Correct.
And if you want to take out the Jimmy Butler games, they've been 17-24. And then they got Jimmy, they've gone 3-1.
3-1.
So after that win, they went 17-24 in half an NBA year. 41 games worth of basketball. You were basically not even Portland. You were Portland for the entire half of the year.
Portland can suddenly play. I don't know if anybody notices this stuff.
They're sneaky, yeah.
Well, I mean, if you actually look at what Portland has done the last month, you'll be stunned. You'll be stunned. If you know, and I know everybody watches NBA at a different level. Some not at all, some a ton, some only watch their team. The Portland Trail Blazers have now lost 3 games in a row, but prior to that, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. They won 10 of 11. Portland!
Yeah. Portland
won 10 of 11. So, yeah, man, they are sneaky. That's a good word.
Yeah.
They're young. They're young, and they're starting to figure a few things out.
Well, they're young, and they don't know better. Like, they're young, and they don't realize that they're not supposed to be only 2.5, 3.5 out of the 11 seed. And, I mean, they're 5 back of the 10, which is a lot, but Portland's not thinking, like, this season's over. They're not in tank mode. Like, Utah and the Pelicans, fine. You're done. You've got no chance. You're, like, Portland or Utah, rather, is 14.5 out of the 10 with 27 to go. You're done.
Actively trying to lose.
But Portland is thinking, all right, we got action.
Yeah, they'll turn a corner a little bit.
I think the Warriors have them 2 more times.
The Warriors, toward the end, I think you're right. The second to the last game of the year, April 11th.
Yep.
The Warriors will be in Portland, and Portland will be here on March 10th.
Okay. Yep.
They'll be here on March 10th. So,
yeah,
going to have to deal with Scoot now.
Well, all of a sudden, those are not like rubber stamp W's anymore.
No, they're not.
Yeah.
They're not. Although the Warriors, and this is to tuck this into our conversation, the Warriors have the easiest schedule of any team in the Western Conference. The rest of the
from
way.
here on out, yeah.
From here on out.
Okay.
So, for whatever it's worth, but I guess
for me, it's not worth a lot because what we've seen this year is they lose the games they should win, and they win the games we all think they won't win.
But hold on, Devil's Advocate. Who's they?
Well, the Warriors, but now you got Jimmy.
Yeah, those aren't.
You got Jimmy Butler.
That's not the Warriors anymore.
Well, he's him.
Well, so here's what I would have been comfortable with. This is how I'll say it. If everybody, the minute Jimmy got here and you see 4 games and they win 3 of them, and even the one that they lost, I remember the way I felt coming out of that was a great basketball game. It surprised everybody because Dallas was down so many people, but Kyrie was phenomenal. And I came in the next day and I'm like, doesn't concern me. It's frustrating, but it doesn't concern me. Even in the loss, you could see this is a better team than they were. So I'll grant you that. This is a better team. And I'll say what I've said all week, which is that I am very, very comfortable now that assuming health, this is a playoff team. This is a playoff team. It's wild to me how many people are using championship contention as a phrase right now when talking about Warrior basketball after 4 games. And, I heard Steiny and Guru earlier today talking about some hypotheticals, and Evan was weighing in. He's like, well, those are irrelevant because they're hypotheticals. And I'm like, well, hold on. Sure, they didn't happen. The Warriors, they are 3-1 with Jimmy Butler. So that's reality. But I do think we have to check ourselves and for instance, ask, how would you feel right now about the Warriors' outlook if they had lost that game in Houston last Thursday night? How would you feel?
Probably a little different. Not a lot different. Maybe a little different.
Would you?
Yeah.
I think people would feel way different.
Well, it depends on how you look at it because the Dallas game was one that they probably should have won. And yes, Kyrie went off and all the rest of it, but that's a game that you should have won. Dallas was undermanned, and you went in there against really Kyrie and Clay and not a whole lot else, and you lost.
On paper, you should win.
Right. And Houston, you should have lost. So for me, I look at those two and think you gave one away, you stole one, you went 3-1, so that's fine.
Why do you think they should have lost in Houston?
I think that Houston and Houston didn't really play all their guys the whole game, but I look at that being a second half of a back-to-back, and you've got an older team, and you're wrapping up a long road trip. That, for me, is one of those games that I would call a scheduled loss against a younger, more athletic, a defensive-minded team.
Yeah.
That's one that I would look at. And, if you want to play the schedule game the rest of the way.
No, they've handled Houston this year. They've handled them.
Yeah, I just didn't like the spot.
I hear you.
End of the first half.
Yeah, I hear you.
Second half of back-to-back, end of a road trip, and still trying to figure out, Jimmy Butler and making him fit and no Kuminga.
No, I get it.
I would have thought that game would have been one you lost.
Yep, I get it. But I like Houston, to me, especially having lost now 7 of 9 games.
Yep.
I think they built a record that was a little inflated. Like, they're good, but they're young. Again, like that's a team that all things being equal, I actually could make the case that the Warriors are better than Houston. I know their record is nowhere near as good.
Right.
But I like them against Houston. But anyway, my point is you get to the end of these 4 games and that's where my head goes. Like, I think the Warriors are a playoff team. But this was a real quick arrival at now we are championship contenders. And so we wonder where you're at on that. 888-957-9570. Did we get to this conversation a little bit quick? And do you feel like that word should be involved in Warrior basketball right now? We'll take your calls at 888-957-9570 right now on the Warriors and championship contention. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. Willard and Dibbs.
Xfinity here. How can we help?
Hi. My daughter invited her entire class to her birthday party. Can my Wi-Fi handle it?
Oh, well, at Xfinity, our latest gateways have tried.
Bay Area is Draymond Green. And you're listening to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
We'll go to the phones in a sec. You want to get talked into a bet?
I don't mean guru?
I don't mean between you and me.
No, you could try.
Intel.
Hey.
I got intel. Quote. Windhorse says that the NBA returns to action tonight. Did you know that?
The NBA?
Yeah. The National Basketball Association. The Lakers are hosting the Hornets.
Association.
Not supposed to be a game tonight, but this is a makeup, I think, of the game that got postponed because of the fires in Los Angeles.
Yep.
Right?
All right.
So remember the Lakers traded for Mark Williams.
Yeah.
Mark Williams.
Yeah.
Big guy.
Yeah. Mark with a K.
Right. John Sally. He knows how to spell it.
Yeah, exactly.
So anyway.
Some C.
He was traded to the Lakers. He was going to be their new center. A lot of people were worried about this because he's hurt a lot, but he's talented and he's huge. And this was the Dalton Connect trade. And Williams failed a physical, and it undid the deal. And so you heard Paul George a short time ago in a quote that we told you, said, thank God that fell through. Because he's like, the Lakers would be completely impossible with Mark Williams on the team. But they do not have Mark Williams. And apparently, Dibbs, the Hornets are upset. They are none too pleased that Mark Williams has been returned to their roster.
Right.
So,
as would I.
They are planning to unleash the beast on the Lakers tonight.
Mark Williams.
Mark Williams.
They're going to unleash Mark Williams.
Unleash the beast.
The man who failed a physical. They're going to unleash him on LA.
Correct. Because their point, I think, is to show Mark is not hurt. He should not have failed your physical. Watch how healthy he is. Brian Windhorse says this is a Mark Williams revenge game, and you can expect a, quote, huge diet of Mark Williams tonight against the short and tiny little Lakers.
Okay. Wow.
So go ahead and get into your underdog app.
Okay.
And apparently take the over on all things Mark Williams.
I love it.
Yeah.
Get it in.
There you have it.
Mark Williams. Let Mark eat. And eat he will.
We'll find out. Yeah.
I'm going to eat it.
That game's a couple hours away.
That one's a little bit curious to me that,
Which one?
The fact that he got traded and everything seemed fine and then he failed a physical.
Yeah.
And yet now he's able to go out there and play. Like what about his physical was not good where he just played, and I'm looking at his game log and he played 32 minutes on the third. He played 25 minutes on the fifth.
Well, it's up to the Laker team doctors.
Right.
They can fail him all they want. They can be based on something they see that they think is going to happen down the road.
I get it.
That's what the Giants did with Carlos Correa.
Right. Well, he had actual foot issues. He had previous injuries that maybe they thought were going to rear their ugly head.
I mean, the story goes that, yes, they thought that this was worrisome based on a 13-year contract. And then the Mets agreed. And then the Twins signed him and he played baseball.
Right.
Right away.
Yeah, and he did miss time that first year, and then last year I don't think he missed much time at all.
He missed time, but it wasn't
not
at the
different injury.
Yeah, it wasn't at the very beginning. So, like, to the point of like, can you fail a physical and then play right away? Yep, sure can.
Right.
So, anyway,
if I'm Charlotte, I would be mad too because for me, if I'm Charlotte and I can get Dalton Connect, I think he's a good young player, a guy who fits in the NBA, a guy who on the right team can go out there and get you 18 to 20 a night just by being a good shooter.
Yeah, absolutely. So I think that's why they're upset. So they're going to take it out on the Lakers.
Mark Williams revenge game.
Revenge game.
I love it.
And then here's the other thing about this that I just saw someone say that's kind of interesting with regard to what you're going to get is a full-bore LeBron and Luka pairing tonight. And they're saying, this is actually probably the first time in the career of LeBron James that the best defender on the other team will not be guarding him.
Wow.
It's kind of a scary way to look at it.
Totally, right?
Don't you think?
Yep.
I mean, he's brilliant. He's brilliant. And now the second best defender is going to face him.
Yeah. And I don't know. I mean, you talk about a 40-year-old LeBron and a 25-year-old Luka and what LeBron has become. He can still finish at the rim. He can post you up. He can do everything that he wants, but he's become a very good and most reliably three-point shooter. So now you got Luka who can get down there in the block with his ponderous back-to-the-basket, sort of slow dribble game, and you're going to go ahead and try and double him because you have to, and now you're going to leave LeBron open outside. LeBron's become a bit of a knockdown shooter from out there.
Said they're doing good this year. Yeah, absolutely. So I am really in on the dust settling in the Western Conference. And the Warriors are absolutely one of the flagship franchises of this conversation. So are the Lakers. Those are the two teams that I think people think have improved the most. The other teams that I have my eye on, though, are certainly, for instance, the Dallas Mavericks. What happens with them now with no Anthony Davis for a period of time? The first team the Warriors will see Friday night. The Sacramento Kings are another one as they try to figure out their wobbly season and do it without De'Aaron Fox. And then I also have eyes on the Phoenix Suns. Are they ever going to win a basketball game ever again? Like emotionally crumbling. So I know someone who works for the Suns who just made plans in May.
Oh, really? Not April?
Maybe.
I mean, that'd be aggressive.
Plans have been made in May.
Yeah.
Like,
I mean,
this person was not willing to make those plans a month ago, and now this person is like, sure. In May? Yeah, probably going to be available.
Right. Well, they've lost 7 of 10.
Yeah, they're done.
They're the 11th seed, and they're not really threatening, even though Sacramento is coming back. And so the 10 seed is not out of the question.
Oh, for Phoenix?
Right.
It's not out of the question, except for the fact that they're falling apart, and nothing. This is what's crazy. Nothing changed. You have the same roster that you had.
Right.
You were one of the preseason Western Conference favorites. And then you were not great, but you were, 3, 4, 5 games over 500. And then what happened at the deadline? Nothing. Nothing. You still have.
A lot happened.
Right. But roster-wise, nothing. You still have your 3 incredibly high-priced stars. But you watch them and you're like, oh my God, like they're a shadow. So anyway, I'm really, really dialed in here the next few weeks to see how the Western Conference looks. And it feels like Warrior fans think that they're going to start firing up the board. And to a degree, I think they will. I don't know about firing too far up the board, but do you feel like it's too early to start putting the word championship into the mouths of the Warrior players and their fans, which we're hearing all over the place? And I guess the other side of that is if you were against the Jimmy trade, have you already changed your mind?
Well, yes, and I also do think that it's too early to talk about championships, but they're putting it in their mouths. And that's where I'm thinking about taking my cues from them, because Draymond declared that we're going to win it, and then Jimmy Butler, live from Dubai, or recorded from Dubai, whenever that was, he's talking about the same idea. So me as a fan, I'm just taking my cue from them. If they think that Draymond thinks that, yes, we are going to win it, and he had to say it with his chest because he got called on the carpet, and Jimmy from Dubai saying, yeah, championship, it's on our mind. If that's what they're thinking, then me as a fan, Mark, I feel like I can take that cue and not be, totally wild over my skis over the idea, because they think it's a reality. So why can't I?
You can do whatever you want. Chris in Fairfield here on Willard and Dibs. Hey, Chris, what's happening?
Hey, what's going on, you guys? I was calling you on my way home from work, but unfortunately, I am now home with all my 4 kids, so I'm going to make this really, really quick.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute, Chris. Wait a minute. How old are the 4 kids? No. How old are the 4 kids?
So my oldest is sitting right here. She's Jordan. She's 15.
Okay.
My 9-year-old, my youngest, and he's upset that I brought home mascarpone cheese, biscottis, actually like some chicken fingers. So he's really bummed out laying on the couch. And then I actually haven't seen two. They're running around here somewhere. Literally just walked in the door. That's all.
Well, we're honored that you took your phone inside and didn't hang up. And hello to all 4 of the kids. Please be nice to Dad. He's working his butt off, for crying out loud. Chris, go ahead.
Thank you. I was raised in the era of Michael Jordan. And if you were to tell me that on the Wizards that they're definitely a playoff team, my fandom would have gotten to the fact that, you know what, there's a chance. And that Jordan wasn't nowhere near what Steph Curry is right now. Steph Curry is still putting up the same numbers, if not better, when he was winning championships. So if you're going to tell me you guarantee that you believe that they're a playoff team, well, then I don't know anybody else in the NBA besides Michael Jordan that I feel more comfortable with in the last 10 to 15 years than Steph Curry in a playoffs winning a championship. And that's what I'm saying. If you were to tell me that if Phil Jackson decided to coach the Wizards team and they were going into the playoffs, you wouldn't like their chances?
Yeah. Chris, yeah, go ahead.
And that's all I'm saying.
Okay.
And I just wanted to put that out. That's why the fan base is actually believing there's a chance. We get ourselves in there. Who's going to beat us? I know the Lakers, who's going to beat us?
So we'll address your point, but before you hang up, I want you to hold your phone up so that as many of your kids as possible can hear what we're saying. Can you hold it up? Maybe put it on speaker or something?
Okay. Yeah, no, you've been on speaker this whole time. My daughter has...
All right, perfect. So, here's all I want to say to your 4 kids. Hey, Chris's kids, how you doing? My name's Mark. This is my friend Dan over here.
Hi, kids.
Yeah, we do a show together. We have a rule in this world. No matter what you think about sports, no matter what you think about anything, when Dad brings food home, you say thank you.
That's awesome. Hey,
right.
Thank you.
All right, Chris. One of them said thank you. Bye, Chris. Yeah, there you go.
Thank you. Dad, mascarpone? What even is that?
What the hell are we talking about?
Right.
Dad's working all day, brings home food, and the first thing he gets is, I don't want that. Sorry if that triggered me a little bit.
I told you to bring cheese. What's mascarpone? I don't even know what that is. It's not cheese. Where's the cheddar? Where's the jack?
It's a little too close to home, all right?
I get that.
All right?
Yeah. What? Yeah. I mean, I'm getting pushed back from a 2.5-year-old. So
well, that's different.
No, it's actually very similar. Where
when they're two,
right?
You know.
So you ask her in the morning,
mess around so you can find out.
What do you want for breakfast? And she says, "Have a bagel." Have a bagel. All right. And you make a bagel. It's I want eggs. It's like whoa.
Well,
let's go back 3 minutes ago. Short-term memory.
Yeah.
I don't want a bagel. I don't want it.
Yep.
But you said you wanted a bagel. You want French toast? Have it French toast. Whatever happened to have it bagel? Yeah, so it's all the same.
And that's how you end up fat when you have a little kid.
Fat?
Because you make a bagel, and then they don't want the bagel. What are you going to do with that bagel?
Oh, I'm not throwing it out, dog.
I'm going to eat it.
I'm going to eat it. No doubt.
I'm going to eat it. All right, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low-rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. It's also Warriors Wednesday, brought to you by Friedman's Appliance. Come see their full selection of in-stock luxury appliances and live working vignettes. Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill today. There's a super chat from YouTube I want to read, but let's address what Chris said first. He has a point. However, he also admitted that it comes from fandom, and there's nothing wrong with that. That's okay. But simply the idea, he's saying, if you believe that Jimmy Butler's arrival now makes the Warriors a playoff team, and I do, raise his hands, then your fandom looks at these players and starts looking at potential matchups, and you can talk yourself into the idea that those all-time greats, Steph and Draymond and Jimmy Butler, will win that series. So I get it. I think he's completely got a point. What I'd also say about that, though, is I do think we're largely, at least at this moment, we're playing tricks on ourselves. Like, I love how we go, oh, Oklahoma City? Well, they've never done it before, so the Warriors will beat them. Dude, they're awesome.
They're good, yeah.
They are fantastic. They are impossible to beat in their building, and they have already essentially clinched home court advantage throughout the playoffs.
Yes, but they've had trouble with the Jimmy-less Golden State Warriors this year.
That's true.
And even going back to last year, where I believe the Warriors split 4 games with OKC, and it's a matchup that it favors OKC on paper, but when you get into these games and we talk about all the clutch games and all the rest of it, I think that Golden State has a puncher's chance against any of these teams, and it's a little bit different this year than it was last year, especially now with Jimmy Butler, because you have another one of these guys who, when you get late into a game, you feel like you've got a dude who can make the plays necessary to win these games. And no disrespect to Andrew Wiggins, and you have to say this when you praise Jimmy Butler, when you relate it to what has come before, because without Andrew Wiggins, they don't win in 22, and I want to make sure that I say that until I'm blue in the face.
Yeah, but you don't have to. Jimmy Butler's better than Andrew Wiggins.
No, but I have to say that when I talk about what Jimmy means for this team in clutch moments and in late games.
Can't we just move forward in this life with two things in ink? Put them in ink, okay? Andrew,
let me get my pen.
Yeah, Andrew, you are a forever warrior. You helped win a championship. That's it, dude. You are minted in this town and with this organization. Okay? That's end of 1 point.
Okay.
Here's the next point.
You're about to S all over Andrew.
Jimmy Butler's a better player than you.
Yep. Oh yeah.
Okay. Onward.
Right.
I don't find that hard. That's not hard.
I don't either. And I also think that when you talk about this year and playoff series and you think about what might be if it's the Warriors against fill in the blank, and I know they have to get there first, Steiny. I can hear you in the back of my head saying they're not even a playoff team yet, and you're right, but we're playing the hypothetical game, and if they go up against any of the other teams in the West in a series, a best of 7, I would rather have Jimmy Butler than I would Andrew Wiggins, even though I know that Andrew can do what he did 3 years ago. I know what Jimmy has done with an 8 seed in Miami, and I know the kind of player that he is, and I do believe he's highly motivated, and I do think that he is a better fit. He's also a better player, as you were saying. So if you get into a series with Jimmy and Draymond and Steph and the rest of this cast of characters, I do like their chances against anybody.
Here's what we're reacting to, and it's kind of it pairs with what Draymond did at All-Star Weekend. Jimmy Butler, Virgin Radio in Dubai.
My pocket's going to feel it from the taxes, but, the taxes were great in Miami. But I'm so happy over there. Organization's top-notch. Obviously, I get to play with Steph, so I'm a fan of him just like 99.9% of the world. And, a chance of winning the championship. What more can you ask for? And Draymond's on the team. Me and Draymond get along quite well. Play a lot of dominoes.
Yeah, fun. It feels like, I feel like he's fun as well.
Oh, he's the best. And you don't realize how great he is until you actually get on his team and how smart and how he'll do anything to win. And I respect that the most out of anything. It's all about winning all the time with that dude. I'm learning.
So these are the Warriors. Jimmy Butler is using the word championship. Draymond Green is guaranteeing a championship. Sure, they're wearing the jersey. They're inside the building. There's two questions. One is it's sort of just like, A, do you agree? And then the other side is sort of like, do you think it's a good thing that the Warriors are talking about this? Let's refer back to Stan Van Gundy, who joined us yesterday, because he kind of answered both of those. First one, do you agree? Like, does this now make the Warriors a contender?
Well, look, it's a great move up, and I think Mike Dunleavy did an outstanding job making that move without giving up any of their young players. So I think everybody in San Francisco's got the right to be excited. Do I think it makes them a contender with Oklahoma City, Memphis, the Lakers, Houston? No, I don't. But it's a step up, and they certainly, I think, would have a chance to get into playoffs and win a series.
I think what Stan's saying is pretty fair. I really do.
Yeah.
I think that's pretty fair. It's a step up. Are they better? Yes. Are they a playoff team? Yes. Could they win a series? Sure. Championship? No.
Yeah.
No.
That's very fair.
Yeah.
Like, step up, you're 10, and a step up would be 9, 8, 7, maybe 6. I don't think you climb higher than that. So step up, green check mark. Are you better? Agreed, green check mark. Could you win a series? Absolutely. I do think it depends on who you play. Can you win a championship? Well, now you're talking about winning 4 series and 16 games, and that's why I said earlier in the crossover, if I put the over-under on 4.5 playoff wins, which would mean you'd win at least 1 series and not be swept, like, where would you put it? And I should have had them answer, Steiny and Goo. Maybe tomorrow I can have them answer. But, like, do they win a series is basically what that comes down to. If you had to guess right now, going into the final 25 games of the regular year and the playoffs, if they get there, can they win a series?
Can they? Yes.
Would they? Will they? If you had to predict, and I'm not going to make you bet your $20,000.
No.
So you would bet no.
Well, here's I can only answer you by trying to remove my emotions.
Right.
I want them to so bad.
Of course, the emotional Mark would say, parade route. Yeah. Let's do it again.
Right. And so
it was one of our first shows we did.
Can they? Yes. Do I want them to? Yes. All of those things. But I'll answer it in a very mathematical way. If you were to place odds on what you're saying, which one would be the favorite? The Warriors at over or under 4.5 playoff wins. If Vegas was given that number and had to install one of those as the favorite or put odds to it, what do you think they would do? What's the favorite?
It would be probably 2-1 odds against them winning a series.
I think it's clearly the under.
Yeah.
It's clearly the under.
Yeah, but it's closer than you would think. And, I mean...
I don't know. You know what I mean? I mean, that's where you do hearken back to we're projecting. Because in this moment, they're the 10 seed. They're the 10 seed. You don't bet on the 10 seed to win a playoff series. And so you can project that they're going to be better and come out of this, and you can sit here and act like they're all going to be healthy the rest of the way, and that's done, even though it's not. So you factor all those things in, I think the under would definitely be the favorite there.
It's close because I just am looking at DraftKings and the odds to make the playoffs right now. As we sit, the Warriors are minus 140, to make the playoffs.
That's to make the playoffs. You're talking about to get to the second round.
Agreed, but if you want to talk about to make it to the second round, right now they are favored to make the playoffs, which means you're favored to have at least a series. And if you went up against OKC, you probably would be 2.5 to 1
you're a big dog.
Underdog. If you were against Memphis, you might be closer to even money, but it'd be a lot closer.
Is there any matchup right now that you see in the Western Conference where the Warriors would actually be favored in the series?
No. In the first round?
Yeah.
No, but I do think against Houston and Memphis, it would be close.
Okay.
That would be, and I'll just say this, no matter who the Warriors play in the first round, that would be the closest odds-wise between the favorite and the underdog, I would predict.
I agree with you. Here's the other thing that Stan Van Gundy said, though. So, do you agree with Draymond and Jimmy Butler about championship contention? He says no. But here's the second side of it. Is it a good thing or a bad thing that these guys are talking that way?
I mean, a guy going out and expressing confidence in his own team, that's a good thing, especially with a young team like the Warriors. Now you have those young guys looking and saying, wow, a guy who's won multiple championships believes we've got what it takes to do things. So I think all of that stuff is a positive.
Okay, so to me, those are the two sides. You don't have to agree with him, but you can still see it as a good thing that the Warriors are talking this way. And for me, it's less about talking because I just think Draymond Green has become a wonderful broadcaster.
Yeah.
And I think he knows exactly what he's doing all the time. I more look at it through the eyes of Jimmy. Like when we listen to that quote that we've played a few times, what I think you can tell is that, my God, they feel great. They feel great. And that's not going to beat OKC, but it sure doesn't hurt. This is the most relatable thing that's happening with Warrior basketball to me. For those of us out in the world who can't even jump more than 3 inches off of the ground, you want to relate to the Warriors. Just think in your life, whether it's your job, your relationships, anything. How much more can you achieve when you are feeling so good about yourself? I think it doubles, it triples, it quadruples. It's all of those things. And one thing I very much notice, and I acknowledge honeymoon period, but the Golden State Warriors feel great about themselves right now.
Yeah, and they should. They've won 3 or 4, and you go into the break and you're in a certain spot, and you look around you in the conference, and you could think that Dallas maybe they didn't get better, but they didn't get a lot worse, and then now Anthony Davis is out for a month. There's a shocker, a month or longer, and Sacramento's best player is gone, and so I do think you could look at some of your competition and think, okay, we got a leg up. And you mentioned Phoenix, and you've got some good sauces inside the building. And so Phoenix, a competitor, is now a mess. Sacramento traded their best player, and they got back a bucket getter who's never really helped anyone win. So you could look around the conference and think, all right, not only did we get better, but 2 or 3 of our rivals got worse.
We got a super chat on YouTube. Thank you for everybody who watches there and interacts there. I'll say that about the text line and the phones and Twitter and all of that stuff too. 888-957-9570 if you want to weigh in on whether or not the Warrior players should be talking about a championship right now, because multiple ones are. But the super chat says from Wow, if serious about a chip, trade Kuminga and Draymond.
Right. It's a little late for that.
Well, right. But you get the point. Like some people, when we talk about this, they go, well, wait, we're not talking about this year.
Right. And so, I agree with that.
So then you can trade Kuminga and Draymond.
You can, but if you want to trade Kuminga, for me anyway, it would be a sign and trade where you would sign him to X amount of millions, and then you would trade him, and you would be able to get that much money back in return. You're not just going to trade him, or you're not just going to let him walk for nothing in the offseason, especially after now you've got his restrictive rights. And I don't really see where you would sign Jimmy Butler and then trade Draymond Green. For me, you added an older guy, a veteran, an established player to your established veteran core. So if you do trade Draymond in the offseason, you're going to get $27 million back of player. Are you going to get and we'll say Cam Johnson because he's a sexy young example, but if you traded Draymond and got Cam back and let's say another veteran who's making $5 or $6 million, are you better? I don't know if you can trade Draymond and get better in the offseason. Well, I wonder what that would be like.
Here's what I'd say. This I'm going to try this analogy.
Yeah.
So the idea of the Warriors making more large trades. You ever seen somebody who's done multiple facelifts?
Oh, yeah.
How's that go?
With each successive facelift, it seems to get worse.
Exactly. So the point is...
you did your nose. That looks good. Right. Oh, you did your lips and your nose. Well, those lips are a little clownish, and now you did your cheeks, and your butt was never that big. Okay?
So...
What's wrong with you people? I'm playing off his analogy.
But my analogy was about a face, and then you ended up on the butt.
You got to go south. You got to go south to get north, Grandy.
You don't have to go south.
Please keep talking, Dibs.
Okay.
I had a few more.
I'm sorry. Hang on. Am I not allowed to laugh?
No.
Laugh.
You can laugh when I'm trying to be funny.
I'm having fun.
You tend to laugh when I make mistakes.
I laugh, period. I like to laugh.
Laugh. You can laugh. You're the funny guy. And the one time I'm trying to be funny, I get silence. Anyway, yes.
No, I'm laughing. I'm laughing right now.
And
you know what happens in the 5 o'clock hour.
Yeah,
sometimes I can't stop
silly,
laughing.
Yeah. I had a couple more to talk about that were gravitationally based, but I'm going to leave that alone because Grandy's got his record finger ready.
You know what those would be?
Big gravitational sensation is what that is.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. It's a gravitation sensation. It's got a rhyme.
Gravitational sensational.
That would have worked too. That would have worked too. Yeah. Anyway, point being.
Her butt was never that big. Go ahead.
Point being is once you fix something on your face and then you look in the mirror and you're like, ooh, I don't like it. Let's fix that. And then we're going to fix the fix. And then you're going to fix the fix. And eventually you end up looking like Michael Jackson. and you are unrecognizable. And so I sort of feel that way in this moment about the Warriors. And it's why I was so skeptical a week and a half ago. Because my thought was, and I know the Warriors are still trumpeting this like we can still make moves. We're still flexible. We can still do this, that, or the other with our money. And I'm like, you can. But then again, if you're going to make a big move, I still believe you kind of have one. Because if you're just going to make a big move so that you can make another big move, and then you're going to make another big move, dude, you're becoming facelift person. And by the way, I got examples. Because you know who did this? Brooklyn did this. And Phoenix did this. And there are so many examples around sports where you're just like, oh, we don't like it, fix it. And then you fix it, and then you fix it. And you know what you end up with? James Harden's career. Keep searching, dude. Keep going. Rockets, Brooklyn, Philly, Clippers, blah, 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 blah. 8th place, 5th place, 4th place, 5th place, 5th place. Like, no, you can't keep tinkering with this over and over and over again. So I think we've arrived at a spot now where this feels good after 4 games. Let's see where it goes next. Let's get Kuminga back in the fold. Option A needs to be dance with the damn date you brought. That's what I would say.
And maybe Botox in the offseason.
Well, of course.
Right.
Always.
Sure.
Always off-season Botox.
Right. And that would be like using the mid-level and, doing something that's a little bit more cosmetic or, a tummy tuck, something that's not going to be so overt as a nose job or some of the other grotesque facial cosmetic surgeries. I'm with you. And the Jimmy Butler one was a dramatic move and it was a big move. And for me, that's like, okay, that's the one big cosmetic fix. Now let's go ahead and live out our life with this as how you look. And if it doesn't work, well then you're just going to have to go ahead and just play it out and be who you are.
You know that they did inject some Botox into their face today.
By?
Let's go live to Mark Randy with this update on the Warriors roster.
Yeah, a couple of big roster moves today. The Warriors have officially signed Kevin Knox and Yuri Collins to 10-day contracts. Yeah. So now currently the Warriors are back up to 14 men, but they're going to have to do something once, of course, these 10-day contracts expire. Okay. Both those two dudes have been playing down in Santa Cruz this year.
Yeah, and Kevin Knox, by the way.
Not technically Botox, but Bo Knox.
I actually like that one, Dibs. I'm giving you a 4.
I'll take it.
A 4 is too much.
The pause and the uptick is what brought it home.
Yeah, had a little something to it.
Thank you.
Did.
I appreciate it.
Knox is an interesting guy because he's been doing very well down in Santa Cruz.
Averaging about 22 and 8 a game.
And this has been rumored for a while that the Warriors were going to bring him up and give a look. And if you're a big NBA fan, you may know that, like, Knox was a lottery pick. Kevin Knox was a lottery pick. And in fact, Dalton Johnson of NBC Sports Bay Area did a piece with him in anticipation of this move. And it's an anticipation sensation. And so he has now released this piece. And within it, Knox talks about, he's like, I have the talent of a lottery pick. It's just a matter of me putting this all together. And he seems to indicate that at least individually as a person, he feels like he has. Now, I don't know what kind of opportunity he's going to get when he comes up. I don't know. I don't, how many minutes in this 10-day contract is Kevin Knox going to get? But he's an interesting guy.
Yeah.
He's got a little something in there.
And I guess he could look at such examples as Pat Spencer and Guy Santos and Quentin Post as G-Leaguers who've come up with not a lot of expectation and gotten some minutes and actually made it count. So
you get a uniform on the Warriors, you get minutes.
Yeah.
That's been something this year. So
that was the draft. Go ahead, Grandy.
I was going to say really quickly, I think most of us have at least heard of Kevin Knox.
For sure.
Yuri Collins, undrafted out of Missouri in 2023, only 6 feet tall, leads the G League in assists, though, so far this year. He's been averaging 14 points and 10 assists per game.
See, I look at that as also part of the loss of Dennis Schroeder and the team not necessarily loving Brandon Pajemski as a backup point guard. So maybe, and if there's an injury or whatever too, like Steph Curry has a load management night, you need somebody else who can handle the ball, start an offense, what have you. Maybe that's what he does. But again, what kind of opportunity do these guys get on 10-day contracts? I don't know.
Yeah, probably not a ton, but I do think you can sign more than just one 10-day. You can do a 10-day and then you get, I think, 2, maybe 3 10-day contracts.
Yeah, I don't know exactly how many, but they will have to either extend them another 10-day contract or make them a full-time offer because they have to stay at 14.
They have to, right. They've got those roster spots have got to be filled. So somebody is going to fill those the rest of the year, whether it's these guys on repeat or if they go in a different direction, find somebody outside the building.
And Kevin Knox was taken 9th in that draft in 2018, which was DeAndre Ayton goes 1, Marvin Bagley the 3rd, followed by Luka Doncic. Did I get that right?
You did?
Jaren Jackson Jr., then Trae Young. And then,
damn.
Then Mo Bamba, Wendell Carter Jr., Colin Sexton, Kevin Knox, followed by Mikal Bridges and Shai Gilgeous-Alexander.
No way.
Yeah, so.
Dude, that's a hot that was 11 picks that you just named?
Yeah. Yeah, and it's of the 11.
There's some players in there.
Right, and, Mo Bamba, he's still playing, but he hasn't really popped. But
yeah, no, not all of them.
The Kings ended up with Marvin Bagley.
Of course, they ended up with Bags.
The number 2 pick.
Yeah.
And friend of the program, Travis Schlenk, famously drafted Luka at 3 and traded him to Dallas for Trae Young.
Yeah.
Which was the beginning of the end for Travis in Atlanta.
And probably the beginning of the end for Nico Harrison when he traded Luka Doncic.
Perhaps.
Don't trade Luka Doncic. That's the moral of the story if you're an NBA GM.
And Miles Bridges went after Gilgeous-Alexander, so a sneaky good draft of solid, reliable players.
And Shai took a minute too, obviously. He had to get traded out to Oklahoma City before he's really developed into the player that he's become.
And of course, you remember the Warriors. Robert Williams went 27 to Boston, and then the Warriors with the 28th pick select from Cincinnati, Jacob Evans.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Jalen
Brunson went 5 picks later.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Well, those were.
I mean,
Jalen Brunson is not. I mean.
D'Anthony Melton in that draft too.
Oh, really?
D-Mel.
When did he go?
He went 46th.
That's a good second-round pick right there.
Yeah.
Those are good second-round picks. Really good second-round picks.
Kostas Antetokounmpo was the last pick taken.
By
Giannis's brother.
Yeah. By
Philly.
Oh. I'm surprised it wasn't by Milwaukee.
I know, right?
Hey, Jay in Oakland, what's going on? Thanks for calling.
Hey, what's going on, fellas?
What's up?
Not much. Hey, so I'm curious, with Jimmy and Draymond coming out talking about championships, does that make it a proclamation sensation?
That's very good, Jay.
That's very good.
That's very, very, very
That's a
good.
buck.
Yeah. It does make it that, Jay. The answer is yes, it does.
Thank you. Hey, but in seriousness, I don't have no problems with them coming out, but it's like Grandma used to say, believe nothing you hear and only half what you see. And my eyes tell me that this team has definitely gotten better, but I'm not sure if they're championship contenders quite yet. But I'm definitely excited about the direction that they're headed in, and I'm curious to see how this is all going to play out in the next 20-plus games or whatever they got. But to be honest with you guys, I'm a little conflicted because I usually don't like superstars, players coming out making a lot of these predictions because normally they don't pan out right. I mean, think of what's the Dallas Cowboys player, Micah Parsons. They won like 2 games last season, and he said they were going to win a championship, and they didn't even win the playoffs. So I hope they didn't jinx us, guys. That's all I got for you.
Okay, Jay, thanks for the call. Let me say this, especially as somebody who hosts a sports radio show. There is absolutely no penalty for incorrect predictions. There just isn't. And there shouldn't be, by the way. Like, that side of it, I mean, I don't know, he said, like, I hope they didn't jinx us. But obviously that's kind of woo-woo.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? Like,
I agree.
There's no penalty for this. And that's kind of why I had the take that I did when I watched Draymond at All-Star Weekend. Why would you not come out with all kinds of unbelievably hot takes? And again, I'm not saying that all sports media does this if they don't believe it. But there's a way to package it, and Draymond has done it very, very well. And there's no penalty for this. We're in the toy department. This is the fun zone. You're allowed to make guesses and say what you feel. That's the only thing that bothers me. If I see something where I go, Steiny with his Mavs pick, I'm like, you don't think that. You don't think that.
Mavs in 5.
If you think
might have been 6.
If you think that and you're wrong, great. We're all wrong all the time. All the time. If any of you have an app like the Underdog or Prize Picks or whatever, or if you bet games, or if you have a fantasy league or whatever, we're all wrong all the time. There's no penalty to that. In fact, I'd argue it gets pretty boring if you won't try some things. Like, try, Throw it out there. Then somebody can disagree.
Well, he hasn't made a prediction since.
Who?
Steiny. Since he got grilled for Mavs in 6, that was the last prediction he made.
I cornered him a little too hard, so that's my bad.
You did.
But anyway.
That guy is such a D.
I think it's time
It was wrong.
Yeah, it's time for him to come back out from under the covers, though. It's okay.
Yeah.
Again, it's just words. We're just sitting here having a stupid good time.
Well, and to your point, Charles Barkley, year after year, a jump shooting team cannot win a title,
Right.
and then they won 4, and he came back and said it again, and now every time that the Warriors are brought up, he's down on the Warriors because it's his bit. It doesn't matter how right or wrong he is ever.
No. I mean, like, Skip Bayless has made a career out of this, that, and the other about the Cowboys, and then as soon as it goes south, he plays that video of him crumpling up his Cowboy jersey, throwing it in the trash, and stomping off and putting it on the internet so that he can get 210,000 likes.
Works every time.
Works every time. There's no penalty to this. There's nothing bad about what Draymond did. He just has learned how to speak in a very firm, consumable, snackable, memorable way. And so there's nothing bad that can happen here. He, in fact, is insanely likely to be wrong. I mean, like...
Well, the odds are 65-1.
Thank you.
According to Vegas.
And they're probably a little low because there's a Warrior tax.
Exactly.
Like, let's be real. The Warriors' odds are ahead of teams that are way ahead of them. Like, their odds are better than the Rockets. And the Rockets they have a sparkly record.
Right.
And the Warriors do not. So there's a Warrior tax because they have champions on their team. There's a pedigree, and they're one of the most expensive franchises in sports and all of that stuff.
Well, they have the same record as Sacramento, and you could argue that they're better than Sacramento, and you're probably right, but just looking at the mathematical reality of 55 games in, and you're both 28 and 27, yet the Warriors' odds to win the West and the title are far lower than Sacramento because of what you're talking about.
Yep.
And I do think part of it is, the Warriors team is better than Sacramento right now, but a lot of it is that tax that the sports books and the gambling shops have to put in because people are going to want to bet the Warriors based on their pedigree.
Did you know, and I know you do because you're looking at it with me, I think, the Golden State Warriors, you get a worse number on them winning the title than the T-Wolves.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Who were in the conference finals a year ago, have one of the best young stars in the game, and a better record than the Warriors.
Right.
You will get a higher number back on your dollar for the T-Wolves winning the title than the Warriors.
And I think a lot of that is the tax.
That's a tax.
It's only a 2.5 game difference between the two, but I do think a lot of it is the tax and a certain amount of disbelief about Minnesota. Apologies to Coach Finchy and the fellas. Felt like last year was their year, and then they made the moves they made.
A big trade, yeah.
Right, and I don't think the big trade has made them much better.
Well, and the guy's got first of all, it feels like anyone and Rudy Gobert is an odd fit. So there's that. And now guys are all hurt too. Randall is hurt. Is DiVincenzo hurt? He's got to be hurt. I haven't heard anything about him in weeks. I don't know where the hell he went. But they've got a really interesting team on paper that just sort of feels like they've been lollygagging through the year.
Yeah, Dante has a toe injury that's kept him out since mid-January, and he's still indefinite absence.
That's my guy. I like that guy. I wish that guy were still a Warrior.
Restaurant quality.
Yeah. He really, he blossomed last year, even more so after he left.
Well, he played too well to be kept because they couldn't afford him.
And then he played even better when he left.
Right.
Yeah. Anthony and Hayward next up on Willard and Dibs. Hi, Anthony. What's up?
Hey, how's it going, guys? So I just want to say I kind of like what Draymond did. If you put it in the universe, good things will happen. And like you guys said earlier, it does a lot of good things for the youngsters because hey, he's a champion, coming from a champion. We got a chance. They're going to play harder, and I think Jimmy is a big difference. And like you guys said earlier, like a couple teams got weaker and we got stronger. So I mean, everything changes. It's 0-0 once you hit the playoffs. So we always have a chance, especially with Curry.
There's no doubt about that. Anthony, thank you very much. I mean, I'm thankful for this from this standpoint because, like, I'll answer one of our own questions that we threw out. Like, if you were sort of down on the Jimmy Butler trade when it happened, are you already ready to do an about face? And my answer to that is going to feel maybe a little bit flimsy because in a large sense, I'm going to say no. I'm actually not ready to say that there aren't still some worries about the Jimmy Butler trade. But there are little pieces, little aspects of the conversation where I will say, yep, I was wrong. First of all, look, it clearly makes them better. But do you know what I definitely underestimated? My God, it has really excited the base, which is fascinating because the name leading up to the deadline didn't. It didn't. It really felt like settling because he was so ticked off in Miami. He's 35. He's expensive. He wanted an extension that I sat here and said, I don't want to give Jimmy Butler an extension. You want to give Jimmy Butler an extension at age 35? I didn't want to do that. And so I really do think a lot of us sat here and looked at Butler and went, that doesn't feel like an exciting move. And then it happened. We watched a couple games. I haven't heard the Warrior fan base sound like this for a long time. Literally, like a couple years since they've been this excited about what they're about to see.
Probably since the title year, because off the title, you had, you got
maybe
into
maybe the year after.
And the year after, the way that kind of went was a little bit of a disappointment. And then the year after that was all about Clay being disgruntled and hunting shots, and you couldn't make it out of the play-in, and it felt like the beginning of the end. And then this year, what a great, bright start at 12-3, and we all thought, okay, you got Clay out, and you got this new injection, and this Melton guy is pretty fun, and you got a bunch of veterans, and they're humming, they're cooking with gas, and then injury, flat spot, drought, Kuminga gets hurt. And you go on that long, slow decline, and Buddy can't make another basket. And so it felt like this year was going to be resigned to, another disappointing year. And then you got Jimmy Butler, and it has kind of injected life into the fan base.
Let's go to Kevin in Oakland. Kevin, thanks for calling. What you doing?
Hey, how's it going, fellas?
Really good, Kevin.
I'm fascinated with. Yeah, I'm fascinated with the romanticism of Steph Curry. If you think about it, right, Steph Curry almost took Davidson to the final 8, and you couldn't name one player on Davidson. And even at 36 or 37, we still romanticize that he can still do it. And you know what? I actually believe it. He has Kuminga. Let's check this out. Kuminga, Butler, if you take him in a 4-game series against Shai Gilgeous Alexander and the Oklahoma City Thunder, okay, the probability is small, but there's a probability because you have Steph Curry. It's just interesting how fans think, and I guess I can put myself in that category.
Well, Kevin, I think that it's kind of hard not to be honest with you. And great to hear from you, Kevin. Thank you so much. It's kind of hard not to for multiple reasons. The romanticism of it is difficult to avoid, first and foremost, just because of who he is and what he's achieved. But that doesn't make it rational. Want to know what makes it rational? What makes it rational is, A, he just did it in the Olympics. Even if it was a tiny little sample, he just did it in the Olympics with his peers and still looked like the big dog of basketball, even at age 37. And then what I also think gives it credibility is, and we've referenced this so many times, but the way Steve Kerr talked about it, which is we just want to give him that at-bat. And then you go from there. And even if it ends up looking exactly like 2023 did, I think Warrior fans would walk away from that, I don't want to say fulfilled, but definitely not unfulfilled. And what I'm referencing, by the way, is work your way into the playoffs. They got the 6th seed. You get Game 7 Steph up in Sacramento. You win a series. And then you are highly competitive in the following series, even in a loss, in losing in the Western Conference semifinals. If this season ends up that way, I don't think people are going to walk away mad. And man, yeah, it's hard not to get caught up in that still at least being a possibility.
Yeah, it is a possibility, and I do wonder how it ends because I remember being a little bit mad that it happened the way it did against the Lakers, where Lonnie Walker IV was the guy who took you apart. And, it's a series that was really mostly winnable, and yet you didn't win it, and it was the Lakers who knocked you out. So I know a lot of it is contextual, but you're right on the surface. If you go into a series and you're the 7, the 8, the 6, whatever it is, you're going to be slight underdogs. And if you win that series, we all are going to have a couple more weeks to dream about maybe this is the road to winning the 5th, and you go up against Denver or OKC or whoever knocks you out. That would be different for me than if it was the Lakers again who knocked you out.
888-957-9570. Yeah, the fact that it was the Lakers didn't help.
No.
We'll keep taking your phone calls on this, so keep them coming. We also want to, as always, we have been, remind you that the Slam Dunk in Vegas contest is on. Someone is going to get travel and accommodations for 4. That means you plus 3 guests, you're going to Vegas, and when you get there, you get $20,000. You get $20K to get a free flight and a free stay at the Circa Resort and Casino, which is Las Vegas's premium sports viewing destination. And you get to go to the big March Hoops party at Stadium Swim, which is fantastic if you haven't seen it. The ultimate viewing experience for the first 2 rounds of the college basketball championship. Winning is very easy to do. You just download the app, you log in, and then you listen. And every day that you listen at least 1 hour, you get entered for that day. So you can keep getting more and more entries. Download the Odyssey app, log in, listen for at least an hour each day, and you might be headed to Vegas in March with $20,000. We're also sponsored by Ceremony Ford. Head down to Ceremony Ford to lease a 2024 Mustang Mach-E Select or 2024 Ford Lightning and receive the Ford Power Promise that includes standard home installation of a Ford charge station located right off 280 in Coleman, Daly City. Ceremony Ford, your San Francisco EV dealer. More of your calls next on Willard and Dibs.
Warriors Wednesday brought to you by Valley Heating Cooling.